Shaolin, everyone says you're a gold-rated hourly cleaner, so this job at the Fu family is yours. Our young master is a neat freak and will be home soon. Do a good job, and besides the hourly wage you'll get a bonus. Opening her eyes, Lin Huixing heard the words beside her. Her smile froze for a full 3 seconds and her voice was hoarse. Gold-rated. Hourly cleaner. The woman in front of her gave her a strange look. What else would it be? Nanny Li turned and walked straight ahead, saying, the young master still cares about these old bones, knowing to hire someone from outside to clean. Otherwise, how could I finish cleaning the entire villa before tomorrow? Oh my, this is the first time the young master has brought a woman home. We must prepare well. Lin Huixing. Wait a minute, can she be given some time to think about what's going on? Lin Huixing died in an accident, never imagining that death could offer a second chance. So when a system appeared and offered her a second life. Before it finished, Lin Huixing excitedly agreed, I'm willing. System. Very well, since you're willing, you're the one. At this moment, the system in her mind appeared proudly. I treat you well. Gold-rated hourly cleaner, 1,000 per hour. That's the highest newbie benefit I could get for you. Other systems would give you at most 800 an hour. Lin Huixing's lips trembled as she communicated with the system in her mind. Gold-rated hourly cleaner, what kind of thing is that? You. Did you arrange this identity to get closer to the protagonist? System, yes and no. Didn't you listen to anything I said before the transmigration? Lin Huixing. Knowing she was still alive, she was too overjoyed to care what the system said. The worst that could happen was failing the mission and dying. She thought the system would arrange a new identity for her. She only knew her mission was related to the protagonists. In other words, she was a relatively unimportant side character. But this is too marginal. The system suddenly changed to a high-pitched, resolute tone and repeated its identity. We are the highest-end household system in the universe, specializing in cultivating hosts into the strongest housekeepers. We must make the protagonists feel strong human care. That is our mission. Host, do you understand? Lin Huixing. So this system is a housekeeping system, not the overbearing, invincible golden finger system she had imagined. Lin Huixing wiped her face and suddenly felt something wrong. She looked down. Heavens, she wiped her face with a rag. Lin Huixing quickly resigned herself. This life was a gift anyway. Any system was better than death. So she asked the strange housekeeping system. So what is my mission? Apart from becoming the strongest housekeeper, aren't there any missions to win over the protagonist? System, well, to be honest, your current mission is just to do a good job. Work hard, earn the protagonist's recognition. If they acknowledge you as the best housekeeper, you succeed. Gold-rated hourly cleaner is the tier in this world and the most convenient identity to approach the protagonists. Your hourly wage is 1,000. If the protagonists give you extra bonuses, they're yours. You can spend this money however you want in this world as long as you stick around the protagonists until the final mission is complete. Lin Huixing was dumbfounded. Back home, she never even bothered to pick up a fallen broom. Now she trembled as she asked, really have to work? The system's tone was filled with a strange competitiveness. Of course. You are a host of the housekeeping system. You must do an excellent job. You have to polish even the floor cracks until they shine. We will never fall behind those messy female lead reversal or space systems. Lin Huixing. Good. Such a tear-jerking competitive spirit. If not for the system in her head, she would have Life was already hard enough, but Nanny Li made it worse. Seeing Lin Huixing frozen for a long time, she said, Shaolin, what are you doing? If you don't start now, you won't even finish the living room today. Lin Huixing moved her numb brain and nodded automatically. I understand. She looked around. The spacious living room, though sparsely furnished, was huge. At that moment, Lin Huixing's hatred for the rich reached its peak. Why live in such a big house if you have nothing to do? If a thief came in, they could hide for 3 days before being found. How unsafe, how heartbreaking for an hourly cleaner. The housekeeping system lived up to its name. It automatically generated a reasonable cleaning plan for Lin Huixing, showing the most time-efficient route. Lin Huixing started from the entrance. Passing by a mirror, she glanced at it. While the face was still her own, looking quite delicate and pretty. But she wasn't wearing a ridiculous maid outfit. Instead, she wore a tightly covering housekeeping uniform, emerald green, the kind. It added 30 years of maturity to Lin Huixing. One more look, and she would break down. While cleaning, she learned through the system that she had indeed transmigrated to a new world, a magical world built around many books. That meant there was more than one protagonist. She, an hourly cleaner, would be at one house today, and another tomorrow with a full schedule. Today's story was about a domineering CEO and a suffering little white flower. The plot was so cliché and outrageous that it hurt Lin Huixing's eyes to read. CEO Fu Chang'ai was bringing the little white flower heroine Su Huanxi home for the first time. Nanny Li, who had raised Fu Chang'ai since childhood, was overjoyed. She wanted to clean the entire house. Usually only Nanny Li and occasional hourly cleaners were in the villa. To show importance, she hired Lin Huixing, the gold-rated cleaner. At first she was annoyed that Lin Huixing was standing still, but now that she saw her working, she didn't think much of it. She carried a bucket of water to Lin Huixing, then looked out the window. Seemingly feeling nostalgic, she said, "Our young master is bringing a woman home for the first time in 27 years. Lin Huixing." Under the system's watchful eye, Lin Huixing couldn't afford to slack off. Though she had never done such work before, she knew that as long as she put her heart into it, cleaning was a task that wouldn't deceive her efforts. She polished the windows in the entryway until they gleamed like mirrors, drawing praise from the housemaid, Aunt Li. After Aunt Li left, the system spoke up abruptly. "No, this isn't clean enough." Lin Huixing was tempted to hurl the rag at the system's face. "What's not clean? Aunt Li just said it was perfect." The system replied with unwavering conviction. "I'm judging by our system standards. You are destined to become the ultimate housekeeping master. How can mere human opinions hold any weight?" At that moment, a foreboding sense of dread reached its peak within Lin Huixing. In other words, her future life would be an endless cycle of working and then working some more. Lin Huixing nearly rolled her eyes so hard she could have passed out on the spot. And so she spent the entire day toiling under the system's demands, mainly because this Fu family mansion was absurdly massive. After a full day of labor, she hadn't even covered a third of the estate. And this was with the help of other hourly workers. Aunt Li was perpetually dissatisfied with them, but because Lin Huixing was a gold-tier housekeeper, she expected her to inspect and reclean nearly everything. Of course, she was especially pleased with Lin Huixing. Despite being a novice, Lin Huixing carried a prominent housekeeping system that guided her through every angle of sanitation, fabric care, and tool usage, leaving no detail unclear. How could Aunt Li not be satisfied? She even remarked, "Indeed, gold tier really is the best." Little did she know that the tears in Lin Huixing's heart could already flood the entire Fu villa. That evening, Lin Huixing stayed at the Fu residence. She lay in the temporary maid's quarters, gasping for air like a drowned dog, only managing to cheer up when she remembered that today's work would earn her a full 7,000 yuan. That was the true value of being a gold-tier housekeeper. In her past life, she could barely scrape together 7,000 yuan in a month, no matter how hard she fought for it. Yet still she felt, well, this new world was far more interesting. At least here there was no balding boss whose ugly face was a constant source of mental pollution. Earning the protagonist's approval wouldn't be as simple as a few days of cleaning. Having read the entire story of Fu Chang'ai and Su Huanxi from beginning to end, Lin Huixing couldn't help but curse Fu Chang'ai was an absolute beast. He was a domineering CEO, yet none of his actions were remotely humane. Su Huanxi didn't even like him. She was just an employee at his company when he set his sights on her, and from then on it was a tale of ruthless coercion. She already had a gentle second male lead by her side. Unfortunately, in the presence of the male lead, the second male lead could only ever be cannon fodder. In the end, Fu Chang'ai had him exiled to Africa. Lin Huixing lit a virtual candle in tribute to the poor man. Su Huanxi struggled endlessly on the path of resistance, but she was gentle by nature. To Fu Chang'ai, her defiance was merely a weakling's coquettish tantrum, a form of amusement. When he grew bored, he even cast her aside for a while. But then Su Huanxi became pregnant. Meanwhile, Fu Chang'ai was set to marry a true heiress who had just returned from another wealthy family, a woman who would also become one of the protagonists assigned to Lin Huixing's system in the future. In short, to pave the way for the marriage alliance, Fu Chang'ai forced Su Huanxi to have an abortion. Yet after the child was lost, the fool regretted his decision and wanted to keep a wife at home while maintaining an illicit relationship with the heroine on the side. Su Huanxi, of course, refused. After another stretch of story where he tormented her, and she could only endure, the two never achieved a true happy ending even a decade later. Only an open conclusion. Su Huanxi went abroad to study, while Fu Chang'ai, riddled with regret, began courting her anew like a decent person. A decade later. Thinking of all the entanglements in between, Lin Huixing couldn't help but wince. This is worse than going to prison. Even prison wouldn't be this contemptuous of human rights. In the past, whenever Lin Huixing encountered such spineless stories, she would curse both the male and female leads alike. But now, seeing it from the perspective of a working-class employee, she realized that Su Huanxi was truly too miserable to fight back. Her entire livelihood was in Fu Chang'ai's hands. Su Huanxi's family consisted of a gambling-addicted father, a spineless mother, a worthless brother, and her. If she had a stronger spine, Su Huanxi could have cut ties and walked away. But if she possessed that kind of courage, she wouldn't have been manipulated by Fu Chang'ai for all these years. How could the word tragedy even begin to describe this? This didn't seem to concern Lin Huixing much anyway. Her goal was simply to earn Fu Chang'ai's and Su Huanxi's recognition of her skills, her housekeeping abilities. As for everything else, she'd leave it to fate. The next day at just 5 in the morning, Aunt Li woke Lin Huixing up. "The young master is bringing his girlfriend home by noon, so we need to start preparations right away." Aunt Li had to handle the kitchen, while Lin Huixing was tasked with cleaning the bedroom, where the female lead would stay. As she worked, she silently cursed the decadent extravagance of the capitalist class. By noon, Fu Chang'ai and Su Huanxi finally arrived. Lin Huixing was curious about these protagonists. In this life, she had no luck. Even after transmigrating, she wasn't a key figure beside the leads. She wasn't even cannon fodder, just a bystander. Still, she couldn't help but be curious about the main characters. For instance, what did a delicate flower like Su Huanxi actually look like? The moment Lin Huixing laid eyes on her, her heart gave a sudden thump. She knew it. One glance at Su Huanxi's face was enough to confirm everything was Fu Qinye's fault. A woman who could be the female lead couldn't possibly be summed up by the simple phrase delicate flower. Her features were as exquisite as the most beautiful lily in spring, elegant, full of charm, and with a hint of melancholy in her brow that words could hardly capture. No wonder Fu Qianyi resorted to force the moment he saw her. Lin Huixing felt a flutter of admiration too, but she had no money and her moral standards were far higher than Fu Qinye's. As for Fu Qianyi himself, perhaps because this world was packed with handsome men, Lin Huixing just thought he was a guy. To showcase the superiority of her gold-tier housekeeper, Aunt Li arranged for Lin Huixing to stand beside the male and female leads during the meal, ready to attend to their every need at a moment's notice. Lin Huixing lamented bitterly that she was truly becoming more and more immersed in her role as a housemaid. In the story, this was Fu Qinye's first time bringing Su Huanxi home, but Su Huanxi wasn't happy about it at all, because Fu Qianyi had threatened her using her ex-boyfriend's future. But Fu Qianyi couldn't care less about her feelings. As long as he was pleased, that was all that mattered. Aunt Li, unaware of the situation, served the dishes while discreetly sizing up Su Huanxi. Su Huanxi was genuinely beautiful, and Aunt Li truly adored her. All she saw was Su Huanxi coming home, and she was overjoyed. At the dining table, when she caught Fu Qianyi gracing Su Huanxi with a rare smile, Aunt Li, as if swept up in shipping a couple, looked at everything through rose-tinted glasses. Stepping back to a spot where the two couldn't hear, she said to Lin Huixing with a beaming auntie-like grin, "This is the first time I've ever seen the young master smile at a woman." Lin Huixing tried to hold it in, but in the end she couldn't. "Aunt Li, hasn't the young master ever smiled at you before? Not even when he was a child?" "Aunt Li, when the male and female leads appear together, there's no way things stay this peaceful." Fu Qinye, arrogant and proud, was already fuming during the meal, as Su Huanxi kept a sour face and refused to acknowledge anything he said. His temper finally snapped. "Su Huanxi, don't be ungrateful. Are you still thinking about that pretty boy?" Su Huanxi's ex-boyfriend had already been transferred by him to a branch company and no longer had much connection with her. Yesterday he saw Su Huanxi talking and tussling with a man, and he had been stewing in anger ever since. Now he finally couldn't hold it in any longer. "What are you talking about?" Su Huanxi had no idea what Fu Qianyi was ranting about now. Frowning at his mention of a pretty boy, she said, "I already told you that's not it." But she also felt that explaining would be utterly pointless. This version of Fu Qianyi was too exhausting. Fu Qianyi crossed his arms with a cold sneer. "Did I hit a nerve? Su Huanxi, is it true that you, a woman like you, can't survive without a man?" As he spoke, he abruptly grabbed her chin, trying to display his arrogance and dominance. His eyes narrowed, dark and sinister. "I've known all along that you're not content with me." Their sudden outburst startled Li Ma, and also gave Lin Huixing a scare. What a lunatic. This scene existed in the story. Fu Qianyi saw Su Huanxi tussling with a man and concluded she was a fickle woman. But that man was her own cousin, the son of her mother's sister. He was just delivering local specialties to her. In Fu Qinye's eyes, it was the start of an illicit affair. How could one describe such insanity? He could blacklist Su Huanxi across the entire internet. Why couldn't he simply memorize all her relatives? But words pale in comparison to the raw visual impact of reality. At this moment, Fu Qianyi looked like a mental patient having an episode. Su Huanxi, looking frail and delicate, stubbornly glared at him, refusing to speak, tears welling in her eyes. Li Ma paced anxiously beside them, unsure how to intervene, as she didn't know the truth. Lin Huixing, watching the table laden with dishes, felt a sense of impending doom. "Say it. Just say it." Lin Huixing strained her eyes wide. All Su Huanxi had to say was, "He's my brother," to momentarily calm that lunatic Fu Qianyi down, and then he wouldn't throw the plates right. But just as Lin Huixing thought this, Fu Qianyi, not disappointing her, cleared the table directly. He wasn't willing to actually hit Su Huanxi. Seeing her glaring at him without any explanation, in a fit of rage, he lowered his head and swept his arm across the table. Smash, crash, clatterbang. Those dozens of plates and bowls shattered into countless pieces, just like Lin. The greasy dishes spilled all over the floor, soaking and soiling a large area. Amidst the deafening noise, Su Huanxi and Li Ma were frozen in shock. Only Lin Huixing stared at the mess. Her eyes reddened. "Damn it, you beast. I was supposed to get off work today. I was just an hour away from clocking out. You've just added extra work for me. Fu Qianyi, you." The working woman's resentment could pierce the heavens. Lin Huixing even felt a bit of blame towards Su Huanxi. It was just one sentence, why wouldn't she say it? Why let Fu Qianyi act like a madman? Before Li Ma could react, Lin Huixing almost involuntarily whooshed over to them, crouched down, and resignedly began. Internally, she started cursing. Lunatics, a pair of crazy fools. One won't give trust, and throws a fit the other can't even be bothered to explain. Just say he's your brother, your cousin. Would it kill you? As she fumed, she didn't notice Fu Qian'ai and Su Huanxi simultaneously freeze. They both looked at each other, confusion flickering in their eyes. Who's speaking? Su Huanxi's face flushed. Though she didn't know where the voice came from, it was clearly cursing her and Fu Qian'ai. She had refused to clarify because of Fu Chunye's misunderstanding, but now she realized it was indeed a simple matter of one sentence. Fu Qian'ai also snapped back to reality and asked hesitantly, he's your brother. Su Huanxi awkwardly confirmed, my cousin came to bring me strawberries from his farm. Fu Qian'ai was nearly amused. Then why didn't you just tell me that then? A flash of annoyance crossed Su Huanxi's face. She didn't know how to explain. At the time, Fu Qian'ai was acting crazy, pressing her for answers, and she, feeling stubborn, had decided not to say it just to spite him. But now, suddenly clear-headed, she worried, what if that lunatic Fu Qian'ai caused trouble for her cousin without investigating? But earlier someone had spoken. She and Fu Qian'ai instinctively looked at Lin Huixing, who was cleaning the floor. Lin Huixing, hearing Fu Qian'ai suddenly say, he's your brother, perked up her ears. Wait, how did this lunatic figure it out? Did he investigate privately? If he investigated, why did he throw a tantrum, making me clean up all this mess? Su Huanxi instinctively looked at Fu Qian'ai. For some reason, looking at the face she once feared, now seeing his livid and stifled expression, she couldn't help it. She laughed. Seeing Su Huanxi smile, Fu Qian'ai would usually feel relieved. But this time he looked as grim as if he had lost his parents, his face heavy like attending a funeral. He lifted his chin and asked Li Ma, who is she? Noting his hostile expression, Li Ma answered cautiously, she's the hourly worker I hired Xiao Lin. She's the top-rated cleaner on their website, and she truly does an excellent job. Fu Qian'ai looked at Lin Huixing, who dared not raise her head from the floor, and let out a sinister chuckle. He raised his chin, looking at Li Ma, am very dissatisfied with her work. Deduct half her wages. Clatter. The broken plate in Lin Huixing's hand dropped again. Shattered beyond repair, just like her heart, irreparable. Li Ma was stunned. This young master, what did Xiao Lin do wrong? Fu Qian'ai, she did everything wrong. Lin Huixing, what kind of beast are you? Fu Qian'ai flew into a rage. Deduct another third. Lin Huixing. She completely collapsed on the floor, not caring about the dirt. A look of utter despair on her face, like a fragile little flower battered by wind and rain, swaying precariously, appearing even more miserable than Su Huanxi. Li Ma, what exactly did I do wrong to displease the young master? In the Fu family courtyard, Lin Huixing's eyes brimmed with tears, poised to weep even more pitifully than Su Huanxi if Li Ma would only say the word. Li Ma felt a pang of reluctance as well. I don't know Xiao Lin. Perhaps the young master has just been in a foul mood these past few days. It was plain to all that he and Su Huanxi had just quarreled. Clinging to her last shred of hope, Lin Huixing said, but we signed a contract. I earn 1,000 an hour, and we operate by the book. Knowing this to be true, Li Ma looked at her with pity. Xiao Lin, I understand your point, but the contract states that if the employer is dissatisfied, we have the right to withhold wages. It's not that I'm unwilling, but the young master. I'm not the one paying you either. In other words, unless Fu Qian'ai relented, the money was as good as gone. After all, the wages came from the Fu family. Lin Huixing's expression was as if struck by lightning, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She had genuinely toiled for hours only to receive a third of her due pay. She itched to leap up and chop Fu Qian'ai down with her bare hands. Li Ma, witnessing Lin Huixing's distress, felt a twinge of sympathy, but she couldn't overrule Fu Qian'ai in the household. She could only shake her head with a sigh and walk away. How could Fu Qian'ai be like this? It was only then that Lin Huixing heard the system's belated voice, and she immediately flared up. Where have you been? I want to ask. I work so hard to meet your standards, and yet Fu Qian'ai can just dock my pay on a whim. Is there no law? Is there no justice? There was a glitch in the data. I went back to patch it up, which is why I'm late. On the matter of the wage deduction, the system was just as indignant as Lin Huixing. Fu Qian'ai is, after all, an erratic madman. He's actually one of the more manageable ones among your upcoming task targets. Honestly, it's a tough spot. He holds all the cards around here. If he doesn't dock your pay, what if he decides not to have you come back next time? Docking the pay is indeed outrageous. There won't be a next time. If there is, ill. Lin Huixing looked at it with hope. You'll compensate me. The system fumed. I'll post Fu Qian'ai's phone number on a gay porn site. Lin Huixing. It sounded a bit cowardly, but it was indeed a rather nasty trick. Noted. Next time, that's what the system would do. Are you Miss Lin? A familiar voice came from behind. Lin Huixing turned around. It was Su Huanxi. Admittedly, even the fiercest anger tends to subside when faced with someone so beautiful. Yet the sting of the deducted wages still fueled Lin Huixing's resentment. But remembering that this woman was Fu Qian'ai's girlfriend and the current female lead, she lowered her head demurely. Miss Su, you're too kind. Just call me Xiao Lin. Calm down, absolutely stay calm. This is that lunatic Fu Qinye's fault, not Su Wance's. She's a pitiful soul too. Don't displace your anger. Breathe. Huff. Puff. Lin Huixing desperately tried to soothe herself internally. She noticed a profound astonishment in Su Wance's eyes, though she couldn't fathom its cause. Su Wance, troubled by Fu Qinye's actions, said, Miss Lin, I know this is Fu Qinye's fault. It started because of me, and I'm truly sorry it fell on you. How about this? They'll reimburse you for the wages Fu Qinye docked. Lin Huixing's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Miss Su, you're too generous. This isn't really your fault. How could I? Bank transfer works fine. Oh my god, no wonder she's the beautiful and kind White Lotus heroine. Look at her moral integrity, her character. She's leagues ahead of Fu Qinye. How does that madman even have the nerve to pester her? Don't worry, when no one's around, he'll definitely put a sack over his head and beat that beast. Su Huanci was puzzled as to why she could hear this girl's inner thoughts, but hearing the relentless praise, she felt a rare wave of shyness. She almost blurted out, "You're too kind," in response. But since the matter wasn't resolved yet, she smiled and asked, meeting Lin Huixing's sparkling, expectant gaze, "So what's your rate for this visit to the Fu residence?" Lin Huixing quickly replied, "I charge 1,000 an hour. I've worked 15 hours, so that's 15,000 total. The young master docked 2/3, so Li Ma said I'd get 5,000. As for the rest." She watched helpless as Su Wance's smile froze on her delicate face with each word she spoke. At that moment, a desolate wind seemed to blow between them. Lin Huixing suddenly remembered. Su Wance had no money. Whatever she spent was covered by Fu Qinye. Any wages she earned were immediately swindled away by her gambling addict father or extorted by her spineless mother and useless brother. She could barely keep a little for emergencies. How could she possibly afford to compensate Lin Huixing 1,000 yuan? Su Wance had never imagined that a part-time cleaner could charge such exorbitant rates. Were there really such expensive cleaners on the market? As Su Wance's face paled in shock, Lin Huixing stiffly added, "Miss Su, I'm a top-tier cleaner in this industry, so my rates are." Su Wance recalled how Lin Huixing, despite her sour expression, had indeed cleaned up Fu Qinye's overturned dishes meticulously. She acknowledged the girl's professional competence, but the money. Her face flushed red, and she couldn't bring herself to renege on her word. She whispered, "Xiao Lin, don't worry. I will definitely find a way to make up that 1,000 yuan to you." Lin Huixing certainly couldn't pressure her. This White Lotus heroine would likely face a harsher time at home than she did. She just grumbled indignantly, "Miss Su, as the young master's girlfriend, doesn't he give you any money?" "He did actually, but Su Huanci refused it." Her expression hardened instantly. "Impossible. Su Huanci would rather jump from the top of this villa than use a single cent of Fu Qinye's money." Lin Huixing stared at her, a silent, mournful look that spoke volumes. "Foolish girl, you may not have spent his money, but your father's million-yuan gambling debts, your mother's job transfer, and your brother's school fees, all settled by Fu Qinye." Su Wance's face turned ashen. In an instant, embarrassment and shame washed over her, and she felt incredibly shameless for having uttered those words just moments ago. It was Fu Qinye who had always cleaned up her family's messes, which was precisely why she felt so constrained by him. She wished he hadn't, because it only made her parents more insatiably greedy. But then she heard Lin Huixing's indignant thoughts again. "But what's wrong with spending his money? That's not money. That's your compensation for emotional distress. With your looks, you could have any boyfriend you want. Dealing with a madman day in and day out, he should be paying you for it. He should be thanking his lucky stars he even has a girlfriend with a temper like his. What's a little money spent? You deserve it." Su Wance's eyes widened. She had never thought of it that way. Even though she and Fu Qinye weren't together by choice, that was how everyone outside perceived it. Being with Fu Qinye meant she was only after his money. Even Fu Qinye's inner circle said so. They called her pretentious, asking why she didn't just leave if she truly didn't want to be there. But where would she find such courage? She was always under her family's control and threatened by Fu Qinye. Even her ex-boyfriend's future hung on her every move. She couldn't harm so many people for her own selfishness. So she never spent Fu Qinye's money as if that could sever ties with him. But when Lin Huixing said that, she suddenly realized. Since it was already like this, and everyone believed she was with Fu Qinye for money, why not make it true? Of course, it was impossible for Su Huanci to change her mindset instantly. She was inherently kind and virtuous. But now, influenced by Lin Huixing, a vague notion seemed to stir in her mind, though she couldn't yet grasp what it was. Su Huanci looked at Lin Huixing, stammering, "Xiao Lin, you're right." Lin Huixing ga. What did she say? She had been heartbroken ever since Su Huanci declared she wouldn't spend Fu Qinye's money. What was she right about? Lin Huixing could scratch her head all she wanted, but never guessed that her inner thoughts could be heard. So she concluded, Su Huanci was probably driven a bit insane by Fu Qinye's torment. "What a sin, Fu Qinye, you beast. You're driving a perfectly good person mad." Su Huanxi coughed. Shaolin, I heard your name is Lin Huixing, a beautiful name. Can I call you Little Star from now on? Her voice was gentle and soft. Lin Huixing's anger subsided a bit. Fine, fine, Miss Su, call me whatever you like. If only that beast Fu Chainai would give me back my money. Su Huanxi was somewhat surprised. To be honest, Fu Chainai himself was handsome with outstanding external conditions. Young as he was the head of the Fu family, and outsiders called him the crown prince. Which woman wouldn't be attracted? This was also the main reason many people thought Su Huanxi didn't know what was good for her. Because of this, Su Huanxi had often been targeted by other women. It was rare to see someone who so openly detested Fu Chainai. What she couldn't figure out was why she could hear Lin Huixing's thoughts, and it seemed Fu Chainai could hear them too. It was because she cursed Fu Chainai that she got her wages docked. Thinking this, Su Huanxi said, "You can call me Huan Huan or Cici. They'll be staying at the Fu family villa for a few days." She could stay here for a few days because Fu Chainai would probably be suspicious about Lin Huixing. Su Huanxi didn't want him to harm Lin Huixing. She could divert Fu Qinye's attention to herself for a while. Lin Huixing didn't think much of it. She just sighed, what a sin. Su Huanxi. As Su Huanxi turned to leave, she suddenly thought of something and said to Lin Huixing, "They'll have Fu Chainai return the money he deducted." Lin Huixing's eyes lit up again with a bayou. She was overjoyed. "Thank you, Miss Su. Good, good, good. May good people, just for your kindness, if that beast Fu Chainai ever dares to hit you, I'll post his phone number on a gay porn site." Su Huanxi. She gave Lin Huixing a sweet smile, but as she turned, a hint of confusion crept in. Fu Qinye, though hot-tempered, would never resort to physical violence. Perhaps Lin Huixing thought Fu Chainai looked like the type to hit someone, and it was just a misunderstanding. Little did Su Huanxi know that she would indeed be beaten by Fu Chainai in the future, even forced to kneel outside during her postpartum confinement after an abortion, leaving her with lifelong ailments and suffering over a dozen slaps. Otherwise, why would Lin Huixing call Fu Chainai an ultimate beast? After Su Huanxi left, Lin Huixing couldn't help but sigh. The heroine is indeed kind and beautiful. I decide to forgive her future weakness. Her mission was also to gain the protagonist's approval. How exactly to get that approval Lin Huixing didn't know yet, and the system hadn't made it clear. She could only take it step by step and see if she could somehow reverse the harm Su Huanxi suffered and earn her gratitude. She would surely get approval then, wouldn't she? Her task at the Fu family was temporarily over for the day. Despite Fu Chainai being a beast, she still got the remaining 5,000. Holding high hopes for the remaining 10,000, Lin Huixing found a rental through an agent. Yes, the damn system only gave her a reasonable identity in this world, didn't even find her a basic place to live, and didn't provide room and board. No wonder it gave her all the money. It simply didn't want to provide after-sales service for transmigration. The Fu family was located in Sea City, the most powerful aristocratic family in the area. The other protagonists were scattered across the country, and some even came from abroad following the trend. It was said that among the protagonists there was even a foreign royal family. Who knew what absurd reasons the system would arrange to infiltrate them? The protagonists were some domineering, some outlaws, and some with a basket of mental disorders. In short, each had their own problems. There was no normal logic. For instance, Lin Huixing's wages being deducted by Fu Chainai without reason. In any ordinary place, calling the police would handle it right. Try calling the police in Sea City, and you'd find that Fu Qinye's people were everywhere. Even Su Huanxi, with the help of the second male lead in the future, couldn't escape his control. Lin Huixing, starting as a maid with no one's favor, couldn't afford to offend him. The reason for starting with Su Huanxi was that at least she was truly kind, so the initial pressure was lower. Lying in her newly rented house, Lin Huixing massaged her waist. "Oh, my waist is about to break." She had worked solidly for 2 days. How miserable. The system popped up at this moment. Rest assured, no matter how tired you are, we still have basic welfare guarantees. For example, your skin will always be smooth, never developing calluses. No matter how hard you work, you won't develop occupational diseases like other hourly workers who get herniated discs from long-term bending. You won't even drop dead from exhaustion. Isn't our system generous? Lin Huixing. Tears immediately came to her eyes. You are truly a beastly system. Wasn't this just treating the host like a donkey? Her tears had just fallen 2 drops when she quickly retracted them. Wait, you said he'll never die from overwork. Then when I'm not working as a maid, can I pick up a couple of side gigs? Money. You can never have too much. System. It was the first time it had seen a host so eager to treat themselves like a donkey. Compared to all these trivial matters, Lin Huixing was more concerned about her own life. Am I really going to be wandering right under the noses of these protagonists? They won't notice me, will they? Standing in front of the mirror, Lin Huixing scrutinized her face. To be honest, dressed in normal clothes, she looked like a cheerful and lively young beauty. Perhaps this face could attract the attention of a few characters. Lin Huixing thought narcissistically as she cradled her. The system calmly stated the emotional lines of the protagonists are mutually binding and no unexpected events will occur. We are not a system for pursuing the protagonist, so this has nothing to do with us. Just do your housekeeping well. The system's final tone even became somewhat stern, as if afraid Lin Huixing might entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Lin Huixing, nerve, have you even looked at how many normal people you arranged as protagonists? Casual abortion is severe enough to involve heart extraction. But your statement is very ambiguous. Have similar incidents occurred before? Otherwise the system wouldn't need to emphasize that it is just a housekeeping system. The system fell into a strange silence, and then admitted yes, there have been similar hosts in the past, but don't worry, she has already been killed by one of the protagonists. Upon mentioning this, its tone became lively. Lin Huixing, what kind of protagonists are these? After experiencing food chain I and Su Huanxi, Lin Huixing just wanted to be a good hourly worker. Having worked hard all day and being called up early by Mama Li to continue laboring, Lin Huixing lay in bed after dinner feeling as if she had passed away on the spot. Awakened by hunger at 6 o'clock the next morning as she forced herself to get up to find food, the system suddenly said we have. Lin Huixing paused while buying buns. Isn't there only food chain I and Su Huanxi as protagonists in Sea City for the time being? That's correct, but there are transient protagonists arriving in Sea City, namely Su Mian and Lan Yezhou. This. Lin Huixing, biting into a bun, couldn't help but bite her tongue. She cursed while sticking out her tongue. What's the situation with these two now? The system, they'll be rolling in the sheets this afternoon. Wow, right in Sea City. Lin Huixing, who was initially uninterested, perked up immediately. What time is my work? Can I still make it to see it live? The system, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you won't make it. You can only go clean up after these two. Lin Huixing, if there were a few likable protagonists, there really weren't even two. Lin Huixing didn't know how the system selected the so-called protagonists, but each one had their own unique flaws. Su Mian, true to her name, was soft and gentle, appearing to be a good person. But appearances can be deceiving. She had been childhood friends with Lan Yezhou, believing she should marry him when she grew up. Unfortunately, Lan Yezhou always treated her like a sister and showed no romantic interest. Today, after his goddess announced she would go abroad, Lan Yezhou drank until he passed out at noon. Su Mian took care of him, and at that moment Lan Yezhou couldn't help but roll in the sheets with her. After waking up, Lan Yezhou deeply regretted it, but had to take responsibility. Thus began a melodramatic story where one didn't love the other, but had to be together while the other was determined to make the first fall in love, only to part sorrowfully in the end. At this moment, Lan Yezhou suddenly realized and began a frantic chase to win back his wife. Of course, with just a few casual remarks, they had several years' worth of development. Everything was just beginning. Lin Huixing felt that these two were quite ridiculous, always mentioning their goddess right in front of her and referring to Su Mian as my sister without any sense of boundaries. They often hugged and cuddled, claiming their sibling bond was strong. No wonder his goddess looked down on him and went abroad. Su Mian was the same. She knew Lan Yezhou had no interest in her and that he liked other girls, even having a girlfriend. On the surface, she would say she wouldn't hinder Lan Yezhou from dating, but in reality, she would call him for the smallest things like feeling unwell or having her period, acting as if she had no parents. In the end, she could even pitifully say, I know you don't like me, it's all my choice, and then leave sorrowfully with a child. She wouldn't even consider an abortion. Years later, as Lan Yezhou was about to marry, she returned with a child, making things awkward. She would say that it was fine for the child to not have a father, but as soon as Lan Yezhou approached, she would start to complain, saying how much suffering she endured to have the child. Did Lan Yezhou hold a gun to your head to make you give birth? Who wouldn't say to just lock in their fated pair and stop harming others? One was a scumbag, the other a shameless woman, both willing to take the abuse. Yet they could still pull together a book. Lin Huixing really thought the author had a problem. Of course, from the perspective of the protagonists written by the author, their love was misunderstood by others. But in the eyes of a normal person like Lin Huixing, it was simply absurd. Lin Huixing couldn't stop the development of the plot, but she could go to the scene to watch the show. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she arrived at the location of the order. The order was placed by Lan Yezhou's family. This house in Sea City was bought for Lan Yezhou, making it convenient for him to have a place to stay when he flew around the country. Don't ask, just know it's a wealthy person's sin. Her sudden visit as a part-time worker was not anticipated by the two, just finished rolling in the sheets. After entering with the code given by the Lan family, Lin Huixing started cleaning from the outside. Despite her eyes glancing towards the bedroom door, the two seemed to have just finished their business and showed no signs of getting up. The system couldn't stand it anymore. What are you so curious about? Aren't you afraid of getting a sty? Lin Huixing, you're talking nonsense. At least they are the male and female leads. How could their looks be bad? Although she said that there was still some movement in the bedroom. When Su Mian opened the door, she happened to see a girl in cleaning clothes in the living room, and their eyes met. Su Mian let out a scream. At that moment, she was only wearing a bathrobe, thinking there was no one outside. Lin Huixing looked at Su Mian's slender figure with some exasperation. Miss, we are both women. Is it really necessary? Su Mian looked like a startled little rabbit panicking as she looked at Lin Huixing. Why you? Who are you? She did indeed live up to her name, looking exceedingly soft. Her speech was delicate, and if Lin Huixing hadn't seen the plot she would have found it hard to dislike such a girl. Hence she now looked at Su Mian with a complex expression. I am the Gold Star hourly worker hired by Mr. Lon to clean this room. But Mr. Lon told me that there shouldn't be anyone in this room for the time being. Mr. Lon is Lon Ye's father. Su Mian's gaze was somewhat evasive and awkward. She had been lost in the sweetness of her time with Lon Yejo, but now seeing this unfamiliar cleaner her mind snapped back to reality as if doused with cold water. She realized her presence here today was somewhat taking advantage of the situation. Yet she was reluctant to leave just like that. Forcing a faint smile at Lin Huixing, she turned and went into the bedroom. She closed the door behind her, leaving Lin Huixing curious but unable to see anything. After busying herself for a while, just as she was switching to the vacuum cleaner, the bedroom door suddenly swung open. A handsome man strode out, furiously pulling on his coat. Su Mian, have you no self-respect? You knew I was drunk, so why did you follow me into my room? Lin Huixing's eyes widened in shock. The male and female leads were indeed a stunningly beautiful couple, easy on the eyes, but spewing such heartless words was utterly wrong of him. Su Mian, now dressed in normal clothes, emerged with tear-filled eyes. I was just worried about you. Lon Yejo had already noticed Lin Huixing. Perhaps Mr. Lon had informed her or Su Mian had mentioned it, but they paid the cleaner no mind. Lon Yejo looked at Su Mian with exasperation. Why were you worried? You knew I was drunk and still followed me. What were you scheming? You climbed into my bed while I was drunk. Su Mian, you're truly despicable. Lin Huixing was taken aback. She had just been thinking Su Mian brought this on herself. But upon seeing Lon Yejo berate the young woman so harshly, she realized he was the real scoundrel. Lin Huixing abruptly switched on the vacuum cleaner. A loud noise instantly filled the room. Amidst the clamor, Lon Yejo and Su Mian suddenly heard a voice. Idiots. A truly drunk man can't get it up. Now you're blaming the victim and playing the accuser. How vicious. Lon Yejo and Su Mian were speechless. The words were muffled by the noise, but they both clearly saw that neither of them had spoken. The source was a mystery. Emboldened by the voice, Su Mian asked softly, Brother Yejo, were you really drunk? If he had been, how could he have done those things to her? Lon Yejo was humiliated and enraged, as if his secret had been exposed. He glared at Lin Huixing. It's too noisy. Startled, Lin Huixing instinctively turned off the vacuum. She looked at them innocently. Is something the matter? My God, this is as absurd as my grandma's socks. Are you out of your mind? I haven't said a word. If the vacuum is too loud, then get out, and let me finish cleaning in peace. This time Lon Yejo and Su Mian saw it clearly. Lin Huixing's lips didn't move, but the strange voice appeared again, and she was the only outsider in the room. The situation was so bizarre that Lon Yejo and Su Mian just stared at Lin Huixing at a loss for words. Feeling their gaze prickling her skin, Lin Huixing shrank back slightly. I'm sorry, sir, miss. Am I being too noisy? Internally she was screaming at the system. Didn't you say the protagonist wouldn't notice me under normal circumstances? Why is this lunatic picking on me like Food Chain I does? The system tried to soothe her. Don't panic. Normally they wouldn't. Maybe you just had the vacuum on too loud. Lin Huixing was speechless. She quietly turned off the vacuum, planning to clean elsewhere. But her desperate call to the system had gone unheard by the two leads, who now watched her move away. They exchanged a look, the earlier interruption leaving them both feeling awkward. Su Mian bit her lip, a look of melancholy on her face. I know you're upset that Sister Leah left. I saw you were so drunk I was worried something might happen to you, so I followed. What happened today, I don't blame you, and I don't need you to take responsibility. Seeing Su Mian's tearful, wronged expression, Lon Yejo felt a stir in his heart, his resolve softening slightly. But thinking of Leah leaving today and Su Mian taking advantage of his vulnerability, he felt a nameless anger he couldn't vent. It was perhaps anger at his own actions. He shouldn't have done this. He thought of their long history together, having always seen Su Mian as a sister. He had been drunk today, but that strange voice was right. A truly drunk man can't get it up. When she had arrived and comforted him, something, perhaps the alcohol-induced impulse, had taken over, and he had pressed her on. But why hadn't Su Mian resisted? Lon Yejo felt a flash of anger again. If she had resisted, he could have found an excuse for his actions, or even stopped. It was all Su Mian's fault for not resisting. But the deed was done, and he couldn't deny it. He sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and was just starting to think when the sound of the vacuum cleaner suddenly roared from the bedroom. Lon Yejo's eyelid twitched. The mood was completely ruined. He looked at Su Mian in frustration. I will take responsibility. Let's get engaged. Su Mian looked up in disbelief, a small spark of light flickering in the depths of her eyes. Really? Brother Yejo? But seeing the unreadable expression on Lon Yejo's face, she understood he wasn't doing this willingly. She lowered her head, her heart bitter, but her voice steady as she suppressed her grievance. It's okay. I told you I won't make you take responsibility, and I won't tell anyone. Lan Yezhou felt a surge of irritation. Enough. It's decided. He'll discuss it with my parents and yours. He stood up looking down at her. This fulfills your dream, doesn't it? So he had known all along. Tears welled up in Su Mian's eyes instantly, making her look utterly pitiful. Her red rabbit-like eyes made Lan Yezhou even more annoyed. He didn't want to face it, so he got up to leave. But as he was going, he saw Lin Huixing, who was cleaning inside, curiously poke her head out only to quickly retract it when she met his gaze. Lan Yezhou frowned. You're the cleaner my father hired. Lin Huixing lowered her head demurely. Yes, Master Lan. Lan Yezhou sneered. I'm very dissatisfied with you. He'll have my father dock your pay. With that he stormed off, leaving Lin Huixing behind, her eyes wide as if struck by lightning. Her body went limp and she collapsed to the floor. For Lin Huixing, the sky had fallen. You only told me I needed to earn the approval of these people, she thought. But you didn't tell me that these protagonists are all utterly insane. Well, what did I do wrong? Lin Huixing, clutching a mop with a dazed expression, mentally wailed at the system. I was just cleaning here, what did I do wrong? Su Mian only saw Lin Huixing's blank look, but she could also hear the mournful cries echoing in her mind. Although she couldn't make out the exact words, she could tell Lin Huixing was cursing her and Lan Yezhou. Mostly Lan Yezhou. Su Mian felt a bit embarrassed. She vaguely understood that Lan Yezhou might have heard Lin Huixing's thoughts and flew into a rage, though he said nothing on the surface. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mian approached and said, Hello, it's because of me today? Brother Yezhou might be upset. How much for your cleaning work? He'll compensate you. Lin Huixing's eyes lit up again. Unlike Su Huanxi, Su Mian was genuinely wealthy, having grown up alongside Lan. To appear dignified, Lin Huixing plastered a polite, fake smile on her face. Oh, miss, how could I accept this? I must have done something to displease the young master. It's all part of my duty as a service worker. Even as she spoke, she was already pulling out her phone to show her QR code. Even the system couldn't stand it. Could you at least put on a better act? Lin Huixing was overjoyed. See, the female lead is definitely more sensible than the male lead. Even if Su Mian's actions are a bit off, she doesn't look like a green tea bitch at all. She's so cute. Su Mian froze. Green tea bitch. She knew what that meant. It was an insult. But she never imagined the term would. Her face flushed crimson as she stared wide-eyed at Lin Huixing, wondering why such thoughts were directed at her. Did Lin Huixing know her? Seeing Su Mian suddenly look at her with red-rimmed eyes on the verge of tears, Lin Huixing's heart skipped a beat. It's just a bit of money, why does she look like it's killing her? Su Mian snapped back to reality, scanned the QR code, and forced a smile. How much? Lin Huixing replied politely. 8,000 an hour, I took a 3-hour job. Su Mian paid her 3,000. With money in hand, Lin Huixing naturally refrained from speaking ill of Su Mian, though she felt a pang of regret. She seemed like such a nice girl, just like Su Huanxi, she thought. Why does she turn into a green tea bitch the moment she's around that idiot Lan Yezhou? Su Mian felt even more aggrieved. She'd paid the girl, yet she was still being called a green tea bitch. What did she do to deserve that? But Su Mian dared not reveal that she could hear Lin Huixing's thoughts. Desperate to change her impression, she thought of Lan Yezhou, who had just left, and spoke up pitifully. Brother Yezhou and I grew up together. We've never been apart our whole lives. I've always considered him my closest family. Her tearful expression seemed to be a plea for understanding regarding what had just happened. Lin Huixing was baffled. Why is she telling me this? It had nothing to do with her. But she still put on a surprised smile. Really? Did you two just have a fight? She looked like the perfect gossip-loving bystander and a caring cleaning lady at the same time. Meanwhile, she mused to herself, tisk tisk tsk. I get that you're childhood sweethearts, but that's no excuse for lacking boundaries. What normal girl would keep pestering a guy who has a girlfriend for every little thing? Aren't you worried about how his girlfriend feels? Su Mian's eyes widened in shock. It dawned on her that she had been stuck in a misconception all along. Because she had grown up with Lan Yezhou and their bond was so close, she had become overly dependent on him. This led her to turn to him for everything. She had occasionally realized her behavior was problematic, especially when she had faced Lan Yezhou's girlfriend, but those girlfriends never said a word, just glared at her. And Lan Yezhou always showed how much he cared for her, and she, basking in his sweet responses, subconsciously ignored these red flags. Now that Lin Huixing had pointed it out, no wonder she thought she was a green tea bitch. But how did Lin Huixing know all this? Su Mian's face grew even redder. Her intentions weren't malicious, she just couldn't bear to be apart from Lan Yezhou, so she tried everything to get his attention. It was as if she was born solely for Lan Yezhou. Without him, would her life even have meaning? Su Mian didn't know. Su Mian's lips turned pale, and she looked frighteningly unwell. Lin Huixing, worried that her words had hit a nerve, asked cautiously, Miss, are you all right? If she faints now, will that beast Lan Yezhou come back and blame me? Su Mian's eyelashes fluttered, and she quickly said, after all, this was Lan Yezhou's home. She had lost her innocence here, and instead of receiving comfort, she was being called a green tea bitch. Su Mian was filled with grievances she couldn't voice. Lin Huixing's words made her want to go back to her parents. At least they would always be on her side. As she turned to gather her things, Lin Huixing's gaze suddenly flickered to her belly. What a sin. Who knew a single time would result in this? Not even graduated from college, and she's about to have a baby. Su Mian's entire body trembled. She instinctively turned to look at Lin Huixing. Feeling unnerved by the stare, Lin Huixing asked cautiously, "Miss, are you sure you're okay? These protagonists really do have mental issues that come and go." Su Mian's face turned pale. She got pregnant from just that one time. How was that possible? How could Lin Huixing know? Su Mian's mind was in a whirl. She didn't know who Lin Huixing was, or why she could hear her thoughts. But she knew that if she was pregnant, Lan Yezhou would definitely take responsibility. If his parents found out, the engagement might even be turned into a wedding. But Lan Yezhou was still so young. Would he be willing to be tied down? He was already unhappy about what happened today. If she got pregnant, he would definitely think she was deliberately trying to trap him with a child. At this moment, Su Mian was thinking only of Lan Yezhou's interests, so she didn't even consider keeping the child. Summoning her courage, she spoke to Lin Huixing. "Could you go downstairs and buy me some emergency contraception? He'll pay you extra for the trouble." Lin Huixing was stunned. Wait a minute, this wasn't how the story was supposed to go. In the original story, there was no scene of Su Mian buying birth control pills. She had never even considered it. That was why, after months of turmoil and her quiet departure, she only discovered her pregnancy later. By then, the pregnancy was already far along. Despite her hesitation, Su Mian chose to keep the child. At this moment, nothing was certain yet. With no child on the horizon, taking the pill would surely prevent any pregnancy. But why did Su Mian suddenly think of this? Lin Huixing didn't know, but she was overjoyed. Why have children at such a young age? It only harms one's body. Su Mian hadn't even graduated from university. Lin Huixing agreed. She went downstairs to buy the pills for Su Mian, asking the system, "I didn't miss any plot points, right? This wasn't in the original story, was it?" Buying the pills was a pivotal moment, yet the original text never mentioned it, proving Su Mian truly never bought them. So why did she think of it this time? The system was utterly useless, I don't know. Although big data development doesn't err, discrepancies in details are possible. Authors often retcon things. Maybe she gets pregnant later, not from this encounter. Really? Lin Huixing was skeptical. She felt the system was profoundly unreliable in some ways. The system fumed. "You dare doubt a great housekeeping system? Would the system lie?" "No," Lin Huixing replied. All right. She went downstairs, bought the pills at the pharmacy, and returned to pour Su Mian a glass of water, kindly adding, "Taking medicine isn't great for women, so you shouldn't rely on it long term. If that bastard Lan Yezhou wants to avoid it, let him get a vasectomy. A permanent solution." Su Mian nearly spat out the water she had just drunk. She coughed a couple of times before shyly saying, "What happened with Brother Yezhou was an accident. There won't be a next time." Lin Huixing gave her a meaningful look. "Do you even believe that yourself?" In the original story, Lan Yezhou and Su Mian indeed had few encounters, as they often quarreled, but Lan Yezhou had forced himself on her several times against her will. It was impressive that such treatment hadn't caused Su Mian to lose the child. Su Mian was speechless. Too embarrassed to discuss the topic further, she whispered after taking the pill, "Miss Lin, could you keep today's events to yourself?" Although Lin Huixing was just a housekeeper, Su Mian felt she would see her often, especially since she could hear her inner thought. "Of course, I'm a professional." Lin Huixing mimed, zipping her lips, and flashed a standard smile. How could she ever dare to divulge the protagonist's secrets? Everyone involved was a lawless renegade who she wasn't tired of living. After Su Mian left, Lin Huixing still cleaned Lan Yezhou's house. After all, she was paid by Lan Yezhou's father. Although that bastard Lan Yezhou might dock her wages, Su Mian had paid her directly, so she still had extra left over. No loss at all. With the day's earnings, Lin Huixing rushed out after work to buy a better smartphone. The system's irresponsibility showed in every aspect. Even the phone it provided was a broken second-hand one. Browsing Weibo at night was laggy, something a modern person accustomed to high-end tech couldn't tolerate. The system remarked, "You really never shortchange yourself." Lin Huixing retorted confidently, "Why earn all this money if not to spend it?" Only at such moments did she feel the satisfying fruit of her hard work. But she didn't discard the old phone either. Earning well didn't mean wasting. After buying the new phone, Lin Huixing wandered. It was then, amid the bustling crowd and the inviting aroma of food wafting from restaurants, that she felt the tangible reality of living in another world. In her past life, she had no parents and no attachments. Though her death was sudden, it was painless, opening her eyes to a second chance at life. What could be better than that? Even if she was just a housekeeper now, hovering near the protagonist seemed dangerous, but she was merely a maid. That was still better than being a cannon fodder trampled by the leads. But being on the fringe had its perks. The plot surrounding the protagonist would inevitably come to her. She found a restaurant and was happily devouring hot pot, sweating profusely from the spice, when she suddenly overheard someone mentioning Su Huanzi's name. Brother Zhou, did Su Huanzi really date you before? Lin Huixing's eyes widened in surprise. She instinctively glanced back and saw it was the table diagonally behind her. But the group was too engrossed in their gossip to notice Lin Huixing's reaction. The man called Brother Zhou, who looked ordinary, sneered. Yeah, I thought she was some pure and chaste woman, but she's just a gold digger. She dumped me when she found out I had no money. And now look, she's latched onto our young Master Fu. What a lucky bitch. The table was full of men, and they all laughed lewdly. One of them added, so who knows how Su Huanzi really got into our company? Lin Huixing felt disgusted. Su Huanzi had earned her position at Fu Qingyes' company purely on merit. That was why she ended up catching Fu Qingyes' unwanted attention after starting work. And this man named Zhou. Lin Huixing had a poor memory, but she had recently reviewed the plot and vaguely recalled one person surnamed Zhou who had been involved with Su Huanzi. The female lead always faced obstacles from various people, and spreading rumors was nothing new. At one point, Su Huanzi was branded a gold digger at the company, and the rumor eventually reached Fu Qingyes' ears. That lunatic without a second thought assumed Su Huanzi was flirting around the office. He never considered that his fearsome reputation would deter anyone from coveting his woman. After a period of torment, and when the misunderstanding was cleared, Fu Qingyes finally discovered it was a male employee surnamed Zhou who had started the rumors. The reason was that when Su Huanzi first joined the company, he had tried to pursue her, but she ignored him. Driven by his vile masculine pride, he resorted to slander. The rumors at the time were far more vicious than what was being said now, escalating to the point of calling Su Huanzi a slut. How disgusting was that? Lin Huixing listened quietly, pulling out her phone to start recording. When the men weren't looking, she discreetly activated the video recorder as well. Even if she wasn't aligned with the protagonist, she couldn't just stand by and watch a girl be slandered like this. She thought of Su Huanzi's gentle smile. It was truly tragic that such a girl had to endure this simply because she was the female lead. Someone with weaker mental fortitude might have jumped off a building by now. She recorded until those idiots finished their hot pot and left. Then the system abruptly notified Lin Huixing. Aunt Li has requested you again. Fu Qingyes' parents are arriving at the Fu residence tomorrow afternoon. Indeed, this event existed in the original book. However, many timelines in the book are unclear. The author cannot specify every single day. Often one can only estimate a rough time when the plot begins. Lin Huixing hadn't expected it to come so soon. Speaking of Fu Qingyes' arrogance, it must have something to do with his parents. But Fu Qingyes' mother could barely be considered half a normal person. The abnormal one was his father. His father was also accustomed to being domineering. Fu Qingyes' mother had little affection for his father. Theirs was a business marriage back then, so she took such matters lightly. They had rushed back this time upon hearing that Fu Qingyes had brought a woman home. Fu Qingyes' father simply disapproved of his son looking down on someone from a mismatched family background. Fu Qingyes' mother came merely to watch the excitement, not intending to intervene, but also not planning to help Fu Qingyes. Like a cliché in a story, Fu Qingyes' father dared to slap a check in front of Fu Qingyes and Su Huanzi. 5 million, leave my son. But Su Huanzi was that innocent White Lotus heroine. How stubborn she was. She stared defiantly at Fu Qingyes' father and said, do you think I care about your stinking money? Thus, she unexpectedly earned a second glance from Fu Qingyes' mother, though her second glance was of little consequence. At most, she only stepped in at the very end of the story to stop her son from continuing to torment Su Huanzi, granting Su Huanzi freedom. How foolish, young lady. If it were Lin Huixing, she would have definitely said, no, we're true love. Gotta raise the price. The Fu family's billions of assets. 5 million was outdated, a price from the last century's tycoons. Nowadays, without at least 500 million in breakup fees, how could one dare to show up and embarrass themselves? Such a tycoon should be exiled from the tycoon world. When Fu Qingyes' parents were about to arrive, Aunt Li called on Lin Huixing again. Lin Huixing thought Aunt Li was also a bit thick-headed, as she had just docked her pay and dared to call her again. Was the capitalist this shameless? But indeed the capitalist was that shameless, and Lin Huixing had no room to refuse. This time Aunt Li at least acted humanely. Knowing her young master was a lunatic, she had the butler pay 2/3 of Lin Huixing's wages in advance, keeping the remaining third for fear that Lin Huixing wouldn't show up after receiving the money. Did Lin Huixing have the guts? The next day she appeared punctually at the Fu villa in her jade green housekeeping uniform. Seeing Lin Huixing, Aunt Li smiled warmly. Little Lin. Rubbing her hands, Aunt Li also felt a bit embarrassed. Having just docked her pay and now calling her again. But under the system's compulsion, Lin Huixing maintained professionalism. She put on a hypocritical smile. Aunt Li, where should I clean today? Today just clean some small corners. Mainly I think you're dexterous and want you to help me in the kitchen. Our madam is picky about food and has a more severe cleanliness obsession than the young master. Lin Huixing pretended to ask curiously, are Mr. Fu and Mrs. Fu coming today as well? Madam Nangong. Aunt Lee suddenly became serious and whispered, "Little Lin, our madam, doesn't like being called Mrs. Fu. Just call her madam. If you need to add a surname, it must be Nangong." Lin Huixing suddenly understood. Madam Nangong. The name was quite fashionable. She remembered that in the original novel, Fu Qinyes' mother was a strong woman who had always managed her own family's business. Indeed, she rarely involved herself in the Fu family's affairs, leaving everything to her husband and son. Her family was also a renowned and prestigious clan, but the author hadn't written the specifics of how prestigious. So it was the awesome surname Nangong. Indeed, it sounded like it came from a great family. Okay, Aunt Lee, I understand. Aunt Lee truly liked and cared for Lin Huixing. Apart from her excellent work ethic, she was honest and didn't talk much, yet she still had her wages unjustly docked by the young master. Aunt Lee viewed Lin Huixing through a very rosy lens. As Lin Huixing busied herself, Fu Qianai and Su Huanxi returned. Perhaps after the incident 2 days ago, Su Huanxi had thought things through or something. They seemed to be getting along better, at least no longer speaking with daggers drawn, and Su Huanxi even had a hint of a smile on her face. Lin Huixing and Aunt Lee were working in the kitchen. Neither knew that Lin Huixing was there. After a while, the butler came to report, "Young master, Miss Su, Mr. and Madam have arrived." Fu Qianai had already received the news, so he showed no surprise. But Su Huanxi's expression shifted noticeably. Meeting Fu Qinyes' parents. Fu Qianai could tell what she was thinking from her expression. Rarely he had a moment of conscience and said, "Don't worry, my parents aren't the type to make things difficult. They'll handle everything." But Su Huanxi wasn't thinking about that. She didn't want to meet Fu Qinyes' parents now. She and Fu Qianai hadn't even sorted out anything between them, and now she had to meet his parents. But since the parents had already arrived, Su Huanxi couldn't say much. Just then Mr. Fu and Madam Nangong arrived. The two walked in from outside. Fu Qinyes' father Fu Bingxing was over 40, but still handsome and dignified. After all, he was the father of a tycoon himself in his youth. But compared to his wife Madam Nangong, he was a mere candle to the sun. Madam Nangong was also 45 this year, yet she had a face that completely defied age. With exquisite sophisticated makeup, she wore a fitted black long dress and a small hat. She walked with elegant gentle sway, exuding a beauty that could topple cities. Only her mature aura hinted that she and Fu Bingxing were not from the same generation. Even Su Huanxi was astonished. Fu Bingxing caught sight of Su Huanxi the moment he entered. He openly showed his displeasure first with a Lin Huixing only realized that Fu Qinyes' parents might have arrived when the atmosphere in the house turned tense. Her curiosity itched, and she desperately wanted to watch the drama. When Aunt Lee asked her to serve 2 cups of tea to Fu Qinyes' parents, she carried the tray out and happened to witness the grand family drama playing out in the living room. How could a woman like you ever enter the Fu family's gates? 5 million, leave my son. Wow. Compared to the original novel, the price had gone up. It seemed the plot had kept up with the times too. Fu Qianai frowned. "Dad, why are you meddling in my affairs with Su Huanxi?" Su Huanxi's eyes widened, biting her lip. She felt that Fu Bingxing was insulting her character. She looked at him with a determined gaze, about to utter the resounding phrase, "Who cares about your family's stinking money?" Then she heard a voice from the side. "Foolish girl, you can take the 5 million and run away from Fu Qianai. Where else would you find such a good deal?" Su Huanxi. Her firm resolve suddenly wavered. Fu Qianai knew at once from the sound that an uninvited guest had arrived. Moreover, Su Huanxi's expression clearly showed hesitation. Fu Qianai glared furiously at the Lin Huixing beside him. Why was that damn cleaner here? If Lin Huixing could hear Fu Qinyes' words, she would definitely correct him. She wasn't a cleaner, she was a premium hourly worker. Fu Qinyes so ignorant. Lin Huixing was bewildered because she only saw Fu Bingxing say those words, Su Huanxi pondering something, and then Fu Qinyes' fierce glare directed at her. "Psycho. Why don't you glare at your real dad instead of your fake dad?" Fu Qianai held his breath, then looked at Su Huanxi, becoming even more furious. "You're not tempted, are you? With me, how many 50 million can't you spend? Why must you care about this petty gain?" Su Huanxi. "Is that the question of 50 million? Isn't it that your dad can make me leave?" Unfortunately, she was torn, biting her lip, hesitating. Fu Bingxing, seeing himself flaunting the arrogance of a rich dad only to be undercut by his own son, pointed at him and scolded, "There are so many women in the world, why must you like her?" Originally, he wouldn't be this worried, but indeed, as Li Ma said, in 27 years, Fu Qianai had brought a woman home for the first time. No one else felt a sense of crisis, but Fu Bingxing, as the father did. If only Fu Qianai had set his sights on a wealthy heiress with profitable connections, but instead it was a pitiful girl with a gambling father, a weak mother, and a useless brother. Education. Well, a degree from a top university counts as impressive, but how is that enough? No network at all. And when she first arrived, she even gave his son a cold shoulder. How dare she? Fu Bingxing naturally disagreed. Fu Qianye, after all, was a tycoon in every sense, and he was also a tycoon toward his own father. He crossed his arms and sneered at Fu Bingxing. What kind of woman I like is that any of your business? To be honest, Fu Bingxing didn't really have the right to control Fu Qianai. Fu Qianyes' current twisted personality was largely due to Fu Bingxing. Since childhood, he had never paid much attention to Fu Qianyes' psychological education, only raising him as the heir of the Fu family without giving him any parental love. Of course, the fact that Fu Qianai was an idiot was true. You? Fu Bingxing pointed a finger at Fu Qianye, his face flushed red, about to curse, unfilial son. Fu Qianyes' biological mother Nangong, Yin, sat there leisurely watching the drama. Seeing the two men at daggers drawn about to come to blows, she only wore a faint smile on her lips, without any intention of mediating. Lin Huixing, on the other hand, was somewhat stunned by Nangong Yin. She knew that the novel world was full of beauties, but a mature, charming beauty like Nangong Yin was truly rare. Just sitting there, she was a feast for the eyes. Being an hourly worker had its perks. No need for direct contact with the protagonists, and one could feast their eyes on those beautiful faces every day. Seeing such beauty daily was very beneficial to Lin Huixing's physical and mental health. Fu Bingxing, seeing that he had no authority left in front of his son, tried to gain leverage over Fu Qianai from another angle. Fu Qianye, don't think that just because you hold half the power in the group you can talk to me like this. Your father is not dead yet. That was a veiled threat, wasn't it? Lin Huixing couldn't help scratching her chin. Nuts, it's just a relationship. These two might not even end up together. What are you angry about? Besides, how can a man who keeps a bastard child outside have the nerve to say that? Fu Qianai and Su Wansi's eyes widened in shock. Bastard? My dad has a bastard. Fu Qianyes' dad has a bastard. Neither the male lead nor the female lead knew this, not even Nangong Yin. Because although both of them had their own lovers outside, they had long agreed that they would never produce a bastard child to affect Fu Qianyes' inheritance rights. Neither male nor female. But Fu Bingxing really did have a bastard child, even registered under someone else's name, hidden well for so many years. In the latter part of the story, half of the reason Fu Qianai was willing to let Su Wansi go was because this bastard child suddenly appeared, and with Fu Bingxing's backing came to compete for the inheritance, causing Fu Qianai to be so overwhelmed that he had little time to waste on Su Wansi. Fu Bingxing himself was not very satisfied with this son. It was okay when he was a child, but as he grew up he was far more than just rebellious. Mainly he was a commercial product born from a woman who didn't love him. He cherished only that bastard child. But with Nangong Yin watching like a hawk, he dared not reveal the existence of that bastard child for now. He had hidden it well, no one knew. But now both Fu Qianai and Su Wansi knew. Fu Qianai immediately straightened his back, feeling that he was on the moral high ground. Although he didn't care about morality, having leverage over Fu Bingxing was a different matter. At the same time, he was also furious. The heir of the Fu family could only be himself. Suddenly a bastard child appeared, he would definitely investigate who it was. He wasn't stupid, he wouldn't say it now and arouse Fu Bingxing's suspicion, since he didn't even know where the shadow of this bastard. But how did a damn cleaner know? Fu Qianai cast a suspicious glance at Lin Huixing. He had also considered capturing Lin Huixing for study, as he and Su Wansi had confirmed over the past few days that they could hear Lin Huixing's thoughts. But now Lin Huixing actually knew such a private matter about his father. That changed everything. Fu Qianai reacted quickly. He sneered at Fu Bingxing. Dad, you're just using the group's affairs to threaten me. If you have time to worry about me, you'd better take care of yourself. If I make a wrong decision, the board will naturally stop me. I haven't made any wrong decisions now, so your threats are worthless, understand? My personal affairs don't affect the group's reputation, you don't need to worry about them. Fu Bingxing didn't catch the hidden meaning. Seeing that this unfilial son was determined to fight to the end, he felt a surge of heat, as if his whole body was about to steam. Enraged, he looked around, as if searching for something. Only Lin Huixing quickly understood Fu Bingxing's intention. Swiftly she pulled a broom from somewhere and placed it in Fu Bingxing's hand. Even Nangong Yin couldn't help glancing at Lin Huixing. Fu Bingxing took the broom and swung it at Fu Qianye. You unfilial son. Fu Qianye. He dodged while glaring at Lin Huixing. Get out, and he'll deduct your wages this time too. Su Wansi beside him. This was the third time already. Lin Huixing had now sadly gotten used to the protagonist's insanity. As she left, she lowered her head and eyes, but in her heart, she was cursing. Bastard. Su Wansi. If not for the occasion, she would have really laughed out loud. The hall was in complete chaos. Unfortunately, Lin Huixing had been banished to the kitchen and couldn't witness the commotion unfolding up front. Aunt Li looked at Lin Huixing, her mouth opening and closing as if she had something to say, but couldn't find the words. She had already received word from the front that Lin Huixing's wages would be docked again. But it was strange. If the young master truly hated someone, he would not only cut their pay, but also ensure they could never work in this industry again. Apart from docking her wages, there seemed to be no other action taken. Lin Huixing's expression was as mournful as if she were attending a funeral. Aunt Li, you have to believe me, I didn't say a word. I don't know why the young master scolded me. What did I do wrong? Aunt Li hesitated. Well, the butler who had arrived later stated matter-of-factly, exposing Lin Huixing. She handed a broom to the master earlier, and the master used it to hit the young master. Lin Huixing. Aunt Li. She looked at Lin Huixing as if she were a warrior. How could you be so foolish? The young master is so petty, oh how could you possibly offend him? Lin Huixing defended herself. I just saw the master looking for something and handed him the broom as a convenience. Aunt Li sighed. Oh, things are already bad enough. I saw how furious the master was. I wonder why he's so opposed to the young master dating Miss Su this time. The young master has never brought anyone home before, and the master never got angry about it. Lin Huixing put on a pitiful, tearful expression, casually grabbing an apple from the kitchen and taking a bite. Is this the first time the young master has brought a woman home? I think Miss Su must be his true love, someone he intends to marry. Aunt Li's eyes widened in realization, then she sighed again. That explains it. Master Fu places great importance on family background, so he must be dissatisfied with Miss Su's status. Even though Aunt Li thought Su Huanxi was a decent person, she was certainly more proper than the previous women who had been with Fu Chang'ai. Just then a particularly loud voice echoed from the hall outside. I'm telling you, I've already chosen the eldest daughter of the Yi family in a city for you. No one else is worthy of you. Fu Qinyes' cold, sneering voice followed. Oh, that's great. Are you telling me to marry that fake one or the illegitimate real one? Fu Bingsheng was enraged and embarrassed. Whoever is the eldest daughter of the Yi family, that's who you will marry. In the end, it was just about the... Lin Huixing's eyebrow arched. There it was, another protagonist had appeared. The story of the eldest daughter of the Yi family in a city was a classic tale of a switch-at-birth heir. Her target was the real daughter who had been swapped at birth and sent to the countryside. She was only brought back at the age of 20, completely out of place in a city's high society. The matter had caused quite a stir. The Yi parents and her younger brother disliked the real daughter, but the patriarch of the Yi family valued this granddaughter, so her identity was made public after she was brought back. It was a major piece of gossip in their social circle, discussed in hushed tones everywhere. Fu Qinyes' most prestigious fiancée was this eldest daughter of the Yi family. It was originally supposed to be the fake daughter, but now it looked like it would be the real one. However, the real daughter wasn't having an easy time in the Yi family, and Lin Huixing probably couldn't go to a city anytime soon. The matter of the Yi family's eldest daughter was just a passing mention. The focus remained on the argument between Fu Chang'ai and Fu Bingsheng. Eventually Nangong Yin stepped in and said something, temporarily halting their quarrel. Lin Huixing couldn't leave just yet. Despite the big fight that afternoon, the four of them still had to sit down for dinner together, Su Huanxi included. Fu Bingsheng was reluctant, but it was Nangong Yin who intervened and managed to persuade him to listen. While helping Aunt Li in the courtyard, Lin Huixing spotted Fu Chang'ai speaking with a bodyguard in black clothes and sunglasses under the eaves of the pavilion. His expression was cold and fierce, a look that suggested nothing good was brewing. Fu Qinyes' gaze suddenly shot over. Lin Huixing immediately ducked her head back inside. Better avoid that lunatic for now. Fu Qinyes. Seeing Lin Huixing's hasty retreat, he asked in a low voice. Can't find out anything more. The man in black reported. She's indeed an orphan with no parents. The orphanage she lived in closed down, and she has no relatives. Her work profile online shows nothing suspicious. After graduating from university, she started doing hourly work and became a top-rated cleaner within a month. This was a flaw in the system's background data. But then again, this was a nonsensical world with no logic whatsoever. What's so strange about becoming a top-rated cleaner in a month? Fu Chang'ai was baffled. Is she really that talented at cleaning? The man in black replied. Maybe she's a natural-born cleaning prodigy. Fu Qinyes. He knew Lin Huixing was suspicious. He had doubted her ever since he first heard her thoughts, and now she even knew about his own father's secrets. His suspicion grew stronger, but he was in no hurry to confront her. He wanted to see what other secrets she might reveal. With this in mind, Fu Chang'ai said in a low voice, keep the main focus on my father. I need to find out what's so strange about his activities all these years, and find that illegitimate son he's been hiding. The man in black replied, yes, young master. At least Lin Huixing's thoughts were audible to him. Even though she constantly insulted him, Fu Chang'ai decided to tolerate it for now, to keep listening in. When Lin Huixing returned to the kitchen, Su Huanxi was there. Little Xingxing. Lin Huixing was still reeling from the shock of that intimate address when she saw Su Huanxi and asked in surprise, Miss Su, what are you doing in the kitchen? Aunt Li was also puzzled. Miss Su. Su Huanxi had been at the Fu residence for days without speaking much to the servants. And when had she become so familiar with Shaolin? Su Huanxi pursed her lips. Mr. Fu wants me to help out in the kitchen. Lin Huixing. The son is crazy and the father is a complete lunatic too. This was clearly Fu Bingsheng trying to be malicious. After all, Su Huanxi was his son's girlfriend. How could he ask her to work in the kitchen? It was just a deliberate attempt to humiliate her. Su Huanxi, however, didn't feel humiliated at all, as she was used to doing chores at home. Lin Huixing had no standing to say anything. Su Huanxi even took the initiative to ask, "Is there anything I can help?" Aunt Li would never actually let Su Huanxi work. She said hurriedly, "Oh, it's fine, Miss Su. You can just rest here. There's nothing you need to help with right now." But Su Huanxi found it hard to just sit idle, and she didn't want to go back to the living room and face Fu Bingsheng's sour face. She walked over to Lin Huixing, curious. "Little Xingxing, did you start working as a cleaner very early?" Lin Huixing appeared to be quite young. The system had already prepared a complete set of identity documents for her. An orphan without parents, and even her education was from a diploma mill. It was simply perfect. There was nothing remarkable about her. Lin Huixing wiped her non-existent tears and said, "Yes, I'm an orphan with no skills. Apart from working as an hourly housekeeper, I don't know what else I can do. Otherwise, I might have to sweep the streets." Li Ma expressed sympathy and comforted her. "Xiaolin, how can you say you have no skills? To be honest, when it comes to mopping floors, I've never seen anyone more professional than you. You were born for this job." Lin Huixing. "Li Ma, do I look like I'm happy?" Su Huanxi couldn't help but laugh, but then she thought of Lin Huixing being an orphan and couldn't help feeling a bit of sympathy. At that moment, she thought of her own parents. Having parents might seem like a blessing, but were those really parents? The thought of the oppression she faced at home made Su Huanxi feel suffocated. Just then Fu Chainai returned. Perhaps knowing that Su Huanxi was there, Fu Chainai came over and called out Su Huanxi. His voice was stiff when he called her name. Sometimes it was hard to tell that they were lovers. They seemed more like enemies. Although in a certain sense they were. "Come keep me company." Fu Chainai then glared at Lin Huixing and said, "You two come here and serve." Lin Huixing. "Do you think I'm a slave from the old society?" Lin Huixing got angry for a moment, then lowered her head and said meekly, "Yes, young master." Su Huanxi couldn't help glancing at Lin Huixing, and then said to Fu Chainai with annoyance, "Do you have to make things hard for her?" Fu Chainai raised his arrogant chin. "I paid her to be here. What's wrong with asking her to serve? Are you questioning me over madman always throwing tantrums?" Yet Lin Huixing still put on a carefree look and said in a gentle voice, "It's fine, Miss Su, young Master Fu. Please don't argue over me. Young Master Fu is right. I'm just a housekeeper. This is what I'm supposed to do." How why does that sound so two-faced? If she could successfully sow discord, it would be even more fitting. Su Huanxi had originally wanted to speak up for Lin Huixing, but hearing Lin Huixing's inner thoughts, she felt both amused and exasperated. She could only glare helplessly at Fu Chainai before following him out. Seeing that Fu Chainai had ordered Lin Huixing to serve, and having to watch the kitchen herself, Li Ma whispered to Lin Huixing, "Don't worry. As long as the mistress is here, the young master usually doesn't make things difficult." Meaning that when the mistress is away, the young master will certainly make things difficult. Lin Huixing nodded with a look of sorrow and followed them out. In her hand, she carried a bottle of red wine, which Li Ma said was for the mistress and the others. The Fu family had a tradition of drinking during meals. Red wine was a symbol of their elegance. Lin Huixing followed them out. At the dining table, the three members of the Fu family and Su Huanxi were already seated. Nangong Yin and Fu Bingsheng sat on opposite sides of the table, while Su Huanxi and Fu Chainai sat on the other two sides. The table was so long that Lin Huixing wondered if anyone in the hall could hear someone speaking without shouting. Lin Huixing stood behind Su Huanxi, holding the bottle of red wine. The only other person standing was the Fu family's butler. The Fu family probably had this tradition. Fu Bingsheng and Nangong Yin didn't even notice Lin Huixing. That old madman Fu Bingsheng had likely already investigated Su Huanxi's family background during this time. Now, pretending to be elegant with his knife and fork, he casually brought up Su Huanxi's father. "I heard that Miss Su's father owes a gambling debt of millions. Did my Yi pay it off for your father?" Such plots were common in novels. Su Huanxi faced humiliation wherever she went. Her family's issues were always a mountain pressing down on her. Hearing Fu Bingsheng bring it up, Su Huanxi's cheeks flushed with heat. She had to admit yes. Her knife and fork slid around on her plate, revealing her inner turmoil. Fu Qingya on the opposite side finally said something decent. Frowning, he said, "I paid it willingly. Why do you have to bring it up?" Fu Bingsheng wasn't angry at being contradicted by his son. Instead, he gave Su Huanxi a meaningful smile. "Miss Suara Yi was raised with the utmost care. He's innocent at heart. Most of the women before were after his money. I believe Miss Su is not that kind of person, right?" Lin Huixing's eyes nearly rolled to the back of her head. "Psycho, don't you feel embarrassed saying that? And innocent at heart. Look at your son. What a scumbag. How does that fit the word innocent? Even innocent would spit on your face. Getting senile before your time." According to the original story, Fu Qinya's father was supposed to humiliate Su Huanxi here, and Fu Chainai had no intention of helping. Because he also thought Su Huanxi was unappreciative. He had helped her so much solving her family's problems, yet instead of being grateful, she constantly tried to leave him. Fu Chainai also wanted to teach her a lesson by letting his father humiliate her. At that time Su Huanxi was as miserable as she could be. But now it was different. For every word Fu Bingxing said, Lin Huixing's inner thoughts cursed him 10 times over. Fu Chang'ai could feel the veins on his forehead throbbing. Especially when Lin Huixing saw that Fu Chang'ai wasn't defending Su Huanxi, she turned to curse him instead. Your own girlfriend is being talked down, and you don't even say a word. What kind of man are you? Lin Huixing began to hum that song, What Kind of Man, in her mind, in a strange tone, torturing. Fu Chang'ai was about to explode. Enough, Dad. Can't you just be quiet during dinner? If you shut up, this damn cleaner will shut up. Su Huanxi should have been angry and humiliated, but with Lin Huixing cursing Fu Bingxing non-stop, and now hearing her inner thoughts singing, she couldn't help but curl her lips in a smile. It was both infuriating and amusing. But in Fu Bingxing's eyes it looked like Su Huanxi was smirking triumphantly after Fu Chang'ai had defied him. What a vicious woman. If she were to become his future daughter-in-law, there would be no place for Fu Bingxing in the Fu family. Fu Bingxing flew into a rage, pointing at Fu Chang'ai. Ungrateful brat. I'm telling you to keep your eyes open. Look at our family status. Do you think just any woman can walk in here? Look at her. She's still smiling. Does she have any respect for me? Su Huanxi. What else could she do? Fu Bingxing was visibly furious. After a few harsh words, he even stood up and pointed directly at Fu Chenye's nose-hurling insults. Fu Chenye, who had long ruled the roost in City C, had never been so blatantly disrespected. But the man before him was his own father. His face darkened, yet he could only endure it. It was Nangong-Yen who finally grew impatient. Seemingly annoyed that Fu Bingxing was disturbing her meal, she raised an eyebrow and spoke in a soft yet commanding tone, Enough, Fu Bingxing. Why must you interfere in their affairs? You lack any semblance of composure, hardly befitting the chairman of the Fu Corporation. People would laugh at you for it. Her words struck a nerve, carrying a subtle disdain that anyone with sense could detect. Fu Bingxing's face flushed red with suppressed rage. He shot Nangong-Yen a covert glare. Damn woman, after all these decades, she still couldn't see eye to eye with him. Thanks to Nangong-Yan's interruption, the topic was at least temporarily dropped. Everyone was simmering with anger. Fu Chenye's face was grim as he suddenly raised his hand and lightly tapped the table with his knuckles. No one moved, and Lin Huixing remained still as well. After a long moment, Fu Chang'ai lifted his head, fixed his gaze on Lin Huixing, and tapped the table again with his knuckles. Lin Huixing thought, why are you staring at me? Fu Chenye's veins bulged in irritation. Even Nangong-Yen and Fu Bingxing now looked up at Lin Huixing. A sense of dread crept over Lin Huixing. The Fu family butler, unable to bear it any longer, wildly gestured from the side, mouthing the words, clutching the bottle of red wine. Lin Huixing suddenly understood. Her expression was an open book, the epitome of a naive newcomer. She was still standing behind Su Huanxi, and now she had to circle all the way around to Fu Chenye's side to pour his drink. As she poured, she mentally cursed, You lunatic. If you want wine, just say so. Tapping the table like that? Do you think I'm some eunuch in a period drama who can read your mind with a single glance? Inexperienced as she was, she accidentally splashed 2 drops onto the table. Instinctively, she grabbed a cloth and wiped Fu Chenye. Fu Bingxing, whose earlier rant had been thwarted, now seemed to find a new target in Lin Huixing. He frowned and asked, Is this one new? How can she be so lacking in tact? The butler quickly explained in a low voice, She's a cleaner hired by Aunt Li. She does a decent job. Even so, she should have some basic sense. Fu Bingxing seemed highly displeased with Lin Huixing conveniently forgetting that she had just handed him a broom to whack his own son. With the air of a patriarch, he waved his hand dismissively. Collect your wages and leave. Lin Huixing was overjoyed. Excellent. I take back what I said about you being senile. May you live a long and peaceful life. She hadn't wanted this job anyway. Getting paid and leaving early sounded absolutely perfect. However, her joy lasted barely 2 seconds before Fu Chang'ai spoke up rebelliously. She was hired by Aunt Li for my villa. I haven't said a word yet. Since when do you have the right to interfere? Fu Bingxing roared. You unfilial brat. Are you going to oppose me over a mere cleaner? This time he seemed genuinely enraged, especially stung by Fu Chenye's remark about his lack of authority. He suddenly hurled the red wine glass in his hand at Fu Chang'ai. Lin Huixing gasped inwardly. Whoa. Clutching her wine bottle, she immediately retreated 3 meters back. Fu Bingxing's aim was poor. The glass shattered against the table in front of Fu Chenye, splattering red wine all over. The sudden outburst stunned everyone in the living room. Su Huanxi gestured for Lin Huixing to come hide behind her. Lin Huixing scurried over without a second thought. Unnoticed by her, Nangong-Yen kept casting subtle, lingering glances her way, as if Fu Bingxing's tantrum were of no consequence. In the original story, such scenes were not uncommon. Fu Chenye's relationship with his father had always been strained, though they usually maintained a veneer of civility. But this plot point had never escalated to such a heated argument between the two. Could it really be because she hadn't poured the wine? 2 lunatics. Fu Chang'ai sneered at Fu Bingxing. Dad can't keep up the act anymore. If you dislike seeing me so much, why bother coming at all? You were doing just fine abroad. Why insist on coming back? Setting aside Su Huanxi, who I marry or date in the future, has nothing to do with you. If you can't stand it, then just stay abroad forever. Fu Qianai had a notoriously fiery temper, and Fu Bingxing was hardly better. To be spoken to like this in front of outsiders was both humiliating and infuriating for Fu Bingxing. He began grabbing whatever was within reach and hurling it to the floor. The living room was soon filled with the sound of shattering dishes. Lin Huixing stared wide-eyed. What a sin. Just beat Fu Qianai up if you want. Why throw plates and smash glasses? Wretches. Old wretch, young wretch, the whole family are wretches. Beside her, Nangong Yin frowned, but made no move to intervene. Go on, smash. If you feel like smashing today, then smash away. Instead of stopping him, Fu Qianai fanned the flames. He looked at Lin Huixing and ordered, Go to the kitchen and bring out all the tableware. Let him smash as much as he wants today. Lin Huixing. Her lips trembled. You beast. Easy for you to say, you're not the one who has to clean it up. Her vision darkened as she realized she probably wouldn't be leaving the Fu residence tonight. She'd be cleaning up until the middle of the night. How utterly miserable. Even Su Huanxi couldn't bear it and reached out to grasp Lin Huixing's hand as if to lend her strength and courage. Even the system couldn't stand it anymore and popped up, why is his father suddenly acting so crazy? The only one suffering is its host. Lin Huixing, with tears in her eyes, asked, Can I activate standby mode in this situation? Leave my body here to clean up automatically while my soul goes somewhere else to have fun. The system sighed in your dreams. Lin Huixing. Of course, the butler stepped in to stop Lin Huixing from being forced to fetch the dishes. At that moment, Nangong Yin also rose to take charge of the situation. Enough. What exactly is bothering you today? Why must you cause such a scene? Nangong Yin couldn't understand Fu Bingxing's sudden outburst, though Fu Qianyes's behavior was also quite peculiar today. She looked at Fu Qianye. Enough. He is your father after all. You should show him at least some basic respect. What would you say if you knew he had an illegitimate child outside? Fu Qianai swallowed the words, saying nothing. Su Huanxi glanced at Lin Huixing, knowing she couldn't just stand by and do nothing, or Lin Huixing would likely suffer the consequences later. She stepped forward and in a rare gesture of concern patted Fu Qianyes's chest soothingly. Calm down. Fu Qianyes's pent-up frustration towards his father eased just a little. Just then a saccharine voice broke the tension. Oh my, have I come at a bad time? Lin Huixing's spirits lifted. Here they come. Besides the true heiress fiancée waiting in the wings, Fu Qianyes's side had more than one female rival scheming against Su Huanxi. Fu Qianai also had a childhood friend named Pei Xintong, but that was just a polite way to put it. Her father had once been a mere chauffeur for the Fu family and had only risen to nouveau riche status after Fu Bingxing took him under his wing. Although the daughter had grown up alongside Fu Qianye, there was little genuine closeness between them. It was Nangong Yin who took a particular liking to Pei Xintong and even adopted her as a goddaughter. On the surface, the two families maintained a cordial relationship, but Fu Bingxing looked down on the chauffeur's nouveau riche background, and Fu Qianai shared that disdain. The affection was entirely one-sided on the girl's part. She didn't just make trouble for Su Huanxi. She had done the same to every woman who ever got close to Fu Qianai. How could Lin Huixing be so certain it was her? Because the original novel described it so clearly, this female rival, named Pei Xintong, had an incredibly affected voice, so grating it sounded like she had a slipper stuck in her throat. The tell was unmistakable. Before even seeing her, Lin Huixing felt goosebumps rise at the sound. Following the voice, she spotted a pleasantly plump young woman. That wasn't an insult. Pei Xintong was slightly plump, of average height, with a softly rounded face and delicate features. She had the kind of appearance that was traditionally considered auspicious and fortunate. Lin Huixing finally understood why in the original story everyone disliked Pei Xintong, yet Nangong Yin adored her. She simply had a face that invited affection. Sure enough, upon seeing Pei Xintong, the dignified lattice lips curved into a smile. Xintong, you're here. Godmother. Pei Xintong's voice twisted through 15 different inflections in a single sentence, so cloyingly saccharine that affected didn't even begin to cover it. Everyone present, except the stoic butler, including Lin Huixing and Fu Bingxing, felt goosebumps prickle across their skin. The argument had been heated enough, but Fu Bingxing's mood soured further at Pei Xintong's arrival, his face stretching long as a donkey's. Pei Xintong paid no mind to the tense atmosphere in the dining room. She went straight to Nangong Yin, looped her arm through hers, then turned to Fu Qianai with sparkling eyes. "My brother." Fu Qianai shuddered. Lin Huixing saw the corner of his mouth twitch uncontrollably. In the original novel, Fu Qianai didn't particularly like Pei Xintong, but he would occasionally use her to provoke Su Huanxi. Now Lin Huixing knew exactly why he disliked her, but she thought he deserved it. An evil person needs an evil match. Pei Xintong's gaze swept over to Lin Huixing and Su Huanxi. Lin Huixing needed no introduction. She looked like a cleaner, obviously. As for Su Huanxi, Pei Xintong recognized that face well enough. She was eyes new flame, wasn't she? Still, she put on a sour expression and asked rudely, "Godmother, who is this?" Her nose was pointed so high in the air, it was practically skyward. Lin Huixing couldn't help but comment inwardly. "Your villainous persona is way too on point." Nangong Yin answered, "She's your eye's girlfriend, Su Huanxi. You can call her Sister C." In the storyline, Nangong Yin had once had a daughter, but the child was weak and didn't survive. That was why she was so fond of the equally adorable Pei Xintong and adopted her as a goddaughter. This was also the key reason Pei Xintong could throw her weight around in front of Su Huanxi. "Oomph." Pei Xintong lifted her chin even higher. "Anyone can be my sister now." Lin Huixing thought, "Riley, stop lifting your chin, I can see your nose hairs." Boom. Fu Chainai seemed to stumble and grabbed the table for support. Su Huanxi's lips twitched for a split second before she buried her face in Fu Chenye's shoulder. Pei Xintong's eyes went wide at the sight of Su Huanxi. That little wench, daring to seduce I right in front of her. It was infuriating. Pei Xintong immediately turned to Nangong Yin, feigning a coquettish plea while slyly accusing Su Huanxi, "Godmother, look at her. Are we letting just any woman through the Fu family's doors these days?" Lin Huixing looked at Pei Xintong with a strange expression. "Are you sure you're not Fu Bingsheng's real daughter? You sound exactly like him." Fu Chainai was about to lose his temper. Lin Huixing looked at Pei Xintong with a strange expression. "Are you sure you're not Fu Bingsheng's real daughter? You sound exactly like him." Fu Chainai was about to lose his temper. Why was everyone sticking their noses into his love life? Fu Chainai hated nothing more than people meddling in his personal matter. The moment Pei Xintong saw Fu Chainai scold her, her expression crumbled and her acting kicked in on cue. Tears welled up like they were free. "I'm just worried about you. You're so naive. What if some woman out there tricks you?" Lin Huixing repeated the words in her head with an extremely strange tone. "You're so naive. What if some woman out there tricks you? Oh my goodness." Fu Chenye's patience was wearing thin, veins nearly popping. Pei Xintong cut the act. "If you don't want to be here, get the hell out of my house." Seeing that Fu Chainai was genuinely furious, Pei Xintong quickly stopped crying. Nangong Yin wasn't one to spoil Pei Xintong blindly. Seeing her son's anger, she patted Pei Xintong's shoulder. "Don't provoke your eye. Come with me, I have something to show you." Nangong Yin used the excuse to usher Pei Xintong away. The interruption eased the tension in the dining room until a heavy snort from Fu Bingsheng shattered the reprieve. Even Lin Huixing was taken aback. "This guy's still here." Fu Chainai frowned at his father, who sneered and finally left, leaving behind a chaotic dining room. Fu Chainai also left with Su Huanxi, a storm of pent-up frustration. Once they were all gone, Lin Huixing began to clean up. She swept up the shards while mentally cursing the entire Fu family. A moment later, Su Huanxi came out. She looked composed, though her lips were slightly swollen. "Little Xingxing, let me help you." No, Miss Su, these are all broken pieces." "What if you cut yourself?" "With such delicate hands, if you got a scratch, I'm afraid that lunatic Fu Chainai would send me off to Africa." Su Huanxi, she was well aware of Fu Chenye's explosive temper, so she didn't insist on helping. Instead, she crouched down to chat. "Sorry about today. I already told him not to deduct it from your pay." Lin Huixing's eyes lit up again. "A good person. May good people be blessed with a safe life." Her voice almost choked up. "Thank you, Miss Su. You're a true saint." No sooner had she spoken than a cold snort echoed from behind. "A saint? She's nothing but a scheming vixen." Turning around, it was indeed Pei Xintong. Gosh, with her voice unclipped, I didn't even recognize her at first. The hall was now empty save for the two of them. Pei Xintong's voice was no longer syrupy, but her gaze at Su Huanxi was venomous, as if she were looking at a seductress. "What else can you do besides seducing, brother?" Even Lin Huixing's head ached at that line. Su Huanxi was rather slow with words, and she didn't know how to refute Pei Xintong, only managing to say angrily, "I did not seduce him." She wasn't suicidal. She wished Fu Chainai had never laid eyes on her. Why on earth would she seduce him? Still didn't. Pei Xintong glared. "If you hadn't, could brother I ever fancy a woman like you?" As if Fu Chainai is some fool who'd take the bait from just anyone. "Besides, it was your precious brother I who chased after her first." Lin Huixing's inner voice shifted tones, dramatically mimicking Pei Xintong's saccharine calls of brother I, with theatrical flair. Sometimes Su Huanxi couldn't help but laugh. Seeing a faint smile play on Su Huanxi's lips after her tirade, Pei Xintong's eyes widened further. "You wretch, feeling pretty pleased with yourself, are you? How dare you mock me?" Lin Huixing instinctively glanced at Su Huanxi. Su Huanxi never considered herself duplicitous, but at this moment, she had to force an innocent look. "I didn't miss Pei. You must have seen wrong." Even as she said it, Su Huanxi felt something was off. Still lying. Pei Xintong stomped her foot in fury, then began looking around. Is this woman about to throw a punch? Su Huanxi's face changed at the thought. But Pei Xintong had no intention of hitting her. Seeing no one else around, she blatantly ignored Lin Huixing's presence as well. Pei Xintong scanned the area, locked her gaze on Su Huanxi, and then with a bizarre expression, she stumbled back 2 steps. Her face contorted into a mask of shock as she let out a shrill theatrical cry. Her piercing wail was loud enough for half the mansion to hear, including Li Ma and the butler. Pei Xintong collapsed onto the floor in a heap, tears welling in her eyes, pointing a trembling finger at Su Huanxi. Su Huanxi. Lin Huixing. She was stunned. Wow, she's following the original plot to the letter, not a single word changed. The two exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss for words at the absurd scene. Lin Huixing, this is insane. At least treat me like a person, will you? I'm standing right here. Hearing the commotion, Li Ma rushed out from the kitchen aghast. What's the matter? Miss Pei, what happened? Li Ma. Pei Xintong knew Li Ma well from her frequent visits. She forced 2 tears from her eyes, looking utterly wronged, and pointed at Su Huanxi. She pushed me. This vicious woman pushed me. I only mentioned that she seduced brother Yi and she flew into a rage and pushed me. Li Ma, she's terrifying. Please have brother I throw her out of the Fu estate. Su Huanxi was dumbfounded. If no one else were present, she might not have known how to defend herself against such a blatant lie. But little Xingxing is right here, and she couldn't even fathom Pei Xintong's motive. Was it just to frame her and make Fu Chainai misunderstand? But that man had misjudged her more times than she could count. In the tense silence, Li Ma looked at Su Huanxi, then hesitantly said, Miss Pei, that can't be right. Miss Su isn't that kind of person. Pei Xintong's tearful eyes flashed with anger. Li Ma, you don't believe me. You'd rather trust an outsider. Do you think I'd stoop to framing her? What reason would I have? Li Ma was at a loss. This. She then turned to Lin Huixing. Xiaolin, what happened? Only then did Pei Xintong seem to notice the cleaner present. She didn't care about Lin Huixing at all, and even added with a sneer, I am Brother I's childhood friend, and my godmother is his own mother. Why would I need to lie to frame this woman? She shot a menacing glare at Lin Huixing. The message was clear, say the wrong thing, and you're finished. Lin Huixing closed her eyes, then opened them. Miss Pei, there are security cameras in the living room. This world always chose the most incongruous moments to adhere to logic. For instance, Li Ma, wary of dishonest part-time cleaners, had cameras installed throughout the Fu mansion, usually managed. Pei Xintong froze. She scrambled to her feet. Nonsense. When were those installed? Li Ma's expression was complicated. They've been there all along, Miss Pei. At that, Pei Xintong displayed remarkable composure. She hastily wiped her face, and as if nothing had happened, glared at Su Huanxi. Lucky for you the cameras are there. Su Huanxi. Lin Huixing. Li Ma was equally stunned and finally said with a wry smile, Miss Pei, why are you so hard on Miss Su? Hard on her? Pei Xintong saw nothing wrong with her actions. I just can't stand anyone trying to seduce my brother I. Li Ma opened her mouth, then closed it. From what she'd seen lately, it seemed more like the young master was the one pursuing Su Huan. Her scheme foiled. Pei Xintong brushed herself off and went off to find Nangang Yan. After she left, Li Ma turned to Su Huanxi apologetically. Miss Su, please don't take Miss Pei to heart. She's been spoiled by the madam since she was a child, so she has a bit of a temper. But she's not a bad person at heart. See, this was how it always was in novels. Pei Xintong could do anything, and someone would cover for her, and even Fu Chainai wouldn't believe Su Huanxi's side of the story. Su Huanxi naturally wouldn't stoop to Pei Xintong's level. She just said with a hint of resignation, I understand, Li Ma. I won't hold it against her. Yes, you're not bad at heart. She just tries to have Su Huanxi's baby killed when she finds out she's pregnant. Su Huanxi. What was even harder to accept than Pei Xintong's false accusation was the fact that she would get pregnant. Pregnant with Fu Chenye's child. To Su Huanxi, that was nothing short of a true nightmare. So much so that Su Huanxi's face turned pale upon hearing this news, and then she walked away in a daze. Lin Huixing thought she was upset because she was framed by Pei Xintong. After all, being the innocent female lead being targeted like this must have made her feel terrible. Aunt Li had previously thought Pei Xintong was just a child, but now she realized this behavior was somewhat excessive. Seeing Su Huanxi walk away with a look of dejection, she felt a bit guilty. I think Miss Su looks unwell. How about I stew some soup to nourish her? Lin Huixing nodded. I think that's a good idea. As Aunt Li went about her work, Lin Huixing continued to clean up the mess in the living room, cursing both Fu Bingxing and Fu Chainai as scoundrels while she worked. Despite the system's assistants having to squat on the ground for so long to clean up the broken dishware, left Lin Huixing with a sore back and aching waist. At that moment, Fu Bingxing came downstairs. He seemed to be on the phone, his tone laden with undisguised resentment toward Fu Chainai. He's grown his wings and wants to fly now. He'll make sure he suffers in this acquisition case. When the time comes, no matter what decision Fu Chainai makes, you all vote against it. Lin Huixing. I'm still squatting here. I'm a human being. Forget Pei Xintong, but can't you all treat me like a— How could he say such things in front of an outsider? Don't try to persuade me. As his father, I must teach him a lesson. Arguing with me over a woman is one thing, but in his eyes, I can't even decide the fate of a damn cleaner. This unfilial son. The damn cleaner Lin Huixing, standing nearby. Old scoundrel. Fu Bingxing really doesn't regard Lin Huixing as a person. He was on the phone the whole time, without even looking at Lin Huixing. But from his perspective coming down the stairs, he certainly could have seen her. He probably just didn't consider her worthy of notice. He walked out while still on the phone. Even the butler, when coming over, glanced at Lin Huixing in passing. Lin Huixing rolled her eyes inwardly. After cleaning up, only the finishing touches remained. She entered the kitchen where the soup Aunt Li was stewing for Su Huanxi had already begun to emit a fragrant aroma. Lin Huixing couldn't help but take a deep breath. Setting aside everything else, the food in the Fu family was indeed excellent. Aunt Li noticed Lin Huixing's greedy expression and beckoned to her. Come here, I'll give you something to take home and eat. Lin Huixing walked over. Aunt Li brought out 2 beautifully packaged boxes of fruit. These are mangoes and lychees that the merchants sent over earlier. There's a large quantity this time. The young master won't eat any fresh items that are more than a day old, and the rest of us can't finish them either. Take the extra ones home. The mangoes and lychees were plump and juicy, clearly not from an ordinary fruit shop. The food the Fu family ate was all. Lin Huixing, wearing a look of capitalist decadence and admiration, took them joyfully. Thank you, Aunt Li. Aunt Li looked at Lin Huixing with the kind affection of a grandmother. You're welcome. I braised 2 large pork ribs this evening. The young master doesn't like these, so I usually braise them for myself. Let me pack one for you. Sure. Lin Huixing drooled, not knowing the meaning of politeness. There was a reason why the Fu family only let Aunt Li cook. Her food was truly delicious. Having stood firm in the Fu family for so many years, Fu Chang'ai would never show his displeasure to Aunt Li, even if he did to everyone else. Lin Huixing was about to head home happily with her bags, but just as she left the Fu villa and reached the main gate, the system suddenly alerted her Su Huanxi's younger brother is at the side gate. Lin Huixing instinctively looked over. The Fu villa was located in the city center, and this villa area was the famous wealthy district of Sea City, where everyone living there was either rich or powerful. The interior was vast, but outside were the bustling downtown buildings. A wide asphalt road separated the villa area from the skyscrapers. At the entrance there was a unified security checkpoint that usually checked vehicles. The wealthy residents used the main gate. Ordinary housekeeping aunties, including Lin Huixing, who was a part-time worker from outside, could only use the side gate. At the side gate, a young man with a shifty-eyed look was crouching there. Lin Huixing really didn't want to describe him that way. But in the Su family, Su Huanxi had taken all the good genes. Her younger brother was quite average-looking, and with his furtive and timid demeanor, it was hard to feel any fondness for him. Lin Huixing really had no liking for this good-for-nothing younger brother. He was a spoiled son who lived by leeching off his own. His parents had spoiled him at home, and he took it for granted that everything should belong to him. He was rude to everyone, often insulting his mother and humiliating his sister to the fullest. This bastard's boldest moment came when he discovered that Fu Chang'ai regretted his actions and was chasing after Su Huanxi every day, repenting and sorrowful. Even when he saw Fu Chang'ai kneeling before Su Huanxi, he began to covet the Fu family's wealth. He thought that since Fu Chang'ai loved his sister that much, he would surely get a share of the Fu family's fortune. Of course, he didn't meet a good end. In the end, Fu Chunye's men broke his legs. While that was one of the few decent things Fu Chang'ai ever did. Su Huanxi's younger brother was called Su Yaozu, a name with a rather pungent, flavor. Su Yaozu had been crouching at the gate when suddenly the security guard said something, and his gaze actually turned to Lin Huixing. Lin Huixing's heart tensed. System, this bastard shouldn't recognize me, right? System, that's correct. Then why was he staring at Lin Huixing? When Lin Huixing reached the gate, Su Yaozu suddenly stood up and said in a particularly arrogant tone, "Are you the part-time worker from the Fu family?" Lin Huixing looked Su Yaozu up and down, barely resisting the urge to roll her eyes. "Who are you?" "My sister is the young master's girlfriend. They're inside right now. I want you to take me in to find my sister." Lin Huixing laughed upon hearing this. "Since your sister is the young master's girlfriend, why don't you just ask her to take you?" It wasn't surprising that Su Yaozu knew Su Huanxi lived here. Fu Chang'ai hadn't hidden it, and everyone at Su Huanxi. But at this point, Fu Chang'ai and Su Huanxi were in an awkward phase. He sometimes couldn't even stand Su Huanxi. For Su Yaozu to come to the Fu villa and want to get in was nothing short of a pipe dream. But since he claimed his sister was the young master's girlfriend, the security guard didn't want to offend him. Plus, Lin Huixing had been coming to the Fu villa frequently these days, and the guard knew she was a part-time worker there, so he pointed out Lin Huixing to Su Yaozu. Seeing that a mere cleaner dared to be so rude to him, Su Yaozu immediately lost his temper. "You damn cleaner, how dare you be so rude to me? Watch out, or I'll tell my sister to have you fired." If she had a stick in hand, Lin Huixing would have given Su Yaozu a thorough beating right then and there. She only bothered to put on a pretense of civility in front of Fu Chang'ai and Su Huanxi. Lin Huixing couldn't be bothered to even glance at a disposable cannon fodder like him, someone who might not even measure up to her and would end up with his legs broken anyway. She rolled her eyes and muttered, "Psycho." She turned to leave laden with bags. Seeing her dismissive attitude, Su Yaozu grew anxious and lunged forward, grabbing one of the bags from her hands. He yanked with considerable force. As Lin Huixing instinctively struggled, the bag tore open. With a sharp rip, the steaming, fragrant braised pork ribs that Auntie Li had packed tumbled out onto the ground. They were still wrapped in plastic wrap, but Su Yaozu, without even a glance, stepped his foot right onto them. Lin Huixing was speechless. She watched helplessly as the ribs met their demise under Su Yaozu's shoe. Meanwhile, he looked at her with a triumphant sneer. "Think a lousy cleaner, like you can act tough with me." Spoiled rotten since childhood, he had a tyrannical temper. Now, knowing he had a young master of the Fu group as his brother-in-law, his arrogance knew no bounds. In the end, he would commit a string of foolish acts that brought trouble to Su Huanxi, becoming a tool for Fu Chenai to control. Trembling with rage, Lin Huixing's voice shook as she choked out, "My ribs?" The big, fragrant ribs that Auntie Li had given her. She had already envisioned the perfect evening, going home, cracking open a cola, gnawing on those ribs, and happily watching Tom and Jerry. It was the blissful reward she deserved after a long, tiring day. After enduring a day full of frustration, she deserved this treat. But damn it all, that bastard Su Yaozu, that little... She could tolerate the protagonist's nonsense, but why did she have to put up with this lowlife's arrogance too? Su Yaozu was still gloating. "Mess with me, will you? They'll have my sister get you fired." Clutching the remaining fruit tightly, Lin Huixing suddenly turned and stormed back the way she came. Su Yaozu's face changed, and he moved to chase her, but a security guard blocked his path. "Sorry, we haven't received any notice from the Fu family. We can't let outsiders in." Su Yaozu protested. "Then how come she can just waltz back in?" The guard shrugged. "She's the Fu family's hourly worker. A mere hourly worker could come and go freely from the Fu residence, but he couldn't." Su Yaozu felt absolutely livid, completely unaware of the misfortune about to befall him. Not even half an hour after Lin Huixing stormed out, Fu Chenai and Su Huanxi were at odds again. When he went to see Su Huanxi, she was fretting over the prospect of getting pregnant in the future. To her, it was a terrifying omen, especially knowing the child would eventually be targeted by Pei Xintong's car. She felt she had committed a grave sin. Naturally, she was now displeased with Fu Qinya, and they were on the verge of another explosive argument when suddenly a wailing cry echoed from outside. "Auntie Li, Miss Su." Fu Qinya's brow twitched in annoyance at the familiar voice. Didn't she already leave? Although he knew Lin Huixing's thoughts could provide him with useful information, most of the time her inner monologue was utterly meaningless. To put it plainly, 2/3 of her workday was spent cursing him in her mind, with today adding his father to the mix. The remaining time was split between musing over Su Huanxi's beauty and deciding what to have for dinner. So her absence actually brought him a moment of peace. He had never imagined in his over 20 years that he could have such a good temper. Su Huanxi was surprised by Lin Huixing's sudden return. Hearing the cry, her heart skipped a beat. What happened? It was rare to hear Lin Huixing wail so miserably. Su Huanxi immediately abandoned the argument and hurried outside. Seeing her rush off, Fu Chenai felt something was off, but followed her out anyway. Nangong Yin was also startled awake by the commotion. She and Fu Bingxing weren't staying long this time. Their flight was early the next morning. But this visit had certainly been an eye-opener for her. The butler was reporting to her in her room when they heard the shout. Nangong Yin moved to the window, her gaze dropping to see Lin Huixing rushing into the Fu villa. A flicker of amusement crossed her face as she raised an eyebrow. Is she truly just an hourly worker? The butler nodded respectfully. Yes, that's absolutely true. Nangong Yin found it hard to believe. She knew her son's temperament all too well. In his over 20 years, Fu Chenai had never learned the meaning of the word respect. Yet today, during dinner, Lin Huixing had made a series of faux pas, not knowing how to pour wine, and even waving a rag in front of Fu Chenai. She could see how furious her son was, his veins bulging. He threatened to dock her pay, but in the past, he would have simply had someone like her removed from his sight immediately. A mere hourly worker. She didn't think Fu Chenai was smitten with Lin Huixing. The girl was indeed somewhat pretty and lively, but she was far from Su Huanxi's league. Besides, the look on Fu Chenya's face when he wanted to hit Lin Huixing was all too real. It seemed he was forced to endure her. An hourly worker, who could still cause such a stir in the Fu residence. How interesting, Nangong Yin murmured, suddenly feeling that this trip back with Fu Bingxing wasn't entirely dull after all. When Su Huanxi came out, she saw Lin Huixing already clinging to Auntie Li. Despite her pained expression and attempts to squeeze out tears, her acting was clearly subpar. She could only wail. Auntie Li, the ribs you gave me got stepped on. Lin Huixing was seething inside. Her ribs, her peaceful dinner plans, all ruined by that little bastard. As Su Huanxi approached, she was bombarded by Lin Huixing's inner thoughts, which were just a constant loop of that bastard Su Yaozu. Su Huanxi was speechless. Her expression changed. Her brother, Su Yaozu, came to the Fu residence. She hadn't been keeping up with messages from home these past few days, but how did he know she was at the fuss? And how did he end up in a conflict with Lin Huixing? Auntie Li quickly tried to soothe Lin Huixing, asking in confusion, "Xiao Lin, who did you run into out there?" Lin Huixing looked at Su Huanxi, wishing she could conjure up a few tears. "Miss Su, I ran into your brother. He not only stepped on my ribs and insulted me, but he also hit me." Anyway, Su Yaozu had no credibility. Even if she exaggerated, Su Huanxi would believe it. After all, Su Yaozu had always been a piece of work. Auntie Li was shocked. "Miss Su's brother, he hit you. How is that possible?" She glanced at Su Huanxi's changing expression, but having never met Su Yaozu, she had no idea what his family was really like. How could he have come all the way to the Fu residence to hit an hourly worker? Fu Chainai appeared at that moment, and hearing this felt a sense of vindicated satisfaction. "You got hit." Unsurprisingly, she received yet another barrage of curses from Lin Huixing, flooding the screen. Lin Huixing recounted the incident with a meek demeanor. "He tried to hit me, but I dodged quickly. Then the pork ribs Aunt Li gave me fell to the ground, and he even stomped on them twice." The more Lin Huixing spoke, the more incensed she became. "Just because he claimed to be Miss Su's younger brother, he wanted me to let him in. I refused, and he did this. He even called me a damn cleaner." Su Huanxi bit her lip, finding it hard to imagine that her own brother would cause such trouble at the Fu residence. She knew deep down that Su Yaozu was exactly that kind of person. From childhood, he had been spoiled by their parents, convinced he was the little emperor of the family, and that everyone must obey him. Lin Huixing might tend to exaggerate, but the intensity with which she mentally cursed Su Yaozu was enough to prove the incident was real. Even Aunt Li was shocked. Oh my. She didn't know much about Su Huanxi's family situation, so she instinctively tried to smooth things over. Could there be some misunderstanding? Is that person really Miss Su's brother? Lin Huixing forced herself to redden her eyes, seeming to hold back tears. "Aunt Li, I'm not lying. He really did say he was Miss Su's brother." Fu Chainai glanced at Su Huanxi and sneered, "Your brother certainly has some skill to have already found his way here." Fu Chainai naturally disliked Su Huanxi's family. Even though he had helped her, it was only to gain better control over her. He was not acting out of kindness. The family seemed insatiably greedy, and as long as Su Huanxi couldn't escape that cage, he could keep her under his thumb. Su Huanxi raised her head and looked at Lin Huixing earnestly. "Little star, don't be afraid. I'll make sure you get an explanation." No matter what Su Yaozu was like, since he dared to bully someone from the Fu family, Su Huanxi had to deal with it. Su Yaozu was lawless and ignorant of the true situation between her and Fu Chainai. She could already imagine the look on his face when he learned that his sister's boyfriend was Fu Chainai. She took a deep breath, then turned to Fu Chainai. "My brother has been spoiled rotten by our family since childhood. I need to go back to the Su family to set things straight. Otherwise, given his personality, he might use your name to swindle people. You wouldn't want the Fu family's reputation to be damaged." Fu Chainai had not allowed her to leave the Fu residence these past few days. Her parents couldn't reach her, not out of worry, but because they feared she had found a powerful backer and would run away, making it impossible for them to control her. Su Yaozu wouldn't have come directly after overhearing their parents' conversation. He had no money, and upon learning that his sister had such a wealthy boyfriend, his first thought was to come ask for money. Fu Chainai curled his lips in a cold sneer, his indifferent eyes revealing nothing of his thoughts. He had been keeping Su Huanxi from returning to the Su family for days. Perhaps it was time to let her go back. Lin Huixing, however, paid no attention to the entanglement between the male and female leads. Her mind was entirely focused on how to make Su Yaozu pay. Seeing that Su Huanxi wanted to go home, but Fu Chainai remained silent, her inner thoughts began flooding. Reputation. What reputation does the Fu family have? Fu Chainai and Su Yaozu are two of a kind. But he deserves some retribution. Later in the wife-chasing crematorium plot, he kneels to Su Huanxi in the rain to beg for forgiveness, only to have Su Yaozu take a photo and sell it to the paparazzi, making a tidy profit. Serves him right. Fu Chainai's face twisted in fury. He kneeled to Su Huanxi. Impossible. Fu Chainai would never kneel to anyone in this life, let alone to a woman like Su Huanxi. But that little brat Su Yaozu would actually take a photo of him kneeling. Fu Chainai didn't need to imagine the social suicide when it was sold to the media. Of course, by that time he would be so lost and desperate to win Su Huanxi back that he wouldn't care about such humiliations. But the current Fu Chainai was not that man. He was domineering and arrogant, believing he must have everything he desired, and anyone who displeased him would not be allowed to live. Fu Chainai looked at Su Huanxi. Sure enough, the woman who had been worrying about her brother with a troubled expression widened her eyes upon hearing Lin Huixing's thoughts. Even Su Huanxi, rebellious as she was, had never dared to imagine Fu Chainai kneeling before her, let alone having her brother photograph it and sell it to the tabloids. She couldn't bear to think of such a mortifying scene on Fu Chainai's behalf. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then hesitated. Fu Chainai snapped, "Keep your thoughts to yourself." Su Huanxi fell silent. Lin Huixing beside her was also startled. "She just wants to go home, and you won't even allow that." Bastard, no wonder you'll never win her back later. Fu Qingye's face darkened, his voice almost grinding through his teeth. Su Yaozu, is it? I haven't met your brother yet. Since you want to go back to the Su family, I'll accompany you personally. Su Huanxi wanted to refuse, but she knew it was useless. She had come to understand Fu Qingye's methods somewhat, knowing how ruthless he could be. After a moment of hesitation, she said, he is my brother after all. Fu Qingye would never let anyone who humiliated him off easy. If he went back with her, the consequences for Su Yaozu were obvious. Lin Huixing curled her lips at Su Huanxi's weak attempt to defend her brother, still treating him like a brother. Later, when Fu Qingye forces you to have an abortion, your brother will think you've been discarded and are worthless. He'll spread rumors that Fu Qingye used you and threw you away, and will urge your parents to sell you off to a greasy bald man 30 years older than you for a dowry of a few $100,000. He and your father will both get addicted to gambling, rack up millions in debt, and force you to go back to Fu Qingye. When you refuse, he'll drug you and try to sell you to a nightclub to work as a hostess. That's a brother. You'd think you must have abused him as a child to make him hate you so much. Bang! Su Huanxi couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her face turned pale as death and her body swayed as if she was about to collapse. Just as she was about to faint, Fu Qingye grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. The information Lin Huixing had revealed was overwhelming. The mention of an abortion also struck Fu Qingye, who he had never considered the possibility of Su Huanxi becoming pregnant. But Su Huanxi's brother. At this moment, Fu Qingye was still intensely infatuated with Su Huanxi. Seeing her pale, delicate face, he held her close, a complex sense of pity stirring in his heart. Even Fu Qingye, a lawless tycoon who never considered himself a good person, was shocked. Is he really your own brother? What brother would be so monstrously cruel to his own sister? Of course, learning about the gambling addiction, Fu Qingye wasn't entirely surprised. Gambling is a thing that always robs people of reason. Gamblers, moreover, have no conscience. Su Huanxi's father had already reached this step. If not for his own intervention to settle the immediate debts, Su Huanxi would have faced a far worse fate. Fu Qingye felt no remorse for his forceful takeover. Grinding his teeth, he glared at Su Huanxi. He had saved her, yet she showed no gratitude, giving him a cold face every day. The domineering CEO felt utterly blameless. Even though Su Huanxi already had a lover and was on the right track with him, he now believed it was he who had rescued her. Lin Huixing was startled when Su Huanxi suddenly turned pale. Miss Su, are you alright? She had only come to complain. She couldn't have angered Su Huanxi to this extent, could she? Su Huanxi had already grown somewhat disillusioned with her family and didn't much care about household matters. It seemed unlikely that Su Yaozu's incident alone would upset her so deeply. Fu Qingye interrupted Lin Huixing's tangled thoughts and said to Su Huanxi, tomorrow I'll go with you to the Su family. Then he led Su Huanxi back to her room to rest. She had been too shocked, as she needed time to recover. After the two left, Lima sighed. Miss Su's younger brother looks like a thug. Only after the hero and heroine left did Lin Huixing dare to show her true colors in front of Lima. Lima, you didn't see that Su Yaozu. He's ugly and nothing like Miss Su. I almost suspect she's not their biological child, but unfortunately she was. The plot once mentioned that Su Huanxi herself doubted she was a biological Su. Yet a DNA test confirmed it. The reason Su Huanxi was so beautiful was simply a genetic mutation. Lin Huixing just made a snide remark. Seeing her rush back with only a few packs of fruit, Lima said sympathetically, you've had a hard time too. Tomorrow I'll braise some ribs for you to take home. Good, thank you, Lima. After lodging her complaint, Lin Huixing felt much better. Seeing it was getting late, Lima said, they'll have the driver take you home. Lima wanted to invite Lin Huixing to stay overnight, but considering she was just a paid hourly worker, she refrained. Acting on her own might upset the young master, so she didn't suggest it. However, she did have the authority to arrange a ride for Lin Huixing. The next day, Lin Huixing didn't receive any assignment from the Fu family. Instead, she got a personal invitation from Lima, who said she had braised a pot of ribs in the morning and asked Lin Huixing to come pick them up at noon. Lima also mentioned that Su Huanxi and Fu Qingye had gone back to the Su family early that morning. Unfortunately, they didn't take anyone with them, so Lin Huixing couldn't witness the spectacle in person. When Lin Huixing arrived at the Fu residence, she was wearing her casual, everyday clothes. Lima looked at her and sighed. Xiao Lin, dressed like this, I recall you're only in your 20s, so young. Lin Huixing. She thought that damn jade green housekeeper uniform is really a blow to one's morale. Lima then broached a topic that seemed to interest every middle-aged woman. Do you have a boyfriend? Lin Huixing. No, Lima. I don't want to think about these things now. I want to work hard and buy a house. No way. She enjoyed her freedom, and she still had to hang around the hero and heroine. There were plenty of outlaws waiting for her in the future. She had no time for romance. I see. Lima didn't force the issue but said regretfully, I was going to say a friend of mine has a son I wanted to introduce. Lin Huixing smiled, but said nothing. Just then the system suddenly spoke, I've applied for some things for you. If you're interested. Lin Huixing became interested. What things? Although the system resided in her mind, it didn't chat with her every day. It seemed to have its own work to do and would occasionally pop up. For instance, last time, when Lin Huixing had her salary deducted, the system was absent. Some newbie benefits. The system was evasive. Just take a look. It presented Lin Huixing with a list, and her eyes lit up. Wow, so the system doesn't just assign tasks without rewards, it's been holding out. What the system offered was a housekeeping shop. As a qualified housekeeper, you should be fully prepared. That was the shop's description, but the items below were what caught her eye. Body strengthening gene potion, brain gene potion, an ordinary broom, an ordinary cloth. Dozens of items in total, all currently available for Lin Huixing to purchase. The rest were locked, and the system said once you gain the protagonist's approval, you'll unlock higher permissions to buy better things. Lin Huixing still glimpsed some higher items. She stared at the words nuclear weapon and fell into deep thought. The system coughed. You can't afford that, and even if you could, you wouldn't need it by then. True. If you had money, would you buy that? Did you want to die? But the system dared to list it, so maybe some host would be curious enough to buy it. Lin Huixing said, I understand the body strengthening and brain gene enhancement, but an ordinary broom. And it costs 5,000. What is it, diamond studded? A broom for 5,000. What is that? Not only that, but aren't these supposed to be newbie benefits? Why do I have to pay with my own money? Lin Huixing screamed internally. The system said matter-of-factly, we figured you don't actually need all that money in this world. What we offer is what you really need, right? Don't worry, our system never sells junk. Even a broom might have unexpected uses. For now, I suggest you buy the body strengthening gene potion. Fu Chang'ai and Lan Yezhou are manageable, but when you encounter some truly crazy protagonists, you'll need a good physique to run away. Lin Huixing was skeptical. If a broom costs 5,000 and this gene potion only costs 10,000, is it watered down? The system clicked its tongue, shameless yet matter-of-fact. We considered that you can't afford a one-time purchase right now. This potion is diluted. Buying it once gives you 1,000th of the effect. Keep at it, and you'll have a great body. Lin Huixing. The system was openly selling watered-down goods, even admitting that both the body strengthening and brain gene serums were diluted. At 10,000 per dose, with Lin Huixing's current finances, she could barely afford one dose of the body strengthening serum. Giddy with her modest spending power, Lin Huixing couldn't resist the system's temptation and bought a dose of the body strengthening serum to test the waters. A single drop of transparent, colorless liquid materialized on her fingertip. The system, utterly unceremonious, instructed, just suck it in. Lin Huixing was speechless. She followed the system's instructions anyway. Instantly, her entire frame jolted. Whether it was a placebo effect or not, she did feel a strange numbness sweep through her body. But as for any tangible results, there were none. Just then, Li Ma finished braising the ribs and packed her a huge bag, nearly 5 pounds of food. Lin Huixing hefted it, still feeling the weight. Lin Huixing accused, "Are you selling counterfeit drugs?" The system bristled with indignation. "How dare you question the authenticity of system pharmaceuticals? I told you it's a 1,000th concentration. Did you expect a single drop to turn you into a powerhouse overnight? Then how would we SW? I mean, if it were that easy, what would we even need you to do missions for?" Lin Huixing strongly suspected the system had nearly let its true intentions slip. The shop the system provided was still within Lin Huixing's comprehension, but she felt a gnawing unease. The things you're selling are practically dancing on the edge of legality. As an ordinary hourly worker, am I about to be in mortal danger or something? Though the male and female lead seemed unhinged, they still lived in a normal, safe society. Sometimes she found it hard to immerse herself in the plot. The system merely offered an analogy. Fu Chang'ai has a terrible temper. If you ever offend him and he decides to sell you off to Africa, do you think anyone would step up to defend you? Lin Huixing was at a loss for words. The system spoke earnestly. Of course, that's just an analogy. As long as you behave yourself, Fu Chang'ai is still within the bounds of a normal protagonist. Lin Huixing asked, "And what if I run into an abnormal one later?" The system fell silent. A strong sense of foreboding rose in Lin Huixing's heart. No wonder when she used to read novels, the systems were always threatening annihilation to heighten the stakes. Her own system had never once uttered that word. But why would it need to? The protagonists she had to deal with were all lunatics. They were the ones doing the obliterating. Still, when she'd been given a second chance at life, Lin Huixing had already mentally prepared herself for this. She'd just have to muddle through, right? What other choice was there? Just as she stepped out with her bag, a long, luxurious sedan, one Lin Huixing could never afford to so much as scratch, came cruising down the wide Villa District road. The Villa District was home to the wealthy, and the area was vast, so cars driving through were a common sight. Lin Huixing didn't think much of it, but as the car passed slowly, she caught the sound of coughing from within. At the same time, the system let out a quiet, curious sound. Lin Huixing instinctively looked over and saw the profile of a man in a silk shirt seated in the back of the car. With a high-bridged nose and deep striking features, just a glimpse of his side profile was breathtaking. A beauty that struck straight at the heart. No mere word like beautiful could do him justice. Even though she had already encountered her fair share of stunning people, Lin Huixing couldn't help but marvel at how blessed this world was. Absolutely gorgeous. That pure genuine exclamation escaped her just as the car glided past her. Inside, the man who had been coughing paused, his brows knitting slightly for a fleeting moment. Lin Huixing didn't look back, but she eagerly chatted to the system. Damn, he's that good looking. I wonder which household. Since the system hadn't spoken up, it meant he wasn't a protagonist. And that was a good thing. Every protagonist had issues. No matter how handsome, Lin Huixing wouldn't dare go near them. The system was silent for a long moment before dousing her with cold water. He is a protagonist. Lin Huixing. Heaven truly has no eyes. But that turn in the system's tone made Lin Huixing sense something was off. What? Is he weird or something? The system said somewhat. According to the plot, he shouldn't be here right now. As for his storyline, well, have you ever read a story with an atrocious rushed ending? Lin Huixing said, I know what a rushed ending is. No conclusion, or the author just made a mess of it. But isn't this world a direct transformation of reality? How can there be stories with botched endings here? The system, this is perfectly normal. In a world fused with multiple storylines, botched endings are even more likely to manifest. It mostly happens when an author writes brilliantly, but ruins the ending, leaving readers with such deep resentment that it forms a world of its own. Do you know who that man was? It's Yaoguang. Yaoguang isn't his surname, Yaoguang is his family name. It sounded like a quintessential male lead name, one with an extraordinary lineage. But Lin Huixing shuddered. She knew exactly who Yaoguang was. On the surface, Yaoguang was radiant and refined, elegant and noble, always gentle and reserved. Anyone who met him would be captivated. As the sole heir of the Yaoguang clan, he was the epitome of a male lead. In terms of status in this world, Fu Chainai was certainly no match for him. But Yaoguang was an out-and-out psychopath. He was a deeply twisted Yandere, mentally disturbed from a young age, deriving pleasure from torturing and killing small animals. The plot even hinted obscurely that his parents' deaths were linked to him. He delighted in destroying all things beautiful. Yet due to his chronic poor health, he rarely went out. Though in truth the Yaoguang clan kept him out of the public eye to prevent him from exposing his flaws. By that time, Yaoguang had already become a qualified heir of the clan. No matter how monstrous he was in private, his reputation had to be protected at all costs. But the system's files indeed contained no conclusion for Yaoguang, because the author botched the ending. Several different female characters were created to save him, but readers split into factions championing different heroines, constantly bickering. There were also fans of Yaoguang who insisted no one was worthy of him. The chaos was absolute. Unable to bear the pressure, the author simply rushed a vague, open ending. Whether Yaoguang gets a final resolution or who he ends up with, no one knows. And the system's voice took on an eerie tone. Do you remember when I mentioned that a previous host tried to romance a protagonist? Lin Huixing was startled. Don't tell me it was Yaoguang. The system confirmed yes. And that's how she died. Lin Huixing was speechless. That sister was truly reckless. Even if Yaoguang was designed to be a character in need of salvation, he was still an extreme sadist who delighted in slaughter while maintaining a facade of purity and elegance. The original heroines couldn't handle him. Sister, we've already been reduced to working as a housekeeper. How could you be this foolish? And the female Letson waiting around Yaoguang are no pushovers either. The system seized the opportunity to educate Lin Huixing. You've been quite satisfactory so far. Let's just focus on doing the housekeeping work well and not think about other things. You need to understand that I am a housekeeping system, not a romance strategy system. You must keep your priorities straight. The system spoke with a hint of resentment in its tone. Lin Huixing sensed something amiss. Did your previous hosts not diligently stick to housekeeping? Far from it. The system finally let out its pent-up frustration. If I hadn't seen how obedient you are, I wouldn't have even applied for the beginner's welfare package for you. You have no idea what my previous hosts did. I've told them 1,000 times I'm not a romance strategy system, and there's no reward even if they succeed, yet they still insisted on competing with the female lead for the male lead. It was as if they'd never seen a man in 8 lifetimes, utterly famished, willing to devour anything. Lin Huixing. She deduced another meaning from this torrent of information. You've had many hosts before. And how difficult is this task really? The system gave a simple, honest laugh. Not too hard, I suppose. I've been bound to 7 hosts before you. I believe that with you this time, we will surely succeed. Lin Huixing. So none of the previous 7 hosts had ever succeeded. What kind of jinx system are you? But thinking about what the system had said, Lin Huixing felt she couldn't entirely blame it. She probed cautiously, and what happened to those previous hosts after they failed? The system, some obsessed with fighting the female lead for the male lead, got themselves killed by the male lead after eliminating the female lead. Another one finally saw the light and ran off with the female lead, but was then killed by the male lead. And the last one worked hard to earn money, bought a nuclear weapon, and started a world war. Lin Huixing. After pondering for about 3 seconds, she said solemnly, "Honestly, the one who started the world war sounds like the most sane of the bunch." The system immediately grew wary upon hearing this. "You wouldn't do something like that, would you?" Lin Huixing. "No, I wouldn't. Getting a second chance at life is no small feat." The logic was sound, but the system wasn't entirely reassured. It only offered a word of caution. Previously, the shop was fully open from the start, which was a bit risky. Now it only opens level by level with the protagonist's approval, so I'm not too worried about you causing trouble. The system added a sincere compliment. "Besides, you seem quite dependable to me." Lin Huixing. "Thanks." After being praised as dependable by the system, Lin Huixing returned home to find a new order waiting. The system clarified it wasn't from the protagonist. The system had taken measures to prevent Lin Huixing from being unavailable for the protagonist's household due to an overflow of orders, so under normal circumstances, she couldn't be found on the website. For someone to specifically find Lin Huixing under these conditions, it's most likely an internal referral, possibly from Aunt Li. True to its rich experience, the system's prediction was soon confirmed. Lin Huixing received a call from Aunt Li, who chuckled warmly. "Xiao Lin, you're so efficient and tidy with your housekeeping. I recommended you to the butler of the Zhou family next door. Has he placed an order with you yet? They're expecting an important guest soon who is very particular about the accommodation. I thought you'd be perfect." The Zhou family is also quite generous. Indeed generous. On top of Lin Huixing's standard wage, they were willing to pay a bonus equivalent to half her salary. That was far more generous than that scoundrel Fu Qianai. Work is work regardless of the client. Lin Huixing only had time to change into her housekeeping uniform at home before, since the location was right next door to the Fu residence, Aunt Li invited Lin Huixing over for dinner that evening. She had simmered a pot of cordyceps soup, which Fu Qianai and Su Huanxi certainly wouldn't finish, leaving plenty for them. For those working in wealthy households, as long as they didn't stir up trouble, they had a secure golden opportunity, often entitled to a share of the master's finest goods. Even a part-timer like Lin Huixing who tagged along enjoyed good treatment, even if Fu Qianai occasionally deducted wages out of sheer pettiness. Earning money didn't make Lin Huixing unhappy. The Zhou family not involving the protagonist were mostly normal people. But from the moment she set out, she felt her eyelids twitching. She had a nagging feeling something bad was about to happen. The system called her superstitious. This only indicates eyelid myochemia. Which eye is twitching, the left or the right? Lin Huixing, both eyes are twitching. System, go buy a lottery ticket right now. If you don't win, then you're probably in for some bad luck. Lin Huixing. When she arrived at the Zhou residence, she experienced for the first time the strictness of a butler from a prestigious household, a stark contrast to the affable Aunt Li at the Fu residence. The butler scrutinized Lin Huixing with extreme pickiness, and after ascertaining there was nothing unusual about her, condescendingly ordered her to start working. However, as long as the wages were paid, the attitude didn't matter. The room she was asked to clean was presumably a guest room in the Zhou mansion, yet it was lavishly opulent. The room was already immaculately clean, almost excessively so, but the Zhou butler still gave strict instructions. All the bedding must not have a single wrinkle, and every speck of dust in the corners must be completely cleaned away. Our guest is of noble bearing and highly sensitive. Even the faintest smell of dust in the air could cause discomfort. Lin Huixing grumbled inwardly as she cleaned. A princess, and the piece so fragile. The Zhou butler initially kept up a stream of instructions, but seeing that Lin Huixing worked quickly, skillfully, and silently, his expression showed a rare hint of satisfaction. Only after she had cleaned half the room did he relax and leave. "Continue with your cleaning. He'll go prepare the afternoon tea for the guest." At that moment, Lin Huixing was bent over cleaning under the bed. The Zhou family's standards of cleanliness were obsessively stringent. Even under the bed, she couldn't find any trace of dirt. The system continued to add fuel to the fire. "Not enough. There's a simple crayon drawing a child made on the bedpost over there. I suggest you wipe it off." Lin Huixing was exasperated. How do the Zhou kids even manage to crawl into a corner like that? She was venting at the system, not noticing the door being pushed open. The air seemed to thicken, making it difficult to breathe. Sensing something was wrong, Lin Huixing looked up from under the bed and saw a man in white standing there. A face of such mesmerizing, almost ethereal beauty struck her first, a face impossible to forget. Two men stood at the door, one in black and one in white, but the man in white completely overshadowed everything else in the room. The man in black furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly displeased by Lin Huixing's presence. Yao Guangjin possessed a face of clear, pure beauty. His eyes, slightly hooded, revealed a glimmer of starlight in their depths that was hypnotic, and the slight upward curve of his lips seemed perfectly calibrated. He said to Lin Huixing, "Hello." It should have been an unforgettable sight, yet Lin Huixing felt a chilling dread like being watched by a venomous snake. The air felt suffocatingly damp. Lin Huixing. Her trembling heart betrayed her unease. Next time my eyelids twitch, I am definitely not leaving the house. System, how could this happen? Lin Huixing also wanted to ask, how could this happen? Yao Guangjin's face was indeed beautiful, and sometimes the impact of a first-person view was beyond what words could describe. But when she thought of the plot involving him, Lin Huixing swallowed nervously. If this were a novel, she might well be the kind of disposable character who gets bewitched. For such a character, she would feel pity, sympathy, heartache, and wish to save them. But she had already arrived in the novel's world, and she was a real person. All she wanted now was police, save me, help me. But nothing had even happened yet. Lin Huixing stood up nervously, momentarily at a loss for how to greet them. She awkwardly responded, "Hello." A faint tremor was in her voice. She had never dreamed that the guest at the Zhou family's home would actually be Yao Guangjin. Stupid system, why didn't it tell me he was connected to the Zhou family in the plot? The man beside Yao Guangjin frowned. This was a question Lin Huixing could answer. I'm the hourly worker the master of the house hired to clean the rooms. Can't you see? Look at the clothes I'm wearing, look at the cleaning tools in your father's hands. Don't you have any sense? She kept her head down, not daring to let Yao Guangjin or this man see her panicked and timid expression. Nor did she catch the faint trace of confusion in Yao Guangjin's eyes. The man in black turned to Yao Guangjin and said, "Let's come back later. We'll find another place to discuss things." Yao Guangjin replied faintly, and then the two left the room. From start to finish, Lin Huixing barely dared to look up, only breathing a huge sigh of relief after Yao Guangjin and the man were gone. Although Yao Guangjin was a lunatic, he wasn't so unhinged as to kill people who didn't provoke him right. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anyone left alive around him. Lin Huixing just hadn't expected to meet him now, and her instinct was to cower. Oh, this is the downside of an unfinished story. The plot automatically connects to whatever makes sense. Yao Guangjin shouldn't have been in the country during this period, but he must have his reasons for returning. The Zhou family's matriarch does indeed have a distant marital connection to the Yao Guang family. Could he be visiting relatives? The system only now offered this hindsight, and Lin Huixing felt like cursing at it. Lin Huixing, if I'd known it was Yao Guangjin's job, I wouldn't have taken it. System, what are you panicking about? You don't know Yao Guangjin yet. As long as you're sensible and don't go near him, Yao Guangjin isn't the type of lunatic who kills people randomly. Under normal circumstances, he at least puts on a better temper than Fu Chainai. Lin Huixing, you said it. Just looks that way. But the system was right. There was no use overthinking it now. On the surface, she and Yao Guangjin wouldn't have any connection. As long as she kept her head down and didn't cause trouble, she was just an ordinary hourly worker. Because of the Zhou family's meticulous requirements, cleaning Yao Guangjin's room alone consumed all her time. It was already 6:30 p.m., and Lin Huixing was thinking about the soup Aunt Li had made. At the final moment of completion, the Zhou family's butler appeared punctually like a ghost. He even went so far as to vigorously rub a finger inside the lampshade, an overlooked spot, until he was satisfied that even vigorous rubbing couldn't produce dust, then smiled approvingly, not bad. Lin Huixing. This was almost as obsessive as the system. If it weren't for the system's demands, she would definitely slack off as much as possible, and within a day her reputation as a top-tier hourly worker would crumble. In a way, the system's demands were remarkably forward-thinking. Since the work was done well, the Zhou family was quite generous when settling the payment. Lin Huixing left the Zhou residence and swiftly headed to the Fu residence. The Fu family had a back door, and she had already figured out the location over the past few days. Coming to the Fu residence felt like returning to her own home. She slipped in through the back door into the kitchen, saw Aunt Li busy at work, and called out cheerfully, "Aunt Li." Finished with the Zhou family's business. Aunt Li smiled and beckoned to Lin Huixing, "Come have some soup." She ladled out a bowl of soup for Lin Huixing. After taking it, Lin Huixing casually asked, "Have the young master and Miss Su returned?" "They're back eating in the front." Aunt Li added with some worry, "It's just that Miss Su looks really pale. I wonder if she had a fight with her family when she went home." Lin Huixing bet that was exactly it. What good words could come out of the mouths of her gambling-addicted father, weak-willed mother, and good-for-nothing brother? All they did was hurl insults at Su Wance's character. She just wondered what Fu Chainai had done. In the original plot, Fu Chainai wouldn't have met Su Wance's parents this quickly, but since she had made a scene yesterday, Fu Chainai accompanied Su Wance there. She had asked the system, and as long as she didn't mess up her own duties, minor deviations in these plot details wouldn't cause any. After all, this was a world where multiple storylines intertwined and many unexpected events were unpredictable. Even the system couldn't calculate them all. What about that Miss Pei? When Lin Huixing had come last night, she hadn't seen Pei Xintong, but she remembered that Pei Xintong had been staying at the Fu residence. Miss Pei left yesterday. Generally, unless Nangong Yin kept her there, Pei Xintong had no reason to stay. She wanted to, but Fu Chainai wouldn't be happy about it. After a while, Su Huanci appeared looking haggard. Lin Huixing and Aunt Li were quite surprised to see her. Generally speaking, it wasn't appropriate for a guest like Su Huanxi to frequently show up in the kitchen unless she wanted something to eat. "Miss Su, are you looking for something to eat?" That was the only explanation Aunt Li could think of. Lin Huixing meanwhile carefully observed Su Huanxi. Although her complexion was poor, her beauty was enough to mask many flaws, even adding a touch of melancholic charm to her. "Little Xingxing." Su Huanxi had come looking for Lin Huixing. She said, "I can only apologize to you on behalf of my brother. He might not be able to apologize to you in person for now." Listen to that phrasing. For now. Lin Huixing wondered if had been sent to Africa to mine ores. But thinking about it, that was impossible. In the later plot, he only got his legs broken. Lin Huixing widened her eyes and quickly played innocent. "Miss Su, this was just a small matter. It's fine. Aunt Li. That's not what you said when you were wailing yesterday." Lin Huixing then carefully probed, "Could it be that your brother? Something happened to him?" "It's not really something happening." Su Huanxi forced a stiff smile. "Yesterday we went home and had a detailed discussion about my brother's situation. Fu Chainai thinks it's not acceptable for him to keep idling around like this." In other words, only Fu Chainai thought that way. As for Su Huanxi, she had simply given up on her brother after knowing what would happen in the future, and so she let Fu Chainai have his way. Lin Huixing suddenly felt a strange sensation. Su Huanxi let out a bitter laugh. "He's been sent by Fu Chainai to Africa to mine ores." Lin Huixing was dumbfounded. The system was equally stunned. How is this possible? Su Huanxi's brother hasn't committed a crime serious enough for this, yet has he? And even with greater transgressions later on, Fu Chainai had never exiled anyone to Africa before. If it were a business trip, that would be one thing, but mining. How many days could Su Yaozu possibly survive that? Lin Huixing asked inwardly, why does that lunatic Fu Chainai have such a fetish for exiling people to Africa? He had threatened the second male lead the same way, and now he was doing it to Su Huanxi's brother. Even more shocking, Su Huanxi didn't even try to stop him. In disbelief, Lin Huixing said, "Miss Su, your brother just stepped on one of my ribs." Of course, Lin Huixing wasn't sympathizing with Su Yaozu, but from the looks of it, Fu Qinye's treatment of him was utterly disproportionate. Never mind Su Yaozu's own behavior, but at this stage, Su Huanxi, despite her disappointment in her family, would still normally intervene in matters concerning her brother. Yet now Fu Chainai announces he's sending him away, and Su Huanxi doesn't object. It was simply too bizarre. Because I thought about it. My brother has lived this long without learning a thing. He needs some discipline. She couldn't exactly say that yesterday she had heard from Lin Huixing's thoughts about the future crimes her brother would commit, and her heart had turned cold. But she had been hesitant at the time. Su Yaozu hadn't done anything wrong yet, so was it fair to condemn him for future sins? It was Fu Chainai who persuaded her. Your brother lacks discipline. He needs a good tempering. He didn't mention his own desire for revenge. Fu Qinye's proposal was sound. He'd send Su Yaozu to mine in Africa with his men keeping watch. The brat wouldn't die, but he would certainly suffer. After much deliberation, Su Huanxi agreed. Only her parents objected, but they were powerless against Fu Chainai. All they could do was curse Su Huanxi relentlessly. This was the reason for Su Huanxi's haggard appearance, which puzzled Lin Huixing deeply. Su Yaozu got exiled to Africa for barely offending Fu Chainai. If she were to anger that wretch. Lin Huixing thought of Yao Guangjin next door and grew even more worried for her own life. The system offered maybe it's just for a few days. There's still a key plot point later that needs him. Lin Huixing asked what key point. Oh, you mean when Pei Xintong uses Su Yaozu's name to lure Su Huanxi out? Su Huanxi's body trembled. The last shred of guilt she felt for her brother's exile vanished completely. That was indeed a critical plot point. Although Fu Chainai had pressured Su Huanxi to get an abortion, the author couldn't have her do it herself. So the plot arranged for Pei Xintong to trick Su Huanxi out under Su Yaozu's name, deliberately causing a collision to end her pregnancy. Sometimes Lin Huixing admired such female antagonists. How could they precisely target the fetus without harming the mother? With skills like that, Pei Xintong should be competing in medical competitions, not wasting her talent wreaking havoc in the world. But now if Su Yaozu really couldn't come back, how would Pei Xintong pull off her scheme? Perhaps she'd find another way. As Lin Huixing was pondering this, Su Huanxi left again, looking utterly dejected. She still couldn't accept being pregnant with Fu Qinye's child. Fortunately, they both had their own concerns recently, and Fu Chainai at least ensured all necessary precautions were taken. Despite his youth and affection for Su Huanxi, he had no desire for a child to complicate things. Knowing that Su Yaozu was already on his way to mine in Africa, Lin Huixing felt a sense of vindication. She returned home and firmly requested from the system, "I need 2 days off. No new commissions. Except from the protagonist's family." Even if her existence revolved around the protagonist, she still needed rest. She had been cleaning nonstop since she arrived in this world, and her back was about to break. She might not die from overwork, but the system didn't eliminate physical fatigue. She just wanted to rest for 2 days. The system granted her request. So after 2 blissful days of lazing around at home, Lin Huixing finally had the energy to explore City C. By a stroke of luck, she ended up right in front of Su Wance's company. This was also the headquarters of the Fu family's conglomerate. There was no denying the Fu family's immense wealth and status. In the original story, this skyscraper was described as a symbol of the Fu family's financial power. Standing at its base, Lin Huixing craned her neck so far back, she thought she'd break it. The system finally broke its silence. There's a plot development today. Lin Huixing grumbled, who's the idiot requesting my... The system clarified, no, remember the scene where Su Huanci gets beaten as a mistress? It's happening today. The moment the system finished speaking, Lin Huixing shot into the Fu group building like she had rockets strapped to her feet. In the story, after a long day of being bullied by her boss, Su Huanci was about to leave work. She hadn't even stepped out of the building when a woman appeared out of nowhere, grabbed her hair, and started slapping her. The woman screamed, "You shameless mistress. You seduced my husband. You slut'll beat you to death today." Despite Su Huanci's protests, "I'm not. You've got the wrong person," the woman wouldn't listen. Su Huanci was too weak to fight back. As she was being hit, she looked around hoping someone would help her. But no one came. She was utterly alone. The women envied her for catching the eye of the Fu Group CEO, and the men assumed she was just a promiscuous woman who deserved to be beaten for being a mistress. In the crowd, the woman's husband and the real mistress watched coldly, even wearing smug, gloating smiles, as they saw Su Huanci being attacked. No one helped her. It wasn't until Fu Chang'ai got word and sent security guards down that the farce was stopped. But in his heart, he had been hearing old rumors about Su Huanci circulating in the company, and he was seething with anger. Since the woman who attacked her was mentally ill, the matter was dropped. The real mistress and the unfaithful husband were simply fired, while Su Huanci, the victim, didn't even receive an apology. Every time this plot point repeated, Lin Huixing cursed Fu Chang'ai as a bastard. She didn't intend to interfere with major plot developments, but she couldn't stand by and watch the female lead get beaten up. The narrative was from Su Wance's perspective. The isolation, the terror of being beaten, the feeling that no one in the world would help her. Lin Huixing had felt that way before, back at the orphanage. But that was all in the past. As Lin Huixing entered the first floor of the Fu Group building, she saw Su Huanci walking out of the elevator, and a heavy-set woman beside her had also spotted her. On the first floor, the Fu Corporation bustled with people coming and going. Aside from the elevator behind the electrical panel, which required employees to swipe their cards for access, the lobby was far from empty. Lin Huixing spotted Su Huanci, and Su Huanci saw her too. Today, Lin Huixing was dressed in casual clothes. At first glance, Su Huanci almost failed to recognize the youthful aura before her. It was Lin Huixing. She had just raised a smile, ready to call out to her, when a woman rushed over from the side, her palms swooping down like a gust of wind aimed at Lin Huixing's cheek. "You shameless homewrecker." Sharp, earth-shattering words instantly erupted in the lobby like boiling water. All eyes turned toward them. But Lin Huixing, thanks to her recent training, or so she felt, seemed to have grown a fraction faster in reaction speed. She dashed towards Su Huanci almost simultaneously and shoved the woman who was about to strike her. "What do you think you're doing? Don't you check if you've got the right person before you hit someone?" The woman was middle-aged, stout, with a sallow, haggard face. Or perhaps her true age wasn't that, a life had simply worn her down. The original story barely touched on this woman's plight, only mentioning that her husband had driven her to this state. But Lin Huixing couldn't muster much sympathy. If you have a grievance, go after the one who caused it. She hadn't even identified the right person before attacking Su Huanci. She might be pitiable, but what about Su Huanci? Su Huanci was stunned. In her eyes, Lin Huixing had descended like a divine warrior. She looked at the unfamiliar middle-aged woman, her brow furrowed. "Miss, I don't know you. What homewrecker? How could she possibly be a homewrecker?" Her sudden assault thwarted. The woman stared at Su Huanci, and Lin Huixing, with intense agitation, pointing at Su Huanci and cursing. "It's you, you slut, seducing my husband. Shameless whore, you think you're in the right. Look at your born-degenerate face, a fox's face." Her furious insults drew the lobby crowd together, pointing and whispering. Su Wance's colleagues had also come down, witnessing the scene, but offering no help. Just as the story described, they began to watch the spectacle. Some of them Lin Huixing recognized. That woman named Zhou started weaving rumors about Su Huanci at every opportunity. Su Huanci had never been one for quarrels. Hearing such vile abuse, she couldn't find words to retort, only managing, "I really am not a homewrecker. You've got the wrong person. I don't even know who your husband is." Lin Huixing, hearing such ugly words, planted her hands on her hips and shot back. "What shameless homewrecker? Do you have proof? Who's your husband that he could afford a beauty of this caliber as his mistress? Is he even worthy?" Su Huanci. Though she knew Lin Huixing was defending her, Su Huanci couldn't help but be exasperated by Lin Huixing's choice of words. You must be the homewrecker's friend, right? Birds of a feather flock together. The woman tried to reach for Lin Huixing again, but Lin Huixing shoved her away without courtesy. Screw off? You think I'm made of mud? If you dare lay a hand on me, I'll beat you and your husband so hard you won't know what hit you. The crowd fell silent. Lin Huixing's words stunned everyone present. Even the woman was dumbfounded. Seeing she couldn't get to Su Huanxi, she sat down and began to throw a tantrum. No justice. The homewrecker has the audacity to be so righteous. Absolutely no justice. The Fu Corporation's security guards finally snapped out of it and moved to restrain her, but at that moment Lin Huixing looked up and scanned the surroundings. Her husband and his mistress were also present, hiding behind the crowd, unnoticed by the woman for the moment. With the system's help, Lin Huixing pinpointed them instantly. Isn't your husband and his mistress right there? Zhang Linjiang from the planning department, and Ren 1. As Lin Huixing pointed, the two men's faces turned green. Other gazes followed, and upon seeing Zhang Linjiang and Ren, when everyone's expressions shifted to shock. In the original story, these two were no good. In the end, they were only expelled from the Fu Corporation without any serious punishment and never apologized to Su Huanxi. Whatever fate befell them, they deserved it. Zhang Linjiang still tried to argue. You. What nonsense are you talking? Meanwhile, Ren, when seeing the onlookers, only wanted to flee. The woman on the ground, upon seeing Zhang Linjiang, stared wide-eyed. Zhang Linjiang. Her shrill tone made Zhang Linjiang shudder. His face was ghastly, and his smile looked more like a grimace. Wife. Ren Wen had already slipped away, trying to escape. But the woman scrambled to her feet, spotted the guilty-looking Ren 1, and roared, "So you're the real slut." Ren Wen tried to run, but the crowd was packed together, watching the commotion, bodies pressing against each other. She couldn't escape quickly, and was soon caught by the woman. With a sharp crack, the furious woman, devoid of reason, grabbed Ren 1 by the scalp and slapped her across the face. Ren 1 let out a piercing scream. Su Huanxi was stunned, wide-eyed at the scene. Because the situation had escalated so dramatically, Lin Huixing's mind was silent. Leaning close to her, Su Huanxi couldn't help but ask curiously, "How did you know she was looking for those two? Was it also through some so-called story? What exactly was Lin Huixing's origin?" She didn't know Zhang Linjiang or Ren 1. The building was filled with too many people. Apart from her own department, she rarely had contact with others. Lin Huixing made up a casual excuse. Those two were hiding behind the crowd the whole time, looking guilty. It had to be. Seeing the woman only beating Ren when Lin Huixing was dissatisfied. She stepped forward to block Zhang Linjiang, who was trying to sneak away, looked him up and down, and said with disdain, "This is what you've got. Bald fat face, so oily you could fry an egg. Must saved a fortune on cooking oil at home, huh? That belly looks scarier than a woman 8 months pregnant. With such a hideous appearance." She even called out to the beaten Ren 1. "You must be really hungry to chew on something like this." The onlookers were speechless. Lin Huixing reached out to stop the woman. Hey, stop hitting. What's the point of only beating the mistress? We need to get to the root of the problem. Even if you beat her, can you guarantee your husband won't cheat again? You have to beat him until he... She pointed at Zhang Linjiang and calmly commanded the woman, "Hit him." The enraged woman, devoid of reason and already in a fragile state, just needed to vent her fury. The moment the words left her mouth, a fist slammed into Zhang Linjiang. He let out a squeal like a pig being slaughtered. Lin Huixing stepped back beside Su Huanxi, a confident smile on her face. She had rendered her service in silence. Su Huanxi. Fu Chenai indeed received the news, but this time, he didn't send security guards, he came down himself. What a disgrace. The intimidating presence of a domineering CO was still palpable. As he spoke, his icy tone radiated outward. Except for the woman still striking Zhang Linjiang, the crowd fell into hushed silence, almost no one daring to meet Fu Chenai's gaze. Fu Chenai arrived beside Su Huanxi and noticed Lin Huixing next to her. He suppressed his irritation, then looked at Su Huanxi and asked in a low voice, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Su Huanxi said calmly. Xiao Xingxing arrived just in time, otherwise I might have been hit. If it weren't for Lin Huixing, Su Huanxi couldn't imagine how she could have resisted in such a situation. Fu Chenai frowned deeply upon hearing this. "With me here, who would dare to lay a hand on you?" Lin Huixing shot him a glance, thinking, "You've got 2 holes under your eyes for nothing." The fight over there was so intense, if Su Huanxi had actually been beaten, would your Monday morning quarterbacking have been of any use? Fu Chenai. He forced himself to stay calm, and said to Su Huanxi, "From now on, I'll assign a bodyguard to follow you. After work, I'll have a driver take you home. Don't go back alone." In the past, Su Huanxi would definitely have rejected his insincere kindness. But now, seeing the scene before her, she remained. Since she had already been labeled as someone with connections, she might as well embrace it fully. Fu Chenai finally had time to deal with the commotion, ordering people to pull away the frenzied woman. By now, Zhang Linjiang's face was swollen, and his body bruised, his suit torn into shreds hanging off him. Fu Chenai, with a good memory, still took a moment to recognize the man before him, Zhang Linjiang. After all, he was a manager-level figure frequently seen in meetings, so Fu Chainai naturally had some impression of him. Zhang Linjiang strained to show Fu Chainai an ugly smile. President. Fu Chainai then looked at the woman Ren Wen who was crying pitifully, still managing to display her delicate vulnerability towards him. President. Woo. Fu Chainai raised his head, displaying the cold indifference of a domineering CEO. You two are fired. Pack your things and get out. Regardless of the circumstances, causing such a spectacle in a bustling place like the Fu Corporation meant neither of them could stand. Zhang Linjiang and Ren Wen were both stunned. The Fu Corporation was renowned in the industry for its excellent treatment. Being fired from here was equivalent to publicly proving they had issues, making it nearly impossible to find jobs in other companies in the same industry. Zhang Linjiang knew Fu Chainai's temper well. Ren Wen wanted to cry out, but she was quickly escorted out with Zhang Linjiang by the security guards. Fu Chainai turned around and saw Su Huanzi's calm expression. He already knew the whole story, but he had recently heard some rumors about Su Huanzi. Even though today's incident wasn't her fault, he couldn't resist making a sharp jab at her. You should also think about why she targeted you of all people. A fly doesn't land on an unbroken egg. Su Huanzi's eyes widened, her face turning pale. Fu Chainai, what did you say? You don't believe me. Lin Huixing beside her was cursing inwardly, furiously venting her anger towards Fu Chainai in her mind. Your girlfriend almost got hit and is already feeling wronged, and you say something like that. Are you even human? A dog is more reasonable than you. Fu Chainai, you're worse than a dog. Bastard. Damn it. My hands are so itchy I really want to slap Fu Chainai twice. Fu Chainai, hearing Lin Huixing's thoughts, grew even angrier, but he vented his wrath on Su Huanzi. Still mindful of his pride, he hissed through gritted teeth in a voice only the three of them could hear. Isn't it true? Do you know what's being said in the company lately? You're not just seeing Cheng Xiang, so why are there rumors about you being involved with other men? Cheng Xiang was that poor second male lead constantly threatened with being sent to Africa. He finally got a name. Lin Huixing suddenly understood. So rumors were already circulating in the company. Her gaze instinctively drifted over, and she caught the eye of the male colleague surnamed Zhou in the crowd. For some reason, he looked away guiltily. Seeing the crowd about to disperse, Su Huanzi could only offer a weak defense. Is that what you think of me? Do you believe every rumor you hear? She had no evidence to prove her innocence, as she didn't even know the source of the rumors. Lin Huixing raised an eyebrow and suddenly pulled out her phone. Sister C, I actually have something to ask you. Last time I went to Hot Pot, I ran into your male colleagues. They were talking about you, and I didn't think you were that kind of person, so I wanted to ask if it's true. In front of everyone, she played the recording. The voices of the male colleagues surnamed Zhou and others spreading rumors about Su Huanzi, accompanied by occasional disgusting and lecherous laughter. They freely fabricated stories about Su Huanzi, speculating about her improper relationship with Fu Chainai. The rumors about Su Huanzi were bad enough, but they also involved Fu Chainai. The male colleague surnamed Zhou's face grew paler, staring at Lin Huixing with eyes full of rage. Su Huanzi was shocked. She immediately looked at Zhou Bo and demanded angrily, Zhou Bo, what do you mean? What do you mean I only took your money without dating you? What do you mean I rejected you because I'm a gold digger? Yes, you confessed to me once, but I clearly rejected you then. You kept pestering me, so I blocked your number then. And about me spending your money. Su Huanzi laughed in disbelief. The first time I entered the company, you offered to buy me coffee, and I accepted, but I treated you several times after that. After I blocked you, I even transferred the coffee money back to you. Why don't you mention that? You say I spent your money, but do you have any proof? Lin Huixing thought, ooh la la, she never expected the usually gentle female lead to stand up for herself one day. Under Su Huanzi's relentless questioning, Zhou Bo saw Fu Chainai's almost murderous glare. Fu Chainai sneered, so all the rumors about Su Huanzi in the company were started by you. Zhou Bo's legs went weak, almost collapsing to his knees in front of Fu Chainai. With a mournful face, he offered a weak and futile defense. No, it wasn't me, President. He wanted to deny it, but he couldn't find any excuse. Those things were indeed his own fabrications. He was just upset. Why did Su Huanzi have to give him the cold shoulder? Yet this was not something Zhou Bo could excuse. Su Huanzi's eyes were almost red. So the so-called baseless rumors could be twisted by just a single mouth. What if it hadn't been Lin Huixing today? Who could have testified for her? Even Fu Chainai, a man of his stature, refused to believe her. How utterly laughable. The male colleagues who had joined Zhou Bo in gossiping about Su Huanzi, now exposed by Lin Huixing, grew frightened and scrambled to defend themselves. No, President, we were just joking behind her back. We never actually did anything to Miss Su. Yes, just a joke. Miss Su shouldn't take it seriously. We all knew Zhou Bo was bragging. Of course we didn't believe it. It's all Zhou Bo's fault. The expressions of Fu Group employees from other departments were quite nuanced. Knowing that Su Huanzi was Fu Chainai's girlfriend, everyone had been whispering behind her back. The rumors about Su Huanzi were readily believed by most, but now that Lin Huixing had exposed them as fabrications, the situation was entirely different. Fu Qingye's aura at that moment was terrifyingly low. As Lin Huixing watched the male colleague's shameless justifications, she felt a wave of nausea. Hands on her hips, she continued her tirade. A joke is only a joke when everyone, including the person involved, finds it funny. Did Su Huanxi laugh with you? If you can't get someone's attention, you slander them behind their back. Then can I also make up lies about you? Look at yourself, ugly and talentless. How did you get into Fu Group? Did you sell your body to get in? Why are you angry? I was just kidding, a joke. Don't take it seriously. Lin Huixing's mouth was like a machine gun, and Zhou Bo was red-faced with fury, but couldn't find a retort. She looked around at the others who had joined Zhou Bo in defaming Su Huanxi. Seeing how much you enjoy joking with him, you must be the same kind of people. A bunch of losers who love spreading dirty rumors about women behind their backs. Would you do the same to your own wives? Of course, I'm just joking too. Don't take it to heart. Su Huanxi watched as Lin Huixing stood before her, shielding her from the malice of those people. Even Fu Qianai had only believed the outside gossip and misunderstood her. But Lin Huixing, who had no real connection to her, chose to stand up and defend her. Su Huanxi's heart, bitter for over 20 years, seemed to shift. Her eyes grew moist as she wanted to cry but couldn't afford to do so now. Even Fu Qianai couldn't help but glance at Lin Huixing several times. He knew exactly how sharp her tongue could be. Compared to her usual, this was practically restrained. Turning back, he saw Su Huanxi's reddened eyes, and Fu Qianai felt a jolt. He belatedly realized that he might have gone too far. Su Huanxi had nearly been wronged, and he had jumped to conclusions without verifying the truth, losing the judgment he ought. A rare sense of regret stirred within him. But just as he felt that regret, Su Huanxi's gaze swept over him, as if making a comparison. Her eyes turned cold, and she was even less willing to show him a kind face. Fu Qingye's heart dropped, and then anger surged. He wasn't the one who spread the rumors. He knew he was wrong, but the problem wasn't his fault. Unable to vent his anger at the two women, he whirled around furiously. You're all fired. Get out of my sight right now, or I'll make sure none of you can stay in City C. When Fu Qianai raged, not even a mosquito dared to buzz within a mile. In an instant, everyone present scattered like birds and beasts. Those named didn't dare to resist, only trudging away with grim faces to pack their things. When Fu Qianai said fired, there was no turning back. Security guards stood by watchfully. If they didn't pack, there were plenty of people to throw their belongings out. Only Zhou Bo, as he passed Lin Huixing, didn't dare look at Su Huanxi or Fu Qingye, but gave Lin Huixing as if he was blaming her for his misfortune. Lin Huixing glared back savagely. You little bastard, you want to take me on? Shed beat the scumbag's brains out with a broom. Fu Qianai rubbed his temples, then reached for Su Huanxi, his voice softening. My meeting will take a little longer. Wait for me to go back together. Su Huanxi shook off his hand and turned her face away, refusing to look at him. Fu Qingye's expression darkened instantly. Su Huanxi, I was wrong today, but don't be ungrateful. He thought his apology was already a big deal. But Su Huanxi was stubborn. What else do you want? Should I send my parents to dig mines in Africa too? Fu Qianai was speechless. Lin Huixing glanced at Su Huanxi in surprise. How had she suddenly come to her senses? But Lin Huixing thought it unlikely. The biggest problem in the plot wasn't Su Huanxi's lack of resistance, but the fatal leverage she always had. Her mother. Even though her mother was weak and never sided with Su Huanxi, she was still the deepest bond in Su Huanxi's heart. Whenever her mother cried and pleaded, Su Huanxi always softened. In the end, when Su Huanxi's mother died of cancer, the person who truly restrained her was gone, and Fu Qianai lost. At this moment, Fu Qianai didn't need to threaten Su Huanxi with her mother. He just sneered. Don't forget Cheng Xiang is still in the branch office. Do you want him to be finished in City C? Lin Huixing felt a chill for Su Huanxi. Though she cursed Fu Qianai inwardly, she was helpless. She knew that Su Huanxi had too many fatal weaknesses, and thus could only be manipulated by Fu Qianai. With everyone she cared about as leverage, Su Huanxi was like a prisoner trapped in a sunless cage, never to escape. Su Huanxi fell silent. But if one looked closely, they could see her body trembling slightly, as if trembling with rage, yet utterly powerless. At this point, Su Huanxi could only look at Fu Qianai with sorrow. Fu Qingye, do you love me or hate me? No one's love could be like this. If he loved her, why would everyone around her become his leverage to control her? After saying this, Su Huanxi turned and left. Lin Huixing followed, rolling her eyes dramatically as she passed by Fu Qianai. Bitch, you deserve to chase Su Huanxi forever without success. After they left, Fu Qingye's fierce expressions, he pursed his lips and remained silent. After a long moment, he murmured, keep Su Huanxi well protected. At least something like today shouldn't happen again. Lin Huixing was still complaining to the system. Sometimes I genuinely feel sorry for these female leads. It doesn't seem like they're unwilling to leave the male lead on their own. It's just that once they're tainted by the male lead, that piece of filth, they can't shake him off. Whether or not the novel follows logic, it has formed this world, and it truly traps the female lead. The system said, Well, there's nothing we can do about that. It was just a housekeeping system. It wasn't responsible for handling matters between the male and female leads. Lin Huixing then asked the puzzling question, how exactly am I supposed to gain the male and female leads' approval? She was just a housekeeper. If it was about doing a good job, Su Huanxi had praised her cleaning skills several times. But that hadn't earned her any approval either. The system hesitated well. Lin Huixing was calm now. You don't have to hesitate. I know you're a useless piece of trash. The system erupted in anger but realizing it couldn't explain things for Lin Huixing either, it logged off in frustration. After leaving the company, Su Huanxi didn't know where to go. She could go home these past couple of days, but her mother still resented her over her brother's situation, believing that Su Huanxi had said something that led Fu Chainai to send her brother to Africa. But what her brother was going to do might actually be true. If someone could harm their own family like that, were they truly family? After thinking for a long time with no answers for her tangled thoughts, Su Huanxi turned to Lin Huixing and said, "Little star, let me treat you to a meal." Sure. Lin Huixing didn't refuse. Her daily life now revolved around the protagonists, and building a good relationship with them was always the right move. Lin Huixing hadn't had ramen in a long time, so Su Huanxi treated her to some and sincerely thanked her for what happened today. If it weren't for you, I probably would have been dumbfounded. Thank you so much. Lin Huixing slurped her noodles and thought, tell me about it. I'm pretty damn awesome. You were like an idiot when you were being hit before, but no one came to help you. Kind of pitiful. Su Huanxi's hand holding the chopsticks paused. She really had no excuse. But the female lead's plot armor was in effect. Key scenes could happen anywhere. As Lin Huixing was eating happily, she heard a hesitant voice call out, "Cici." Lin Huixing hadn't even reacted yet, but Su Huanxi had already gone stiff. Lin Huixing turned her head to look and saw someone with, how to put it, an incredibly gentle temperament. From his face to his expression, even without Su Huanxi saying anything, Lin Huixing could recognize him. Lin Huixing thought, you must be that poor pitiful second male lead. That aura of a lovesick cannon fodder supporting character was truly unforgettable. Cheng Xiang hadn't seen Su Huanxi in a long time. His eyes held 3 parts sorrow, 4 parts nostalgia, and 3 parts affection as he said, I didn't expect to run into you here. How have you been lately? He had recently been transferred to a branch company by Fu Chainai. His prospects at the head office had been promising, and although the branch company paid better, the future there wasn't as bright as it would have been at headquarters. Everyone was saying it was because Su Huanxi didn't want him to affect her chances of climbing the social ladder. This was the key. Su Huanxi never dared to tell him that she had been forcibly targeted by Fu Qinya, who threatened Cheng Xiang's career to coerce her. This led Cheng Xiang to believe that Su Huanxi had dumped him because she fell for Fu Chainai. Even though he genuinely liked Su Huanxi and couldn't bear to blame her, Cheng Xiang's mother harbored a deep hatred for Su Huanxi because of it, which later caused some trouble. But that was plot for later. Cheng Xiang wasn't alone. He was accompanied by a woman who was beautiful, generous, and fashionably dressed. She actually looked quite compatible with Cheng Xiang. Lin Huixing did a quick mental calculation and figured she must be the blind date arranged by Cheng Xiang's mother. What a coincidence to run into them today. The woman looked at Su Huanxi with some confusion, her feminine intuition picking up on something amiss. She smiled and asked, Brother Xiang, who is this? A classic scene of a tragic couple was unfolding. Su Huanxi roughly guessed the woman's identity and felt a pang of sadness. She lowered her head and murmured, I've been doing all right lately. Cheng Xiang seemed to snap back to reality, pursed his lips in a faint smile, and introduced her. This is Miss Su Huanxi, my ex-girlfriend. There was a hint of bitterness in his voice as he said it. Unexpectedly, the woman's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. She looked at Su Huanxi with a strange, contemptuous gaze. So you're the Miss Su who dumped him after finding a richer man because you're too good for him. Uffed. Su Huanxi's expression hadn't even changed, but Lin Huixing sprayed out a mouthful of noodles. She knew the plot's power was absolute, but she hadn't expected it to be this idiotic. Sister, in public you're openly announcing that your date was cuckolded. That's hurting your opponent by 800 points, but hurting your date by 1800. Not to mention that Su Huanxi was being coerced. In the original plot, Su Huanxi was indeed targeted everywhere. She couldn't even step out for a meal without running into her unfortunate ex-boyfriend and his current date, who would mock her in every possible way. Back then, Su Huanxi was speechless because she couldn't refute it, and when she left, a woman who liked Cheng Xiang even dumped a glass of red wine on her. But that was supposed to happen later. Lin Huixing never expected to encounter this today, just by accompanying Su Huanxi out. The one who spread the story around to the point that the blind date knew about it must have been Cheng Xiang's mother. To be honest, if Fu Chainai hadn't interfered based on the original plot alone, Lin Huixing didn't think Su Huanxi would have ended up with Cheng Xiang anyway. This was solely because Cheng Xiang's mother was too extreme. It's just that Cheng Xiang's storyline involving his mother was minimal, and it wasn't important in the grand scheme of the male and female leads entanglement. Su Huanxi was indeed speechless at this moment, because she was the one who had initiated the breakup back then. Cheng Xiang looked embarrassed, and said, "Meng Lu, don't talk nonsense. Am I wrong?" The woman named Meng Lu looked at Su Huanxi with a provocative smile. "Miss Su, if you'll forgive my bluntness, losing a good man like Xiang, you really have terrible taste." Su Huanxi pressed her lips together, still choosing not to speak. Instead, she looked at Lin Huixing. "Little star, are you done eating? Let's go." Her pleading eyes softened Lin Huixing's heart. All right. Su Huanxi was mainly afraid that Lin Huixing would stand up and speak for her. But at this stage, she didn't plan on letting Cheng Xiang know she was being coerced. What if he went to fight Fu Chainai? How could he possibly win against Fu Chainai? The two prepared to get up, but Meng Lu clearly wasn't willing to let Su Huanxi off so easily. "Miss Su, since you and Xiang haven't seen each other in so long, why don't you sit down and have a good chat about how you cheated on him back then?" Lin Huixing abruptly sat back down. Meng Lu's voice was loud, clearly intending for everyone in the noodle shop to look over to make sure everyone knew that Su Huanxi was a woman who despised poverty and loved wealth, a cheater. After all, who doesn't love a bit of drama? Cheng Xiang noticed Su Huanxi's unease and tried to pull Meng Lu away. "Meng Lu, stop this nonsense. This is between Cici and me." Meng Lu refused. "Brother Xiang, I just can't stand to see you being bullied like this." Lin Huixing slammed her hand hard on the table. The sound was so loud it startled everyone present. Su Huanxi had a premonition of something bad. But Lin Huixing said nothing. She simply stood up and pulled Su Huanxi to leave. "Let's go." Su Huanxi was dragged away by her. Meng Lu wanted to stop them, but seeing Lin Huixing's fierce demeanor, she didn't dare. After leaving the noodle shop, Lin Huixing said, "Miss Su, let me take you home. It's late, and it's not safe for you out here alone." Su Huanxi said dejectedly, "Xiao Xingxing, do you think I'm pathetic? I can't get rid of Fu Qinya, and I don't dare tell Cheng Xiang the truth." Lin Huixing replied, "A little, but it's your choice." She wanted to blurt it all out for Su Huanxi's sake, but this was Su Huanxi's own doing. It wasn't her place as an outsider to interfere. But that didn't stop her from feeling incredibly frustrated just being by Su Huanxi's side. "I just think Cheng Xiang isn't necessarily the right match for her. Is your sacrifice really necessary? Why don't you just tell him you were coerced, and see how Cheng Xiang reacts?" Su Huanxi was stunned. She had never thought of it from that angle. Lin Huixing wanted to say this, but she couldn't. She knew the plot, so she sensed something was off, but Su Huanxi didn't. Is the devoted second male lead always the right choice? Lin Huixing didn't think so. If he truly were the right one, why didn't Su Huanxi end up back with Cheng Xiang in the end? Was Cheng Xiang pitiful? He seemed to be, but only in the context of this relationship. Looking at the entire entanglement between Su Huanxi and Fu Qinya, there was a subtle point. Cheng Xiang and Fu Chainai never actually confronted each other directly. Even when Cheng Xiang was used by Fu Chainai to threaten Su Huanxi, he never even had a scene where he faced Fu Chainai head-on. After breaking up, Su Huanxi never actively sought him out again. It was Cheng Xiang who couldn't let go. He dated a few women set up as potential partners, but those relationships fizzled out because he was consumed by thoughts of Su Huanxi. Later, when Su Huanxi had a miscarriage, he happened to see her, and he started showing his concern for her again. At that time, Su Huanxi was on the verge of a mental breakdown. She had no support, she had lost her child, and with her family issues and her life in shambles, she had even contemplated jumping off a building. At that moment, Cheng Xiang was the only ray of light in her life. She begged him to take her away. But Cheng Xiang, because he had his own life and his mother whom he couldn't abandon. It was precisely because of his hesitation that Su Huanxi missed her best chance to escape and was eventually caught and locked away by Fu Chainai. This is all understandable human nature. If it were Lin Huixing, she would understand. But over all those years when Fu Chainai and Su Huanxi's public fights were reported by the tabloids, if Cheng Xiang truly loved Su Huanxi so deeply he couldn't bear to be apart from her, did he really not know what kind of life she was living? Did he ever try to find out? He dated Su Huanxi for 3 years and knew her quite well. Did he not even want to try to seek the truth? Cheng Xiang definitely liked Su Huanxi. There was no doubt about that. But Fu Chainai liked her too. Human emotions are the most changeable things. No one could know Cheng Xiang's true mindset. Lin Huixing could only speculate based on the plot. Looking at the entire story, she felt that Cheng Xiang's actions were always shrouded in a strange feeling. Seeing Su Huanxi deep in thought, Lin Huixing had no intention of baring her heart to her. They weren't that close yet, and Lin Huixing wouldn't do such a thing. But she didn't realize her inner thoughts had already revealed quite a bit of the matter. Su Huanxi decided to go back to her own place. She rented an apartment. After sending Su Huanxi off, Lin Huixing returned home. All that commotion with Su Huanxi, and she hadn't even finished her noodles. Too embarrassed to admit she was still hungry, she went home and made herself a cup of instant noodles. After finishing the noodles, she lay down to rest. Lin Huixing always slept soundly, but tonight in the middle of the night, she was jolted awake by the system's piercing digital alarm. Host, stop sleeping. Fire. Run. The system woke Lin Huixing up. Without a second thought, she scrambled out of bed, not even bothering to check that she was only in her pajamas, and bolted out the door. Where's the fire? Where's the fire? Lin Huixing was panicking, but the moment she ran out the door, she smelled it was definitely the smell of a fire somewhere. She also felt the surrounding temperature was abnormally high. Without needing the system's prompt, Lin Huixing ran as fast as a rabbit, screaming as she ran, "Fire! Fire! Run!" The building Lin Huixing lived in was in an older neighborhood, but the units were newly renovated. The environment was safe and pleasant, and there was a school nearby. The price was a bit higher than average, but it was safe and reliable. However, fire prevention measures in old neighborhoods are generally not very good, especially in this world. Like in Lin Huixing's original world, people generally felt safe and lacked awareness of these very dangerous hazards. Lin Huixing's screams woke many people. Upon hearing about the fire, they all scrambled out in a panic. Surprisingly, few people thought to try and put out the fire, but it was too late for that anyway. Without firefighting equipment, could they rely on the residents themselves to put it out? That was too naive. When Lin Huixing ran out, she only had her phone, and she immediately called the fire department. She lived on the 5th floor. As she ran downstairs, the system told her the fire started on the 4th floor. And as Lin Huixing reached the ground floor, a thick, fierce blaze had already shot up. If it hadn't been for the system's warning, given the intensity of the fire, even a minute's delay would have made it impossible for her to escape. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Huixing's back. How did a fire start? Don't I have you? I'm not a safety system. As long as it's not related to the main character's plot, I wouldn't know about these accidents. This world is so vast and different things happen to every single person. If the system could know everything, it would fry Lin Huixing's brain capacity. Watching the fire spread up the building, Lin Huixing looked at the floors engulfed in flames, praying that there was no one inside. Regrettably, the fire was extinguished only when the firefighters arrived. The blaze spread with terrifying speed. From the moment Lin Huixing was roused from sleep to her descent downstairs, mere minutes had passed, yet the flames had already engulfed the entire building. A few residents, awakened by Lin Huixing's urgent cries, managed to make it downstairs. The 7-story building's fire originated on the 4th floor. Besides Lin Huixing on the 5th, the 6th floor was empty. Tragically, an elderly resident on the 7th floor, along with the couple from the 4th, perished in the blaze. The elderly man was deaf and slept soundly through the night. Given the circumstances, the outcome could even be considered. The cause of the fire was absurdly trivial. The husband from the 4th floor had fallen asleep while smoking, failing to extinguish his cigarette. The ember ignited the grease-stained sofa, and the flames consumed it rapidly. The old residential complex was built with outdated, non-fire-resistant materials, which is why the fire spread so quickly. Lin Huixing yawned, exhausted from a sleepless night due to the fire. Her eyes were heavy, and she could barely keep them open. What a disaster! Her rented apartment was gone. Everything above the 4th floor was reduced to a charred skeleton, and now she'd have to find a new place to live. Nearby neighbors whispered about the couple from the 4th floor. They were always so low-key, never really interacted with anyone. It's a shame just gone like that. Right? The wife always greeted us with a smile. Once when I passed by her door, she even gave me a bunch of celery. She was such a kind soul. It's heartbreaking she didn't make it out. You know what I can't figure out is how a fire just starts like that, and from a cigarette no less. I'm going to have a word with my husband about his careless smoking habits. Amidst the murmur of voices, Lin Huixing kept her eyes half closed, waiting for the system to find her a new place to stay. Thankfully, she owned very little. Her phone was in her hand, and the system could manage the rest. She could easily pack up and leave at a moment's notice. The system quickly located a new place for her. As she was on her way, it suddenly spoke in a chilling tone. The fire might not have been an accident. That couple had secrets. Lin Huixing immediately perked up. What do you mean? Did you find something? I thought you couldn't hack into official systems. The system replied with a hint of pride. I overheard it. My surveillance range is much larger than yours after all. This system was rather limited. It had many restrictions, unlike those in the novel she used to read, where systems could easily hack into government databases. The system had clearly stated that was impossible. Each system had its own permissions. If the golden finger gave the host too much power, what would be the point of having a host? Apart from items exchanged in the shop, the system's main role was to gossip with Lin Huixing about the protagonist's affairs. Now it sensed something was amiss because it could pick up sounds within a certain radius that Lin Huixing couldn't hear. It wasn't a violation of any rules. It was primarily for the host's safety after all. I heard the police mention the couple was involved in some international money laundering case. They were just getting a lead when they were silenced. Money laundering. Lin Huixing quickly remembered this was a novel world where anything could happen. She was only concerned with the protagonists. Does this have anything to do with them? No. The system also confirmed there are some lawless elements, but none known for money laundering. This seems to be a subplot generated by the world's own logic unrelated to the main characters. Lin Huixing thought hard about the couple. Honestly, she had no memory of them. She had only moved in a few days ago and didn't know anyone in the neighborhood. Besides, the couple kept to themselves, leaving early and returning late, so they had never even crossed paths. This was too far removed from her life, so Lin Huixing didn't dwell on it. She followed the system's directions to her new residence. Unfortunately, she had just received a sum of money from the Zhou family, and before she could even enjoy it, she had to use it all for the new apartment's deposit. Feeling the pressure of poverty, Lin Huixing urged the system to give her some job listings. Anything would do, even if it wasn't cleaning for the protagonist's family. She sadly realized that besides being a cleaner, she couldn't think of any other viable option. But it seems she and Auntie Li were on the same wavelength. Just as Lin Huixing was about to look for work, Auntie Li contacted. The Fu family villa required daily cleaning. Such a large estate couldn't be managed by Auntie Li alone, so they had hourly workers come in every day. Ever since Auntie Li discovered Lin Huixing's excellent work ethic, she preferred to hire her over anyone else. If she weren't worried about overworking Lin Huixing, she would have her do all the cleaning. Today, Fu Qian'ai had gone abroad. The young master left in a hurry this morning and took Miss Su with him. The Fu residence is empty now. If you come over tonight, I can cook you something nice. In the original plot, they were mostly entangled domestically. Why would Fu Qian'ai take Su Huanxi abroad? Lin Huixing felt that the plot had somehow deviated, but she couldn't pinpoint how. When she tried to trace the logic, she was horrified to find that it all seemed to make sense. Any of Fu Qinye's erratic behavior could be explained away. Unable to figure it out, Lin Huixing stopped thinking about it. She arrived on time, and although the Fu family's butler was rigid and stern, he wasn't as arrogant as the Zhou family's butler. He even nodded at her when she arrived. Auntie Li, whose own daughter was studying abroad, had a special fondness for Lin Huixing, who was around the same age. She felt an instant connection with the girl. While chatting with Auntie Li, the system suddenly exclaimed, "Whoa. An urgent order just came in. For tomorrow." Lin Huixing's spirits lifted. If it were a regular client, the system would have been indifferent. But such excitement could only mean it involved a new protagonist. Curious, Lin Huixing asked, "Who is it?" The system chuckled, "It's that Life for Life story, but it's the second male lead." Lin Huixing was taken aback. If Fu Qinye's story was a frustrating crematorium for chasing a wife, this Life for Life story was so cringeworthy, it would make your toes curl. The male and female leads weren't actually that cruel. It was the second male lead who was the real troublemaker, tormenting the female lead until she ran away. Lin Huixing asked, "You mean the one with the so-called Buddha of City A and the Chong Sam-wearing female lead?" The system confirmed yes. But this time the order is from that scumbag second male lead. He's hosting a party in City C and needs a few hourly workers to clean up. I saw an opportunity and got you in. The main thing is the female lead will be there. Hearing it was a party, Lin Huixing was thrilled. This would be her first time attending a wealthy person's party since arriving in this world, and she was determined to go and broaden her horizons. The romance between this Buddhist monk and the female lead is melodramatic, yet surprisingly smooth. There isn't much heart-wrenching angst, and from the very start the main issue is that the system can't find a way to insert Lin Huixing into the story. The male lead is Luo Xiaonan, the crown prince of a city. He appears aloof and distant, treating everyone with icy indifference. Despite his youth, he is deeply devoted to Buddhist practice, living as a lay disciple and never having been in a relationship. His family worries he might genuinely intend to remain a monk with hair for the rest of his life. The female lead, on the other hand, is the daughter of the housekeeper employed by his family's rival. That housekeeper was a sworn sister to the mother of Wenju, the rival, and had once saved her life. Wenju's mother had raised the female lead as her own second daughter since childhood, personally educating her, which is why she embodies the grace and poise of a noble lady. Yet her background is ultimately deemed lowly, and she has been bound to Wenju since childhood, regarded by him as his possession. In the early stages, the female lead Su Panchi genuinely liked Wenju, but his vile temperament gradually extinguished all her feelings. She eventually came to her senses, left him, and coincidentally met Luo Xiaonan. The second male lead in this wife-chasing crematorium trope is Wenju. Luo Xiaonan had actually liked Su Panchi for a long time, but back then his status and family would never have accepted her. After over a decade of practicing Buddhism as a lay devotee, he had worn down his family's resistance to the point where they would accept any normal woman, let alone Su Panchi. Thus the love between Su Panchi and Luo Xiaonan faced few obstacles, with only Wenju occasionally popping up to cause trouble. This is compounded by some cringe-inducing descriptions in the plot. There's also the classic line where the male lead pins the female lead against the wall, his eyes red, murmuring, "Call me husband, and I'd give you my very life." This is the famous life-giving literature. Wenju was coming to Sea City to host a party because this young master had always been the antithesis of Luo Xiaonan. Luo Xiaonan, well-mannered and reserved, cared little for anything beyond corporate affairs and Buddhist scriptures. Wenju, in contrast, was the archetypal arrogant heir reveling in pleasure and looking down on everyone, much like Fu Chang'ai. His only saving grace was a shred of conscience. Lin Huixing figured he had probably taken a fancy to some new model and was planning to torment Su Panchi again. The next day, she received the party's location. She was still in her jade green housekeeping uniform, utterly inconspicuous. From the back, she looked like a seasoned cleaner with 30 years of experience. The party was held at a private villa. While its location wasn't as prime as the Fu family's estate, it was just one of many properties in the area for its owner. The villa was spacious, fully equipped for the party. A considerable crowd had already arrived, mostly young men and women, all of whom were quite attractive. Some had on excessively heavy makeup, while others were clearly internet-famous beauties who looked passable at a glance in person. Lin Huixing had recently had her eyes pampered by Su Huanxi and the others, plus the intense impact of Yao Guangjin's appearance. She had developed a strong immunity to such faces, and after scanning the room, found no one particularly interesting. She dutifully began her work. A crowded venue tends to get messy quickly, and her job as an hourly worker was to clean up promptly without disturbing the young ladies and gentlemen. There were probably a few minor celebrities present, as Lin Huixing overheard conversations related to the entertainment industry. As she swept along the corridor's edge, 3 beauties were seated there, all with similar oval faces and big eyes. One had slightly more natural features, while the other 2 looked like twins at first glance. The one with natural features was being mocked by the other 2. "I think you've lost your mind turning down director was film. Do you think transitioning from internet celebrity to actress is that easy?" The mocked internet celebrity lowered her eyes. "It's my own choice." She didn't dare to say it was because Director Wu had tried to proposition her something she absolutely couldn't accept. As an internet celebrity with tens of millions of followers, she already earned a substantial income even without entering the film industry. Her desire to enter was fueled by an acting dream, but offending Director Wu had effectively sealed off that path. Tell her whatever, she's so proud. A project with an investment as massive as life is but a fleeting dream. Countless people would kill for a spot, but she acts so aloof. If she were truly aloof, she wouldn't be here. What a phony. The twins each took a jab, rolled their eyes at the internet celebrity, and walked away. The internet celebrity lowered her head, lost in thought. Lin Huixing suddenly leaned in. "Is Director Wu Wusheng?" Startled, the internet celebrity Lin Ji stammered upon seeing the unfamiliar Lin Huixing in her housekeeping uniform. "Yes." "What did you hear?" Lin Huixing gave her a once-over and felt she looked vaguely familiar. After a moment it clicked. This was Lin Ji, the hugely popular internet celebrity she'd been seeing all over a video platform lately. She had risen to fame quickly due to her striking looks. And she even shared the same surname as Lin Huixing. After a moment's thought, Lin Huixing said, "It's better you didn't go. Wu Sheng is finished. That investment project will fall through too." Something about money laundering. Thinking of money laundering, Lin Huixing had a sudden realization. The system had mentioned that the couple who were burned to death were involved in money laundering. Now the entertainment industry was implicated too. Could it be the same case? Lin Huixing knew about Wu Sheng because he was connected to a subplot involving a male and female lead. It briefly mentioned a scandal that shook the entertainment world. The director was arrested for drug use, and the investment project was involved in money laundering. All the actors involved were investigated for a long time, severely damaging their popularity. Lin Huixing only mentioned that the director was doomed, but didn't dare bring up the money laundering. Otherwise, how would a cleaner know such things? She just couldn't resist sharing a bit of gossip. Lin Ji was shocked. "You? How do you know this? How could Wu Sheng be finished?" This director had a formidable reputation and a strong network in the industry. By rejecting him, Lin Ji had essentially blacklisted herself from the industry. It was only because the internet celebrity sphere was largely chosen by the public that he couldn't reach her there. Lin Huixing smiled mysteriously and pulled out her phone. "Let's add each other on WeChat. If this turns out to be true, you can share any juicy gossip with me in the future." Lin Ji, still in a daze, added her. Lin Huixing went back to her work. She had just cleaned a section when a burst of cheers erupted from the crowd, signaling the arrival of the party's main guest. Lin Huixing looked over and spotted a familiar face. She was taken aback. "What? Why is this bitch here?" In the distance, Lan Yezhou had been in high spirits, but upon hearing that earth-shattering bitch, instinctively looked up and locked eyes with Lin Huixing. Lin Huixing. She quickly ducked her head and scurried away like a turtle. Lan Yezhou's face turned a spectrum of colors more vivid than a palette. The handsome young man who had arrived with Lan Yezhou asked in confusion, "Yezhou, what are you looking at?" Lan Yezhou naturally couldn't say he had overheard something. He simply replied, "It's nothing." Wenju laughed heartily and patted Lan Yezhou on the shoulder. "Don't overthink it. We're here to have a good time today. I heard you had a falling out with your little childhood sweetheart." At the mention of Su Mian, Lan Yezhou's expression soured. He turned his head away and said, "It's nothing. She's just..." Ever since he had become intimate with Su Mian, the atmosphere between them had grown awkward. Although he had proposed marriage, he immediately regretted it after the words left his mouth. It had been an impulsive decision. However, his family was overjoyed and had already begun making arrangements, leaving him no room to back out. Lin Huixing felt as though his life had become a cage devoid of any vitality. Wenju could see at a glance that Lin Huixing was someone who chafed at being restrained. He glanced around, then draped an arm over Lin Huixing's shoulder. "Brother, look around. Is there any woman in this world you couldn't have? Just crook your finger and they'd come running. Why let trivial matters bother you? You simply haven't been in enough relationships." Wenju had heard rumors about Lin Huixing and Su Mian. He knew exactly what kind of intentions a girl who chased after a guy for so long harbored. It was just like him and Su Panchi. Though Su Panchi and Su Mian shared the surname Su, they were unrelated as the name was quite common. At the thought of Su Panchi, Wenju hesitated for a fleeting moment before nonchalantly casting aside those hidden feelings. He then led Lin Huixing to mingle with the various handsome men and beautiful women. Wealthy and influential, he was a notorious rich heir in City A and had even gathered a circle of local scions in City C. Now raising his arm, he declared, "Everyone eat and drink to your heart's content. All expenses tonight are on me." "Well, Master Wen is awesome. Young Master Wen is incredible. We love you, Master Wen." As various minor characters fawned over him, mindlessly Lin Huixing, who had retreated to a safe spot, felt a headache coming on. She quickly asked the system, "Why is that scumbag Lin Huixing here?" The system replied, "How should I know? Although the stories are separate, they occur in the same world. The converging timelines automatically merge some details. Wenju and Lin Huixing come from similar wealthy backgrounds in City A, so it's not surprising that these second-generation heirs know each other. It's like how Ye Gang's forbidden assembly came to the Zhou family's place, staying right next door to the Fu family." Lin Huixing worried, could this kind of timeline fusion produce unexpected consequences? The system said confidently, "No, don't worry, host. Although I've restarted in this world 7 times, the protagonists are heroes of their own stories and are inherently incompatible. They won't merge randomly." Wenju and Lin Huixing get along because Wenju is merely a cannon fodder second male lead. Lin Huixing felt something was off. "You've restarted 7 times, so why didn't you warn me about such a critical plot point?" The system said innocently, "Restarting 7 times resets my data 7 times. All I have left are the final fates of the previous 7 hosts. The rest of the world's timeline has been wiped clean." In other words, it was a system that had been reset. It knew the originally fated storyline, but had no clue what unforeseen chaos might unfold now. Lin Huixing was speechless. She began to suspect why the previous 7 hosts had all failed. She had a feeling this jinx system was nothing but trouble. It would constantly spring new shocks on her. However, Lin Huixing was an optimistic person. She believed in making the best of any situation. Wenju and Lin Huixing had already happily immersed themselves in a crowd of beauties. Lin Huixing, like the other servers attending the party, felt out of place and kept her distance from the throng. But after waiting for a long while, the story's heroine Su Panchi still hadn't appeared. "That's strange." The system said she would likely show up since Wenju hadn't yet begun his chase to feather to crematorium phase, and Su Panchi would still be following him around to clean up his messes. Bored, she studied Wenju. Naturally, no one in this story was ugly. Although Wenju was handsome, his entire face was etched with arrogance, a clear sign of a superiority born from being pampered. Even a madman like Fu Qinya, who was overbearing, would at least put on a facade. Wenju's arrogance was so blatant, born of such privilege, that he didn't even need to pretend. Too bad, he was just a cannon fodder second male lead. Tisk tisk, both are no good to women. No wonder he ends up failing to win her back in the end. In this regard, he's even worse than Lin Huixing. Lin Huixing is at least a male lead, Wenju is just a second male lead. Lin Huixing is above him. In the distance, Lin Huixing kept glancing at Lin Huixing, because he had discovered that whenever he saw this woman, he could hear her inner thoughts with perfect clarity, even amidst the... Lin Huixing didn't understand talk of male leads or second male leads, but hearing Lin Huixing lament that when Wenju lowered his status, he involuntarily tightened his grip on his glass, feeling a strange sense of superiority. After all, in terms of family background, Wenju was stronger than him. This was the first time he had ever heard that his status was higher than Wenju's. If Lin Huixing knew that Lin Huixing was feeling so smug, she would have spat at him. "I see you keep staring at that cleaner. What are you interested in her?" As the second male lead, Wenju seemed remarkably perceptive about people like Lin Huixing outside the main plotline. He had noticed Lin Huixing's gaze drifting towards her several times that night. In Wenju's eyes, that cleaner was unremarkable aside from being young and pretty. Her jade green uniform added 30 years to her look, which dampened a man's curiosity. Yet she had a strange allure. He had found himself watching her, noticing how efficient she was. When a rich heir spilled his drink, she mopped it up without even looking, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. Not bad, a real talent. A natural-born cleaner. No. Lin Huixing frowned. "Stop joking around. Who wouldn't look at someone whose thoughts echoed all around them? Just standing there, she had already cursed him 37 times as a scumbag and cursed Wenju 40 times, 3 more than she cursed him. Who would have thought? Lin Huixing actually found it amusing to have a companion in being cursed, especially since Wenju was even more of a scumbag. Damn, he was getting brainwashed by Lin Huixing's furious tirades. Remembering what Lin Huixing had said, Lin Huixing tried to change the subject. Did Sister Panchi come with you this time? Wenju's expression quickly turned indifferent. Why bring her up? Such a boring woman. She's a real mood killer. That said, Wenju's nonchalant gaze still swept around the surroundings. Lin Huixing simply smiled and said nothing. The matters between Su Panchi and Wenju were not for him to comment on. He and Su Mian were already troubled enough. At that moment, the atmosphere around grew somewhat silent. Lin Huixing saw it all. She couldn't help but let out a wow. The female lead truly lived up to her title. The Cheongsam beauty was indeed a beauty. Even if the writing was awkward, appearances never lie. When a cool, elegant beauty in a Cheongsam appears before you, it truly silences everyone within tens of meters. All eyes involuntarily turned to her. Su Panchi appeared. She had her hair up with 2 slightly curled strands naturally falling by her temples. A diamond-encrusted hairpin adorned her bun. Her face was not the popular oval shape. Her egg-shaped face featured delicate, yet grand features exuding the air of a true aristocrat. She wore a black velvet Cheongsam with cloud-stitched ruffled edges. The heavy style was elevated by her, creating a sense of nobility. The garment and the person complemented each other perfectly. The form-fitting design of the Cheongsam fully outlined Su Panchi's flawless curves. Different from Su Mian and Su Huanxi, in terms of temperament, Su Panchi was truly in a league of her own. That cool and aloof demeanor easily made others feel inferior in her presence. Just standing there, she was on a different level from others. Awkward as it was, she probably matched well with that Buddhist disciple Luo Xiaonan. Lin Huixing thought so, noticing that Wenju's face immediately darkened. Su Panchi slowly walked to Wenju, and people around instinctively made way. Only when she stood before him did she speak softly. Annie asks when you will stop making a scene. Her exterior was cold, and her voice was cold too. How did the plot describe it? Wenju hated Su Panchi's face that never crumbled no matter what happened. Even though Wenju truly believed Su Panchi liked him, he was also anxious about her. It was precisely because of his insecurity that he did many things to hurt her. So he thinks she has to cry and make a scene to show she cares. Men are all bastards. Lin Huixing twitched his eyes. Having just spoken, Su Panchi suddenly heard this voice and a ripple crossed her brow. Who was speaking so blasphemous? No one else seemed to notice. Only Wenju looked Su Panchi up and down, arms crossed with a contemptuous expression. Su Panchi, are you the dog my mother raised? Do whatever she tells you to do. In front of everyone, he humiliated such a Cheongsam beauty. Seeing the hint of embarrassment flash in her eyes seemed to satisfy these men's twisted pride. Bastard. Bastard. How absurd. If I could show myself, I'd slam a broom on this bastard. Serves you right that you can't win her over and end up kneeling in the rain crying. Su Panchi's frustration made Lin Huixing's breasts ache just watching. Her hand gripping the broom tightened. Unfortunately, she could only grumble. She couldn't rush up. Su Panchi was indeed humiliated, being stabbed by Wenju's words in front of so many people. Who wouldn't be hurt? But these sudden words completely interrupted her thoughts. She instinctively lifted her head slightly and looked around. If someone was speaking, why didn't Wenju turn hostile? Can't he hear it? Wenju saw that Su Panchi not only didn't answer, but was now looking around distractedly, and anger surged. Su Panchi, why aren't you speaking? Snapping back, Su Panchi was about to speak when another screw you forced her to tighten her lips. In all her years, even though she had witnessed the sharp exchanges among Wenju's people, she had never heard such rude words. Strangely, she didn't feel repulsed. It seemed to be scolding Wenju. Lin Huixing was about to lose his composure, but he was still immersed in the information Lin Huixing had just revealed. Wenju ends up failing to win his wife and kneeling in the rain, crying. It's really hard to imagine a figure like Wenju kneeling in the rain crying. It must be extremely pathetic and miserable. Lin Huixing maliciously gloated first. Little did he realize that he would be one of them in the future. Su Panchi. Wenju's raised tone showed his anger ready to explode at any moment. Su Panchi lowered her eyes and still spoke softly. I said Annie asks when you are coming back. Don't be too unruly. Grandfather is coming back next month to hold his birthday banquet. The family hopes you will keep a low profile during this time. What right do you have to control me? Who do you think you are? Wenju sneered at Su Panchi's words, grabbed her chin, and looked down at her. You're just a dog raised by the Wen family. Do you think you're a person? Lin Huixing couldn't bear to listen anymore. Even when he argued with Su Mian, he never used such insulting words. Fortunately, Lin Huixing's inner voice was much fiercer. Damn it. I'm so sick of this stupid plot. What an ultimate lunatic. She came on your mother's orders, not on her own. Don't dare to scold your own mother, so you pick on someone weaker. Yeah, keep it up, scold harder. When Luo Xiaonan arrives, they are a perfect match. You lunatic will only watch them be happy and sweet for the rest of your life. Lan Yezhou and Su Panqi were both stunned. Luo Xiaonan, the eldest son of the Luo family, the heir who supposedly entered Buddhist cultivation. What the hell? Does it mean Su Panqi will end up with Luo Xiaonan? Preposterous. Lan Yezhou instinctively looked at Su Panqi. To be fair, Su Panqi's beauty was indeed top-notch, but to match with a Buddhist disciple from Aching, Lan Yezhou felt something odd. Would the Luo family agree? But then he thought Luo Xiaonan was almost 30 and had never been in love. It was said the Luo family was frantic with worry. If he could be with Su Panqi, they might not necessarily disagree. A rare hint of panic flickered in Su Panqi's eyes. She naturally knew Luo Xiaonan. At a banquet they had a brief encounter, but just that one meeting. She had a deep impression of Luo Xiaonan, but that was all. Her and Luo Xiaonan a perfect match. How could it be? He was someone she could never aspire to. Who was speaking? Su Panqi desperately wanted to find the source of the voice. In Wenju's eyes her expression finally showed a hint of panic, at least not that calm, unruffled demeanor she always had. Thinking his words had worked, Wenju coldly snorted and released Su Panqi. I hope you can have some self-awareness. Lin Huixing have some self-awareness. With such acting skills, why not join the entertainment industry? You like her, but dare not say it, and instead you torment her. Even elementary school kids know to give flowers when they like. Su Panqi's peripheral vision finally caught sight of Lin Huixing. Was it her? The girl in the jade-colored housekeeping uniform. Mainly her expression was too conspicuous. Facing the others' expressions of amusement, Lin Huixing grimaced, bit her fingernails, and stomped the broom in anger, clearly showing her inner turmoil. Also Wenju liked her. Su Panqi's eyelashes trembled. How could it be? If he liked her, why would he have tormented her like this for so many years? She had grown up in the Wen family. Although she was favored by the madam of the Wen family, she knew that the only heir to the household was Wenju, and everything had to make way for him. She was merely Wenju's playmate. He regarded her as a dog raised by the Wen family. Her dignity was insignificant. He liked her. How absurd and ridiculous. Seeing Su Panqi remain silent, her lowered gaze hiding her thoughts, Wenju soon lost interest and ignored the unease rising in his own heart. He casually draped an arm around Lan Yezhou. All right, Yezhou, let's go have fun ourselves. Don't let the clueless one spoil our mood. Lan Yezhou laughed along with his words, but Wenju did not see the flicker of pity in his eyes. He could hardly wait to see Wenju kneeling in the rain and crying. The others were murmuring about Su Panqi. They were not very familiar with Su Panqi being from City C, but they had heard occasionally that in the Wen family there was a raised girl of unparalleled beauty and elegance. From this, it seemed her status before Wenju was nothing special. Su Panqi had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny. In the past, she would have felt heartbroken, but today, after learning some news, she was stunned and dazed, standing still for a long time without speaking. Lin Huixing, under the pretext of cleaning, dawdled over to Su Panqi. The air was filled with a faint, indescribable fragrance of gardenias. That was the craftsmanship of a master perfumer. Lin Huixing couldn't help taking a deep breath, intoxicated in her heart. Ah, the young lady smells so good. Her hands are also white, even whiter than Su Wance's. Wouldn't it be nice to touch her hands? I wonder if they're smooth and tender. Lan Yezhou. How can this cleaner be so perverted? Mainly she didn't like the delicate type like Su Huanci and Su Mian. Su Panqi's cool and aloof style suited her taste. Even the system couldn't stand it. You're even more perverted than the male lead. Su Panqi heard this, but dared not turn around as she sensed Lin Huixing behind her. However, Lin Huixing was just joking as she recalled Su Panqi's entanglement with Wenju. It's really crazy not liking the good one, but insisting on a terrible one. Luo Xiaonan has liked Su Panqi for over a decade. He fell for her when she saved him as a child. Why waste yourself on a jerk? Unfortunately, Lin Huixing remembered that Su Panqi and Wenju's formal fallout would happen after they went to City A. At least at this moment, they wouldn't fall out. Su Panqi was shocked. She had saved Luo Xiaonan. The little boy she rescued back then was Luo Xiaonan. This matter had become blurred in Su Panqi's memory. She had a vague impression of saving someone, but she couldn't remember who it was. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Luo Xiaonan. The relationship between the male and female leads inevitably needed a catalyst, and Luo Ziyunan's choice to make this public was exactly that. It was also the reason for Su Panqi to know why Luo Xiaonan had liked her for so many years. Simply because Su Panqi had always revolved around Wenju, Luo Xiaonan chose to respect her and wait quietly, only intending to appear when he was sure Su Panqi and Wenju had fallen out. Su Panqi suddenly felt a sense of dejection. It wasn't that she thought she should go to Luo Xiaonan just because of what Lin Huixing said. Rather, she was confused about her own situation with Wenju. She had always remembered the Wen family's kindness, and when they were young, Wenju had indeed been good to her. She didn't know why he gradually changed as he grew up. His attitude toward her no longer like before, calling her Panqi little sister, all the time. Why had things become like this between them? Su Panchi didn't know what had happened. How could she know it was just the base nature of men? The grown-up Wenju found Su Panchi too bland, unresponsive to anything, and thought that if he easily fell in love with her for life, wouldn't his entire life be controlled by a woman? So he was bold in courting disaster, humiliating Su Panchi in various ways just to see her break down, commonly known as bitch. Meanwhile, Wenju took Lan Yezhou aside. Instead of joking with the influencers, he poured himself a glass of wine looking cool. Seeing Su Panchi still standing there looking dejected, he grew more irritated. After taking a sip of wine, he asked Lan Yezhou, "Did I say something too harsh?" Lan Yezhou drank a smile on his lips. "A bit. After all, Panchi grew up with you." Wenju never treated the household servants like this, but he was especially harsh to Su Panchi. But thinking that this guy would later kneel in the rain, Lan Yezhou simply couldn't feel sorry for his buddy. Seeing Lan Yezhou constantly smiling, Wenju frowned. "You've been smiling all along. What are you laughing at?" Lan Yezhou shrugged. "Nothing. I just remembered something happy." "Does getting engaged to Su Mian make you that happy?" Lan Yezhou immediately pulled a long face. But then he thought, wasn't the situation between Su Panchi and Wenju exactly like his own with Su Mian? Su Mian had liked him since childhood. Did he really not know? If he treated her badly, would Su Mian also end up with another man like Su Panchi? Just thinking about it made Lan Yezhou feel a strong sense of unease. But the two ideas of engagement and freedom intertwined in his mind, and Lan Yezhou was truly unhappy. That was Wenju's nature. If he was unhappy, no one around him could be at ease. Seeing Lan Yezhou unhappy, he became happy. Just then a dispute suddenly broke out at the scene. It turned out that an influencer was drinking with a rich second-generation heir, and somehow the heir directly splashed a glass of wine in the influencer's face. "Fucking giving you face by letting you drink. If you can't drink, why are you here? Pretending to be noble." That influencer was pretty, but now her face was flushed red, wine dripping down from her head. She hung her head, looking very embarrassed. Both Wenju and Lan Yezhou frowned. Wenju liked to have fun, but with his family's powerful backing, what he hated most was causing incidents that might lead to accidents. Lin Huixing looked and saw that the one who had been splashed was none other than Lin Ji, who had just chatted with her. Lin Ji stood there, and the attention of the crowd shifted to her. At that moment, Su Panchi walked over, lifted her eyes, and coldly looked at the rich heir. "What are you doing?" Even though Su Panchi had just been humiliated by Wenju, she was still a member of the Wen family. Her bearing had always been extraordinary, and standing before the rich heir, she exuded an undeniable pressure. The rich heir, having witnessed Su Panchi being scolded by Wenju moments ago, dismissed her entirely and pointed at her nose, sneering, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Before he could finish his sentence, Wenju grabbed a liquor bottle from across the room, sprinted over in a few strides, and smashed it over the rich heir's head. He alone had the right to berate Su Panchi. Who were these outsiders to dare such insolence? The scene fell into dead silence instantly. Lan Yezhou rubbed his temples, watching the unfolding drama. Wenju, still unsatisfied, shoved the man directly into the swimming pool. Standing by the edge, he glared at the man with cold intensity. The rich heir, terrified by the bottle attack, spluttered in the water, looking up at Wenju with trepidation. "Young Master Wen." Su Panchi, however, paid the scene no heed. She gave a slight nod to Lin Ji, signaling, "Go clean yourself up." Lin Ji nodded, a grateful expression flashing across her face, and quickly slipped away from the scene. Lin Huixing glanced around and quietly followed her out, unaware that Su Panchi had cast a brief look her way. Lin Ji searched in vain for a towel, then turned on the tap, washing her face as silent sobs racked her body. She hadn't intended to come today, but since becoming an influencer, she had met many people and made a few friends along the way. A friend had invited her to this event, assuring her it was a harmless party where she could network for future endorsements. Trusting her friend, Lin Ji had agreed to come. The rich heir, a local from Sea City, asked her to join him for a drink, and Lin Ji obliged for the sake of courtesy. But she had a weak constitution and couldn't handle much alcohol, so when he pressed for another round, she politely declined. The rich heir's demeanor changed instantly. If Su Panchi hadn't stepped in, she dreaded to think how the situation would have ended. She was filled with regret. Despite knowing that the influencer circle often involved compromising situations, Lin Ji, as a top influencer, had a voice of her own. She could simply leave the city if things got too rough. But who would have thought that in the eyes of the wealthy they were nothing? Thinking of her shattered acting dreams, Lin Ji felt a surge of, "Heiress, a towel, want to dry off." A pristine white towel was suddenly offered to her. Lin Ji looked up and saw the girl who had just added her on WeChat. Lin Ji, her eyes red, whispered hoarsely, "Thank you." Lin Huixing looked at her with slight confusion. "Why did you even come to a place like this? Don't you know what some of these rich heirs are really like?" Lin Huixing didn't understand the influencer world, but she knew Wenju's parties were essentially venues for rich heirs to pick out companions, not a wholesome environment. It was only Lin Ji's luck that Wenju didn't resort to coercion, given his status and lack of need for it. If Lin Ji disliked it here, why had she come? In others' eyes, her behavior would be seen as wanting to have it both ways. Still, witnessing Lin Ji getting drenched with wine did stir a flicker of pity. Lin Huixing, for one, couldn't stand by and watch. Lin Ji explained in a hushed tone, "It was my friend who invited me. She told me it was just a simple party and that meeting new people would help with future ad deals, especially since I've offended Director Wu." Lin Huixing suddenly understood. She pondered for a moment and asked, "Who was that guy who threw the wine on you?" Lin Ji replied, "His surname is Sun He, I think. His family deals in building materials." Sun He. Lin Huixing didn't know him personally, but the name rang a faint bell. She sifted through the plot in her mind and sure enough found a match. Her eyes lit up with excitement. "Then don't worry. The Sun family is about to collapse. You won't have to fear Sun He retaliating against you." Lin Ji was stunned, really. She had just mentioned that Wu Sheng was doomed too. What a coincidence that all those who crossed her were heading for ruin. Lin Huixing waved her hand casually. "Hard to say, but you'll see when the time comes." This wasn't baseless speculation. There was indeed a plot point involving Sun He. His father, along with several other business rivals, had schemed against Fu Qinya, claiming the young man was too arrogant and disrespectful to their elder generation. But Fu Qinya wiped them all out in one decisive move. The Sun Corporation went bankrupt. Sun He's father drowned in debt and took his own life. The story didn't elaborate on Sun He's fate, but it certainly didn't bode well. By then, he'd have no mind to seek revenge on some influencer. Lin Huixing found it rather amusing. The incidents with Wu Sheng and Sun He were mere coincidences, yet both had targeted Lin Ji and were now destined for ruin. Even without the main character's intervention, Lin Ji seemed to have remarkable luck. Those who wronged her were doomed to face their own downfall. She had already added Lin Ji on WeChat, and with that thought, she patted her shoulder. "Let's keep in touch. If you're not needed here, I suggest you leave." Lin Ji nodded. At the party, she was just an unremarkable influencer, the kind Wen Ju wouldn't even glance at. Finding an excuse to leave was not a difficult task. In her heart, Lin Ji found Lin Huixing quite enigmatic. She had arrived so confidently, declaring that Wu Sheng and Sun He would both meet their downfall. If that came true, what kind of formidable person was Lin Huixing? Suddenly, Lin Huixing's image became shrouded in an aura of mystery in Lin Ji's eyes. After Lin Ji departed, Lin Huixing had to get back to work. As she was about to head out, she spotted Wen Ju dragging Su Panchi towards her direction. Seeing Wen Ju's menacing demeanor, Lin Huixing quickly grabbed a mop and ducked into a corner to avoid getting caught. "Quite the hero, aren't you? Defending others right in my own venue. You're so fond of doing good deeds, why don't you ever do?" Lin Huixing was hiding beneath the bar counter in the villa, unable to see Wen Ju and Su Panchi's faces. They were just on the other side of a wall. She could only hear their voices. Su Panchi remained calm and indifferent. "You're the young master of the Wen family. Shouldn't those who cause trouble in your territory be taught a lesson?" Something in this statement seemed to ignite Wen Ju's fury, and he growled, "Su Panchi." This was followed by a strange Lin Huixing. "What a beast. Why am I here? I should be under the car." Can Su Panchi just slap Wen Ju across the face? Just as she thought this, she heard a resounding slap, followed by Wen Ju's furious roar, "Su Panchi, you hit me. You actually dare to hit me." Lin Huixing, great. Well done. Shall not only hit you, but shall also make you kneel and beg her someday, you stubborn. While Lin Huixing was eavesdropping, Lan Yezhou materialized from behind the bar like a ghost. He met Lin Huixing's gaze as she crouched beneath the cabinet. He had come to fetch some wine, but had overheard Lin Huixing's thoughts from outside the door, learning the full picture of the situation. Lin Huixing. Lan Yezhou. They stared at each other in silence for 3 seconds, and Lan Yezhou caught her inner voice. "Here comes another fool." Lan Yezhou swore that all the composure he had cultivated over decades was spent in that very moment. It took immense willpower to restrain himself from the urge to fling his wine into Lin Huixing's face. On the surface, Lin Huixing looked back at him with wide, innocent eyes belying the torrent of profanity raging within. The sound of Wen Ju and Su Panchi's argument faded into the distance. Lan Yezhou retrieved his wine without exposing Lin Huixing, shot her one last venomous glare, and then stalked away. Lin Huixing breathed a sigh of relief. What a minefield that was. She had been terrified that Lan Yezhou, in a fit of pique, would have revealed her hiding spot and exposed the fact she had overheard the young master of the Wen family getting slapped. Given Wen Ju's petty and vindictive nature, wouldn't he have had her blacklisted across the entire industry? At the critical moment, Lan Yezhou had at least barely acted like a decent human being. Perhaps he hadn't even noticed the commotion next door. The rest of the party went off without a hitch, aside from the minor incident involving Lin Ji. The wealthy heirs paired off with their favored internet celebrities and models, and Wen Ju naturally left with Su Panchi. Lin Huixing had completed her task flawlessly. The pay for this impromptu gig was substantial, and on top of her base rate, she had received double the bonus. Of course, the Wen family's bodyguards had made it explicitly clear they were to keep their mouths shut when they were paid. Even though nothing scandalous had occurred at the party, any event involving figures of such stature was not to be whispered about. As temporary workers, they were privy to the most secrets yet remained anonymous and unknown. With money in her pocket, her worries melted away. Lin Huixing bought another gene potion and drank it. She still felt no different. Though now when she cursed the system for selling counterfeit goods, it no longer replied. Su Huanxi had been taken abroad by Fu Chainai. Lan Yezhou and Su Mian probably wouldn't summon her for a while. She had only met Su Panchi once and things seemed calm for now. Lin Huixing could still earn a decent living thanks to the orders placed by Aunt Li, but she was feeling a bit bored. Just as that thought crossed her mind, the police showed up at her door. At that moment, Lin Huixing was lounging at home. When she opened the door, she found 2 police officers standing outside in uniform. One was a dashing policewoman, and the other was a younger, more inexperienced-looking officer. Lin Huixing was speechless. She had a natural reverence for the police. The policewoman identified herself as being from the nearby police station and stated they were just there to investigate a matter. "Hello, Miss Lin. No need to be nervous. My surname is Jiang. You can call me Officer Jiang." The female officer displayed her credentials. After checking them, Lin Huixing let them inside, poured them some water, and asked cautiously, "Have I done something wrong? Why else would they come looking for her?" The female officer smiled. "No, it's just that you recently moved here, right? Your previous residence was destroyed in a fire. We're here to gather some follow-up information." Lin Huixing immediately recalled what the system had said. The deceased couple was involved in a massive cross-border money laundering case, and the public story was that it was an accidental fire. It seemed the police were indeed investigating certain anomalies. She sat up straight. "All right." Sure enough, Officer Jiang got straight to the point. "We heard from the neighbors that you were likely the first to wake up that night, Miss Lin. You were the first one downstairs when everyone rushed out, and you were also the one who called the fire department. What time did you notice the fire?" Lin Huixing answered naturally without a hint of guilt since she had no real connection to the incident. "It was 3:03 a.m. I know because I checked the time when I got up." Officer Jiang pondered this. Most people would be asleep at that hour. "Are you a night owl, Miss Lin?" This wasn't particular. Nowadays it was common for young people to stay up until 4 or 5 in the morning. You couldn't judge someone's alertness based on the time. "I was asleep," Lin Huixing said, "but I'm a light sleeper. I smelled something, and I woke up without knowing why." If she had claimed she wasn't asleep, it would have been easier to see through. She certainly couldn't say she was woken up by a system. Officer Jiang seemed thoughtful, but looking at Lin Huixing, she couldn't discern anything suspicious. The case had hit a dead end, and they were just following up on some minor leads. Officer Jiang casually remarked, "You found a new place very quickly, Miss Lin. It's not easy for most people to secure such a suitable single apartment so fast." The fact that Lin Huixing had so swiftly found new housing and hadn't kicked up a fuss or demanded compensation like the other residents after the fire was itself suspicious. Lin Huixing was speechless. "You idiot system. Didn't you say this world had no logic? How can they be digging into such a small detail?" Lin Huixing was speechless. "You idiot system. Didn't you say this world had no logic? How can they be digging into—" The system had found the apartment. Arranging a place for its host was part of its daily duties, and nothing about that could be traced. It would just make Lin Huixing seem a bit odd. As for why she didn't demand compensation like the others, it was because she was an outsider with no real attachment to this life. Money was just money, and she was lucky to still be alive. Lin Huixing was rather impressed with her own acting skills at that moment. She answered smoothly, "Yes, I'm a top-tier temp worker. I have clients everywhere and travel all over the country for work. I'm always looking at properties, so I'm very familiar with the housing market here." Officer Jiang looked at Lin Huixing and chuckled. "I see. No need to be nervous, Miss Lin. This is just a routine inquiry. We'll be on our way now." Lin Huixing nodded with a smile. "Okay, officer. Goodbye." It wasn't until the 2 officers had left that she finally let out a huge sigh of relief. "What is this money laundering case? How did they end up questioning me?" The system side the apartment it found had bad feng shui, and you just happened to be near those 2. Count your losses. But don't worry, we haven't broken any laws. The background info the system arranged for you is flawless. No one will suspect you. Just keep doing your housekeeping job." "I know." Lin Huixing rolled her eyes. She hadn't done anything wrong. She just hadn't expected the police in this illogical world to be so thorough in their investigation. Why doesn't anyone step in when a tycoon commits crimes against the heroine? Fu Chainai constantly exiles people to Africa without a thought for human rights. It's truly disheartening. Lin Huixing continued to slack off at the Fu residence for the next few days until Fu Chainai finally returned with Su Huanxi. But his return came with a bombshell. When Lin Huixing arrived at the Fu family estate, the atmosphere was taut with tension. Li Ma instructed her to wait in the front hall, but warned her not to utter a careless word. Upon reaching the scene, Lin Huixing discovered that Fu Bingxing and Madame Nangong had returned once more. Fu Chainai sat on the left with a sinister grin plastered across his face, while Su Huanxi sat beside him. Her expression, perfectly composed for today's turmoil, had nothing to do with her. The only unfamiliar presence was a woman seated across from them. Around 40 years of age, well-preserved and clad in a sharp business suit, she ought to have cut the figure of a formidable career woman. Yet she seemed utterly unable to sit still, as if a bed of needles lay beneath her. Her darting glances and restless demeanor betrayed an unmistakable guilt. Fu Bingxing sat in grim silence while Madame Nangong maintained her customary elegance, though a keen observer could detect a flicker of displeasure seeping through her brow. Fu Qianai raised his hand and declared, "Let's eat. Today is a day for our family to reunite, isn't it?" He cast a glance at Lin Huixing, who, having finally learned to read the room, promptly stepped forward to pour his wine. Raising his glass toward the woman across the table, Fu Qianai said, "Aunt Zhao, wouldn't you agree?" The woman he addressed gave a visible shudder, her lips trembling as she stammered, I. Is that name yours to call?" Fu Qianyes' face darkened abruptly. The ferocity of his glare was enough to terrify, and the woman called Aunt Zhao looked on the verge of tears. "Enough." Fu Bingxing slammed his hand on the table. "Fu Qianye, is this little stun of yours over yet?" "Nope." Fu Qianai shot a glance at Fu Bingxing and sneered, "Dad, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Do you actually think I'd drag out this Zhao woman without knowing exactly where you and your precious son are hiding?" He lifted his chin and fixed Aunt Zhao with an oppressive stare. "Aunt Zhao, why don't you tell us yourself which country my father's beloved son is hiding in right now?" Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Lin Huixing's eyes nearly bulged out of her head. Fu Qianai was exposing the illegitimate son right now. Impossible. That was supposed to be a revelation from the latter half of the story. And who would have guessed that Fu Bingxing could be so ruthless as to have his mistress marry another man while carrying his child? That way no one ever knew he had a bastard son. Had hidden it so well. How on earth did Fu Qianai dig it up? This isn't how the plot goes. If the illegitimate son shows up this early, who's left to fight Fu Qianai later? So this was what Fu Qianai had been doing abroad with Su Huanxi all this time, hunting down this secret. Not just Lin Huixing, Fu Bingxing was stunned as well. He never imagined that the secret head guarded for a lifetime could be so effortlessly unearthed by his own son. His most cherished son was no match for Fu Qianai at all. What was he supposed to do now? Clinging to a thread of denial, Fu Bingxing turned to Fu Qianye, straining to preserve his paternal authority. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Fu Bingxing then looked to Nangong, Yen instinctively seeking his wife's stance. "You don't actually believe him, do you, dear?" But Nangong Yen said nothing. She merely turned her gaze away with cool indifference. Seeing Nangong Yan's reaction, Fu Bingxing's heart sank. He knew with chilling certainty that she had likely already obtained the evidence. Zhao Rong looked to Fu Bingxing for help, her comfortable life now crumbling before her. She had never dreamed of contending with Fu Qianai or Nangong Yan. So why had she been dragged into the light like this? Fu Bingxing met Zhao Rong's pleading gaze, but could only avert his eyes in shame. Fu Qianai watched the silent exchange of desperation between them, arching an eyebrow with undisguised contempt, and laid all the evidence he had gathered on the table for everyone to see. "If I hadn't stumbled upon a thread of suspicion, I never would have imagined that you, father, had been betraying me and my mother right under our noses for all these years. That bastard is barely younger than I am. Dad, when you were doing all this, did you ever feel even a shred of guilt toward my mother?" Fu Bingxing practically spat in disgust. His marriage to Nangong Yan was a business arrangement from the start. There was no love between them. She had kept her own string of young lovers behind his back, and they had simply played each other for fools. But when Zhao Rong became pregnant, he was still besotted with her then, so he found a way to let her keep the child. And that child, adorable and clever, was far more endearing than Fu Qianai had ever been. Fu Bingxing had long since begun paving the way for his favorite son. Unfortunately, the road had barely been laid before he was caught red-handed. Lin Huixing was savoring this front-row seat to aristocratic scandal, yet she couldn't fathom how Fu Qianye's sudden suspicion had uncovered a secret buried so deep. The system was equally baffled. This is wrong. How could the plot have advanced this far ahead of schedule? What made Fu Qianai suspect Fu Bingxing of having an illegitimate child in the first place? That secret wasn't supposed to surface until much later in the story. Neither human nor system could have racked their brains hard enough to realize that Fu Qianai had gleaned the evidence from Lin Huixing's own inner thoughts. Otherwise, Lin Huixing might as well have thrown herself from the nearest window. Zhao Rong, who had once caught Fu Bingxing's eye with her beauty, now wept with pear-blossom tenderness. "Bingxing, what are we going to do?" Living in the same city of Sea City, Zhao Rong knew all too well what Fu Qianai was capable of. His reputation was one of ruthless cruelty, which was precisely why she had never dared to make a move all these years. She had kept her son safely tucked away abroad, praying he'd never come back and catch Fu Qianye's notice. Whenever she missed him, she would fly out to see him herself. Even after all that caution, how had Fu Qianai still managed to find them? Zhao Rong's weeping grated on everyone's nerves. Fu Bingxing's lips quivered with rage, realizing this affair could never end quietly. Abandoning all pretense, he turned to Fu Chang'ai and demanded, "Fu Qingye, what exactly do you want?" Fu Chang'ai narrowed his eyes. "What can I do? You're still my father, and he's technically half a brother to me." The word brother came out through gritted teeth, each syllable dripping with venom. "I want you to sign a notarized agreement right now guaranteeing that nothing from the Fu family will ever pass to that bastard son of yours. Or transfer every share you own to me immediately." Fu Bingxing erupted in fury. "Over my dead body." Those shares were his leverage, his only means of holding Fu Chang'ai in check. If he handed them over now, what would be left for his precious son? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Fu Chang'ai fixed his father with a cold, murderous stare. "Dad, you can't seriously think I'd let your little bastard waltz in and fight me for the inheritance, do you?" Had he not overheard it from Lin Huixing's inner thoughts, he might well have faced that very scenario in the future. As the two men clashed, Nangong, Yin suddenly rose from her seat and spoke in a calm, detached voice. "The notarized agreement can wait. Fu Bingxing, I've grown tired of this after all these years. Let's get a divorce." Her gaze shifted to Fu Chang'ai. "You're a grown man now. Do you support your mother's decision?" The words struck like a thunderbolt. Fu Bingxing reacted without a second thought. "Divorce? Are you insane? Do you have any idea how much damage news of our divorce would inflict on the conglomerate?" Lin Huixing was even more astonished. "Divorce? This wasn't in the plot at all. How did we escalate from a bastard child to a divorce? How did this storyline derail so badly?" Su Huanxi also looked at Nangong Yin in surprise. Fu Qingye's furious demeanor softened considerably upon hearing Nangong Yin mention divorce. He looked at his mother. "You want a divorce?" A divorce now would indeed cause upheaval. The ties between Nangong Yin and Fu Bingxing ran too deep. Merely dividing their assets would involve a colossal financial reckoning, especially the stock market turmoil. The losses were something a businessman like Fu Chang'ai would never want to see. But she was his mother. Even after discovering Fu Bingxing's illegitimate child, he never imagined his mother would seek a divorce. Because they were bound by shared interests, he believed neither would take such a reckless, impulsive step. Yet the fact was Nangong Yin had spoken. Lin Huixing was even more shocked to see Fu Chang'ai hesitate. Wow, no wonder they say a son can never truly understand his mother. His father fathered a bastard child, and she wants a divorce. What's wrong with that? If you want to even support her in this, what use is a son like you? Better to have raised a piece of char siu. In the future, this is exactly what Fu Chang'ai will be like. He'll marry Su Huanxi, keep her at home, and still have a bunch of bastards outside. Men, they're all the same. Su Huanxi's face turned green. So did Fu Qingye's. How did the conversation turn? Fu Chang'ai was on the verge of angrily retorting that he would never do such a thing. But Nangong Yin was still watching him. In that moment, for some reason, he truly caught a faint trace of disappointment flickering in Nangong Yan's eyes. Madame Nangong never showed any emotion. She merely yawned and said, "I said divorce means divorce. We've been living apart for years. If you refuse, I'll file for divorce through the courts. If you want to make a scene, I don't mind either. Prepare your legal team." As he watched his mother walk away without looking back, Fu Chang'ai stared blankly. Growing up, he had never been close to his parents. His father was overbearing, his mother cold. Raised in such an environment, Fu Chang'ai naturally didn't turn out to be a good person. He was used to having his way. Whatever he wanted, he had to have it, because that was how his parents had taught him from a young age. Anything you desire, you must fight for yourself. Even if Su Huanxi was unwilling, he took her anyway. But his mother, what kind of existence was she really? Everyone said Nangong Yin was proud and noble. As the daughter of the Nangong family, she had lived her entire life with elegance and pride. What were her true feelings toward her husband and her own son? Fu Chang'ai rarely found himself speaking as he watched Nangong Yan's retreating figure. Suddenly, a slowly enlarging head appeared in his peripheral vision. Lin Huixing stared at Fu Chang'ai with wide eyes. Could this jerk actually be having a crisis of conscience and about to cry? "Fu Qingye." He shot her a fierce glare, and Lin Huixing immediately shrank back like a turtle. Fu Bingxing looked at Fu Chang'ai and slammed the table. "You're just going to watch your mother do whatever she wants. What will the outside world think if your mother and I divorce? How much damage will it do to the company? Even if I agree, the shareholders won't. And the Nangong family won't agree either." Sometimes marriages among the wealthy were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. Too many people's interests were at stake. Whether to divorce or not was hardly decided by the parties involved alone. Fu Chang'ai was agitated and irritable. "She wants a divorce. How am I supposed to stop her? If you have time to worry about that, maybe think about how to handle your illegitimate son. I swear, if even a single cent of the Fu family fortune ends up in that bastard's hands, I promise you, I will not let him live." The blatant threat was a textbook example of a lawless outlaw. Fu Bingxing trembled with rage. "You unfilial." Zhao Sheng wept even harder. "Please, I swear neither of us has ever thought about fighting you for the Fu family fortune. We have no designs on the Fu family at all. Hao is only 25, he doesn't understand anything, he's still a child. Please don't make things difficult for Hao. If you're worried and willing to have Hao come back and sign a pledge, he'll never set foot in the Fu household again to offend your. In the original plot, Zhao Sheng the mistress was timid and fearful at first. Later emboldened by Fu Bingsheng's assurances, she brought her child to throw their weight around. But now with her son caught by Fu Chang'ai before head even gained any power, Zhao Sheng was scared out of her wits. How could she possibly dare to compete with Fu Chang'ai over the family fortune? Fu Chang'ai delivered a classic line, "I only trust the words of the dead." Zhao Sheng collapsed to the ground utterly limp. Lin Huixing. Outrageous. Each and every one of them acts like the police don't exist. Is there no law anymore? No justice? This was the tycoon in his element, flouting the law with impunity. Fu Bingsheng tried to display his authority as the old patriarch. Just you dare. He pointed at Fu Qingye. Am not dead yet, Fu Chang'ai. The things I hold in my hands, I will never pass them down to you, you unfilial brat. He's still your younger brother, and you want to destroy him completely. Fu Chang'ai found it amusing. A bastard you went to such lengths to hide, and you dare call him my brother. The Fu family has only one son in this lifetime, me. Father, you should be careful with your words. Fu Bingsheng couldn't out-argue Fu Chang'ai. His pupils dilated, his eyes nearly splitting at the corners, his expression utterly terrifying. Lin Huixing had another ominous premonition. Sure enough, she saw Fu Bingsheng raise his wine glass. You beast. Smash. The glass shattered against the floor. Lin Huixing, bastard. Fu Bingsheng wasn't satisfied. He swept his arm heavily across the table, sending plates and bowls crashing to the ground with a clatter. They were in the middle of dinner, so one could only imagine the scene on the table. Now everything had been swept off by Fu Bingsheng. The mess on the floor mirrored the desolation of Lin Huixing's heart. Su Huanxi looked at the mess on the floor, then at Lin Huixing. Seeing the look of someone about to cry on her face, she could only cast a sympathetic glance. They were having a perfectly fine conversation. Why did he have to throw things just like Fu Chang'ai? No wonder they were father and son. Fu Chang'ai simply crossed his arms and watched his father's outburst with a cold sneer. Lin Huixing resignedly crouched down to clean up. Above, Fu Bingsheng cursed at Fu Chang'ai. In her heart, she cursed right back at Fu Bingsheng with every word. Fu Bingsheng's repertoire was repetitive. Unfilial wretch, good for nothing, how did I raise such a beast? Lin Huixing mentally cursed the entire Fu family tree from his great-grandfather all the way down to Fu Qingye with such a dazzling variety of inventive insults that Su Huanxi was utterly impressed. The most impressive throughout the entire ordeal was undoubtedly Fu Chang'ai. He remained unfazed even under the dual assault from Fu Bingsheng and Lin Huixing. In the end, it was Fu Bingsheng who, consumed by his ranting fury, clutched his chest and collapsed with a pallid face. Fu Chang'ai was somewhat taken aback, but Zhao Sheng, who still harbored some conscience for Fu Bingsheng, shrieked, "Call the doctor." Doctor! The butler hastily dialed for emergency services while Fu Chang'ai clicked his tongue. Passing out just like that. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he suspected Fu Bingsheng of fabricating the whole affair. His recent medical checkups had been exemplary. There was no way he could be genuinely felled by anger. It was clearly a ploy to halt the discussion about the illegitimate child by feigning unconsciousness. This would buy him more time to devise a countermeasure. Could he be putting on an act? Lin Huixing found the reasoning plausible. Should I tickle his armpits to see if he wakes up? Fu Chang'ai fell silent. He wasn't so heartless as to resort to that, and ultimately allowed the hospital staff to take Fu Bingsheng away. That evening, both Fu Chang'ai and Fu Bingsheng were at the hospital. Nangong Yin refused to come out, leaving only Su Huanxi and Lin Huixing among others at the residence. Su Huanxi made a special trip to see Lin Huixing, greeting her with a beaming smile. "Little star, I brought you a gift." Her trip abroad had been purely to accompany Fu Qingye, but she had treated it as a vacation for herself. She had bought quite a few things, instinctively picking up a gift for Lin Huixing as well, and naturally for Aunt Li too. Lin Huixing was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Thank you so much, Miss Su." The gift was a small plush toy which Lin Huixing promptly attached to her frequently used broom as a charm. Seeing Lin Huixing so cheerful brought joy to Su Huanxi. Then Lin Huixing casually asked, "How's your brother doing in Africa? I hope that little brat gets beaten every single day." Su Huanxi grimaced thoughtfully. "Fu Chang'ai says he's doing fine." She had also seen videos sent by Fu Qingye's men. Although Su Yaozu was seen wailing and begging to come home, having tanned several shades darker, she couldn't discern any obvious signs of abuse, so she let Fu Chang'ai handle it. However, she had been pondering one thing lately: how to convey her predicament to Cheng Xiang. Lin Huixing's mention of it had only intensified the thought, making it linger persistently in her mind. What would Cheng Xiang do? She certainly didn't want a confrontation between him and Fu Chang'ai. She simply wanted to be truthful, at least to salvage her image in his eyes. She just hadn't figured out how to broach the subject. Just then the sound of an ambulance siren wailed from outside. Lin Huixing shot to her feet. Wasn't the master taken to the hospital? Who's having a heart attack now? Su Huanxi also curiously walked towards the villa's entrance. In their neighborhood, most people had private physicians, and ambulances rarely made appearances except for unforeseen cases like Fu Bingsheng's. Why was one arriving again tonight? They stepped outside to see what was happening and happened to see the ambulance stop right next door to the Fu residence. Next door to the Fu family. Wasn't that the Zhou family? Several medical personnel entered with a stretcher and quickly emerged carrying a blood-soaked figure. The entire stretcher was stained crimson with blood. Aunt Li was shocked. Isn't that the young master of the Zhou family? Following them out were several unfamiliar faces dressed in fine clothes weeping bitterly, presumably the Zhou family. The Zhou family's butler was also nearby wearing an equally grief-stricken expression. Bringing up the rear was Yao Guang. He was clad in a pure black silk pajama set, as if he had been on the verge of retiring for the night. Even standing behind the crowd, his captivating aura was impossible to conceal. He gazed at the figure on the stretcher, his deep black pupils holding a hint of nonchalant indifference, as if he couldn't care less about the person. Yet his expression was crafted to display a semblance of concern. Lin Huixing shuddered in shock. Could the injured Zhou young master be his doing? Impossible would he dare to strike so viciously while still residing under their roof. Was Yao Guangjin's psychopathy already this severe? What could the Zhou young master have done to offend him? Su Huanxi was equally astonished. Yao Guangjin. She noticed the man in black pajamas across the way, his spring breeze-like demeanor barely masking a striking radiant charm. But Little Star had said this man was a pervert. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Yao Guangjin also noticed Lin Huixing's group. At that moment, a weeping woman approached Yao Guangjin, seemingly urging him to return to rest. He gave a slight nod. As he turned to leave, his peripheral gaze seemed to flicker in their direction. But Lin Huixing had already shifted her attention back to the Zhou young master. Only after he was loaded onto the stretcher and the crowd had retreated did Lin Huixing ask Aunt Li, what happened to the Zhou young master? It looked like he had been cut by a knife. The blood had congealed, suggesting the wounds were old. Could the Zhou family have only just discovered him? Aunt Li was equally puzzled. Not sure. And they didn't call the police. It can't be that his own family did it right. Indeed, they had only called for an ambulance, not the authorities, which hinted at something suspicious. Just then, Su Huanxi appeared in the kitchen. Come on, Little Star, accompany me to the hospital. Lin Huixing jumped up. To see the master? Su Huanxi nodded. Fu Chanai asked me to come. Since his uncle is hospitalized, it's only proper that I stay the night. Though she said that Su Huanxi felt no genuine sentiment. Her own affairs with Fu Chanai were still in a tangle, and she held no fondness for the Fu family. Fu Qingye's summons was purely a formality. Her real motivation was seeing that Lin Huixing had nothing to do at home, and after the incident with the Zhou family, she wondered if they might end up at the same hospital. It was a chance to see some drama. Lin Huixing naturally followed Su Huanxi to the hospital with great enthusiasm. With the Fu family chauffeur driving them upon arrival, Lin Huixing noticed a horde of people wearing sunglasses and masks crouched by the flower beds near the hospital building, armed with all sorts of telephoto lenses. Their setup screamed one thing: paparazzi. The Fu family was too prominent for regular media to dare photograph without permission. These paparazzi surely weren't here for the Fu family. Could some big celebrity be at the hospital? They entered through the private VIP passage. Upon seeing Fu Qingye, Su Huanxi voiced the question that had been nagging at Lin Huixing the whole ride. Why are there so many media outlets outside? They can't be here for your father, right? Fu Chanai raised an eyelid. Didn't you see it at home? The Zhou family's young master attempted suicide over a love affair and was rushed here. His girlfriend is a huge celebrity, and she's here too. The media are all after her. Lin Huixing's eyes lit up. Well, that explained the media stakeout. Wait, a suicide over love. So it had nothing to do with Yao Guangjin after all. Fu Chanai spotted Lin Huixing accompanying Su Huanxi, his brow furrowed. Why did you bring her here? Though his words were sharp, there was no hint of reproach in his tone. After all, Lin Huixing's inner thoughts often proved invaluable to him, even if most of the time they consisted of her mentally cursing him out. At this very moment, for instance, Lin Huixing appeared demure and obedient on the surface, yet a storm of curses was already brewing in her mind. None of your damn business. Fu Chanai sometimes had to admire her, cursing so viciously in her heart, while maintaining a perfectly serene facade. Such acting talent was wasted on janitorial work. The entertainment industry would be her true calling. Su Huanxi offered a flimsy excuse. I just wanted someone to accompany me to the hospital. How is your uncle now? The doctor says it's a fit of rage, nothing serious. Fu Chanai replied, showing not a shred of concern for his own father. He's just buying time. He's probably already sent people to protect that bastard son of his abroad. His words were cutting, and Su Huanxi pressed her lips together, choosing not to wade into his family affairs. The tangled mess between them was trouble enough. Lin Huixing, however, was consumed by curiosity. Unable to sit still, she made an excuse about needing the restroom, and slipped away to the front desk, where she learned that the Zhou family had indeed rushed their son to this hospital for emergency treatment. The entire floor was reserved for VIP wards, and patient privacy was paramount. The nurses refused to divulge anything more. Lin Huixing didn't press further, but on her way back, she spotted the Zhou family anxiously awaiting news on the other side of the corridor. It was primarily the Zhou family's butler whose face was impossible to forget. Lin Huixing asked the system, "Is the young master of the Zhou family part of the protagonist's storyline?" The system replied no. He doesn't even appear in the original plotline of Yao Guangjin. This person who attempted suicide over love was an anomaly. Lin Huixing knew her memory served her well. The Zhou family's young master was indeed a character who never surfaced. Of course, perhaps his suicide paled in comparison to the protagonist's entanglements, not even warranting a mention from the author. However, as Lin Huixing made her way back passing by a fire exit, she suddenly caught a faint sound. Instinctively, she peered through the gap in the door and saw a woman wearing sunglasses and a mask standing by the stairwell. The woman looked haggard, a hat perched on her head, her sleek black hair cascading down. The face beneath the sunglasses was so petite it could fit in the palm of a hand, radiating star quality. Clearly a celebrity. Unfortunately, Lin Huixing was unfamiliar with the celebrities of this world and couldn't place her. She overheard the woman speaking with agitation. "I already told him what you asked. But his suicide, I never saw that coming." "What do you mean I ruined your plans? How was I supposed to control that?" "Fine, if it comes to it, we'll all go down together." Lin Huixing was stunned. What kind of secret was she inadvertently stumbling upon? Though really, if you're going to talk that loudly, have you considered that anyone passing by could overhear you? Lin Huixing intended to slip away silently, but as if straight out of a melodramatic soap opera, just as she began to retreat, a strand of her hair snagged on a splinter of wood curling from the doorframe. She moved the hair, pulled the door, and a loud creak echoed through the corridor. Bang! Lin Huixing's eyes widened in horror. Damn it all. Why does this kind of cliché drama have to happen to me? As the woman looked up in panic, Lin Huixing's mental scream practically echoed for 800 meters, even reaching the ears of Fu Chainai and Su Huanxi not far away. In this suicidal plot, this should clearly belong to the protagonist and supporting characters. She is not even a cannon fodder. She is just an extra. I'm just a cleaner. Why is this damn plot treating me like this? The moment she saw the woman lift her head, Lin Huixing turned and ran without hesitation. The woman who answered the phone was stunned. From the other end of the line came a wary voice. "What was that sound?" The woman paused. "Looks like we've been discovered. The matter we just discussed has been discovered." The person on the other end grew anxious. "Then why aren't you chasing after her? Make sure she shuts her mouth. If you can't handle it, then let us handle it." With that, the other party hung up directly. The woman pursed her lips, but still got up and left. Lin Huixing ran halfway and bumped into Su Huanxi, who looked slightly worried. "What's wrong? Why are you in?" It sounded like Lin Huixing's thoughts, not knowing what she had encountered. "It's nothing." Lin Huixing really couldn't imagine such a melodramatic thing happening to her. It seemed to be related to the suicide of the young master of the Zhou family. After much deliberation, she decided not to say anything. Behind Su Huanxi, Fu Chainai also arrived. A flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes. He exchanged a glance with Su Huanxi, but neither said anything. Fu Chainai now didn't want Lin Huixing to come to harm. She held too many secrets, and her inner thoughts could reveal things. If it weren't for that, he would have already dealt with the rebellious Lin Huixing long ago. Lin Huixing was still lost in thought. "I can't just say I overheard something about the young master of the Zhou family, can I?" The more she thought about it, the more melodramatic it seemed. She quickly called out to the system, "System, I've heard such a secret. Am I going to be okay?" The system was calm. "It's fine. If anyone approaches you with malicious intent, I can sense it and give you a warning. Post earn more money to buy gene potions, and then you won't have to fear these unexpected situations." Lin Huixing, "You're not just trying to sell your watered-down fake medicine, are you?" At that moment, there seemed to be movement from the other side of the corridor. Lin Huixing turned around and saw the woman who had been wearing sunglasses standing behind her. But now she had taken off her sunglasses and mask, revealing a bright and delicate face. The woman's face looked somewhat haggard, and her eyes stared blankly at Lin Huixing without any obvious malice. Lin Huixing felt that the woman did look familiar, as if she had often encountered her recently, but couldn't remember the name. Lin Huixing shrank behind Su Huanxi. "So she's come to identify me," Su Huanxi said with slight surprise. "Jing Yuexin." Lin Huixing remembered. Jing Yuexin. Isn't that the celebrity who keeps popping up on my feed lately? No wonder she looked familiar. She had seen the name and the face, but never matched them together. Jing Yuexin was a very popular female star already in her 30s and reportedly never married. Could she be the one for whom the young master of the Zhou family committed suicide over love? Jing Yuexin merely fixed her gaze on Lin Huixing for a moment, then turned and left. Lin Huixing thought for 3 seconds and decisively chose to tattle to Su Huanxi. I just overheard her on the phone. I don't know who she was talking to, but she seemed to be saying that the young master's suicide was not something they anticipated. Someone said Jing Yuexin had caused an accident in their plan, and Jing Yuexin said she wouldn't hesitate to go down with them. Lin Huixing really tried to tell Su Huanzi and Fu Chainai every word she had heard. At least someone else would. Su Huanzi was a bit surprised. She turned to Fu Chainai. Do you know anything about Jing Yuexin and the young master of the Zhou family? Fu Chainai, I don't know. How could a busy CEO like him pay attention to others' gossip? He thought for a moment, then said, they'll have someone investigate Jing Yuexin's affairs. If Jing Yuexin really had her eyes on Lin Huixing, that would be a different story. After saying that, he shot Lin Huixing a sharp glance. Don't be so curious about things you shouldn't be. Heaven knows I was just passing by after using the restroom. She was speaking so loudly that anyone would have eavesdropped a little. I just did what any normal person would do. What did I do wrong? If something happens to me, I'll drag you Fu Chainai down with me. Lin Huixing lowered her eyes meekly. Yes, young master. It won't happen again. Fu Chainai. He let out a cold laugh. Su Huanzi took Lin Huixing's hand to comfort her. It's okay. Su Huanzi and Fu Chainai were going to stay at the hospital overnight to keep vigil for Fu Bingxing, showing their filial piety. Lin Huixing, as a cleaner, didn't have such duties. She was sent home by the Fu family's driver. Once home, she scrolled through information about Jing Yuexin, a superstar who became famous right after debut, extremely popular, starring in dozens of female-led dramas, with a delicate and stunning face that was very memorable. As for relationships, she had had a few love affairs before. People seemed very tolerant of her. No one cursed her for each relationship, though they didn't bless her either. But her relationship with the young master of the Zhou family seemed not to have been made public. And Jing Yuexin's current publicly known boyfriend was. Damn it, it was actually the young master's father. Wow. Lin Huixing bounced up from the bed in disbelief. These city people really know how to have fun. She only then learned that the couple of the Zhou family who lived next to the Fu family had actually divorced long ago. The young master lived with his mother and his father was abroad all year round. She could recognize them because the newspaper had published photos of the Zhou couple. She had seen them tonight. The woman who was crying while talking to Yao Wangjin was the young master's mother. Suicide over love. And it turns out she's the father's girlfriend. You guys are playing this so dangerously. Everyone loves gossip. When Lin Huixing saw such heavyweight gossip, she fully understood why many people couldn't help, but with this kind of gossip, not being able to find someone to share it with would be simply torturous. For a moment, Lin Huixing forgot about the potential danger of overhearing Jing Yuexin's conversation today. She scrolled through WeChat and finally found someone to confide in. Linji. Of course, she didn't directly discuss the gossip about Jing Yuexin with Linji. Instead, she asked Linji's sister, have you ever seen Jing Yuexin? Linji was also surfing the internet and replied quickly. Linji, cry, of course not. How could I meet such a big star just because I wanna? What's up? Linji, Jing Yuexin is a female star I really like. I heard that the female lead of this life is but a fleeting cloud is also her. How did they all end up together? Isn't this TV series about to crash? Lin Huixing had transmigrated into this world and was already moving among the main characters. This matter seemed unrelated to the main characters, but now it was gradually connecting. It looked like there might be a big conspiracy. Lin Huixing, is that so? Got it. Lin Ji, why the sudden interest in Jing Yuexin? Got some gossip on her. Girl, you hit the nail on the head. Lin Huixing pondered for a moment, deciding not to spread the matter carelessly. Lin Huixing, no, I just noticed she's been seeing a wealthy businessman surnamed Zhou lately. Just curious. Lin Ji, that wealthy businessman surnamed Zhou. I have heard a piece of gossip circulating in our circles, you know how it is. It said that the businessman's son also has feelings for Jing Yuexin, and the father-son pair had a terrible falling out over it. Many people are saying things that aren't very kind towards Jing Yuexin. Damn. So this affair wasn't even that well hidden. There were already similar rumors in the entertainment industry. Well, it makes sense since Jing Yuexin is in that world, and any slight stir in that circle always leaves some trace. It's just that it wouldn't be exposed and completely known by the general public. Lin Huixing, a bit shocked. Lin Ji, I think the matter with director Wu that you know of is far more shocking. The key point is that Wu Sheng is still doing just fine. Lin Ji didn't dare to go around spreading that matter either. Lin Huixing chatted with Lin Ji about other gossip in the circle, gaining a deeper understanding of the entertainment industry's sensationalism. If the day ever came when she couldn't make it as a part-time cleaner, she would definitely rely on exposing celebrity gossip to make a living. Time flew by while chatting about gossip with Lin Ji, and Lin Huixing seemed to temporarily forget about the hospital matters, falling into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, she seemed to vaguely hear a faint electric current sound within her mind. Crackling. And the system's muttering, strange, how could I, a system, experience something like a data short circuit? Lin Huixing mumbled impatiently in her dream, damn system, you're so noisy. System. The next day, Li Ma requested Lin Huixing again. She had to go to the hospital to look after Fu Bingxing and temporarily left the household matters for Lin Huixing to manage. She also asked her to bring the soup she had simmering on the stove to the hospital for Fu Bingxing in the afternoon. If it weren't for the surveillance cameras, Lin Huixing felt that given her conscience, it would be hard to say whether she might spit in the soup. Not only were there cameras, but since she was practically a full-time servant of the Fu family, the steward would stand by sternly for any imported food, ensuring no accidents could happen. There was also a driver watching her the whole way to the hospital, so Lin Huixing had no chance to tamper with anything. The sun was pleasant today, so she washed the Fu family's bedding and took it to the courtyard to air out. From this courtyard, she could just see the neighboring Zhou family's yard. Yao Guangjin also came out to bask in the sun. He wore a custom-made white long robe embroidered with bamboo and orchid patterns, possessing an otherworldly temperament. He was the very picture of an elegant noble son from a distinguished family. His strikingly handsome features delivered an intense impact, and at times he seemed to exist on a different plane from everyone else. When Lin Huixing saw him, he was bending down, and a kitten smaller than the palm of a hand was nuzzling against his slender fingertips, seemingly quite fond of him. Even from such a distance, Lin Huixing could see the faint veins on the back of his hand, his knuckles long and distinct. Even his hands were impossibly beautiful. But looking at the kitten, Lin Huixing's eyes widened. Wasn't Yao Guangjin a pervert who loved torturing small animals? How long could this kitten survive? Sensing Lin Huixing's gaze, Yao Guangjin looked up and glanced towards her. Lin Huixing heard a cat's meow, quickly averted her eyes from his gaze, and hurriedly hung up the bedsheet in front of her to block his line of sight. Can't see me, can't see me. Oh Buddha God Jesus. People really are easily enchanted by beautiful things. Lin Huixing directly experienced the impact a fan feels when facing the real person, torn between recalling Yao Guangjin's sadistic nature and genuinely feeling his terrifying charm. No wonder so many people couldn't hold their ground and wanted to save the Yandera. Lin Huixing was also shallow when it came to looks, but she truly knew the plot now, and her panic towards the psychopath would overcome her initial appreciation for his good looks. Shielded by the clothes, Lin Huixing couldn't see Yao Guangjin's expression, but she could feel an unusual oppressive pressure emanating from the air, a chill seeping into her very bones. She quickly finished hanging the clothes, wanting to slip away as fast as possible. The system suddenly spoke up. You didn't even smooth out the wrinkles. Is that the standard of a top-tier cleaner? Lin Huixing. Can I just come back and rehang them later? The system wondered. Why are you so afraid of Yao Guangjin now? The more scared you act, the more suspicious he might get. What if he actually sets his sights on you? Lin Huixing's body trembled. That made sense. She had never met Yao Guangjin before, so acting this scared now would obviously seem suspicious, right? With that thought, Lin Huixing's back stopped aching, her legs stopped hurting, and she took the quilt down again and gave it a sharp snap. The opposite Yao Guangjin was indeed looking at her. Lin Huixing confidently gave the other party a polite nod and a smile. But if one looked closely, they would see the tips of her fingers trembling behind her back. A glint of interest surfaced in Yao Guangjin's eyes, and he nodded back at Lin Huixing. Elegant and noble wasn't even enough to describe him. After hanging the clothes, Lin Huixing quickly retreated back into the house. Such a dangerous figure couldn't be dealt with lightly. Lin Huixing decided to contribute all her earnings to the system in the future to buy more gene potions. Quantity would lead to quality. Once she became a powerhouse, wouldn't she be able to take care of someone like him with one punch? System, in a way, you should be more impressive than other hosts. Lin Huixing's spirits lifted and she puffed out her chest proudly. Why? System, when they encounter someone like Yao Guangjin, Lin Huixing decided to contribute all her earnings to the system in the future to buy more gene potions. Quantity would lead to quality. She took the VIP route and barely encountered anyone else. Jing Yuexin must have done the same. She just wondered if that woman was still there, having discovered her secret yesterday. Would she be followed? Or would someone be sent to eliminate her? Or perhaps Jing Yuexin would try to buy her silence with money. Of course, if it involved money, Lin Huixing would definitely demonstrate her professional integrity. She wouldn't breathe a single word. The reporters downstairs had been staking out all night without catching a glimpse of Jing Yuexin. However, Lin Huixing happened to witness a paparazzo fall off a flower bed and break their leg. They were sent straight to the hospital. Lin Huixing. What a tragedy. When Lin Huixing entered Fu Bingxing's hospital room, she noticed the room next door was now occupied. She remembered it was empty yesterday. Passing by, she only saw the name, Yu Manlin, on the doorplate. Huh, another familiar name. But this one was familiar from the plot, not the male or female lead, but the second female lead beside the foreign protagonist. To think she'd run into her in Sea City this quickly. Unfortunately, Li Ma had already spotted Lin Huixing and called her inside, preventing her from probing further. Meanwhile, inside Yu Manlin's hospital room, the woman who had just woken up instinctively walked towards the mirror. She touched her face, then felt her body. As if she couldn't believe it, she then widened her eyes. After confirming her face was smooth and unblemished, a look of incredulous joy appeared. Then that smile gradually turned somewhat manic, tinged with a neurotic quality, like someone destined for a mental institution. After a long moment, a deep, bone-penetrating hatred surfaced in her eyes. She gritted her teeth, nearly spitting out the name she loathed so much she wished she could skin the person alive. Yao Guangjin, in this life, I will definitely make you die a horrible death. As Lin Huixing stepped into Fu Bingsheng's hospital room, he was complaining to Nanny Li about Fu Qinyes' filial impiety. That ungrateful wretch. Now that I've handed the company over to him, he stopped treating me like a father. Where in this world is there a son who behaves like this? Nanny Li, don't you agree? Nanny Li had watched Fu Qianai grow up since he was a child. During those years when he lacked his parents' affection, her bond with him was closer than that of any blood relative. The only people Fu Qianai truly respected were the household steward and Nanny Li. Thus Nanny Li held a unique standing in the Fu household. Being tactful and kind-hearted, even Fu Bingsheng, who was notoriously snobbish and obsessed with status, would extend her a modicum of courtesy. Nanny Li offered an awkward smile, choosing her words carefully. The young master does hold you in his heart. Look, he and Miss Su stayed by your side all night last night. He just doesn't know how to express it. Fu Bingsheng's eyes widened. The two of them were watching over me last night. His fury erupted. No wonder I kept hearing them whispering about inheritance matters in my sleep last night. Those two ungrateful beasts. Well, even Su Huanxi got dragged into the scolding. Nanny Li was speechless. Lin Huixing was speechless as well. Nanny Li quickly tried to change the subject. Xiao Lin is here. Quick, ladle out the soup I simmered for the master. She then urged Fu Bingsheng, Sir, you've just woken up. Calm yourself and have some soup. After she ladled the soup, Fu Bingsheng took it and asked offhandedly, where are those two now? Nanny Li responded promptly, the young master has gone to the company and Miss Su has gone to work as well. Fu Bingsheng let out a cold laugh. They claim they stayed by my side all night, yet that didn't stop them from going to work this morning. If they had stayed any longer, you'd have passed out again. There were plenty of people to attend to Fu Bingsheng. Nanny Li was summoned because she was a long-serving member of the Fu household, someone he could trust. The steward, meanwhile, had to manage the affairs of the Fu residents. Lin Huixing had nothing particular to do, but considering the Fu family had specifically requested her today, she had to put on a show of working, even if she just stood around for half a day. Word of Fu Bingsheng's collapse had spread, and quite a few visitors came to check on him. Several impeccably dressed men in suits came and went, offering their well wishes. As a mere hourly worker, it felt inappropriate for her to linger there, so Nanny Li told her to go and wander around the hospital. There wasn't much exciting about a hospital, but getting paid to do nothing was practically Lin Huixing's dream job. She was about to cheerfully head out when she suddenly remembered the matter of Yumanlin next door. Yumanlin was a supporting character who wasn't supposed to appear until much later. Her presence now piqued Lin Huixing's curiosity, so she decided to take a peek. However, this hospital had impeccable privacy measures. The wards were completely sealed, and without the door open it was impossible to see inside. Seeing that Yumanlin's door remained firmly shut, Lin Huixing had to suppress her curiosity and instead decided to check on the young master of the Zhou family. It wasn't out of concern, just nosy curiosity. Gossip with unknown plot twists was far more entertaining than the predictable drama between the main characters. Especially the entanglement between Jing Yuexin and the Zhou father and son. It was enough to drive Lin Huixing mad with curiosity. She hadn't gone far when she ran straight into Jing Yuexin. Jing Yuexin had changed into different clothes today, but her face still looked haggard. Yet no matter how poor one's complexion, a beautiful person always manages to shine through. Truly worthy of a superstar. Remembering the conversation she had overheard the other day, Lin Huixing felt a pang of guilt and was about to slip away when Jing Yuexin suddenly spoke. How much did you hear that day? This woman was far too straightforward. Though Lin Huixing had only glanced at her briefly, Jing Yuexin had indeed remembered. Lin Huixing felt stuck. A normal person would deny everything, claiming ignorance. But having watched years of melodramatic soap operas, she knew such denials would never be believed. Once someone had seen you there, they assumed you'd heard everything. So Lin Huixing answered honestly, I only caught the last 3 sentences. I was passing by after using the restroom and missed the first half. Jing Yuexin was momentarily stunned, her lips parting slightly, clearly not expecting such a response. Lin Huixing was burning with curiosity, like whether the young master of the Zhou family had attempted suicide over her. But how could she possibly dare to ask? Jing Yuexin gazed at Lin Huixing's face for a long moment before a faint smile seemed to appear. Don't be nervous. I believe you don't know anything. The words she had blurted out in her emotional state were impulsive, but those few fragments alone couldn't be pieced into anything useful. Still, conspiracy theories were inevitable. Noticing Lin Huixing's housekeeping uniform, Jing Yuexin realized she was just an outsider, a cleaner. With that, she turned and walked away. Lin Huixing hadn't expected Jing Yuexin to be so reasonable. Besides, she had been eating and sleeping well these past couple of days, and no one seemed to be following her. Otherwise, her useless system would have raised an alarm by now. She was just an hourly worker. What could she possibly know? The plot she knew had already veered so far off course that even the system couldn't make sense of it. Speaking of restrooms, Lin Huixing felt the need to go again. She headed to the restroom, and as she came out she collided with the— oh dear. The nurse was rushing along seemingly oblivious to her surroundings and barreled straight into Lin Huixing. Only after the collision did she snap back to reality, apologizing profusely. "Are you alright, miss? I'm so sorry, I was lost in thought and wasn't paying attention. I truly apologize." It's fine, it's fine. It was just a minor bump." Lin Huixing wasn't about to make a fuss over it. She waved her hand, and the other woman smiled gratefully. Lin Huixing then left the restroom, intending to return to Fu Bingsheng's ward. Just then someone from the Zhou family stepped out, and catching sight of her back called out, "Hey, you, the cleaning lady over there. Come here for a moment." Lin Huixing was speechless. This damn jade green housekeeping uniform. She was tempted to pretend she hadn't heard, but there was no one else around on this corridor. It was most likely meant for her. She slowly turned around. It was a young nurse, probably assigned to the young master of the Zhou. Seeing Lin Huixing's youthful face, the nurse paused for a moment before saying, "Come clean this ward, please." She had clearly mistaken Lin Huixing for hospital housekeeping staff. Lin Huixing was about to explain that she was the Fu family's hourly worker when the Zhou family's steward stepped out. Recognizing her, he called out directly, "Xiao Lin, come clean up this ward." Perhaps realizing why she was there, he added shrewdly, "He'll pay you by the hour." Setting aside all pretense of pride, Lin Huixing beamed and replied, "You got it. Who else could earn 2 salaries at once? Absolutely delightful." Upon entering the ward, he found it in complete disarray. This VIP room was spacious, with the hospital bed styled like a regular hotel bed, and the young master of the Zhou family was already awake. He was sitting on the bed, throwing a tantrum, surrounded by several members of the Zhou family. His mother, his father, and even Jing Yuexin were all present. The floor was littered with a chaotic pile of items: a broken water-soaked cup, scattered pills, and blood-stained gauze. It was evident that someone had thrown things about in a fit of rage. Judging by the Zhou young master's furious demeanor, the culprit was obvious. Without needing to be told, Lin Huixing knew to begin cleaning up. None of those present paid much attention to an hourly worker except for Jing Yuexin, who cast a slightly surprised glance at Lin Huixing as she entered. The atmosphere in the ward was tense, and in the silence it was Zhou's father who spoke first. "Zhou Yizhan, even if you attempt suicide, it's useless. Yuexin and I will marry abroad next month. You may attend the wedding, or you may not." Lin Huixing's hand, which was picking up a cup, trembled slightly. "What? Do you rich folks really live such dramatic lives?" Zhou's mother looked at her husband with some indignation. "Can you please stop bringing this up?" Zhou Yizhan, his eyes red, looked at Jing Yuexin. "Are you doing this willingly? I don't believe it. He's almost 50, and did you know his hair is thinning, and he always wears a wig?" Lin Huixing. She had to hold it, and she couldn't laugh. If she laughed, she'd be blacklisted from the entire industry. She didn't even dare to raise her head, vaguely recalling that she'd thought Zhou's father was somewhat handsome when she entered, never imagining he was bald at his age. Zhou's father was furious, Zhou Yizhan. At this moment, Lin Huixing admired the Zhou family. Despite Zhou Yizhan's humiliation of his father, everyone managed to keep a straight face and refrain from laughing. Especially Jing Yuexin, who with reddened eyes declared, "I know, but it's your father whom I truly love." Given that she was an actress with a reputation for decent acting, Lin Huixing doubted the sincerity behind those words. Zhou Yizhan began to rage again, screaming and shouting like in a TV drama, and several people struggled to restrain. In his frenzy, he hurled a bedside lamp to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Lin Huixing watched speechless. Zhou's mother, with tears in her eyes, looked at Zhou's father. "He's driven to the point of suicide, and you still won't let him be. It's because he doesn't know any better." Zhou's father glared at her. "I've told you before, you've spoiled him. These past few days Yao Guangjin has been staying at the Zhou residence, and you're making a complete fool of us. As a son of the Zhou family, he's so impatient. What will Yao Guangjin think of us?" Zhou's mother sobbed without a word. In this environment, Lin Huixing could only quietly clean up and remain invisible. Throughout it all, the Zhou family's butler kept a close watch on her. The agitated Zhou Yizhan's wound began to split open again. Zhou's father simply called a nurse to administer a sedative to calm him down, then left with Jing Yuexin. It took Lin Huixing exactly an hour to finish cleaning. Fortunately, the Fu family hadn't called for her. The Zhou butler settled the payment and said with a meaningful look, "You understand that certain things shouldn't be spoken of, right?" Lin Huixing nodded. "Don't worry, the Fu family next door has even more gossip than yours. I'm a professional." The Zhou butler. With the money in hand, Lin Huixing left calmly, intending to check on Fu Bingsheng. Meanwhile, the Fu family's ward was also far from peaceful. Fu Chang'ai had returned, and he was alone. Fu Chang'ai had come back purely because Fu Bingsheng had outmaneuvered him during a meeting today. He glared darkly at his father, who leaked the base price for the western suburbs bid to you. Lima looked at them in shock, not expecting the father-son duo to be stabbing each other in the back in the business world now. Mr. Fu was being utterly despicable. He even tricked his own son. Seeing Fu Chunyes's discomfited expression, Fu Bingsheng was immensely pleased. Now you know how formidable your old man is. I told you long ago you're still too inexperienced to compete with me. Although Fu Chenai was furious, he hadn't lost his rationality. It's just a piece of land. Losing it is no big deal. But to teach me a lesson, you exposed one of the moles you painstakingly planted within my circle. Was it worth it? Do you think I can't figure out who the real informant is? Only a few people knew about the core plan. A little thought would easily reveal the true traitor. Fu Bingsheng remained unruffled, saying slowly, Chenye, you're still too young. Oh really? Fu Chenai sneered, then suddenly clapped his hands. Two bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses dragged a man in. The man sobbing cried out, Mr. Fu. Fu Bingsheng's expression changed. Looking closely, the man was clearly one of the Fu family's drivers usually responsible for driving Fu Chenai to work. He had occasionally driven Su Huanxi as well, and had free access to the Fu family villa. Fu Chenai had long suspected him, but since the driver had no access to his core information, he might not be the actual leaker, but he was certainly a spy planted by Fu Bingsheng. He had known all along, and simply used this opportunity to confront Fu Bingsheng. Judging by Fu Bingsheng's expression, Fu Chenai had guessed correctly. He sneered, looking at the terrified driver, and said directly, You've been with me for years and know my methods. Tell me, besides you, who else in the Fu family takes orders from my father? Even if he couldn't find the real leaker, he at least wanted to know how many of Fu Bingsheng's informants were in the villa. But he had been careful in his suspicions. Lima was out of the question, and there weren't many others he suspected. Fu Bingsheng remained silent with a grim face. The driver looked at Fu Bingsheng tremblingly, but it was clear that Fu Bingsheng wouldn't help him now. The driver tried to plead, looking at Fu Chenai with a devastated expression. Young master, I know I was wrong. But you have to believe me, I had nothing to do with the leak, young master. Fu Chenai impatiently kicked the man to the ground. I'm asking you, who else in the Fu family listens to my father? Can't you understand plainly? His kick was forceful, and the driver coughed a couple of times, feeling as if blood was welling up in his throat. At that moment, Lin Huixing, having just received her payment, cheerfully pushed open the door to Fu Bingsheng's ward. Before her smile could fade, the driver pointed weakly at her, and her. With that, he passed out. Lin Huixing, who had no idea what was happening, was stunned. She pointed at herself in confusion. Me. The driver had passed out, leaving Lin Huixing, who had just entered, as a sitting duck. Almost everyone's gaze turned toward her. Lin Huixing shrank back in fear. Why are you all staring at your dad like that? What the hell is going on now? Fu Chenai was already furious and nearly laughed when he saw Lin Huixing walk in. Was Fu Bingsheng so desperate that he was grasping at straws, picking a random scapegoat? He looked at Fu Bingsheng, who was indeed staring at Lin Huixing with an inscrutable, knowing expression, saying nothing. Aunt Li was stunned. Impossible. How could Xiao Lin be? She looked at the bewildered Lin Huixing, then frantically turned to Fu Chenai. Young master, I hired Xiao Lin. I just found her randomly online back then. She can't possibly be the old master's spy. In this household, Aunt Li's loyalty lay with Fu Chenai. She knew very well who signed her paycheck. Lin Huixing was equally shocked. What the heck? How could I possibly be that old coot spy? Has he been so angered by you all that he's lost his marbles? At that moment, Fu Chenye's suspicious gaze fell upon Lin Huixing. Her body stiffened, and the next second she collapsed to the ground in a wail, as if she had learned it instinctively. Innocent young master. I don't know anything at all. You idiot, you can't possibly be buying this, right? Fu Chenai was speechless. Fortunately, he hadn't lost all reason. He sneered at Fu Bingsheng. Even if you randomly point a finger at someone to cover up the real traitor, do you think I'd believe it? She's just a part-time cleaner, what could she possibly know? She hasn't even been at the Fu residence for half a month. Lin Huixing joined in the wailing. Exactly. I'm just a part-timer, what would I know? Aunt Li, you have to believe me. Aunt Li certainly believed Lin Huixing. After all, she was the one who had found her. If Lin Huixing were guilty, wouldn't that make her guilty too? Utter nonsense. Suddenly the driver, who had fainted on the floor, stubbornly opened his eyes again, pointing at Lin Huixing. She has the way to contact us. With that, he rolled his eyes back and passed out again. Lin Huixing was dumbfounded. You bastard. Even on the brink of death, you're trying to drag someone down with you. The black-clad bodyguard beside Fu Chenye, well-trained, immediately came to search Lin Huixing. She panicked. Hey, this is an illegal search. It's not right. The bodyguard, professional as ever, didn't grope her. He simply checked the two pockets of her housekeeping uniform. Lo and behold, he pulled out a piece of paper from one of them. Lin Huixing's eyes widened in shock. Where the hell did this note come from? As the bodyguard opened it to read, she leaned in to look as well. The note had only one sentence written on it. The plan is in Fu Chenye's study. Lin Huixing was speechless. Absurd. This was utterly absurd. Sure, she had cleaned Fu Qinye's study, but the desk had nothing on it but a few books. And besides, Aunt Li was always there supervising when she cleaned, wasn't she? And for what reason would she ever touch Fu Qinye's stuff? It would be like lighting a lamp in a toilet asking for shit. Lin Huixing immediately resumed her wailing. Innocent young master. Being framed. I don't even know where this note came from. She did not want to be exiled by Fu Qianai to dig for minerals in Africa. After a couple of sobs, she suddenly remembered bumping into a young nurse outside the restroom earlier. If anything had been slipped into her pocket, it could only have been by that nurse, the only one who had come into contact with her. She had been in the Zhou family's ward the whole time otherwise. Had she been deliberately set up? Lin Huixing quickly called out to her system, unable to believe this cliché drama was. She was just a part-time cleaner. What had she done wrong? Was she being punished just for cursing out her employers on a daily basis? The bodyguard handed the note to Fu Qianai. Ignoring the fact that the note itself was an insult to one's intelligence, even with surveillance footage, Fu Qianai wouldn't have believed Lin Huixing was behind it. Her inner thoughts had already betrayed her innocence quite thoroughly. If she were genuinely guilty, she wouldn't be so boldly cursing out Fu Bingxing's ancestors. He just stared at the note, saying nothing, while Fu Bingxing sneered from the side. Well, since you've discovered it, I have nothing more to. Wow, he really was trying to pin this on Lin Huixing. How could she possibly stand for that? She shot over to Fu Bingxing's side in a flash, shaking him vigorously. Sir, please snap out of it. Are you having a senile episode and can't tell people apart? How could I possibly be your spy? Aunt Li hired me. Fu Bingxing's eyes blazed with anger. Preposterous. This damn cleaner had no sense of decorum whatsoever. Fu Bingxing knew Fu Qianai well. Even if Lin Huixing truly wasn't the spy, once a seed of suspicion was planted, Fu Qianai wouldn't easily let it go. Even using a cleaner to temporarily divert Fu Qinye's attention would have been enough. Unfortunately, Fu Qianai wasn't buying it. Enough. Fu Qianai waved his hand. You're dismissed. Go wait outside. Lin Huixing, yes sir. You are truly wise, young master. Since you're being reasonable today, they'll pause my curse. Fu Qianai was speechless. He looked at Fu Bingxing with disdain. If you're going to frame someone, at least pick someone believable. Framing Lin Huixing was worse than framing Aunt Li. Of all people, he had to pick the one person in a million that Fu Qianai trusted completely. He had already confirmed with Su Huanxi that they were the only two in this household who could hear Lin Huixing's inner thoughts, though they didn't know why. The fewer people who knew this secret, the better. Seeing that Fu Qianai truly had no intention of pursuing Lin Huixing, Fu Bingxing was utterly shocked. You don't even believe this? She had been his carefully chosen pawn. She had only been cleaning for less than half a month, was hired by Aunt Li, and had no apparent reason to have earned Fu Qinye's trust. With even a shred of suspicion, Fu Qianai would typically prefer to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. This would also implicate Aunt Li, who was close to Fu Qinye, since she was the one who hired Lin Huixing. If he could sow discord between the Fu family and Fu Qinye, all the better. Fu Bingxing had never considered that Fu Qianai wouldn't believe it. Fu Qianai gave him a pitying look. After all, he didn't know Lin Huixing had a cheat mode. As soon as Lin Huixing got out, she rushed to the nurse's station. Do you have surveillance cameras here? She looked around, but couldn't find the nurse who had bumped into her. That person wasn't hospital staff. The nurses looked a bit surprised. Is something wrong? Lin Huixing used Fu Qinye's name as a pretext. There's been an incident at the Fu residence. We need to check the surveillance footage for any suspicious individuals. That bastard Fu Bingxing actually dared to have someone frame her. This was a complete outrage. The nursing station offered no resistance to Lin Huixing. Upon hearing that it involved the Fu family, they immediately retrieved the surveillance footage. The area near the restroom, being privacy sensitive, was not captured, but the nurse who had bumped into Lin Huixing was indeed caught on camera. However, the person had deliberately avoided the camera wearing a nurse's cap. As long as she didn't look up, the surveillance couldn't clearly identify her face. Lin Huixing immediately pointed at her and asked, "Is this nurse one of your staff?" The nurses exchanged glances and finally confirmed, "No, we've never seen her before." Well then, such a clumsy frame-up was clearly the work of someone not assigned to this floor. Given the time, the person had likely already fled. This individual is connected to the Fu family matter. Check the surveillance from other floors to see if you can trace her movements. The Fu family's reputation in City C was exceptionally widespread. The nurses, knowing this involved the Fu family, dared not delay and promised to immediately notify the hospital to retrieve the central surveillance footage. Moreover, this inexplicably appeared woman had impersonated a nurse. What if she had done other things? Everyone on this floor was either wealthy or influential. If an incident occurred, the hospital would undoubtedly bear the responsibility. Not to mention that this was a matter concerning the Fu family. After instructing the nursing station to check the surveillance, Lin Huixing found a chair to sit down and began to contemplate how to exact revenge on that despicable Fu Bingxing. She had been working as a part-time cleaner at the Fu family's home, doing nothing but her job. Unexpectedly, not only was the younger generation vile, but the older one was even more so. They dared to frame a mere bystander like her. That simply wouldn't do. She reread the plot given to her by the system, determined to find a weakness of Fu Bingxing's from it. Indeed, in the latter half of the story, Fu Bingxing never missed a chance to cause trouble for his own son, colluding with outsiders to disrupt the Fu family's business, and even later instigating his illegitimate son to kidnap Su Huanxi to threaten Fu Chang'ai. But that was later. It hadn't yet reached such a desperate stage. Knowing it now was useless. As for moles, he had planted several, but upon closer inspection, none of them were currently connected to the people in the Fu family villa. One of them wouldn't even be hired until later. This mole incident, damn it, wasn't in the original plot at all. In the original plot, there was no such scheme of planting a mole at this point. And the driver was never revealed to be Fu Bingxing's man in the original story. He was only bought off by Fu Bingxing later. In other words, the current driver might simply have been bribed rather than a long-prepared mole. Lin Huixing looked up bewildered. That old scoundrel was quite skilled at playing the spy game. He deliberately claimed there was a spy to make Fu Chang'ai suspect. Fu Chang'ai was inherently suspicious by nature, especially when it came to matters involving Su Huanxi. He would lose all reason believing whatever others said, but never trusting Su Huanxi. If he knew there was a spy by his side, he would surely suspect everyone. But he actually believed in her so easily. Lin Huixing sensed something fishy. Fishy or not, Lin Huixing had indeed uncovered something that could ruin Fu Bingxing's reputation. She just didn't know if things would go according to plan. Fu Bingxing had a mistress, the wife of President Qian from the same city. But President Qian had no idea about this. The two were carrying on behind his back. President Qian, though not as powerful as the Fu family in business, was not far behind. He deserved some respect, and a falling out was to be avoided, or else the affair wouldn't have been conducted in secret. Even someone as audacious as Fu Bingxing believed that having an affair with Madame Qian was doing President Qian a favor. About 7 days later, when he and Madame Qian were enjoying themselves at a hotel, President Qian would catch them red-handed. President Qian had long sensed Madame Qian's odd behavior and had even brought reporters and media with him. However, although President Qian caught them at that time, Fu Chang'ai was still in cahoots with Fu Bingxing, both of them being bastards. So when Fu Chang'ai learned of it, to protect their interests, the father and son colluded to pressure President Qian, forcing him to swallow this humiliation. Why did this incident appear in the plot? Because Madame Qian had met Su Huanxi, and they all believed that the exposure was Su Huanxi's doing. Just think how tragic the female lead was. Every blame was thrown onto her. Leaving aside whether Fu Bingxing now in the hospital would be able to enjoy himself with Madame Qian if he were actually caught this time, could Fu Chang'ai possibly still side with his father? With the illegitimate son now exposed, if Fu Chang'ai still helped Fu Bingxing, he might as well have the word coward branded on his forehead. Moreover, Madame Nangong was seeking a divorce from Fu Bingxing. The divorce proceedings would certainly be difficult. Should she inform Madame Nangong to give her more leverage? The problem was how to do it discreetly without arousing anyone's suspicion. Fu Bingxing's frame-up this time. Lin Huixing simply couldn't swallow this insult. At that moment, the system suddenly spoke up furtively. Do you want to frame Fu Bingxing? Lin Huixing shuddered. What do you mean? I call it reasonable retaliation. The system said it is indeed a problem. He suddenly pinned this on you. If Fu Chang'ai really suspects you, it will hinder your future work. It's better to get rid of Fu Bingxing early, so he won't interfere. There's a way to deal with him. Lin Huixing's eyes lit up. What way? The system, if he really follows the original plot and meets Madame Qian for a tryst, you can send the address of their rendezvous to the protagonists and even notify the media. Send as many as you want. Buy a disposable signal jammer from the mall. No one will trace the messages back to you. The system, this item has limited uses, but it works wonders at critical moments. Lin Huixing opened the mall and indeed found a disposable signal jammer. Disposable signal jammer 1000, the perfect device to block your signal. A qualified housekeeper knows how to blend in with the crowd and perfectly eliminate suspicion. Note, because this item counteracts the technological development of this world, its usage is currently limited to 3 times, and it cannot be used against the protagonist. In other words, it's useless against Fu Chang'ai and Su Huanxi, but against Fu Bingxing, it's a lethal weapon. Lin Huixing was overjoyed. Alright, this is it. Fu Bingxing, you bastard, just wait for me. If I don't make you famous throughout cities, see him, not Lin Huixing. Lin Huixing spent 1,000 yuan to purchase this item, but she had to wait until Fu Bingxing confirmed his tryst with Madame Qian before using it. Perhaps because the mole incident had completely torn the father and son apart, Fu Bingxing was discharged from the hospital that very day. He didn't stay at the Fu family villa, but instead checked into a hotel. Meanwhile, Lin Huixing went to tell Madame Qian. Madame Qian was a particularly peculiar woman. She treated her affairs with an almost ritualistic reverence. Every time she met Fu Bingxing, she would carry a single rose. So whenever she stepped out with a rose in hand, it was certain she was off to rendezvous with Fu Bingxing. Why Fu Bingxing? At least Lin Huixing knew which hotel he stayed at. Madame Qian went out daily to meet her lady friends for spa sessions, always accompanied by bodyguards. Lin Huixing didn't need to get too close, she could roughly track Madame Qian's movements. Fortunately, Fu Qian'ai had been suspicious of her lately, so Li Ma hadn't summoned Lin Huixing, leaving her with plenty of free time. The system remarked with some complexity, "You're not enthusiastic about work, but when it comes to spying on someone's affair, you're all in." Lin Huixing had been on stakeout for 3 days. She retorted, "Duh, compared to work, watching others' drama is way more exciting. Who in their right mind likes working anyway?" As she said this, she saw Madame Qian appear right on schedule, and her spirits lifted instantly. Madame Qian was carrying a rose today. She was a voluptuous beauty with a mature aura. She would first get a spa treatment, then head to the hotel for her rendezvous. After 2 hours of waiting, Lin Huixing finally saw Madame Qian finish her beauty session and get into her chauffeured car. She hailed a taxi to follow, eventually confirming that Madame Qian went to Fu Bingsheng's hotel. She didn't need to know the room number. Once President Qian and Fu Qian'ai arrived, the hotel would surely disclose it. So Lin Huixing composed a text message and used an item to send it all at once to Fu Qinya, Su Huanxi, Madame Nangong, and even Li Ma. She didn't notify President Qian, assuming he already knew about his wife's infidelity and would come in person this time. She just needed to ensure everyone in the Fu household received it. She also notified several media outlets and paparazzi. The system, seeing her recipient list, was stunned. "Are you really trying to get Fu Bingsheng killed?" She hadn't even spared the bodyguards. She knew how to contact within the household. Lin Huixing clenched her fists in resentment. "When Fu Bingsheng framed me, he never considered whether I'd be exiled to Africa. Such a cunning and vicious person must face my most ferocious retaliation." Of course, to complete the charade, she also sent a text to her own phone, ensuring she appeared to have received the information rather than being the only one left out. As Lin Huixing predicted, about half an hour after Madame Qian entered, President Qian stormed in furiously. He had apparently arranged things in advance, as his men quickly appeared in the hotel. Lin Huixing recognized him because he had been on TV for interviews. A few minutes later, Fu Qian'ai also arrived at the hotel entrance in his car. His expression was grim as he got out, and Lin Huixing noticed Su Huanxi had come along too. Su Huanxi looked somewhat confused. As they headed upstairs, Lin Huixing darted over and said, "Miss Su." Su Huanxi was taken aback. "Xiao Xingxing, what are you doing here?" Lin Huixing tried to look innocent. "I got a text with this hotel's address and was curious, so I came to check it out." Su Huanxi was surprised. "You got it too." She and Fu Qian'ai had suspected Lin Huixing might be the sender. Now that Lin Huixing had also received it, the system chuckled. "Hee, of course I sent one to myself too. Otherwise you'd suspect me." Su Huanxi was speechless, at a loss for words. Fu Qian'ai glared at Lin Huixing with a dark expression. So his suspicion had been right after all. He wondered who else would send a text to their own phone to catch their father in the act. Fu Qian'ai had heard rumors about Fu Bingsheng's affairs, but this was the first time he had received such a message. He had only suspected someone was tipping him off, but now seeing Lin Huixing, he had a foreboding feeling. How many people had she? Lin Huixing continued to feign innocence. "Right, Miss Su, what does this mean? Did you get it too?" She glanced outside, thinking, "I also notified Madame Nangong and Li Ma. Why haven't they shown up yet? And what about the drivers and bodyguards at home? And the media, the paparazzi? How can they be so indifferent to the head of the Fu family's affair? How does Sea City's gossip scene even survive?" Fu Qian'ai was at a loss for words. Su Huanxi too. Even with his vast experience, he had to take a sharp breath. His father had to be out of his mind to frame Lin Huixing of all people. Now he had dug his own grave. He took a deep breath, knowing President Qian had already gone up. To prevent things from spiraling out of control, he said to Su Huanxi, "Let's head up." Su Huanxi nodded and turned to Lin Huixing. "Xiao Xingxing, come with us." Lin Huixing was overjoyed but pretended to ask casually, "Is there something wrong with this hotel?" Su Huanxi could only say, "It seems to involve Chunya's father." Lin Huixing put on a worried expression. "What happened to him? Did he faint again?" The system remarked, "A misstep on our part. With your acting skills, you should have started in the entertainment industry." Su Huanxi pursed her lips. "I don't know." Fu Qian'ai remained silent. Regardless if Fu Bingsheng was still seeing other women at this critical moment, he clearly didn't care about Nangong yet. After years of living as strangers, the couple had stopped even pretending. It was time for a divorce. Fu Qian's men had already found out Fu Bingsheng's location. A man in black waited by the elevator, nodded when they arrived, swiped a card to take them up, and reported in a low voice. President Qian went up first. He bribed the hotel staff, but we couldn't stop him. Fu Qian'ai just nodded. When they reached the floor where Fu Bingsheng was staying, they heard a furious male voice as soon as the elevator opened. "Fu Bingsheng, you bastard. I treated you like a brother, and you sleep with my woman, you despicable piece of trash." This was mixed with a woman's screams. Su Huanxi instinctively exchanged a glance with Lin Huixing. The system cheered. Well said, President Qian. Su Huanxi was speechless. Fu Chenai immediately rushed over with his men. At the door, President Qian's people and Fu Bingsheng's were scuffling, though they didn't dare lay hands on the parties involved. When Lin Huixing and the others arrived, they witnessed an extremely awkward scene. Fu Bingsheng was only in his underwear, clutching at it desperately to prevent President Qian from tearing it off. Madame Qian sat on the bed in terror, covered by a blanket, while President Qian was simultaneously trying to strip Fu Bingsheng and pulling his hair. It was utter chaos. Fu Chenai first turned Su Huanxi around and said, "Go wait outside." His intention was to stop the out-of-control President Qian, since Fu Bingsheng was his father after all, and any disgrace would reflect on him. Meanwhile, Lin Huixing had her phone pointed at Fu Bingsheng. Fu Chenai gave her a death glare. Lin Huixing silently put her phone away. To be fair, although Fu Bingsheng was getting on in years as the domineering father of Fu Qinya, he kept himself well maintained. He had muscles, and his legs were quite fair. If only Fu Chenai weren't here, Lin Huixing would have loved to film a video and post it online. Compared to President Qian, he was indeed much better. Not that President Qian was unattractive. In his suit, he carried a certain dignity. But in terms of charm, he fell short of Fu Bingsheng with more ordinary features. Madame Qian couldn't bear the loneliness and thus fell for Fu Bingsheng's seduction. In Lin Huixing's eyes, anyone who cheats is scum regardless of gender. President Qian grabbed Fu Bingsheng by the hair and kept hitting him. Fu Bingsheng had to clutch his underwear to prevent any accidental exposure that would ruin his reputation, making him awkward and constrained. President Qian had already landed several blows on his face. As a man of status, Fu Bingsheng could no longer tolerate it. While dodging, he shouted, "Qian Dongxiang, don't go too far. Too far." Qian Dongxiang's eyes were bloodshot. "Fu Bingsheng, you slept with my wife, and you think I'm going to—" He grabbed Fu Bingsheng's hair, ready to hit him again, but finally Fu Chenai couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to separate them. "Enough." Fu Chenai glared angrily at the two men who were nearly 100 years old combined. "Aren't you afraid of making fools of yourselves, eh?" Qian Dongxiang glared back fiercely at Fu Chenai. "The only fool here is your father." Fu Chenai retorted, "Isn't he having an affair with your wife? Do you want the whole world to know you've been cuckolded?" Qian Dongxiang fell silent. Oh no. Lin Huixing immediately sensed that Fu Chenya's words were meant to suppress this incident. How could she allow that? That would waste all her efforts. Why had she painstakingly sent messages to so many people? It was to ruin Fu Bingsheng's reputation, to spread his scandalous photos across City C. Where were the media? Why hadn't they arrived for such a major news story? At this rate, the entertainment circle in City C couldn't even catch up with a hot meal. Su Huanxi gave her a look of mixed. Just then Lin Huixing heard a commotion near the elevator. She peeked out, and before even seeing the person, recognized the aura from a mere corner of their clothing. It was Nangong-Yan. Lin Huixing took in the scene and immediately raised her voice. "Sir, young master, stop fighting. President Qian, although our Mr. Fu has done wrong to your wife, you don't have to beat him like this." Everyone inside. "What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" Fu Bingsheng's eyelid twitched at the sight of Lin Huixing. He wanted to ask Fu Chenai if he was insane to bring a mirror cleaner to such a scandalous scene. Wait. No. Just as Fu Bingsheng realized, Nangong-Yan and her bodyguards appeared. Fu Bingsheng was stunned at the sight of Nangong-Yan and muttered, "Wife." Though they usually had an open relationship, catching someone in the act was never the norm. Nangong-Yan's sudden appearance gave Fu Bingsheng a bad feeling. Click, click. From behind Nangong-Yan, a person with a camera, clearly a paparazzo, emerged. A swarm of media reporters suddenly appeared, brandishing their cameras and microphones. "Mr. Fu, are you having an affair right now?" "Mr. Fu Bingsheng, is your affair partner the wife of Mr. Qian Dongxiang?" "Mr. Fu Bingsheng, how can you do this to your wife?" The reporters swarmed around Fu Bingsheng, firing questions. Fu Bingsheng's face turned ashen. "Who allowed you up here? Get out, all of you." But his shouting was useless. The reporters, seeing Fu Bingsheng nearly naked, tried to shove their cameras into him. Fu Chenya's mouth twitched when he saw Nangong-Yan. He knew his mother was serious about divorce, and Lin Huixing's tattling had handed her the leverage to destroy Fu Bingsheng. Caught in the act in front of so many people, Fu Bingsheng couldn't deny it, and in court he would have no chance. His mother allowing the reporters up was a clear intention to ruin his reputation in this matter. Fu Chenye, not thinking like a normal person, considered the company's interests and believed the incident should be kept quiet. But now that his mother was involved, he wouldn't help Fu Bingsheng. After all, the man had screwed him over a few days ago. The already fragile father-son bond was beyond saving. Fu Bingsheng knew things were bad, but not this bad. President Qian was stunned by the flood of media. Now, with Fu Bingsheng nearly naked, all the reporters were capturing the He whispered to his bodyguard, "What's going on? How did so many media get here?" The bodyguard was equally bewildered. "No idea, we didn't notify anyone." After all, catching his wife in the act still embarrassed President Qian, and he hadn't intended to tell anyone. But today's turnout completely exceeded his expectations. He looked at the legendary Dragon-Ao-Tian who rarely showed herself. Could it be that she had summoned them? Did she hate her husband? Under the siege of the media, Madame Tian hid under the covers, refusing to come out, while the reporters focused on photographing. With Dragon-Ao-Tian's permission, a TV station was already preparing to broadcast the news. Both the Fu and Tian families were wealthy, and their private affairs didn't usually make headlines like celebrity gossip. Additionally, Fu Qinye's influence in City C kept things under wraps. But a scandal this juicy once leaked would attract massive online attention. Unable to stop it, Fu Qinye could only frown and stand by, feigning detachment like a statue. Lin Huixing glanced at his pretentious air, then at the scattered rose petals on the floor. She smiled and said to Su Huanxi, who knew Mr. Fu and Madame Tian were so romantic. Look at all these rose petals. Su Huanxi was speechless. Since this involved Fu Qinye's family scandal, she didn't dare laugh out loud. They were both squeezed to the edge by the media unnoticed and chatted quietly. How did Uncle get involved with Madame Tian? And how did Lin Huixing catch him? Lin Huixing sneered. Rich men are all the same. They play around outside. Don't even mention Madame Tian. Fu Bingxing has several mistresses in City C alone. Su Huanxi was deeply shocked. She couldn't help but wonder if the father was like that. How many lovers did Fu Qinye have outside? Su Huanxi's feelings toward Fu Qinye were conflicted. She wasn't yet possessive of him, but the thought of sharing a rotten man with other women disgusted her, especially since she was trapped in this situation. Lin Huixing knew exactly what Su Huanxi was thinking just by looking at her expression. She pinched her chin and ventured a tentative suggestion. Maybe the young master is an exception. Fu Qinye had his flaws, but women weren't one of them. Since being with Su Huanxi, he had never looked at another woman. Su Huanxi was astonished. She couldn't believe that with parents like Fu Qinye's he could still turn out to be a good apple from a rotten tree after meeting her. She stammered in response, really? Lin Huixing grinned. Why don't you go ask him? Su Huanxi shrank back. She didn't dare to yet. Besides, asking Fu Qinye such questions would clearly reveal her feelings for him, which was a terrifying prospect in itself. Through the crowd, Su Huanxi and Lin Huixing heard Dragon-Ao-Tian's voice from inside. Fu Bingxing, let's get a divorce. This time she declared it publicly in front of the media, and everyone now knew that Dragon-Ao-Tian and Fu Bingxing were divorcing. The alliance between the Fu and Dragon families was officially over. Now that the entire world knew, neither Fu Bingxing nor anyone else could object. Fu Bingxing's furious roar rang out. Dragon-Ao-Tian, I knew it was you. These media reporters, you brought them all here. You vicious woman. You want to ruin me. You just can't stand to see me happy. Have you even considered yes feelings? Fu Qinye added coldly, I support your divorce. Fu Bingxing spat, you little. It couldn't get any more embarrassing than this, could it? Lin Huixing felt a pang of guilt hearing Fu Bingxing pin the blame on Dragon-Ao-Tian. She remained silent, content to stay in the shadows. In the end, Dragon-Ao-Tian dismissed the reporters. Fu Qinye, Dragon-Ao-Tian, and Fu Bingxing held a three-way meeting to discuss the divorce, while President Qian left with his wife, his face dark with fury. Given such a public scandal and humiliation, he would certainly demand an explanation from the Fu family. In the original story, Fu Qinye had indeed compensated President Qian to silence him. It remained to be seen how this would be handled this time. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Lin Huixing and Su Huanxi went out for chicken hot pot, with Su Huanxi treating. Su Huanxi rarely had anyone to talk to, so having Lin Huixing around made her genuinely happy. She could hear Lin Huixing's inner thoughts and knew her true character. With her, she didn't have to stay on edge and could finally relax. While Lin Huixing ate with gusto, Su Huanxi picked at her rice absent-mindedly. Finally, she spoke up. I told Cheng Xiang about me and Fu Qinye. Huh? What did he say? Lin Huixing asked, pausing mid-bite on a piece of chicken, curious about Cheng Xiang's reaction. He was very agitated and wanted to confront Fu Qinye, but I was afraid Fu Qinye would hurt him, so I told him not to come in. Su Huanxi felt Cheng Xiang's reaction was predictable. She thought Lin Huixing might have misjudged him. After all, they had been together for years and his love for her was evident to everyone. But since Lin Huixing hadn't brought him up, explaining would seem odd. Su Huanxi lowered her gaze. My situation with Fu Qinye is what it is. I don't want anyone else dragged into it. Is that so? Lin Huixing wasn't overly concerned about Cheng Xiang. After all, he was just an ex-boyfriend, both in the early and late stages of the story. He was never meant to end up with Su Huanxi anyway. Given his toxic mother, Lin Huixing wouldn't advise Su Huanxi to get back with him even if she and Fu Qinye broke up. After that conversation, the matter between Fu Bingxing and President Qian trended on social media. The gossip press, loving the drama, published a blurry photo of Fu Bingxing in only his underwear, making him a laughingstock across the industry. Just reading the netizens' merciless mockery of Fu Bingxing filled Lin Huixing with glee. Fu Qinye was busy dealing with his parents' divorce and hadn't been home much lately. Meanwhile, Su Huanxi officially moved into the Fu residence. In the original story, this didn't happen until much later. The happiest person about this move was Aunt Li, who cheerfully called Lin Huixing over to help Su Huanxi unpack. Lin Huixing was curious. Doesn't Miss Su have her own rented place? Why would she be so eager to jump into this? Su Huanxi answered matter-of-factly. Ever since my brother was sent to Africa, my mom has been coming to me crying every day. Plus Fu Chainai had long insisted she move in. So she simply agreed. Her mindset had also changed as she no longer fought against Fu Chainai like before. She had thought it through. She couldn't shake off Fu Chainai at this stage anyway, and living outside meant constant harassment from her mother, whose tears she couldn't resist. It was better to move into the Fu residence for some peace and quiet. Lin Huixing suddenly realized that at this point Su Huanxi's parents were indeed the biggest source of torment. Fu Chainai only had his occasional outbursts. For the most part, he was normal and treated Su Huanxi well materially. In the original plot, Su Yaozu wasn't sent to Africa, so he constantly asked Su Huanxi for money. Coupled with the pressure from her parents, her life was true. Now things seemed much better. Lin Huixing was puzzled. She hadn't even done anything, yet the plot had veered off course by 100,000 miles like a runaway horse. Lin Huixing pondered. Lin Huixing was confused. Lin Huixing decided to stop thinking about it altogether. Su Huanxi didn't have much luggage, just a few clothes and some small plush toys. After helping her organize everything, Aunt Li happily announced she would prepare a feast to celebrate Su Huanxi's arrival and went out for a big grocery run. But an unexpected guest arrived at the Fu residence. With no one else home, the butler reported directly to Su Huanxi, as her moving in signified Fu Qingye's acceptance of her as a mistress of the house. Whether Fu Chainai acknowledged it or not was irrelevant. The butler could only inform Su Huanxi. The young master's childhood friend Yu Juanfeng is back from abroad and is waiting in the living room. Su Huanxi was taken aback. Childhood friend? What did that have to do with her? Was she supposed to receive him? The butler looked at her and calmly reminded, the young master is away, so you are the mistress of the house. It's only proper for you to receive him. But Lin Huixing nearly jumped out of her skin just hearing the name. This bastard is back in the country too. Is he? Su Huanxi's gaze drifted, longing to ask Lin Huixing who this Yu Junfeng was. Listening to her inner voice, she knew he was not a good person either. But she still had to go and see. Lin Huixing stroked her chin, pondering why Yu Junfeng had returned to the country so quickly. Could it be because of Fu Bingsheng's current situation? It was highly possible. After all, Fu Bingsheng must have been the laughingstock of Sea City's elite circle these past few days. It was only natural for Yu Junfeng to come back upon hearing the news. Why was Lin Huixing so agitated? Because in the original story, Yu Junfeng was absolutely the person she found most repulsive. Yu Junfeng was only a male supporting character with few appearances, but he stood at a crucial turning point for Su Huanxi and Fu Qingye, nearly driving Su Huanxi to suicide. This man was a playboy abroad. Upon returning home and seeing Su Huanxi's beauty, he was smitten. But she was Fu Qingye's woman, so Yu Junfeng harbored the desire but lacked the courage. However, rumors outside claimed Su Huanxi approached Fu Chainai for money, so he didn't consider her a decent woman. At a gathering one time, using drunkenness as an excuse, Yu Junfeng tried to molest Su Huanxi. She struggled violently, but Fu Chainai caught them in the act. Idiotic plots just don't follow logic. While Fu Chainai was enraged, Yu Junfeng, startled, immediately claimed Su Huanxi had seduced him. He added, we've been brothers for decades. Would I lie? And Fu Qingye, that imbecile, actually believed him. Su Huanxi, already terrified, had to face this false accusation. Despite her desperate denials, Fu Chainai refused to believe her. He thought Su Huanxi was a fickle and wanton woman, so he dragged her to bed and tormented her relentlessly. In short, Su Huanxi couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. During that period, Su Huanxi's state was terrible. Her mother's pressure, her brother's immaturity, and her father's newly incurred debt of hundreds of thousands. Ultimately, she couldn't find a way out and slit her wrists in the bathroom attempting suicide. Fortunately, the wound wasn't too deep before Fu Chainai discovered her. This incident truly frightened Fu Chainai. He rushed her to the hospital for treatment. As a result, Su Huanxi developed aphasia and couldn't speak a single word for a whole month, no matter how Fu Chainai threatened her. After this, Su Huanxi continued to receive psychological therapy. And the culprit, Yu Junfeng. He simply packed up and went abroad again, refusing to admit anything even when Fu Chainai questioned him. Fu Qingye, cherishing their long-standing friendship, didn't pursue the matter further. What disgusted Lin Huixing? The disgust lay in the fact that this despicable wretch was eventually whitewashed. He realized Su Huanxi was truly innocent and naive, so he later felt regret for his actions. To help his brother win back his wife, he even offered many suggestions. But he never apologized to Su Huanxi directly for slandering her. Instead, he told Fu Chainai that he was just drunk and confused at the time and deeply regretted it. Regret my ass. Just thinking about this plot made Lin Huixing's blood boil. Seeing Su Huanxi head to the living room, she grabbed her broom and stormed over with fierce determination. After all, she was just a cleaning lady, so her presence anywhere wouldn't raise suspicion. In the living room, Su Huanxi had already met Yu Junfeng. He was dressed impeccably and greeted her politely, "Hello, sister-in-law." Su Huanxi gave an awkward smile. It was her first time entertaining a guest for Fu Qinya, and she didn't know what to do. Lima wasn't home either, but thankfully the butler had served Yu Junfeng some tea. Su Huanxi then said, "Qianai isn't home right now. Are you here to see him?" Yu Junfeng smiled calmly. "It's fine, sister-in-law. I spoke with brother on the phone. He'll be back by noon and asked me to stay for lunch." Su Huanxi nodded in realization. Oh. Then what else was there to say? As the awkward silence hung in the air, Yu Junfeng took the initiative to ask, "How long have you and brother been together, sister-in-law?" Just as Su Huanxi was about to answer, she heard Lin Huixing's inner voice. "None of your damn business. You're like a nosy village gossip, sticking your nose everywhere." Yu Junfeng, a sinister and treacherous man, usually put on a hypocritical facade of righteousness. That's why Fu Qianai trusted him so much. Who would have known he could be so despicable? Su Huanxi replied, "1 month." She really didn't know how to discuss such matters with Yu Junfeng, and with Lin Huixing cursing him out in her mind, she couldn't continue the conversation. She made an excuse to go to the back garden for some air. Yu Junfeng watched Su Huanxi's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Then he told the butler that he hadn't been here in a long time and wanted to look around. The butler naturally said he was free to do so. After all, he was Fu Qinya's close friend, a frequent visitor, and the butler knew he was one of them, so there was no reason to stop him. But Lin Huixing immediately sensed something wrong when she saw he was heading to the back garden too. Why go anywhere else but exactly where your sister-in-law just went? With Lima away and the butler busy managing the household, no one was watching her. Lin Huixing raised her broom and stealthily followed him. "Sister-in-law." Upon reaching the back garden, Yu Junfeng indeed called out to Su Huanxi. Su Huanxi looked at him, approaching somewhat surprised. "Hello, is there something you need?" Lin Huixing crouched in a secluded corner of the back garden. The back garden of the villa was quite spacious. Lima usually had it maintained with several greenhouses built. Lin Huixing occasionally dried her quilt here. The sunlight was excellent. As she crouched, she noticed Yao Guangjin on the opposite side out sunbathing again. He sat there like a beautiful painting. Lin Huixing, gripping her broom, met his gaze. Lin Huixing flashed Yao Guangjin a standard smile, showing 8 teeth. Yao Guangjin slightly raised an eye. At that moment, Lin Huixing heard Yu Junfeng say, "I've checked your background. Your father owes millions in debt, your mother is unemployed, and your brother is a useless waste. With a family like yours, it must have taken considerable effort to seduce my brother, didn't it?" Su Huanxi's face changed. "What did you say?" He looked decent, but why couldn't he speak a single decent word? No wonder little Xingxing kept cursing him. Yu Junfeng approached Su Huanxi, a confident and contemptuous smile on his face. "Isn't it just money you need? What my brother can give you, I can give you too. How much do you need?" As he spoke, he even reached out to touch her face. Sensing something wrong, Su Huanxi immediately backed away. "Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid he'll tell Fu Qianai?" Yu Junfeng sneered. "I've been brothers with Fu Qianai for over 20 years. Who do you think he'll believe, me or you?" At this moment, Su Huanxi was full of confidence. "He'll believe me." Little Xingxing was still behind them. With such a witness, Fu Qianai would believe whatever she said. Yu Junfeng scoffed. "Sister-in-law, you think too highly of yourself." With that, he moved to grab her again. Lin Huixing sprang out from behind, swinging her broom. "You lecher. How dare you molest our Miss Su? Today I'll beat you so hard you'll shit yourself clean." Lin Huixing struck with absolute ruthlessness. Caught off guard, Yu Junfeng was immediately seeing stars from the unexpected broom blow. His confident smile instantly shattered. He clutched his head, turning around in anger and instinctively snarling, "Who the hell are you?" Before he could finish, Lin Huixing swung the broom again. Despite appearing as a frail and unremarkable hourly worker, her broom wielded an almost sweeping, domineering vigor. Before Yu Junfeng could even finish his curses, he was left utterly stunned. Su Huanxi was also stunned. She knew Lin Huixing was definitely not a person with a good temper or refinement. The words she muttered in her heart about Fu Qianai every day revealed that Lin Huixing had a rather violent personality. Yet her manner of beating Yu Junfeng was equally fierce. However, it was an ironclad fact that Yu Junfeng had just tried to make unwanted advances on her. Su Huanxi watched wide-eyed, but made no move to stop it. Her only virtue was that she had never hit anyone since childhood, so she couldn't bring herself to strike. But what if the person in front of her were Fu Qianai? Su Huanxi carefully weighed the matter. If Fu Qianai didn't get angry, she thought she could slap him twice. Meanwhile, Yao Guangjin, who had been reading in the courtyard, fell silent. He watched as Lin Huixing from next door brandished the broom with formidable force, while Yu Junfeng, seemingly over 1.8 meters tall, was beaten without any means to fight back. He could only dodge in embarrassment. "Are you crazy, you madwoman? How dare you hit me? I'm Fu Qianya's close friend. When he comes back, I'll make you pay. You mother." Yu Junfeng finally found a gap to resist. but as he swung his arm, Lin Huixing leaped up and slammed the broom onto his head, letting out a Bruce Lee-style yell, "Ada!" Su Huanzi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yu Junfeng. Completely dazed, he could only retreat into the house. While dodging, he wailed, "Butler, butler! Someone come quick, someone come quick!" This commotion naturally alarmed the butler and Aunt Li, who both rushed out and were stunned by the scene. Shaolin, what are you doing? This is outrageous, stop it now." The butler, who usually remained unflappable even in the face of a mountain collapsing, couldn't hold back and quickly called for Lin Huixing to stop. Lin Huixing naturally stopped. She had struck Yu Junfeng several times in quick succession to prevent him from fighting back using considerable strength. Now she was a bit out of breath, but she still had plenty of energy left. If the butler hadn't appeared, she could have continued beating him for a while longer. Yu Junfeng was about to go mad. "Butler, who is she? I want China to fire her." The butler's expression was complicated. Lin Huixing immediately lodged a complaint. "Aunt Li, butler, this lecher just tried to assault Miss Su. Fortunately, I caught him in time, otherwise I can't bear to imagine how such a delicate and pitiful Miss Su would have suffered at his cruel hands." Aunt Li and the butler. Yu Junfeng immediately retorted, "Are you insane? How could I possibly do such a thing to my sister-in-law? You reckless cleaner, who knows where you crawled out from daring to attack a guest so casually? Don't you know the rules as a cleaner in the Fu family?" Lin Huixing rolled her eyes. "If you're so capable, get the young master to fire me." Yu Junfeng was furious, baffled by how a cleaner could have such confidence. Aunt Li and the butler looked at Yu Junfeng strangely, then at Lin Huixing. Impossible, right? Yu Junfeng was Fu Qinye's close friend since childhood. How could he do such a thing? Lin Huixing couldn't be bothered to argue. "Aunt Li, isn't there surveillance in the yard? Just check the footage." Yu Junfeng's expression froze. "Surveillance? What surveillance?" Aunt Li immediately realized this person was about to suffer the same fate as Pei Xintong last time. It was installed long ago. How could they all be so skeptical? With such a large Fu household, only she and the butler were usually around. She couldn't always keep an eye on whether the hourly workers had sticky fingers, so why wouldn't she install surveillance? Yu Junfeng's expression was truly cracking. There had been no surveillance when he came to the Fu residence a year ago. Since checking the footage would harm harmony, the butler turned seriously to Su Huanzi. "Miss Su, did young master you really do that?" Su Huanzi usually didn't make things difficult for others, but she wouldn't let Lin Huixing be misunderstood either. So she could only nod embarrassedly. "We were talking normally, and then he started groping me." Yu Junfeng then used the same excuse he had given in the original story. "She seduced me first." This was an admission of the fact, but an attempt to shift the blame onto Su Huanzi. Lin Huixing put her hands on her hips and cursed, "Pa, you shameless bastard. Just look at your ugly mug. Can you even compare to the young master? And you say she seduced you? Do you think I'm blind, or the surveillance is blind? At the very least, there's a witness next door." Lin Huixing pointed at Yao Guangjin across the way. Yao Guangjin. The two courtyards were some distance apart, but with such a commotion, he could hear the argument. However, he never meddled in such matters, so he merely smiled faintly at Lin Huixing's words. His smile was dazzling, almost blinding. Everyone was momentarily stunned, but no one paid much attention to this out. Seeing that the truth was exposed, Yu Junfeng stubbornly insisted that Su Huanzi had seduced him. "When Chang'ai comes back, he'll know whose words to believe. I'm his brother for over 20 years. Having grown up together, Yu Junfeng was quite confident that Fu Chang'ai would definitely side with him. He wouldn't let a woman break their bond." Lin Huixing retorted, "A 20-year brother who makes moves on his friend's girlfriend. That's a terrifying brother you are." Yu Junfeng was furious. "Who do you think you are? How dare a cleaner like you meddle in the Fu family's affairs?" Su Huanzi wanted to advise him not to fight with her. Fu Bingsheng had offended her, and his nearly naked photos and underwear had just been plastered across major magazines, making him the laughingstock of the city. Thinking of this, Su Huanzi cast a pitying glance at Yu Junfeng. Yu Junfeng still didn't know the severity of the situation. At that moment, Fu Chang'ai returned. He seemed to know they were in the courtyard, so he came straight over. "What's all this noise?" He frowned. "I just got home and heard you all shouting." Yu Junfeng, covering his head, was the first to complain. "Xinye, your cleaner is way too bold. She actually hit me with a broom. Fire her, and make sure she can't find work in the cleaning industry in Sea City." Everyone. Psychotic. Even Fu Xinye, a brain-dead tycoon, knew how idiotic it was to blacklist a cleaner. He even ignored the fact that Yu Junfeng had been hit, instead looking first at Su Huanzi. What happened? Since Lin Huixing had stood up for her, Su Huanzi couldn't just sit idly by. At Fu Qinye's question, she for the first time did something like tattling. "Your brother tried to take advantage of me." Fu Qinye's face indeed turned frighteningly dark in an instant. To use a trendy phrase, it was as if the surrounding air temperature could be felt dropping noticeably in that very moment. These past few days, Fu Qinye's mood had been at its worst, as his mother and father had completely resorted to open hostility in their divorce proceedings. Dragon-Ao-Tian was leveraging the matter of the illegitimate child vowing to tear a massive chunk of flesh from Lin Huixing, who was adamantly refusing. Now the lawyers from both sides were engaged in a fierce war of words exposing each other's secrets, and he as the son could only watch helplessly. Logically speaking, he should side with Dragon-Ao-Tian. But Lin Huixing was his symbiotic partner and interest, and for now, he could only remain silent, hoping his mother would prevail so that the flesh she tore off would eventually land in his hands. If he sided with his mother, he feared Lin Huixing might resort to a scorched earth policy out of desperation, jeopardizing the current Fu Corporation. This was precisely why his mood had been foul all week. And now to have his girlfriend bullied by his own good brother. The fury this news incited was no less potent than the first time he had been cursed out by Lin Huixing's inner thoughts. Junfeng tried to defend himself. We've been brothers for decades. Don't you trust me? It was your woman who seduced me. Fu Qianai remained silent. In the past, he might have entertained a moment of doubt upon hearing such an accusation. But at this moment, he instinctively glanced at Lin Huixing, who immediately burst out. Young master, he's talking nonsense. I was just coming over to clean when this Junfeng suddenly started groping Miss Su. If I hadn't intervened in time, this delicate flower would have fallen victim to his vile hands. He's a scumbag anyway, and he nearly drove Su Huanxi to her death. Even if he doesn't lose a layer of skin this time, Fu Qianai should still send him to Africa to mine or... Su Huanxi was speechless. Fu Qianai was equally silent. The phrase nearly drove Su Huanxi to her death made them both realize this was an event that might have occurred in the future. Junfeng nearly drove Su Huanxi to her death. That changed the gravity of the situation entirely. Fu Qianyes gazed sharp and turning fully towards Junfeng. For some reason, Junfeng felt a chill run down his spine under that look, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Brother Qianye, you're not actually going to believe the nonsense of a cleaner, are you? Fu Qianyes' face darkened. Why did you do it? He genuinely couldn't comprehend why Junfeng would have laid a hand on... The two of them didn't even know each other before this. Junfeng could hardly claim that being the playboy he was, he simply had to act on his base instincts upon seeing a beautiful woman, especially with all those rumors floating around. He deliberately put on a deeply disappointed expression. Brother Qianye, you don't trust me. Fu Qianai cut straight to the point. It's precisely because we are brothers that I'm giving you this chance to explain yourself properly. Why did you do it? His voice was lethally cold, clearly indicating genuine rage. Having his own girlfriend harassed by someone else. This was a serious affront to his masculine pride. Had it been anyone else, Fu Qianai would have had them shipped off to Africa to mine, or by nightfall. Junfeng hadn't expected Fu Qianai to convict him so directly, without even letting him offer a flimsy excuse. Why? Just because Su Huanxi and that damned cleaner were in agreement. But he knew Fu Qianai, a man of inherent suspicion. He should have at least doubted Su Huanxi's story and not believe these two women's words without a shred of hesitation. Junfeng let out a bitter laugh. Bro. Bang. This time Fu Qianai didn't hold back, slamming his fist directly into Junfeng's face. Damn, that punch was far more brutal than anything Lin Huixing could manage. Junfeng was knocked to the ground, his cheek visibly swelling. Aunt Li and the others were startled, and even Su Huanxi felt a flicker of fear. This was the first time she had seen Fu Qianai resort to violence, and his appearance was indeed rather intimidating. Good, hit him again. Who knew Fu Qianai could actually act like a real man for once? They'll cut back on cursing him for half an hour today. Su Huanxi was speechless. Lin Huixing, meanwhile, was gleefully watching the drama unfold from the sidelines. Yao Guangjin, who had been observing from the opposite side all along, saw the head of the Fu family return and unhesitatingly side with Lin Huixing's account. His pitch-black pupils narrowed slightly, a dark, unfathomable light flickering within. This was supposedly just a part-time cleaner, yet her standing in the Fu household seemed far from ordinary. Junfeng truly hadn't anticipated Fu Qianai attacking him right off the bat. He was stunned. Brother Qianai, you call me brother, yet you dare to touch my woman. Fu Qianai narrowed his eyes. You brought your overseas antics back home with you, eh? Did he not know Junfeng's true character? He did. Junfeng was a notorious playboy abroad, a complete scumbag. No matter how well he pretended on the surface, Fu Qianai knew exactly what he was really like underneath. And with Lin Huixing around, whose thoughts couldn't be hidden, he didn't need to believe a single word that came out of Junfeng's mouth. When Fu Qianai was in his ruthless, merciless mode, he was truly terrifying. Junfeng was now genuinely starting to regret his earlier loose tongue and wandering hands. What made it even more miserable was that while he was being beaten, no one present even attempted to intervene or persuade Fu Qianai to stop. Lin Huixing wished he'd be beaten to death. Su Huanxi, as the victim, had no standing, and Aunt Li and the butler simply didn't dare. Fu Qianai landed several more punches, beating Junfeng until he was howling and crying for his mother. Amidst the screams, the system made its casual appearance. We're going on a business trip. Lin Huixing's eyes widened. Business trip, eh? Leaving Sea City. Su Huanxi and the pummeling Fu Chainai both froze mid-motion upon hearing her words. The system said, yeah, for some reason Su Panchi over there has requested you for a job in a city. Flights and accommodation are according to the system's design. Even though protagonists like Su Panchi and Lan Yezhou had seen Lin Huixing last time, she was just a service provider. No matter how well she performed, she shouldn't have gained the attention of the A-City protagonists this early. So this order placed by Su Panchi was quite a surprise to the system. However, its data projections were inconclusive. A protagonist willing to place an order now was a good thing, and it would also allow Lin Huixing to get in touch with the A-City protagonists. There was no reason to stop her from going. Lin Huixing was equally astonished. Damn, could it be that I'm just born to be a cleaning prodigy? Can these male and female leads spot my superior cleaning skills at a single glance? The system was stirred into a sense of pride by her words. Probably. After all, we are the strongest housekeeping system in the universe. These protagonists must have a keen eye for cleaning talent. Lin Huixing was speechless. You actually believe such a brainless deduction? She didn't believe it herself. Who spends extra money and books flights just to hire a part-time cleaner from C-City? But she truly couldn't figure out why Su Panchi had requested her. She could only chalk it up to the power of the plot. After all, this world didn't adhere to logic in many places, and anything could happen. She was rather curious about the whole crematorium for chasing wives drama unfolding between Su Panchi and Wenju. It would be best to go and see for herself, and maybe she'd even get a chance to meet that protagonist involved in the true-false heiress storyline. In City A, Lin Huixing was picked up from the airport by someone sent by Su Panchi. A cleaner being sent someone to pick her up at the airport. Lin Huixing felt that something was deeply amiss. However, she had a fairly good impression of Su Panchi and wondered what this move truly signified. In many novels, City A was depicted as a dazzling metropolis of extravagance, a place everyone yearned for, where streets were paved with gold. Initially, Lin Huixing was curious about how the novel's world differed from her own, but she soon realized they were largely the same and lost interest in exploring further. Lin Huixing arrived at Su Panchi's home in the heart of City A. This apartment, a modest 90 square meters in such a prime location, was a token of gratitude from Su Panchi's mother to Wenju's mother long ago. It was the greatest reward for a nanny, and this apartment was Su Panchi's true property. Upon arriving, Lin Huixing guessed this was the very apartment belonging to Su Panchi's mother in the original novel, because the Wen family couldn't possibly own such a small place. Miss Lin, the cleaning of this apartment is entrusted to you. Su Panchi didn't bother to explain why she had gone to the trouble of hiring a part-time cleaner all the way from City C. Lin Huixing, being paid to do a job, naturally didn't pry. With all that money, why not just hire a local cleaner? Why go all the way to City C? Could I really have something special about me? But that couldn't be right, as she was just a cleaner. Su Panchi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Lin Huixing's thoughts. In truth, she had sought out Lin Huixing for one simple reason: to determine if she could hear the thoughts of just this one person. Clearly, Lin Huixing herself was unaware of this ability. Su Panchi spent several days confirming that it was Lin Huixing who was unique, not that she herself had gained the power to hear everyone's thoughts. What could possibly be so strange about this part-time cleaner? She had looked into Lin Huixing's background, but if even Fu Chainai couldn't uncover anything she knew, she wouldn't either. So she decided not to press the matter. Were those thoughts she heard actually true? Would she really end up with Luo Xiaonan? Luo Xiaonan was still cultivating in seclusion, rarely descending the mountain. Su Panchi found it hard to imagine such a future. What troubled her more was the recent discord with Wenju. She hadn't spoken to him for days. His words and actions that day had been too hurtful, and after much deliberation, she still couldn't bring herself to forgive him. Disappointment is always cumulative. Oh crap. In the living room, Lin Huixing had started cleaning, but while using the broom Su Panchi had provided, she accidentally snapped the handle in two. Lin Huixing, who used to get winded after just a short run, stared at the broken broom, questioning her reality. Lately, whenever she had spare cash shed by a drop of diluted genetic enhancement from the system, just idly spending money. Before she knew it, her strength had grown to this extent. She had only meant to reach the broom under the sofa, applied a bit of force for convenience, and the handle just snapped. Su Panchi said awkwardly, "The broom's quality might not be great. They'll buy you a new one." She had just grabbed these cleaning supplies at the supermarket yesterday. They were supposed to be a reputable brand costing a few hundred, but their quality was this poor. Su Panchi silently blacklisted that brand. Lin Huixing was silent for a moment, then warmly waved her hand and said, "No need, I'll go. I couldn't possibly trouble you, Miss Su." In reality, she was just going through the motions. The system had already spoken in her mind, "Your strength has increased. Now these flimsy real-world items won't hold up. I suggest you buy one from the system store." Lin Huixing retorted, "Your broom that costs 5,000. Is it inlaid with gold or diamonds? Is it a Louis Vuitton or Hermes brand to be sold so outrageously?" The system replied, "Louis Vuitton and Hermes brooms cost over 100,000. Lin Huixing, Indeed, luxury brands don't cheat the poor. Lin Huixing asked somewhat skeptically, have I really gotten stronger? The system said with tens of thousands of resources fed into you lately, it would be a waste if your strength didn't increase. That's how you know the system's items are effective. Lin Huixing's eyes lit up, but then she thought of a dangerous possibility. What if I accidentally bump into the female leads? Will I hurt them? The system replied, no, that won't happen. Just be mindful of your usual strength. Can't you control yourself? But then it added coldly, however, as your strength grows you must still abide by the fundamental laws of this world. Be careful not to be noticed, or they might capture you for research. Lin Huixing. Can't you say something nice for a change? Despite this, she still bought a broom produced by the system. The system told her that the beauty of this item was that being system-produced, it could be stored within the system's shop at any time, eliminating the hassle of carrying it around. From now on, she could bring her own tools wherever she went to clean. How convenient, damn. It was practically born for cleaners. But once she held it in her hands, Lin Huixing realized the system shop indeed never sold fakes. This was no ordinary broom. The solid steel handle in her hand was as lethal as a blade. The bristles on the broom head were black, made of an unknown material. They felt soft to the touch and seemed suitable for cleaning, but upon closer inspection with her thumb, she felt a prickling sensation. Looking again, she saw that the bristles had drawn blood from her finger. Lin Huixing was shocked. Damn, what kind of broom is this? Are you sure it's not meant to be a weapon? The system said proudly, I told you system products are always top-notch. Although it appears ordinary and has no special functions, it's just a simple broom. If you want to use it as a weapon, I won't stop you. I can only advise you to be careful. Seeing the broom was like this, Lin Huixing thought for a moment and decided to buy the cleaning cloth as well. The system mall carried a set of 3 seemingly ordinary items: a broom, a mop, and a cleaning cloth. The mop was just like the broom with a solid steel handle, but the mop head looked normal, a single piece of gray linen that felt smooth. Its purpose was unclear for now. The cleaning cloth was also just a piece of plain white cloth, and its function was also a mystery. Truly a set of 3 unremarkable items. Lin Huixing returned to Su Panchi's apartment with the 3 items. Su Panchi wasn't paying attention to her then, as she was standing by the window on the phone. She was just murmuring, softly, but her hand was unconsciously tugging at the curtain, betraying her inner agitation. Lin Huixing ignored her and went to the kitchen to wet the cleaning cloth and test it. She soon discovered its function. The cloth would become damp upon touching water, and any surface wiped with it would shine instantly. Moreover, after rinsing and wringing it out, it would become a pristine clean cloth again, not retaining a single spot of grease. Lin Huixing was moved to tears. It truly was a part-time cleaner's best friend. While Lin Huixing was huffing and puffing as she cleaned, Su Panchi finished her phone call. The call was naturally from Wenju, who was demanding to know her whereabouts. Ever since she moved out of the Wen residence, she had intended to sever ties with the Wen family. Out of respect for Madame, when she couldn't completely break with Wenju, but she had made her stance clear. As expected, Wenju refused to let go, but she was already exhausted. She didn't want to play his games or endure his wanton insults any longer. She was a person with her own dignity, even if others deemed it worthless. Just then she overheard Lin Huixing's inner thoughts, as if she were chatting with someone else. Do you think Su Panchi would become a big star if she entered the entertainment industry? I think she would, Lin Huixing said. The system was silent for a moment, then replied, she won't. The author didn't write her into that path, so she won't have that fate. Generally, the lives of protagonists cannot be changed, the system added. Nonsense. My fate is mine to command, not heaven's. Haven't you heard that? Lin Huixing retorted. According to you, Su Mian can only end up with Lan Yezhou, and Su Huanxi will keep entangled with Fu Chainai. What miserable lives they'd have. What if their fates were forcibly altered? The system said gloomily. Have you forgotten how my previous 7 hosts died? Just focus on your housework. Lin Huixing was speechless and immediately became obedient. Su Panchi found Lin Huixing's inner thoughts strange. She could hear some things, but who was Lin Huixing talking to, and why couldn't she hear the other voice? She did know Su Mian and Lan Yezhou. One was a daughter of the Su family, the other a young master of the Lan family, and Wenju's close friend. But why were they suddenly mentioned? After a while, the living room door was knocked on. Frowning, Su Panchi opened it, and saw Wenju standing outside with it. Wenju's face was grim, and he said, Su Panchi. She had expected him to come, but not so soon. The girl beside Wenju looked like a delicate, fragile doll. She also called out, Panchi sister. Su Panchi pursed her lips and said nothing. This girl was Wei Chan, Wenju's childhood friend. In this circle, children with status were a dime a dozen. Wei Chan was the young lady who received Wenju's equal respect simply because her parents held great power and prestige. In childhood, people speculated that Wei Chan might be one of Wenju's future wife candidates. However, she had been frail since youth and often went abroad for treatment. The reason she had chosen to clash with Wenju a few days ago was partly related to Wei Chan's return, but not entirely. Even without Wei Chan, she would have left Wenju. Inside Lin Huixing's ears perked up. That idiot Wenju is here. Wenju glared at Su Panchi angrily. What's the point of all this fuss? Su Panchi, you weren't like this before. I thought you knew your limits, but now you're getting bolder. Do you think you'll fall for your tricks by leaving the Wen family? Hearing this, Lin Huixing knew Wenju was spouting nonsense. She gripped her broom tightly. If it were an ordinary one, it would have snapped. It was a wise choice to have a system-issued broom. Bastard. Accusing her of playing hard to get, but here you are chasing after her. Su Panchi was angered by Wenju's words, but Lin Huixing's inner thoughts were so absurd that she felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She looked up and said calmly, I remember the kindness the Wen family has shown me over the years. Before I left, I intended to repay that debt, but Annie refused. I have no intention of clinging to you, so what are you worried about? Wenju flushed with rage. Repay? Do you think you can ever repay what you owe the Wen family? Without us, you wouldn't have had a good education. Do you think people would call you Miss Su if not for us? His tone was dripping with contempt. Su Panchi, don't forget your mother was just a maid in the Wen household. These words struck a raw nerve. She couldn't believe that after all these years this was how Wenju saw things. Her lips trembled with anger, but her eyes reddened. Wenju, my mother lost her life for your family. Isn't that enough? Do you need me to sacrifice my own life to satisfy you? Indeed, it was Wenju's mother who had shielded Madame Wen from a disaster leading to her frail health and eventual death. That was why Madame Wen treated Su Panchi with extra kindness. Wenju's heart jolted heavily, and he instinctively lowered his head. That's not what I meant. Lin Huixing was itching to go out and beat Wenju with her broom. What do you mean just a maid? If you look down on Maid's wife, she saved your family's lives, and you still despise her. You ungrateful beast. As a fellow maid, Lin Huixing felt a deep sense of empathy and righteous indignation. Wei Chan glanced between Wenju and Su Panchi, then said in a soothing tone, Brother Wenju, Sister Panchi, can't we sit down and talk this out? Only then did Lin Huixing notice the other girl. She thought for a moment. In Wenju's wife-chasing crematorium story, there were no vicious female supporting characters. So who was this girl? Su Panchi pressed her lips together. Wenju, there's nothing to talk about. I'm tired of handling your affairs for all these years. I may owe the Wen family, but I don't owe you. This is my home. Please leave. Wenju's temper flared, and he refused to move. Even if I misspoke, I can apologize. But what do you mean by this? Are you cutting ties with me? Su Panchi looked at him with sorrow. What ties? I'm just a dog by your side. What relationship do we have? Wenju was struck silent. Those were the very words he had used to hurt her before. Wei Chan seemed about to speak again, but suddenly her face changed, and she collapsed weakly. Wenju caught her shocked. Wei Chan. Lin Huixing's mind raced. Wei Chan. Before she could recall more, Wenju's voice rang out. Su Panchi, Wei Chan was already frail, and now you've made her faint. Are you satisfied? Su Panchi was speechless, and Lin Huixing was equally stunned. What an absolute lunatic. Wenju frantically called the hospital while glaring at Su Panchi. If anything happens to Wei Chan, you'll pay for it. Su Panchi felt she was going mad from Wenju's utter unreasonableness. What a ridiculous world this was. Lin Huixing suddenly remembered who Wei Chan was. Wei Chan wasn't actually a vicious supporting character, but in the early stages the wretch Wenju used her as a shield, nearly tricking Lin Huixing into believing Wei Chan was a bad person. In reality, she was just a supporting character with a good relationship with Wenju. She also got along reasonably well with Su Panchi, their limited interactions being due to social status rather than any malice on her part. The plot didn't elaborate much, only mentioning she was frail and could return to the country occasionally early on, but later became a permanent resident abroad for treatment. Lin Huixing, who was cleaning, secretly peeked out and saw Wenju carrying Wei Chan downstairs. Su Panchi thought that if Wei Chan had fainted here, she wouldn't be able to explain herself, so she had to go to the hospital with them. She glanced back at Lin Huixing, initially intending for her to just finish cleaning. But recalling Lin Huixing's inner thoughts, she hesitated before saying, Miss Lin, if you don't mind, come with me to the hospital. Lin Huixing was bewildered. Why take her to the hospital? Although she was curious, she clearly had no proper reason. Still puzzled, Lin Huixing followed Su Panchi anyway. She felt Su Panchi was showing her an unusual degree of special attention. Unable to figure it out, Lin Huixing took a cab, with Su Panchi both sitting in the back. Remembering the story where a housekeeper ran off with the female lead, she couldn't help but touch her increasingly smooth cheek. Could Su Panchi be interested in me? Su Panchi. She had to dig her nails into her palm to stop herself from screaming. System, what terrifying thought are you having? Lin Huixing. Then give me a reasonable explanation. System, she just thinks you do a good job cleaning, that's why she brought you along. Don't overthink it. System, if you fail this mission again, we'll both be scrapped. Lin Huixing. Fine. She stopped her wild thoughts and began wondering when Luo Xiaonan and Su Panchi would finally meet. But what reason could she possibly have to enter the Luo residence to clean? Wei Chan was taken to a specialized hospital for care. Su Panchi accompanied her, and although Wenju disapproved, he didn't stop her. However, he was puzzled to see Lin Huixing following behind. Yet he merely swept his gaze over her without asking any questions. Perhaps he didn't care, or perhaps he didn't even recognize Lin Huixing. Lin Huixing was glad he didn't recognize her. She wasn't narcissistic enough to wonder why he didn't remember her despite her decent looks. Having this lunatic remember her would be a bad thing. Wei Chan's fainting was only occasional and not an emergency. After the doctor confirmed she would wake up soon, both Su Panchi and Wenju breathed a sigh of relief. However, her fainting was an unexpected event. Wenju took a phone call and then said to Su Panchi, "The eldest Wei brother and the others happen to be nearby. They're coming to see Wei Chan." A shadow crossed his brow. "Luo Xiaonan will be coming too." Lin Huixing, what? Su Panchi's brow twitched. Wenju's expression immediately turned sour. "Su Panchi, what do you mean? Mentioning another man in front of me?" Su Panchi. Fortunately, she had Lin Huixing as her voice psycho. "Didn't you bring him up yourself?" Wenju and Luo Xiaonan were at odds, as he had been compared to Luo Xiaonan since childhood, breeding deep resentment. Luo Xiaonan was a man firmly opposed to Wenju. Seeing Su Panchi react to that name made him anxious. Anyone could hold Luo Xiaonan in high regard, but Su Panchi absolutely could not. Did Su Panchi care about his feelings? All she could think about was Lin Huixing's words that she would end up with Luo Xiaonan and that he had loved her for years. But why? Wasn't Luo Xiaonan supposed to be cultivating in a Buddhist temple? How could he descend the mountains so soon? Her silence only darkened Wenju's mood. As far as he knew, Su Panchi couldn't possibly know Luo Xiaonan. Had they ever met privately? That was impossible. His men tailing Su Panchi would have reported it. But what was even more shocking was that Wei Chan's elder brother and Luo Xiaonan weren't the only ones arriving. Not only Wei Chan's eldest brother, but also her third brother came. Wei Chan was the youngest in the family. Additionally, Su Mian and Lan Yezhou also arrived. When this group entered the ward, each dressed in tailored long trench coats, their heights and looks were impeccable. Lin Huixing was visually delighted, her eyes lighting up again and again. But her expression turned as grim as attending a funeral upon seeing Lan Yezhou. Lan Yezhou and Su Mian were equally stunned to see Lin Huixing. Why was Lin Huixing here? Meanwhile, Lin Huixing stood quietly behind Su Panchi in the corner of the ward, dressed in housekeeping attire. The Wei family and Luo Xiaonan assumed she was a hired caregiver, not sparing her a single glance. Only Su Mian and Lan Yezhou exchanged a knowing look, then averted their eyes in unison, not daring to look at her. Lin Huixing recognized Luo Xiaonan at a glance. He wore a conspicuously expensive string of prayer beads on his wrist, and his aura of austere self-restraint was so intense that no one else could match it. She particularly noticed that his gaze lingered on Su Panchi for a moment when he entered. However, Su Panchi didn't dare look at him. Wenju could manage a civil expression for the eldest Wei brother, but his face darkened visibly at the sight of Luo Xiaonan, not even offering a greeting. Wei Gu, the eldest Wei brother, walked and saw the unconscious Wei Chan and said grimly, "What happened?" Being older than everyone present, Wenju showed him some respect. Wei Chan suddenly fainted. Wei Gu asked, "There must be..." His gaze remained fixed on Wenju, well aware of his unreliability and his messy entanglement with Su Panchi. He then glanced at Su Panchi standing nearby. While Wenju was figuring out how to explain, Su Panchi stood up and recounted the events coldly and clearly. "Wenju brought Miss Wei to see me. After a couple of exchanges, she fainted. It might be because she was startled by our argument. Everyone knew about their messy relationship, but she absolutely couldn't take the blame for this. She knew how fiercely protective the Wei family was, especially of their precious youngest Wei Chan." Wei Gu furrowed his brow, his authoritative gaze sweeping over Su Panchi with deliberate weight. "Why argue in front of Wei Chan? You knew she was unwell." His words were directed at Su Panchi, clearly trying to pin the blame on her. Lin Huixing found it infuriating. This Wei guy seems just as unhinged. If Wenju hadn't brought her, would Wei Chan have fainted? If you can't see the obvious, then shut up. Moi. Lan Yezhou and Su Mian dared not make a sound. Luo Xiaonan, however, narrowed his eyes sharply. The prayer beads rotating in his wrist came to a halt. Where did that voice come from? Seeing no reaction from the others in the ward, he instinctively refrained from making any obvious move. Analyzing those present, he quickly located the source. It was the hourly worker standing behind Su Panchi. She kept her head lowered, appearing demure and utterly detached from the ward's disputes. Luo Xiaonan was certain that only she could utter such reckless words, yet no one else seemed to have heard them. When his gaze inadvertently swept over Su Panchi, she averted her eyes as if scalded, avoiding him. Luo Xiaonan pressed his lips together. He had met Su Panchi once before and back, then she had been poised and graceful. Why was she now avoiding him like a viper? Could it be that Wenju had said something about him? That damned Wenju. At that moment, Wenju spoke up. He knew well that Wei Gu was deliberately steering the conflict towards Su Panchi simply because she held the lowest social standing among those present. But that didn't mean he would stand by and watch her be unjustly blamed. Brother Wei, I was the one who sent Wei Chan to find Su Panchi. Wei Gu, aware that this was an attempt to shield her, sneered. Wenju, can't you even control a single woman? The words blatantly demeaned Su Panchi, yet she was long accustomed to such treatment, keeping her eyes lowered in silence. Luo Xiaonan felt a surge of irritation. Speaking rashly was not his style, but he couldn't bear to watch others slander the woman he cherished. So he shifted the blame onto Wenju. Didn't you hear? It was Wenju who first brought Wei Chan to Su Panchi. Wenju shot Luo Xiaonan a venomous glare. Wei Ge looked at him in astonishment. Though Luo Xiaonan was younger, his power rivaled Wei Ge's. Seeing Luo Xiaonan speak up for Su Panchi left Wei Gu utterly perplexed. Su Panchi, witnessing Luo Ziyunan's unexpected defense of her, felt her emotions grow even more tangled. Lin Huixing, on the other hand, watched Luo Xiaonan with immense satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. After seeing so many male leads, finally one acts like a decent human being. Lan Yezhou, you wretch, watch and learn. Su Mian. Lan Yezhou. His cheek twitched violently, and he noticed Luo Xiaonan unconsciously. His heart skipped a beat. Could Luo Xiaonan hear it too? Since Luo Xiaonan had spoken up, Wei Ge shifted his attention away from Su Panchi, and the group moved on to other topics. Meanwhile, Lin Huixing turned her gaze to Wei Qi, the third son of the Wei family. He had remained silent since entering, showing little concern for his sister, casually seating himself by the head of the bed and pulling out his phone. Wei Qi wore a shabby black tank top, revealing his taut muscles. Large tattoos sprawled across his back, marking him as a cool guy with a fearsome temper. Lin Huixing felt there was something oddly familiar about Wei Qi's setup. After racking her brains, she dug through the plot involving Luo Xiaonan and Su Panchi, and finally unearthed a few brief lines describing Wei Qi from a dusty corner of the story. Damn, this Wei Qi is something else. Even Lin Huixing couldn't hold back upon seeing the gossip about Wei Qi's story. Instantly, all four people in the ward turned their attention to Lin Huixing and unconsciously glanced at Wei Qi. What about Wei Qi? Wei Qi was indeed an oddball in the Wei family. He was rebellious and had come out of the closet early on, enraging the traditional Wei clan. The old patriarch had even ended up in the hospital before threatening Wei Qi into staying put in City A. He had never been fond of his ailing sister. But that was only on the surface. If he truly didn't care, he wouldn't have shown up today. Lin Huixing called him a talent. She had finished reading by now. What was the eldest brother thinking? Despite his father, he actually went to our country and became a gay adult film actor. No wonder she had some impression of this minor character with just a few lines. His actions were simply too staggering. In a simple romance novel, such a supporting character was bound to attract attention, wasn't he? Yet his entire life was summed up in just a few sentences. Back in the ward, Lan Yezhou and Su Mian were nearly at their breaking point, staring at Wei Qi with looks of sheer shock. Luo Xiaonan, possessing immense composure, managed to hold it together along with Su Panchi, though the speed of his prayer beads spinning increased noticeably. Indeed, one must chant Ba. This inexplicable inner voice, this inexplicably explosive gossip. Let me see. Oh, so that's it. So when he came out, his father forcefully sent his lover abroad, and his lover died in a gunfight overseas. Bearing a grudge, knowing the Wei family valued reputation above all, and with the old patriarch already deceased, he went to our country to become a gay adult film actor, just to spite his father. At first, no one recognized him. In the end, it was brother Luo Xiaonan who saw him in a gay film that was mistakenly sent to him while watching videos, and he recognized Wei Qi by his tattoos. Luo Xiaonan. Su Panchi. Lan Yezhou. Su Mian. Having lived for decades bound by strict rules, Su Panchi had encountered many bizarre things, but such a shocking revelation, happening right in front of her, still made her eyes widen in disbelief. She couldn't help but think that bringing Lin Huixing along today was truly the right decision. The atmosphere in the ward grew subtly tense, yet the Wei family members and Wenju remained oblivious, seemingly unable to hear Lin Huixing's inner thoughts. She couldn't help but think that bringing Lin Huixing along today was truly the right decision. The atmosphere in the ward grew subtly tense, yet the Wei family, though they often bickered, their exposure to such matters involving the Wei family was far too limited. Neither of them was a good actor, and they were on the verge of losing their composure. Lin Huixing, however, seemed lost in thought over the gay film shed just learned about. She shifted her gaze to Lan Yezhou and Wenju. It's indeed a rather wise decision. She looked pensively at Lan Yezhou and Wenju. One of these days I'll post these two little bastards' phone numbers on a gay adult website. But upon meeting their gazes, she quickly shrank back. Lan Yezhou. Damn it. His reputation. At the same time, he finally began to feel genuine fear. Surely Lin Huixing wouldn't actually do something like that. Su Mian finally lost it, letting out a pfft as she struggled with all her might to stifle her laughter. Amidst Lin Huixing's bewildered gaze and the other's astonished stares, Wei Chan woke up. At that moment, Su Mian displayed the pinnacle of her wit, rushing to Wei Chan's bedside. and calling out with feigned anxiety, Wei Chan, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you. Wei Gu, the eldest brother. Are you out of your mind? Why weren't you so anxious when you first came in? Wei Chan upon waking was also bewildered. She hadn't expected that such a small hospital room would gather so many people who were rarely seen together. Her gaze first fell on Wei Gu. Big brother, why are you here too? Wei Gu snorted coldly. Xiaonan and I were just nearby. We rushed to the hospital when we heard you fainted. You know your own health. How could you go to some disreputable place? Su Panchi's expression remained unchanged, but her eyes flickered for a moment. As the eldest son of the Wei family, Wei Guess repeated targeting of Su Panchi seemed far too petty. Wei Chan understood it all and instinctively explained, I didn't eat much breakfast this morning when I left. It must have been low blood sugar. Wei Gu frowned. You're already weak. How could you skip breakfast? Lin Huixing felt that Wei Gu wouldn't go so far as to target Su Panchi without reason. Was there something off about this? She flipped through the plot and indeed found the key. There was only one line. Well, I say a man being this petty. It turns out he once had a crush on Su Panchi's face. Back then she only hung around Wenju and ignored him, so he got embarrassed and angry. No wonder he's so hostile. He's a man with a narrow heart. Tisk tisk tsk. As soon as Lin Huixing's inner thoughts were exposed, the four people's gazes involuntarily turned to Wei Gu. Holy crap, so that's what happened. Su Mian could no longer hold back and turned to look at Su Panchi. She knew Su Panchi was beautiful and aloof, but she never expected even the eldest son of the Wei family to have liked her. Luo Zayunan's eyes narrowed and his gaze toward Wei Gu suddenly turned hostile. Lan Yezhou instantly felt that he and Su Mian were utterly redundant in this battlefield of love. He wanted to leave, but he really couldn't bear to miss Lin Huixing's inner thoughts, wondering what nonsense she would spew next. Wei Gu hadn't noticed yet. He handed a glass of water to Wei Chan, then cast a cold look at Wenju. Young master, when my sister has always been frail. Please take her to fewer inappropriate places from now on. Wenju was displeased by Wei Guess' reproach, but since he knew Wei Chan's incident was indeed related to him, he could only say understood. He then turned to Su Panchi. Wei Chan is awake. Don't you think you owe an apology? Lin Huixing thought. What the hell kind of lunatic are you? Su Panchi frowned slightly. Before she could speak, Wei Chan interjected, my fainting has nothing to do with Sister Panchi. She doesn't need to apologize to me. Wei Chan took a sip of water. I've been abroad for a long time and just wanted to see Sister Panchi. I didn't expect to faint suddenly. Sorry for causing you trouble. She spoke calmly without the sarcastic tone of a green tea woman. Lin Huixing was extremely pleased with Wei Chan. Good, it's a miracle that the male and female leads actually have a normal person around them. Su Panchi immediately said, Wei Chan, since you're awake, you'll be going now. He'll invite you to dinner when I have time. Wei Chan smiled and nodded. Wenju, however, was a bit reluctant. He hadn't forgotten that he came today to confront Su Panchi about leaving the Wen family. Seeing Su Panchi about to leave, Wenju immediately said, Su Panchi, we haven't settled things between us yet. He'll ask you one more time, are you leaving me and the Wen family? I won't give you a second chance. Lin Huixing almost rolled her eyes. She's already moved out, and he's still barking. With such low intelligence, how is he the future heir of the Wen family? I'm worried about the Wen family's future. If he inherits the Wen family, it'll be doomed within a year. Ah, this damn unfair world. Even a pig like Wenju can grow into a human form. Su Mian puffed. Lan Yezhou quickly covered Su Mian's mouth. Wei Chan looked at Su Mian in confusion. Lan Yezhou quickly explained, she's been a bit mentally unstable from the joy of our recent engagement. Wei Chan. Su Mian. Wei Gu, however, looked at Lan Yezhou and Su Mian with an indescribable expression. In his eyes, the two of them had both gone mentally unstable after the engagement. Everything Su Panchi wanted to say to Wenju was destroyed by Lin Huixing's inner thoughts. She opened her mouth, but truly didn't know what to say, because she was afraid that if she spoke too weakly, Lin Huixing would despise her in her heart. After a brief moment of thought, she finally said, yes, I won't regret it. With that, Su Panchi left. Wenju's face stiffened. Lin Huixing naturally followed behind her. As she walked, she mused, is their breakup today? Doesn't seem like it. Breaking up is a good thing. That idiot Wenju is out of the picture. Now it's Luo Zayunan's turn to step in. Why didn't you look at your destined husband Luo Xiaonan when you left? I saw his Buddhist prayer beads spinning so fast they were about to smoke, but he didn't dare to look at you. Su Panchi nearly stumbled her, usually straight back, showing a hint of panic. Luo Xiaonan, Su Mian, and Lan Yezhou. Until Lin Huixing's and Su Panchi's figures disappeared from sight. Luo Xiaonan, being an ascetic type, remained composed. He turned and said, he'll be going first. Without waiting for Wei Guess' reply, he strode out of Wei Chan's hospital room. Once Luo Xiaonan left, Lan Yezhou and Su Mian also announced their departure. Wei Chan paused and asked Wei Gu, big brother, don't you think they were acting strange today? Strange how? Wei Guess' gaze at Wei Chan was gentle. He stroked her hair. It's fine. They were never mentally stable. Wei-chan. After Su Mian and Lan Yezhou left the ward in the hallway, Su Mian couldn't help but ask, "Only we can hear that housekeeper's inner thoughts." Lan Yezhou frowned, recalling how Lin Huixing had cursed him, and said darkly, "I don't know. But I noticed Luo Xiaonan and Su Panchi's expressions were off too. They might be able to hear her thoughts as well. Otherwise Su Panchi wouldn't have looked at Luo Xiaonan with such a strange expression." He remembered Su Panchi had always been a proper lady. Admittedly, Lan Yezhou had some intelligence to some extent. Just not much. Su Mian was amazed, but why? And is what she said true? That way Chi will go into the adult film. Lan Yezhou was speechless. You heard so much, and that's the only thing you focused on. Su Mian was silent for a few seconds, then asked, "What genre will he do?" Lan Yezhou. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Su Mian, I've never watched any of that crap. I don't." Su Mian stopped asking. Half a minute later she made a fatal comment. "What if she really posts your and Wenju's phone numbers on a gay porn site?" Lan Yezhou. Lin Huixing followed Su Panchi as they left. Su Panchi's mood was poor for the entire journey home, but Lin Huixing did not ask why. As a mere cleaner, she already felt it strange to have accompanied Su Panchi to the hospital. Back at Su's residence, she dutifully began to clean. Though a part-time cleaner had previously maintained this small house, none had been as diligent as Lin Huixing, who worked until her back ached late into the evening. Su Panchi asked her to stay the night and continue the next day, ordering takeout for them. The meal was far from ordinary. Lin Huixing was taken aback to see an entire pile of crayfish. Dressed not in her usual elegant attire, but a simple t-shirt dress, Su Panchi sat cross-legged in the living room and beckoned to Lin Huixing. "Miss Lin, you can work tomorrow. If you don't mind, keep me company with a drink tonight." Lin Huixing understood. Su Panchi was seeking to drown her sorrows in wine. It felt odd to Lin Huixing, for similar scenes existed in the original story. Su Panchi was typically a tightly wound person who would never casually reveal her unkempt side to others. Her only moment of vulnerability happened after she had grown close to Luo Xiaonan, when a slight tipsiness finally unveiled her true self to him. She loved spicy food, loved the feeling of being slightly tipsy, loved letting go of her image within her own domain, doing whatever she pleased. Such behavior was never permitted in the Wen family. The Wen household was bound by strict rules, with even the manner of sitting being rigidly regular. But now, since Su Panchi had indeed severed ties with Wenju, she had reason to celebrate. Yet to expose her true self before a cleaner she had met only a day ago. Lin Huixing naturally wouldn't decline. As she sat down she asked the system, "Am I stealing Luo Ziyunen's job here?" The system replied, "I can't make sense of this messed-up plot direction anymore." Su Panchi offered, "Care for a drink? It's fruit wine, it won't get you drunk." Su Panchi opened a can of fruit wine for Lin Huixing, who accepted it readily, saying, "I can drink this." "That's good then. I rarely have anyone to drink with. They seem unable to imagine me drunk." Su Panchi said this casually, while putting on disposable gloves to peel the crayfish on the table, adding, "I've been planning my departure from the Wen family for a long time." The story only ever told of the education Su Panchi received in the Wen family over the years, but those few hundred or thousand words could never fully capture the bitterness she endured there. Lin Huixing pondered how to respond as a cleaner, but fortunately Su Panchi did not await her reply. She murmured, "I loved Wenju for 18 years. From the moment I saw him at age 6 I thought, I want to marry him." Lin Huixing looked at her with pity, thinking, "Unbelievable that you've been blind since you were 6. Su Panchi finished peeling a shrimp and placed it into Lin Huixing's bowl. "But now I finally realize that some people are simply beyond my reach in this lifetime. From the moment I accepted Madame Wen's tutelage, Wenju and I could never stand on equal footing." Lin Huixing casually ate the shrimp Su Panchi had peeled, wondering inwardly. After all those years of education in the Wen family, didn't she ever think of building a career? Why waste herself on a man? Su Mian was like this, Su Panchi was like this, and Su Huanzi too. Though Su Huanzi's case was an exception, as she was purely forced into it. Su Panchi was startled, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. A career, she had indeed thought of it. But what could she do? What could she achieve relying on the Wen family's influence? It seemed no one had ever told her that she could. At that moment her very soul seemed to tremble, as if someone had finally told her that her life was not destined to revolve solely around love. She was not born to exist for a man. After that Su Panchi grew quiet. She drank can after can until her cheeks. She was drunk, squinting as her vision blurred, yet insisting she was sober. As Lin Huixing helped her to rest, she remarked to the system, "See, good thing I'm here today. If it were Luo Xiaonan, could he have kept his composure?" The system was speechless. Why did she always say such dangerous things? Lin Huixing had drunk only a little, but had eaten quite a lot of crayfish, leaving her feeling bloated. She first ensured Su Panchi was comfortably resting, then cleaned up the living room before retiring. She woke up the next morning roused by a pressing need. After taking care of her morning business with Su Panchi still asleep, Lin Huixing gathered the trash from the living room and took it out to discard, lest the smell permeate the house. As she descended, she spotted a car parked outside the residential complex. It was clearly a luxury vehicle, and the system tipped her off when Zhu spent the whole night down there. Knowing when Zhu was inside the car, Lin Huixing was astonished. Is he insane? What's the use of just sitting in a car? According to protocol, he should be kneeling downstairs all night. The system said that plot point hasn't arrived yet, it won't happen so soon. When Zhu could be a lunatic for all she cared, Lin Huixing paid him no mind. Early that morning, however, Lin Huixing received a call from Su Huanxi. She seemed to be whispering into the phone, her hand cupped over her mouth. Xiao Xingxing, when are you coming back to Sea City? Lin Huixing estimated that her work would end today, but she would only return to Sea City tomorrow. Tomorrow? Why? Has the young master quarreled with you? Not exactly, Su Huanxi said. His father's illegitimate son has returned to the country. They're having a family meeting today to discuss the divorce. Uncle and Auntie Fu Qinya, everyone will be there along with that Mistress Annie outside. She guessed Lin Huixing would be interested. She was surprisingly polite, even calling them Mistress Annie. Indeed, Lin Huixing was shocked, exclaiming inwardly, damn. Su, Miss Su, why of all days to... How could this be? How infuriating that she was stuck in a city today, missing the chance to witness the drama firsthand. Su Huanxi added, I find that illegitimate son a bit strange. Lin Huixing grew even more curious and shocked. Strange how? If even Su Huanxi found him strange, could he be someone she knew? But in the original story, the illegitimate son appeared later with a minor role portrayed as equally vicious and paranoid with nothing particularly distinctive. Su Huanxi sounded like she didn't know how to put it. He wears women's clothes, and he's actually quite good-looking. Lin Huixing was stunned. What? Damn it, why wasn't she in Sea City right now? Wearing women's clothing. What an explosive situation. Lin Huixing never dreamed that the characters from the original novel would act like this. So she said, how can a grown man wear women's clothing? This goes against common sense and defies heaven. Take a photo, and he'll critique it. Su Huanxi. She felt embarrassed. Isn't this inappropriate? It was indeed inappropriate. Su Huanxi, after all, was the female lead and couldn't do such sneaky photography. Lin Huixing said, Miss Su, wait until I return tomorrow, and we can discuss it. It was easy to imagine. The confrontation in Fu Qinya's family involving an illegitimate child and a mistress was bound to be extremely dramatic. What a pity that Lin Huixing couldn't rush back for such a spectacular scene. It was truly lamentable. She was about to go back upstairs when someone called out from behind, Hey, the cleaner. Early in the morning, being addressed by such an offensive title as cleaner, Lin Huixing instinctively knew it was directed at her. Moreover, the voice carried a familiar, unlucky tone. She turned around and saw that it was that scoundrel Wenju. Truly unlucky. Cursing inwardly, she still had to put on a smile. With a feigned look of panic, Lin Huixing said, Young master, is there something you need? Wenju's attitude toward others was always arrogant and cold. Even now, when asking Lin Huixing about Su Panchi's situation, his tone carried a condescending air. What did Su Panchi do at home last night? Answer well, and he'll give you a reward. Lin Huixing said, She didn't do much. Miss Su came home early last night and went to sleep. As for the trivial matter of drinking and eating crawfish, you unlucky thing don't need to know. Wenju frowned, uncertain whether he believed Lin Huixing or not. After a moment, he took out his phone and said, I'm giving you a task from now on. Report Su Panchi's activities to me regularly. Lin Huixing put on a troubled expression. Young master, when I don't do illegal things. Reporting information. How is... Wenju's gaze was full of menace. If you don't listen to me, I can make sure you can't survive in a city. Lin Huixing. Psycho, I can still survive in Sea City. As a wage worker, Lin Huixing perfectly demonstrated what it means to be flexible. She was naturally soft and knew how to bow. Yes, young master one. What are your orders? Seeing that Lin Huixing was sensible, Wenju raised his chin arrogantly and said, From now on you must report any of Su Panchi's movements to me immediately. Lin Huixing looked troubled. Young master, when I'm just a maid Miss Su hired for the first time. After finishing this job for Miss Su, he'll have to return to Sea City. Why did she hire you from Sea City to come to a city? Indeed, even Wenju found Su Panchi's behavior somewhat unusual. But if he didn't know, how could Lin Huixing know? She answered honestly, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm a top-rated maid. Wenju scrutinized Lin Huixing suspiciously, but he really couldn't see anything special about her. But thinking that Su Panchi might hire Lin Huixing again from Sea City, he said, If Su Panchi hires you again, keep an eye on her movements. Of course, Wenju knew that mere lip service without payment wouldn't work. Since Lin Huixing was a maid, he gave her a commission of 10,000 this time. For Lin Huixing, that 10,000 was just free money. She was overjoyed. I didn't expect Wenju to be more decent than Fu Qian. He'll temporarily refrain from posting his phone number on gay porn sites. System. As when Zhu was leaving, he told Lin Huixing not to tell Su Panchi, but Lin Huixing was not one to be. The first thing she did when she went upstairs was to sell out Wen Zhu. Young master Wen stopped me downstairs just now and asked what you were doing last night. Su Panchi's eyes flickered. What did you say? Lin Huixing. I said you went home and went to sleep. Su Panchi bit her lip, unsure of Wen Zhu's intentions. Did he only ask you that? He told me to report any situation to him in the future and gave me 10,000 as commission. Su Panchi. Lin Huixing was really too honest. Even if she weren't honest, her thoughts would likely betray her. She sold out Wen Zhu so readily simply because she didn't like him, so she did it without hesitation. Su Panchi's thoughts were complicated. It's fine, just keep the money. If it were someone else it might be different, but she wasn't afraid of being monitored by Lin Huixing. Besides, she usually didn't have anything to do, and Lin Huixing was just a maid anyway. Today the work at Su's house officially ended. Lin Huixing, eager for gossip at the Fu family, moved especially quickly. Unfortunately, perhaps, because Su Huanxi was also involved, she didn't call Lin Huixing again. Lin Huixing booked a flight back to Sea City for the next day. Curious about how the negotiations at the Fu family were going, she took the initiative to contact Su Huanxi that evening. But the phone rang for a long time with no answer. Finally, on the fifth ring, the phone was picked up. Lin Huixing was about to speak when she heard Su Huanxi's struggling voice. Fu Qinya, let me see who's calling. It might be work. Fu Qianai seemed to be panting, his voice somewhat angry. Who in the company calls you late at night? Who are you seducing now? Su Huanxi. Are you insane? Lin Huixing silently hung up. She asked the system, they say you get a sty in your eye, oh will I get a sty in my ear? System, who knows Lin Huixing? The next day Lin Huixing bid farewell to Su Panchi and officially went home. This trip had been quite fruitful. After all, she had gotten 10,000 for free from Wen Zhu, so Lin Huixing was feeling delighted. As soon as she sat down at the airport, she heard many passers-by exclaiming, oh no way, he's actually that kind of person. Damn, Wuxing actually got caught. Drug use. Is it that serious? Fake news, right? Marketing accounts these days will make up anything. Doesn't seem like it. With such a fierce attack, if it were fake, wouldn't Wusheng's studio have clarified quickly? This is drug use, such a serious crime. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Lin Huixing realized this might be a huge piece of gossip. The name she heard sounded familiar. Just as she thought that, an answer came. A message from Lin Ji popped up on WeChat. Lin Ji, oh my god. Boss, you're amazing. Wusheng really got into trouble. Lin Ji, the trending topics are exploding. Did you see? Lin Huixing was dazed. Oh, isn't this the director Wusheng she had spoiled earlier? The one involved in money laundering and doomed. Curious, Lin Huixing opened Weibo to look at the trending topics. Sure enough, the top trending topic was Wusheng arrested for drug use. Of course, it was just a gossip account claiming that Wusheng was caught using drugs at a party in a famous district of city, be reported by a concerned citizen. Involving drug use, Wusheng was finished. His directed film Life is But a Floating Cloud also ceased production. The gossip account even asserted Wusheng's situation is serious. It might implicate many celebrities in the entertainment industry. Everyone is on edge these days. Some believed it, some didn't. I always thought Wusheng looked like a drug addict with that creepy face, didn't expect it to be true. A big director using drugs, my god, did the actors who worked with him know? What do you mean by everyone on edge? Are there other stars using drugs with Wusheng? That's right, it was a group drug use. How are these concerned citizens so amazing? Every time there's a big case, they accurately report it. How many spies do they have in the entertainment industry? This was a major entertainment news. Lin Huixing didn't seem to need to pay much attention to this, but she couldn't help feeling astonished. This world was like hers, and the country was the same, with a strict crackdown on drugs. Basically, if a family had a drug addict, they would have to denounce them for the rest of their lives, unable to hold their heads up. A famous director like this being arrested for drug use would have a huge impact. But the news only mentioned Wusheng's drug use, not the money laundering. He would likely confess to that in prison, causing a real earthquake in the entertainment industry. After all, she remembered that almost all the actors in this production were affected and investigated. Except for the male lead, who was truly lucky and popular, the other actors who were investigated were basically stained with unshakable blemishes, and their popularity suffered greatly. Lin Huixing also saw a trending topic on Weibo. The Du family in Donghua has been destroyed. Related personnel are being arrested. Donghua was a neighboring country to Daxiao, where Lin Huixing lived, but it was a very small country with a lawless zone bordering Daxiao, where chaos reigned. All kinds of crimes imaginable were common there, involving gambling, prostitution, and drugs. Many people from Daxiao were tricked or smuggled there to engage in various illegal activities. It was a very chaotic country. Lin Huixing initially didn't pay much attention, but then the system spoke up. This Donghua has some significance. There was a plotline involving a male and female lead there, but it was heavily complained about, so our selection committee removed them from the main roles. They still have some plot relevance, but now they are only minor characters not within the scope of our housekeeping system. Lin Huixing asked in surprise what kind of plot could get complaints. The system said with a sigh, let me put it this way, according to records, all 7 of my previous hosts complained about this pair refusing to accept their storyline. So when it came to you, we simply deleted this world line. The system didn't beat around the bush. The male lead in Donghua is a drug dealer, and the female lead was trafficked there, but later fell in love with him. Their plot was quite tragic and popular at first, which is why the world line was generated, but it ended up being the most complained about. Lin Huixing was shocked. Drug dealing is an unforgivable crime. How could such a scumbag be a male lead? He's a beast that deserves to die. The system said with a complex tone, right. Even those male leads in our country were favored by our agents, but they didn't fancy this one. Lin Huixing said, it seems people do have standards. They don't eat everything when starving. But those who could stomach someone like Fu Qian'ai were truly starving. Reincarnated from a hungry ghost in their path, the system said. Lin Huixing clicked into that trending topic. The Du family was the most prominent family in Donghua, engaging in all sorts of illegal activities. They must have done something to get wiped out by a joint operation. Now all members of the Du family were arrested except for one core heir who had escaped. After reading the trending topic, Lin Huixing asked the system, is this core heir related to the deleted male and female? The system said, I don't know. Once deleted, their information is not stored in my database. There are only complaint records, and everything else has been cleared. Lin Huixing said, what use are you then? The system said. With that, Lin Huixing could only treat this trending topic as. Moreover, the events in Donghua were too far from Daxiao, and with Wu Sheng's news dominating the spotlight, Weibo was mostly. Lin Huixing glanced at it for a while, and then it was time to board. She took a flight back to the Fu residence. But the Fu family hadn't called her, and she was itching to know what was going on with them. Last night, Su Huanxi probably saw the call log, and was too embarrassed to contact Lin Huixing. However, in the evening, Lin Huixing received an urgent order. It wasn't from the Fu family. It was from the neighboring Zhou family again. That was where Yao Guangjin was currently staying. It was probably time for cleaning, but the Zhou family booked her for 3 hours. When Lin Huixing arrived, she learned that she was asked to help set up the engagement ceremony venue at the Zhou family's hotel, and also do some miscellaneous cleaning work. Lin Huixing was dazed upon hearing engagement ceremony. Who's getting engaged? The Zhou butler glanced at her, and said, our master and Miss Jing Yuexing. Lin Huixing was speechless. What? She felt like she had only been away for 2 days, but she couldn't keep up with the changes. Wasn't that Zhou's father and Jing Yuexing? But hadn't they said they would get married abroad? Why were they having an engagement at a hotel now? Unfortunately, Lin Huixing had many questions, but no answers, and she didn't dare ask. It wasn't until she saw the hotel sign outside with a photo of Zhou's father and Jing Yuexing for the engagement ceremony. Indeed, Zhou's father was over 50 but still could be called handsome, yet Lin Huixing couldn't forget Zhou Yizin's comment about his baldness. Just then a gloomy figure appeared beside her. She looked up and saw Zhou Yizhan with a dark expression. Do you think they're a good match? Zhou Yizin's voice was dripping with venom. As an unrelated person, Lin Huixing shuddered and immediately shook her head. Not really. Zhou Yizhan seemed to be in a slightly better mood, and he sneered, a bald, old man of 50 shamelessly marrying a beautiful actress. Isn't he afraid of making a fool of himself? Lin Huixing didn't dare to say a word. She quickly made an excuse about cleaning and left. Unexpectedly, she ran into Aunt Li, who had come to help as well. Aunt Li was the Fu family's head nanny and had a good relationship with the Zhou butler, as she was probably borrowed. Seeing Aunt Li, Lin Huixing was delighted and quickly approached her to greet her, then couldn't help asking curiously, Aunt Li, with the master and Miss Jing Yuexing getting engaged, isn't the young master of the Zhou family in the hospital? How could he agree to this? Aunt Li said with a complex look, he's the best man. Lin Huixing let out a short, shocked and bewildered sound. What? Are the Zhou family people insane? Lin Huixing had imagined many ways Zhou Yizhan might oppose this wedding. He had even attempted suicide. Surely he would follow that up with threats to jump off a building, make a huge scene, or use death as a bargaining chip. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine he would end up being the best man. Lin Huixing leaned closer to Aunt Li and whispered, did he damage his brain when he tried to kill himself? Shoo. Aunt Li signaled for Lin Huixing to avoid discussing the Zhou family's affairs in such a setting, suggesting they talk about it when they returned to the Fu residence. See, it wasn't that Aunt Li was particularly professional, it's just that gossip like this was best shared behind closed doors. Lin Huixing was still curious about yesterday's events at the Fu residence, but she had no chance to ask now. Tonight's event at the Zhou residence was merely a preliminary gathering for the engagement. The formal ceremony was scheduled for tomorrow. And this was just for an engagement, not even the wedding itself. The actual marriage was to take place abroad. The wealthy certainly knew how to make a spectacle. Zhou's father and Jing Yuexing were nowhere to be seen at the venue. Instead, it was Zhou Yizhan who had not only agreed to be the best man, but was also personally overseeing every detail of the engagement party. He was arranging everything himself. The floral displays here, the placement of flower baskets there, the seating arrangements for guests. He even set up a media area. Given that Lin Huixing was a public figure, the engagement was a grand affair and reporters were expected tomorrow. The way he was acting, it seemed more like his own engagement rather than his father's. Lin Huixing even overheard him instructing the Zhou family steward, "Make sure all photos taken by the media tomorrow are shown to me first. It doesn't matter if Zhou Huasan looks ugly in them, but Huixing must look stunning." The steward subtly reminded him, "Sir, that is your father and your future stepmother." Zhou Yizhan ignored the remark, adding, "Try to get evidence of Zhou Huasan wearing a wig." The steward was speechless. Lin Huixing was also speechless. She was now even more convinced he definitely damaged. The system suddenly asked, "You overheard Lin Huixing's phone call last time. Why hasn't she come after you yet?" Lin Huixing scoffed. "Why would she come after me? I'm just an innocent hourly worker. Would she be that insane to target a maid?" Besides, she had already honestly confessed that she hadn't heard any specific information. The system murmured, "Is that so?" Lin Huixing found it strange. "Aren't you supposed to be hands-off with me? Why are you asking about this now?" The system replied, "You said a twitching eyelid signifies impending disaster. As a system, my data has been fluctuating erratically lately. I have a foreboding feeling." Lin Huixing was speechless. "You're a system having a foreboding feeling. Does that even make sense?" She asked, "Is your system malfunctioning? It's common for AI programs like you to have bugs." The system retorted angrily, "What AI? Don't insult me. I'm from a higher dimension, not some mundane AI." Lin Huixing insisted, "Still an AI." The system fumed, "How dare you?" Lin Huixing shot back, "How dare you?" As she was arguing with the system, the Zhou family steward called her over. "We'll need your help again at the engagement ceremony tomorrow. Make sure you're available on site. You'll be paid the same rate." Lin Huixing, having no other pressing jobs, agreed readily. Besides, unlike the Fu family steward, who was always stern and critical, the Zhou family steward paid much more generously. The Zhou steward was also satisfied with Lin Huixing. As a top-tier hourly worker, she was not only fast, but also made no mistakes. Her higher rate was justified, and families like theirs valued that reliability. Since she had to work late at the hotel, Aunt Li returned to the Fu residence first. Unable to follow, Lin Huixing had to go back to her rented apartment. However, after the physical enhancement, Lin Huixing noticed her recovery speed was remarkable. Not only was she stronger, but she could also quickly regain her energy after tiring work. Just as the system had said, she was born to toil. After showering and playing on her phone for a bit, she was about to rest when she suddenly received a call from Aunt Li. "Shaolin." Aunt Li's voice was anxious. "Miss Su and the young master had a fight." Miss Su got angry and stormed out of the Fu residence. "The young master forbade us from going after her. You're the only one I know who lives outside. Could you call Miss Su and ask where she is? It's late at night, and I'm worried about her safety. If possible, could you ask Miss Su if she'd be willing to stay at your place tonight? Aunt Li will make sure the steward gives you a bonus." Lin Huixing immediately sat up in bed upon hearing this. "What? Why are the young master and Miss Su fighting in the middle of the night? That lunatic Fu Chang'ai. He was pressing her against the wall last night, and now he's fighting with her. Ultimate madman. I don't know. I was tidying up in the living room when I saw Miss Su storming down the stairs with the young master following. They exchanged a few words, and then Miss Su left. I wanted to chase after her, but the young master ordered me not to." Lin Huixing started changing her clothes and shoes. "Don't worry, Aunt Li. They'll call her and find out where she is." Her main task was to revolve around these main protagonists anyway. She still couldn't figure out how to gain their approval, as that damn system demanded. Naturally, problems needed solutions. After hanging up, Lin Huixing finished dressing and headed out. She called Su Huanxi first. Thankfully, Su Huanxi wasn't one to block everyone when she was upset. Her voice sounded quite calm when she answered. "Xiaoxing, did Aunt Li ask you to call?" "Yes," Lin Huixing admitted. "Aunt Li is really worried. She heard you fought with the young master. Where are you now?" Su Huanxi paused for a moment. "I'm fine. I'm out having some barbecue. Do you want some?" "My treat." Lin Huixing rubbed her face. "All right." When she arrived at the address Su Huanxi had given, she found her friend wasn't pretending. She was indeed eating barbecue. At a street stall, Su Huanxi had several empty skewers in front of her. She was eating a spicy skewer, inhaling sharply from the heat, and waved Lin Huixing over when she saw her. She didn't look sad or upset after fighting with Fu Chang'ai. In fact, she seemed to be enjoying herself. Lin Huixing walked over and asked in a hushed tone, "What did you two fight about?" The system also chimed in, "Tell us what's the hurdle Fu Chang'ai can't overcome. I need to hear this." Su Huanxi gave a light laugh. "It's nothing serious." They had just exchanged a few harsh words, and it escalated into a fight. Seeing her demeanor, Lin Huixing assumed it was just a minor squabble and casually picked up a chicken foot to gnaw on. Then she heard Su Huanxi say, "Today Cheng Xiang came to talk to Fu Chang'ai about my situation. I agreed in front of him to leave with Cheng Xiang." "What?" The The system echoed, "What?" Lin Huixing was so shocked that the chicken foot fell from her hand. Seeing Lin Huixing's expression, Su Huanzi let out a snort of laughter. But as she laughed, Lin Huixing noticed the tears glistening in Su Huanzi's eyes. She heard Su Huanzi say, "But what I thought was just what I thought." Today's incident was probably that Cheng Xiang had indeed gone to talk to Fu Chenai about Su Huanzi. Yet Cheng Xiang still harbored illusions, believing that someone like Fu Chenai would at least be reasonable. But Fu Chenai simply didn't know what reason meant. Especially these days, he was irritated to death by the Fu family's troubles, and he pointed at Cheng Xiang's nose, telling him to get lost. Otherwise, he would make him regret it. At that moment, Su Huanzi didn't know where she found the courage. She told Fu Chenai that she wanted to leave with Cheng Xiang. Fu Chenai was of course furious and refused to accept it, but Su Huanzi said it didn't matter whether Fu Chenai agreed or not, otherwise she would jump from the building. Fu Chenai said, "I could jump if I had the guts." Lin Huixing was stunned, and then Su Huanzi said, "Then I jumped." System, damn, if she's gone, well, lose one protagonist and can't open the final level. Lin Huixing. In a way, the system indeed lacked human conscience. At that time, Fu Chenai probably thought Su Huanzi was just threatening him, but who would have expected that she would rush to the office balcony, open the window, and actually jump? Fu Chenai was terrified out of his wits. He almost ran over in 3 steps and caught her arm just in time when half of her body was already out of the window. Fortunately, nothing too cliché happened. The bodyguards stationed outside the door rushed over in time, and together with Fu Chenai, pulled her back in. Lin Huixing. Huh. Why on her ordinary day were the male and female leads' plots so thrilling? Fu Chenai had saved her, but Cheng Xiang was completely frozen in place. He seemed scared stiff. When I cried and said I wanted to leave with him, he was trembling all over and told me he already had a girlfriend now. At that moment, all the courage I had to jump off the building vanished in an instant. Su Huanzi bit into her skewer, and as she spoke she couldn't help but let tears fall. I don't understand why he came today if he already has a girlfriend. I had thought about leaving with him, I had prepared myself to face everything with him, but I never expected him to reject me like this. In that moment, reason abandoned her. All of Su Huanzi's courage after today was gone. She was dazed and taken back home by Fu Chenai. Probably never expecting that she would actually risk her life today, Fu Chenai didn't say anything harsh. But after dinner, when they talked about it, Fu Chenai couldn't help asking Su Huanzi why she was still so ruthless toward him, preferring to be with a man like Cheng Xiang. He even taunted, and in the end he didn't even want you. Unable to bear Fu Chenai's temper, Su Huanzi ran away. After finishing the story, she saw Lin Huixing's mouth wide open, big enough to hold an egg. Su Huanzi laughed again. "Did you not expect me to dare do that?" "Well, it's not that I didn't expect it. In the original story, you also attempted suicide once. Originally, it was forced by Yu Jianfeng, but today it was purely this unexpected incident with Cheng Xiang that brought out Su Huanzi's desperate courage. But she hadn't expected Cheng Xiang to say what he did today. As Su Huanzi said, perhaps she would never again have the courage to escape Fu Chenai's control. But Lin Huixing didn't think so. Apart from being shocked by Su Huanzi's actions, she actually felt that Su Huanzi was subtly different. Su Huanzi said, "Little star, I'm actually quite scared now. If I really died, what would my mom do? Today I really wanted to say I'd leave, but when I thought about my father's gambling debts and how Fu Chenai had solved my family's troubles, I lost the courage to say I'd pay him back, because I'm afraid I can't. I'm afraid I can't earn enough money to repay him." She looked at Lin Huixing with complicated eyes. "Do you think him useless?" Lin Huixing silently shook her head. "In the original plot, you were way too pathetic. But now Su Huanzi pulling this stunt actually made Lin Huixing look at her in a new light. After all, in the original story, every time Su Huanzi argued with Fu Chenai, she would only suffer in silence, let alone run away like this. There had been a few times just outside the Fu family villa, but she was intercepted halfway and locked up. Today she was out eating skewers, and Fu Chenai hadn't even ordered anyone to drag her back. Lin Huixing pretty much knew the reason. Across the street, a bodyguard wearing sunglasses to look cool at night was exactly the kind of subordinate that a lunatic like Fu Chenai would have. Lin Huixing accompanied Su Huanzi to eat some skewers. Su Huanzi was full and didn't plan to return to the food. She had already returned her previous apartment, and now she didn't want to go back to her own home. So Lin Huixing planned to take Su Huanzi to her rented place for the night. Anyway, her 2-bedroom apartment was big enough. Su Huanzi agreed. The two of them walked back along the street. The big city night was lively, and after eating and drinking, the evening breeze was quite pleasant. Su Huanzi couldn't help glancing at Lin Huixing. "Little star, where is your hometown?" "In another world." Su Huanzi. Lin Huixing laughed cheerfully. "I'm an orphan." Just as she said that, a van suddenly sped over its brakes, screeching. Lin Huixing and Su Huanzi were stunned for a moment. The van door opened, and a burly man dashed out. The system frantically searched the plot. Is this a kidnapping of the female lead? Was this in the original novel? Lin Huixing also thought they were coming for the female lead. She froze for only a second before immediately acting on her professional instinct. Miss Su, run. But unexpectedly their target was not Su Huanxi at all. Almost instantly they locked onto their aim, grabbed Lin Huixing's arm, and shoved her into the van. Everything happened so fast that no one nearby reacted. The bodyguard across the street, thinking Su Huanxi was in danger, rushed over with a changed expression. As for Lin Huixing, she hadn't expected them to grab her arm. Almost instinctively, she braced one foot against the van door for leverage and yanked. She had been using her earnings to drink a drop of genetic water recently, and while her strength wasn't magically exaggerated, it was far beyond ordinary. As she braced against the door, the van driver, who had assumed the big man would snatch the frail-looking Lin Huixing in a second, floored the accelerator. But with Lin Huixing's unexpected tug, the big man lost his balance as the car sped away and tumbled out of the van. Thud! His forehead slammed hard onto the ground, and he let out a scream. Lin Huixing and Su Huanxi stood there watching the van speed away. They exchanged dumbfounded looks with the sunglasses-wearing bodyguard who had run over all of them, speechless. This is outrageous. Lin Huixing, still shaken, looked at Su Huanxi. In broad daylight in front of everyone, someone dared to try and kidnap you. It's absolutely preposterous. Su Huanxi, who hadn't yet recovered her senses, said, "Huh." Lin Huixing then turned to the black-clad bodyguard who had rushed over. "Tell the young master quickly. Someone dared to kidnap Miss Su. How audacious. Find them and make them pay." The black-clad bodyguard was silent for a moment, wondering if the man on the ground had actually been trying to grab Lin Huixing or genuinely attempting to kidnap Su Huanxi. Su Huanxi, who hadn't yet recovered her senses, said, "Huh." Lin Huixing then turned to the black-clad bodyguard who had rushed over. "Tell the young master quickly. Someone dared to kidnap Miss Su. How audacious." Agony. When he looked up, he saw Su Huanxi, Lin Huixing, and a man in sunglasses, all staring at him. The burly man was silent for a long moment, calculating his chances of escape. But Lin Huixing had no such patience. She glared at the man fiercely. "Tell me, what were you trying to do?" The man remained silent. He might have been hit harder than he thought. He still hadn't snapped out of it. In reality, he was deep in thought. His strength was considerable, and he was certain that grabbing someone from a moving car like that would have caught even a man his size off guard. But not only had Lin Huixing reacted, she had simply braced her foot against the car and yanked him right out. How the hell could a cleaner have that much strength? Seeing the burly man staring blankly, without speaking, Lin Huixing leaned towards Su Huanxi and said, "Great, we've knocked him silly. We should just call the police." Su Huanxi, also stunned, nodded and started to dial the police. But then the burly man on the ground finally reacted, gritting his teeth. "Even if you call the police, it's useless. I won't say anything." Lin Huixing rolled her eyes. "Psycho. Say it or don't, I don't care. My only job is to get you thrown in jail." The man. "Why the hell aren't you following the script?" Su Huanxi, however, was a bit naive. She hesitated, then said, "If we call the police and he refuses to confess anything, they might just say it was a case of mistaken identity. There might not be much they can do." Lin Huixing said, "That's not really the point. The point was that she knew this crazy act was aimed at her. She had a pretty good idea who would want to have her kidnapped. It's almost certainly because of Jing Yuexin. What a vicious woman. She pretends not to care but secretly sends a hulking brute to kidnap me, an innocent, delicate flower." Lin Huixing said, "That's not really the point. The point was that she knew this crazy act was aimed at her. She had a pretty..." Suddenly the burly man looked up. Perhaps thinking Lin Huixing and the others weren't paying attention, he scrambled to his feet and tried to run. But the moment he moved, the black-clad bodyguard finally acted, kicking him to the ground with a single blow. Being a bodyguard sent by Fu Chainai to protect Su Huanxi, he was certainly skilled. After knocking the man down, he calmly said to Su Huanxi, "Miss Su, the young master said to leave this man to us. He's sending a driver to take you back soon." Lin Huixing's eyes nearly bulged out of her head. "You've been standing right here the whole time, without moving an inch. When did you even talk to the young master?" The black-clad bodyguard replied, expressionless, mental transmission. As a professional, he had already reported the situation back the moment he arrived on the scene. Lin Huixing. Ridiculous. He's just as unhinged as Fu Chainai. This incident had taken even Su Huanxi by surprise. She had originally planned to go back to Lin Huixing's place, but now she didn't feel safe letting Lin Huixing go off on her own. After a while, Fu Chainai did send a driver to pick her up, and Su Huanxi insisted that Lin Huixing come back with her to the Fu residence. Lin Huixing didn't refuse. The incident tonight hadn't really scared her, but it felt strange. Why would Jing Yuexin choose to act now of all times? The day before her engagement. And also, what use is this system of yours? If it hadn't been for her own quick reflexes, she would have been snatched away. The system felt embarrassed. "It's just that the streets were crowded. I didn't think these lawless maniacs would be so brazen." Kidnapping someone in broad daylight was something the male lead did to the female lead, not this. Who would have thought anyone would target Lin Huixing like this? The system said, "See, I told you my data was acting up for a reason. You almost got kidnapped. This is exactly the warning I was trying to give you, but you just wouldn't listen." Lin Huixing. Listen to yourself? Do you even hear how ridiculous you sound? Lin Huixing and the system debated the whole night, but couldn't figure out why Jing Yuexin would choose now to have her kidnapped. The burly man had been taken away by Fu Qinye's bodyguards, and all Lin Huixing could do was hope they'd find some clues. But she had clearly underestimated Fu Qianyi. The next morning, Lin Huixing remembered she still had to go clean the Zhou family's hotel. When she got up, she saw Fu Qianyi and Su Huanxi already awake. Fu Qianyi frowned at Lin Huixing. "Did you offend Zhou Yizhan?" "Huh." Lin Huixing was shocked. "Young master, what do you mean by that?" Fu Qianyi let out a low scoff. "We got a confession out of him last night. He was acting on Zhou Yizhan's orders targeting you." Lin Huixing was stunned. "What? Absurd. Is he insane? I don't even know Zhou Yizhan. What's wrong with him trying to kidnap me? No wonder his father stole his wife." Outwardly, Lin Huixing put on a shocked and frightened expression. "Young master, I don't even know the young master of the Zhou family. I honestly have no idea how I—" Su Huanxi, standing nearby, was equally puzzled. "Yeah, why would Zhou Yizhan try to kidnap Xingxing? The two of them had absolutely no connection. Their only impression of Zhou Yizhan was that he was the young master who had attempted suicide over Jing Yuexin." Fu Qianyi frowned slightly. "Aren't you going to the Zhou family's engagement banquet today?" Lin Huixing nodded. Fu Qianyi seemed to think of something, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Looks like there's going to be a show today. Since they were neighbors of the Zhou family, they would certainly be on the guest list for the engagement banquet." Lin Huixing didn't understand what Fu Qianyi meant by that, and neither did Su Huanxi. But Fu Qianyi didn't bother explaining. He simply left with Su Huanxi. Lin Huixing, meanwhile, still had to rush to the hotel. Even though she now knew it was Zhou Yizhan, this was information Fu Qianyi had extracted privately without solid evidence. For now, Lin Huixing could only mentally add Zhou Yizhan to her little blacklist. Even the system was baffled. What connection do you two even have? Why would he send someone to kidnap you? Could it be that he's fallen for you and wants to force a relationship? Lin Huixing shivered with anger. How should I know what kind of spell that Zhou Yizhan— Fine. I used to think he was a poor soul for attempting suicide over love. Now he's earned a spot on my list of people to prank. The system. Lin Huixing had no chance to figure this out for the moment. She arrived at the hotel, but the bustling lobby filled with distinguished guests was not a place for her. Under the watchful eye of the Zhou family's steward, she could only wait in the side hall, occasionally serving as a makeshift waitress when needed. Naturally, she didn't get to see Zhou Yizhan, the mastermind behind it all. The engagement banquet was held at the Zhou family's hotel in Sea City, extraordinarily lavish, with rumors of many celebrities in attendance. But it was just hearsay, as Lin Huixing couldn't see a single one. For now, she remained confined to the side hall. Thinking about how Zhou Yizhan had people kidnap her, Lin Huixing racked her brain, trying to figure out what deep-seated grudge he could possibly hold against her. Could it be that he saw me talking with Jing Yuexin last time? That doesn't make sense. Or was it yesterday when he asked me if Jing Yuexin suited his father, and I wasn't decisive or hesitant enough in my answer? Lin Huixing gasped sharply. That vicious man. I should have told him they were a perfect match just to spite him. She fumed bitterly while scrubbing a mop in the utility room near the restroom corner. This area was where the hotel kept its cleaning supplies and was frequented only by the staff. Guests rarely ever came here. While washing the mop and slacking off inside the utility room, Lin Huixing suddenly overheard someone making a phone call. The voice was incredibly hushed, as if the person was feeling guilty about something. The problem was he was right by the restroom entrance, just a corner away from her. Yep, that's right, everything's arranged. Don't worry, today's events will go exactly as planned. What failed? Last night's cleaner incident was purely an accident, got it? Who knew that idiot third would fail at even kidnapping one person? Lin Huixing. Absurd. Can't you villains check your surroundings before doing something bad? She, a living, breathing person, felt quite awkward eavesdropping here. But hearing about the kidnapping and the cleaner, Lin Huixing immediately perked up her ears. Yes, we originally planned to get a cleaner to sneak in and coordinate from the inside. Who knew it would fail? Kill. What kill? Are you crazy? We're kidnapping, not doing anything illegal. Lin Huixing. Huh. These are all minor issues, they won't affect the big picture. Young Master Zhou has arranged everything on site. We just act when the time comes. We'll take Miss Jing Yuexin out through the back door. Don't worry, this plan is foolproof, no one will ever find out. Yes, rest assured there won't be any accidents. After uttering these confident words, the man walked out of the restroom. Logically, he should have headed back the way he came, and all would have been well with Lin Huixing getting to watch the ensuing drama. But instead, he turned the corner and came face-to-face with Lin Huixing, who was washing the mop in the utility room. The silence stretched on for what felt like several minutes, so awkward that even the system felt. Why don't you just say you heard nothing? The man was nondescript, dressed in a server's uniform, probably having sneaked in. After a silence that felt like an eternity, Lin Huixing felt she should probably say something. She wrung out the mop, silently looking at the man with a complex expression. If I said I didn't hear anything, you'd be willing to believe the man. 3 seconds later, his face twisted in fury. You can't blame me for this. He reached out towards. 30 seconds later, the man had a rag stuffed in his mouth, and Lin Huixing had found a rope from the storage room, tied him up, and thrown him inside. The man's eyes bulged in disbelief that he had been defeated by Lin Huixing. He kicked his legs and struggled fiercely, letting out muffled screams. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. Lin Huixing stomped her foot in place. What's wrong with you? Just pretend you didn't hear me. But no, you had to be like those typical villains, get discovered, and try to knock me out. Did you even think about whether you could beat me? I'm just a part-time cleaner. I'm here to do a cleaning job. I never intended to get involved in your affairs. Where else can you find a top-tier professional part-time cleaner like me? As Lin Huixing spoke, she found the situation tricky. If she reported him, how weird would it look that she had tied him up herself? What if she informed the Zhou family? If something happened beforehand, would she be suspected of being an accomplice? After thinking it over, she decided to first find the Fu family's people. So Lin Huixing found a chance to slip into a secluded spot in the main hall. Fu Chang'ai and Su Huanxi had brought their bodyguards, who were waiting in the corners while they stood in the center of the crowd. There were bodyguards from multiple families present. Lin Huixing quickly spotted the Fu family bodyguard, the familiar one from last night, the sunglasses wearing show-off. She walked over and whispered, "Hey, mind reader bro." The bodyguard. His expression was unreadable behind the sunglasses, but it probably looked a bit strained. Needing his help, Lin Huixing tucked her hands into her sleeves, trying to put on an innocent, harmless smile, but it came across more as awkward and nervous. As shown in the picture below, I tied someone up in the back. I wanted to ask, since this is probably familiar territory for you guys, what Mind reader bro seemed to have his worldview shaken. He repeated in disbelief, "You tied someone up in the back?" "Yeah." Lin Huixing also felt speechless. "I just happened to overhear something I shouldn't have. It's not my fault." He was so focused on his call, he didn't check his surroundings. "I didn't eavesdrop voluntarily. He saw me at the corner, got flustered and angry, and tried to attack me. Luckily, I know a bit of martial arts, purely relying on brute strength, so I tied him up and left him there. But what am I supposed to do now?" Mind reader brother's brow furrowed invisibly behind his sunglasses. "Wait a moment." He then went to find Fu Chang. After the bodyguard reported to Fu Chang'ai, he looked over with an incredulous expression and whispered something to Mind reader bro. A few seconds later, Mind reader bro walked back with an imposing air. "Take me to see him." Lin Huixing nodded hastily. "I threw him in the storage room." She worried someone might discover him since the room had been in use. She led Mind reader bro to the storage room and opened the door, only to find the man inside rubbing his bound ropes against the wall corner. Both parties were extremely embarrassed. Lin Huixing wasn't skilled at tying people up. The knot wasn't very tight, and the rope was an old, low-quality one from the hotel. The man had managed to stand up using the corner of the wall in the storage room to try and fray the rope. Lin Huixing pointed at him. "That's him, Mind reader bro." Him handed. A vein bulged on Mind reader brother's forehead. "My name is David." Lin Huixing said. All right, Mind reader bro, I got it, your name is David. Then I'll head back to cleaning now, Mind reader bro." "David." Lin Huixing practically couldn't wait to hand the man over to him. She was never good at this kidnapping stuff, especially involving the Zhou family's secrets. And really, what had she done to deserve this? Feeling indignant, Lin Huixing walked out with her broom and ran into the Zhou family's steward halfway. The steward was in the middle of a tirade. "It's already starting, and you tell me we're short one server for the 3rd floor. Can't you just find someone to fill in?" His anger was directed at the hotel manager, who wore a pained expression. "Steward, it's hard to find someone right now. For some reason, several senior staff members called in sick today. I was already scrambling to find temporary replacements. It's really tough to get anyone else now." The steward frowned. Several called in sick. He didn't think much of it, and just then he spotted Lin Huixing approaching. He quickly waved her over. "Xiao Lin." Lin Huixing scurried over. "Steward, what instructions do you have?" The steward said to the manager, "We don't have much time. Let the part-timer cover for now." Xiao Lin go with the manager to change into a hotel server's uniform. Then follow the manager to Miss Jing Yuexin's room to find her. Lin Huixing was still wondering if the missing server was the man she had tied up, feeling a bit guilty. Hearing the steward's arrangement, she agreed without hesitation. The manager, relieved that the steward had provided someone, had no objections. He first took Lin Huixing to change into a female server's uniform. It was a shirt paired with a small suit vest and women's suit trousers. Surprisingly, after all this time in this world, getting a new outfit felt quite refreshing to Lin Huixing. The previous jade green housekeeping uniform had been an eyesore. The manager was very busy, constantly giving instructions through her headset to various servers around the hotel. She didn't tell Lin Huixing what to do, so Lin Huixing just followed her around. After a while, they went up to the 7th floor. The manager turned to Lin Huixing while talking. After you accompany Miss Lin Huixing down to the third floor, go wait by the guests at table B021. If they need anything, report it to us immediately. Lin Huixing made an okay gesture. There was a suite on the 7th floor where Lin Huixing was staying temporarily. After all, it was her engagement day. But when the manager opened the door to the room, they were greeted by a mess of spilled cosmetics strewn across the floor and an empty. The manager's eyes widened. She rushed in with a shudder, confirmed the room was empty, and let out a scream. Miss Lin Huixing is gone. Lin Huixing. The hotel manager, in a panic, hurriedly called for staff. She and Lin Huixing searched the room over a dozen times, even checking impossible places like the toilet. Lin Huixing. The manager's expression as she notified the Zhou family's butler was one of despair and sorrow. Butler Zhou, Miss Lin Huixing is missing. The butler couldn't believe it. What? How could Miss Lin Huixing disappear? Drenched in sweat, he glanced towards Zhou's father, who, beaming with joy, was currently accepting congratulations at the center of the crowd. He probably didn't know his fiancée had already run off. The butler seemed to foresee trouble and immediately scanned the venue for Zhou Yizin's whereabouts. But Zhou Yizhan was still there. He too stood among the crowd, staring at his father with an indescribably sinister gaze. Occasionally a treacherous smile would curl at the corner of his mouth as if eager to announce his recent misdeeds. His entire demeanor screamed villain. The Zhou family butler, troubled and exasperated, walked over and whispered through gritted teeth, "Young master, this is no time for jokes. Where have you taken Miss Lin Huixing? If you disagreed, you should have just taken her away from the start. Why did you have to cause trouble at the engagement banquet? This embarrasses the Zhou family, stirs up a huge commotion, and with the media present, you're practically begging for your father." The butler inexplicably thought of Fu Bingxing, who had nearly made headlines naked recently. Then he thought of his own master, Mr. Zhou. The butler fretted, wondering if equally successful middle-aged men were doomed to repeat the same follies. As soon as the butler spoke, Zhou Yizhan put on a completely innocent, bewildered expression, feigning shock. "What? Butler, what are you talking about?" "Lin Huixing. You mean my poor soon-to-be stepmother, who's supposed to marry that bald old man, is missing." The Zhou butler. "If you raise your voice any louder, the media will be over here." Zhou Yizhan quickly shifted to a look of urgency. "Then why aren't you out looking for her? What are you doing standing here, butler? You don't actually suspect I made her disappear, do you?" "Butler, that's slander. You know I've always been supportive of their marriage. I've always backed my father and Lin Huixing getting to—" The Zhou butler. He felt despair looking at Zhou Yizin's shameless, unrepentant expression. If she couldn't be found, and Zhou Yizhan refused to give her up, the blame would surely fall on the servants. Seeing Zhou Yizhan wouldn't budge, the butler shot him a glare when he wasn't looking and could only head off to check the surveillance footage. Fu Chanai had noticed the commotion early on. No matter how composed the Zhou butler tried to appear, the cold sweat on his forehead was too obvious. Fu Qingye, possessing an almost freakish level of observation, watched with amusement and leaned down to whisper to Su Huanxi, "I bet the Zhou family's fiancé has disappeared." Huh. Su Huanxi didn't quite understand the Zhou family's affairs, but she knew about the young master's suicide attempt over love and his current bizarre role as best man for his romantic rival, his own father. But she hadn't expected Lin Huixing to vanish. She couldn't help asking, really. But why? They were about to get engaged, and now she bolts at the last minute. Did she have regrets? Su Huanxi couldn't possibly guess that Lin Huixing might have been kidnapped. Fu Chanai said, "Ask Lin Huixing later. She probably knows. Based on his understanding of that damn cleaner, wherever there's trouble, she's sure to be in the middle of it." Su Huanxi. She couldn't help but glance at Zhou's father in the crowd. He was still basking in his glory, clearly unaware that his fiancée had run off. But he would find out soon enough. Logically, it was almost noon, and Lin Huixing should have come down to greet the guests by now, yet she remained absent. Even the jovial Mr. Zhou sensed something was wrong. He immediately found the butler and asked, "What's going on? Where's Huixing? There are so many people waiting for her." Only then did the butler, sweating profusely, tell Mr. Zhou, "Sir, we've just discovered that Miss Lin Huixing is missing." He had already ordered someone to review the surveillance footage. The results were as expected. The surveillance had been tampered with. The cameras on the 7th floor were malfunctioning, showing no trace of Lin Huixing. They could only deduce from her entering the room at 11 that she must have been taken around that time. Moreover, the butler couldn't be certain whether she was taken by Zhou Yizin's men or left willingly. If it were the latter, this engagement banquet would face a huge problem. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou's eyes widened, a thunderous rage about to erupt, until his gaze swept over and landed on Zhou Yizhan, smirking contemptuously in the corner. "Mr. Zhou stormed over, trying to contain his fury due to the guests, but couldn't help cursing under his breath. "I was wondering why you've been smiling all morning like you're happier than the groom." He even suspected his son had suffered some mental breakdown. It never occurred to him that he would dare to take Lin Huixing. Zhou Yizhan glanced at his father, looking utterly indifferent. "I don't know what you're talking about, Dad. Are you getting senile?" Mr. Zhou was tempted to slap him, Zhou Yizhan, am telling you, hand Jing Yuexin over right now. I will marry her, and you two will never be together in this lifetime. Even Zhou Yizhan, despite his earlier glee, couldn't smile at those words. His expression darkened. You're 53 and you insist on marrying a virgin who isn't even 30 yet. Have you no shame? The Zhou butler, who had just returned, was speechless. Absurd. This whole damn family is absurd. If he weren't his only son, Mr. Zhou would have wished to shove him back into the womb. You know nothing. You've been spoiled by your mother since you were a child. You can't tell what's important. Anyway, you must hand over Jing Yuexin today. Don't force me to call the police and have you locked up. Zhou Yizhen's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined his father would be so ruthless towards him. Just because his fiancée was missing, he was willing to send his own son to prison. Fine. Zhou Yizhan gritted his teeth. If I go, and you'll never see Yuexin again in your life. Seeing his son's incorrigible state, Mr. Zhou's forehead bulged with veins. There are plenty of women in this world, many prettier than her. You're the son of Zhou Huasan. You could have any woman you want. Why must it be Jing Yuexin? Zhou Yizhan, I'll return those words right back at you. The two of them bickered loudly, drawing the attention of the guests. Combined with the fact that the fiancé, a celebrity, had been absent for so long, whispers began to circulate among the crowd about what might have happened. The scene quickly spiraled out of control. Yet the guests merely clustered together, murmuring amongst themselves about what could have possibly happened to the Zhou family. The media, having caught wind that something was amiss, could barely contain themselves. Were it not for the Zhou family's prestige and the sheer number of high society attendees, they would have stormed in for an interview without hesitation. The situation was easy to decipher. The female lead of the engagement banquet had failed to appear, which meant she was either missing or had refused to come downstairs. Either way, it was a sensational story. After all, a wealthy merchant in his 50s marrying a beautiful young starlet was already a topic ripe with intrigue. Soon, however, Zhou Huasan received some news. He pointed a finger at Zhou Yizhan and snarled, "I'll settle the score with you." With that, he hurried away, leaving the mess for, surprisingly, Mrs. Zhou to handle. No, she should now be addressed as Ms. Wang Ruzhen. Zhou Yizhen's mother, née Wang, was the daughter of a prominent local real estate tycoon. Her marriage to Zhou Huasan had been a strategic alliance between equals. Their divorce had been relatively amicable, which made it all the more peculiar that she was now stepping in to manage the fallout of her ex-husband's failed engagement to another woman. But high society was rife with inexplicable occurrences, so the Zhou family situation wasn't entirely out of the ordinary. It simply meant they would be the prime subject of gossip for the foreseeable future. Not long ago, the talk of the town had been Fu Bingxing and President Qian. Fu Qinye too was now leaving the scene, with Su Huanxi having orchestrated for his bodyguard to tip off Zhou Huasan about the suspicious person they had apprehended. Fu Qinye, a CEO to his core, had quickly sniffed out an opportunity to curry favor with the Zhou family from the incident involving Lin Huixing capturing someone. While the Zhou family's influence in Sea City couldn't match the fuss, Zhou Huasan had a unique asset, the mysterious figure known as Yaoguang Jin, who was a permanent resident in the Zhou household. This person was an enigmatic individual who lived in seclusion. Fu Chenai had only heard whispers about him and had never actually seen him. Interestingly, it was his own disgraced cleaner who had managed to make contact with the man. Fu Chenai knew Yaoguang Jin's background was formidable. As a domineering CEO from a romance novel, he was used to commanding respect and looking down on others, but he also understood the immense value of forging powerful connections. Yaoguang Jin was one of the few people Fu Chenai held in high regard. By the time Fu Chenai brought Su Huanxi to the back, his bodyguard David had already handed over the person captured by Lin Huixing to Zhou Weizen's security. Zhou Huasan, his face grim, ordered the man to be interrogated. He then said to Fu Chenai, "President Fu, thank you for the lead." But Zhou Huasan was a shrewd man, well aware that Fu Chenai likely had ulterior motives. How else would a mere kitchen hand have been caught by Fu Chenai's men? Fu Chenai offered a faint smile. "You're welcome." Su Huanxi looked around, wondering where Lin Huixing had gone. A moment later, Lin Huixing reappeared. With Jing Yuexin missing and the event in chaos, no one needed her help, so she had wandered back downstairs out of sheer boredom. Su Huanxi was surprised to see Lin Huixing in a hotel staff uniform. "Did you change jobs, eh?" Lin Huixing shook her head. "You could say that. Just a temporary gig." The employer insisted. "Is that so?" Su Huanxi found it odd, but was quickly distracted by the matter of Jing Yuexin's disappearance. "Do you know what happened upstairs? Is Jing Yuexin really missing?" "Yeah." Since the entire hotel was searching, Lin Huixing answered without hesitation. "I was just upstairs with the hotel manager looking for her, but we couldn't find her. Her makeup was scattered all over the room. We suspect she was abducted. It's obviously Zhou Yizhen's doing. Who else would be crazy enough to kidnap the bride on the day of the engagement?" Su Huanxi nodded in realization. She had suspected Zhou Yizhen as well. But Zhou Yizhen was currently in the main hall, and Zhou Huasan couldn't very well confront him in front of all the guests. They had to find another way. Fu Chainai went with Zhou Huasan to handle the situation, while Su Huanxi had to leave for the company due to some urgent matters. This left Lin Huixing alone. Lin Huixing wanted to leave too, but her shift wasn't over yet. As a diligent and professional hourly worker, how could she possibly clock out early? Such were the thoughts of Lin Huixing, who was currently nibbling on half a duck in the kitchen, a gift from the hotel chef. Because of the incident, the engagement banquet had been cut short. After Ms. Wang took charge, she returned the gifts and dismissed the guests. Consequently, a vast amount of the lavish feast prepared for the event went unused. Apart from the most expensive delicacies that the hotel dared not touch, the rest would have been wasted anyway. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, the chef and kitchen staff distributed the surplus. Lin Huixing had also helped tidy up the kitchen, so the chef invited her in and gave her half a duck along with some abalone and other seafood, leaving her completely stuffed. As her shift was about to end, Lin Huixing had to steady herself against the wall. When she stood up, she was simply too full. But soon she saw two men in suits approaching her. "Mr. Zhou wants to see you," they said. Lin Huixing looked bewildered. "Which Mr. Zhou? The bald one or the younger one whose number was destined for a gay porn site?" The man in the suit clarified. "Mr. Zhou Huasan." Lin Huixing's eyes widened. "What does he want with me? What did this have to do with her?" The two men flanked her, blocking her path, their presence imposing. "Mr. Zhou wants to see you, so he will see you." Just then the mind-reading guy appeared. He glanced at Lin Huixing and gave her a slight nod. "Mr. Zhou has some questions for you about that server from today." Lin Huixing suddenly understood it was about that matter. But that wasn't the real reason. Although the camera on the 7th floor was broken, there was footage for a section of the back hall. Except for the part near the restroom. They had seen the man walk in and never come out again, and then he was brought in by Fu Chainai. Before that, only Lin Huixing had been in that area. Shortly after, she had come out alone, looking flustered. Zhou Huasan was naturally suspicious, and the fact that the butler mentioned this cleaner had been introduced by the Fu family only fueled his doubts. He suspected Fu Chainai's involvement, but when questioned, Fu Chainai naturally denied it, calling it a coincidence. Zhou Huasan therefore decided to bring Lin Huixing in for a few questions. Given that the server, now beaten black and blue, was still not confessing, the Zhou family's methods were unlikely to be gentle with the cleaner if she couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation. When Fu Chainai learned that Zhou Huasan was bringing Lin Huixing in for questioning, he simply said, "President Zhou, I have some matters to attend to. He'll be taking my leave now." Zhou Huasan, however, chuckled, though his tone carried a hint of displeasure. "President Fu, why not stay a moment and hear what this cleaner has to say?" Seeing that genial smile, Fu Chainai was suddenly reminded of his own father, who had recently made a spectacle of himself. The similarities were striking. Soon Lin Huixing was brought in. This was a small room equipped with surveillance cameras, and Fu Chainai, Zhou Huasan, and 2 or 3 bodyguards stood there. With the 2 bodyguards who brought Lin Huixing plus David, the room instantly felt cramped and suffocating. The entire room was filled with tall men, with Lin Huixing being the only woman. Any normal person would be scared, right? Lin Huixing was not afraid. As soon as she entered and saw Zhou Huasan and Fu Chainai, she thought, "Oh, a gathering of imbeciles." Fu Chainai was. Damn. What Fu Chainai admired most about Lin Huixing was that no matter how much she cursed in her mind, she could always put on a submissive and pathetic look on the surface. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. For instance, now, when Lin Huixing saw Zhou Huasan, her voice carried a hint of nervousness. "Mr. Zhou, and the young master, may I ask why you called me here?" Zhou Huasan narrowed his eyes and sized up the Lin Huixing before him. Dressed in the hotel staff uniform, she looked like a perfectly normal young woman. But her evasive eyes seemed to betray a hint of guilt. Zhou Huasan was certain she was hiding something. He said slowly, "Can you explain why after you met with this waiter you came out alone, and then he was captured by Master Fu's bodyguards?" The waiter, battered and bruised, was being held kneeling on the ground. Despite a severe beating, he had refused to confess anything. Lin Huixing wondered where such a professional kidnapper accomplice had been found. Lin Huixing saw the surveillance footage from the kitchen after the waiter went in, only she came out. She thought, "So this bald old man suspects me." Bald old man. Fu Chainai subconsciously glanced at Zhou Huasan's head. He had never known that Zhou Huasan was bald. Moreover, Zhou Huasan appeared quite young. People of his status and position, with a little care, wouldn't look that bad. Unexpectedly, Zhou Huasan was actually bald. Zhou Huasan was a particularly sensitive person, especially about his head. Seeing Fu Chainai's eyes linger on his head for a moment, he felt as if he had been caught naked, extremely insecure. "Master Fu, why are you looking at me?" Was he trying to protect this cleaner? It couldn't be that he had discovered his baldness, could it? Fu Chainai smiled mysteriously. Zhou Huasan was silent. That bastard was smiling maliciously. Lin Huixing had no time to care about the little schemes between Fu Chainai and Zhou Huasan. She thought for a moment, gritted her teeth, and immediately burst into wails. "Oh, Mr. Zhou, this really has nothing to do with me. I was just going over to wash my mop. I really didn't mean to overhear." She pointed at the waiter on the ground. I was in the utility room, and he came over to make a phone call. He was saying something about arrangements with the young master Zhou kidnapping and such. Then after he finished the call, he turned the corner and saw me. He got scared and tried to attack me. I was frightened, so I knocked him unconscious. Then I really didn't know what to do, so I went to find Brother Enian. Under David's murderous glare, Lin Huixing immediately corrected herself. David, I went to find the young master's bodyguard for help. Fu Qian'ai was somewhat surprised. He had thought Lin Huixing would keep denying any knowledge. But Lin Huixing's inner thoughts immediately betrayed her. That little bitch, Zhou Yizhan, dares to kidnap me. Why should I keep his secret? Serves you right for causing trouble. When Zhou Huasan heard that this matter was indeed related to his son, his expression turned grim. You really heard the young master, Zhou. You're not lying. He still suspected that Fu Qian'ai was involved. Lin Huixing widened her eyes. Mr. Zhou, you can doubt my character, you can doubt my beliefs, but how can you question my professionalism as a gold-rated hourly worker? This is a serious matter, how dare I lie? Zhou Huasan kept staring at Lin Huixing as if to intimidate her. Are you sure no one put you up to this? He glanced meaningfully at Fu Qian'ai from the corner of his eye. Fu Qian'ai was truly speechless. Was he crazy? He already had enough trouble at home with that damned cleaner, and Su Huanxi, who constantly opposed him. Why would he meddle in a bald man's affairs? Did he, a domineering CEO, really have that much free time? Lin Huixing was also annoyed by Zhou Weizen's questioning. But considering her status as an hourly worker, she didn't flare up directly. Instead, she looked at Zhou Huasan with a resigned expression. Then who do you think put me up to this, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Huasan was silent. He couldn't exactly say he suspected Fu Qian'ai. Yet he still felt something was off about this hourly worker. How could a weak woman like you possibly handle him? He pointed at the waiter on the ground. Since this waiter was a kidnapper, he must have professional skills and strength. Could he be subdued by a cleaner? Lin Huixing had already prepared an excuse. I've been strong since I was a child. After working as a cleaner, I often help clients move furniture. Ordinary people can't beat me. This was actually true. When she worked as a cleaner, she could lift large sofas and move tables with ease. Her strength training was remarkable. Not taking gene drugs during this period, she had also noticeably gained muscle. Is that so? Zhou Huasan hadn't expected a kidnapper team to be foiled by a cleaner. He then ordered a bodyguard go test her strength. That would be laying hands on a woman, wouldn't it? Fu Qian'ai frowned and gave David a look. If anything happened, he would have. Fu Qian'ai wasn't actually that kind-hearted, unable to bear seeing Lin Huixing get hurt. He rather wished someone would teach her. But considering that he was present at the scene, Lin Huixing might direct all her hatred towards him, leading to uncontrollable actions in the future. Fu Qian'ai felt he absolutely could not take the blame. He still hadn't figured out how Lin Huixing had managed to send texts to everyone to frame his father, nor could he find any leads. Especially now that Su Huanxi was clearly on her side. If Lin Huixing got into trouble while he was present, Fu Qian'ai figured he would never be able to clear his name. Lin Huixing, on the other hand, seemed panicked. How do you test it? Zhou Huasan smiled sinisterly, clearly not believing a cleaner could be that strong. He'll attack you, and you just push him. Lin Huixing looked troubled. What if someone gets hurt? Zhou Huasan said, if you can really push him, even if he gets hurt, I won't blame you. If you get hurt, he'll cover your medical expenses. This bodyguard was at least 9 meters tall with muscles bulging, looking like a bear. If Lin Huixing could push him, that would be a sight to behold. But Lin Huixing seemed to have been waiting for that very statement. As soon as he finished, she exerted all her strength, which had been enhanced since her upgrade. She also wanted to gauge her current limits. The bodyguard before her was steady, confident in his years of training. How could a seemingly frail cleaner possibly? Then he felt as if a massive boulder had slammed into him. His body uncontrollably tilted backward. Fu Qian'ai's eyelid twitched as he saw the bodyguard falling towards Zhou Weizen's smile hadn't even faded. With a loud bang, the pushed bodyguard crashed into him. The sirens of the ambulance pierced through the entire Zhou family hotel. Fortunately, all the guests had already departed, or else countless people would have witnessed Zhou Weizen's humiliating state. The bodyguard crashed into him. The bodyguard was unharmed, but Zhou Huasan was flung against the surveillance desk behind him. His back was surely broken. Lin Huixing wailed in despair. Mr. Zhou, I had no idea this would happen. Zhou Huasan trembled with rage as he lay on the stretcher, pointing a shaking finger at her. Were you deliberate or careless? Lin Huixing immediately pressed down his arm and sobbed. Mr. Zhou, I certainly wasn't intentional. Beside them, Fu Qian'ai and David wore expressions of utmost awkwardness. Why provoke her for no reason? Once Zhou Huasan was taken away by the ambulance, Lin Huixing stood at the hotel entrance waving a small handkerchief, a rag, as she watched the ambulance disappear. Yet she still sidled up to David. Brother David, Mr. Zhou isn't petty enough to actually come after me, is he? He was the one who ordered his bodyguard to attack me first. You both saw that, right? David remained silent, but Fu Qian'ai asked, were you deliberate or careless just now? Lin Huixing replied, I was unintentional. I was deliberately unintentional, he. Fu Chainai was speechless. Lin Huixing patted her pocket. If he doesn't take responsibility, it's fine. I've recorded everything. I've already sent the recording to multiple cloud drives, scheduled emails to the media, made over a dozen backups, and registered accounts on major websites for timed releases. If anything happens to me, the whole internet will see it instantly. Fu Chainai was left speechless. Despite his vast experience, he had never witnessed such a meticulously thorough and ruthless approach. It seemed he would have to put on a facade in front of Lin Huixing from now on. He hesitated with this thought, deciding not to intervene in her subsequent troubles. Lin Huixing watched Fu Chainai and David leave, then suddenly slapped her forehead. I need to hurry and settle the payment with the Zhou family butler. If Zhou Huasan ended up in the hospital and called the butler, causing the employer to be hospitalized, her final payment would definitely vanish. Fortunately, the butler was already caught up in arguing with Zhou Yizhan about Jing Yuexin and had left the hotel. The ambulance had been called by Fu Chenye's people, so the butler hadn't yet received the news. Seizing this time gap, Lin Huixing quickly called the Zhou butler. The butler indeed didn't ask many questions, only speaking with a hint of impatience. The final payment will be transferred to your account soon. Do you think our Zhou family would default on a debt? He found Lin Huixing's insistence on payment quite offensive for a family of their stature. After hanging up, he decided never to hire someone as tactless as Lin Huixing again, but he still transferred the remaining payment to her. However, the moment the payment was sent, the butler received a message. What? The master is in the hospital. How is that possible? He immediately assumed it was due to the incident with Jing Yuexin. Zhou Yizhan, who was with the butler, pricked up his ears upon hearing that his father was hospitalized. For once, a flicker of conscience stirred within him as he wondered, could it be because of what I did? But whatever the phone said, the butler suddenly shuddered. Because of a cleaner. What, the temp worker I hired? His eyes widened in shock. That Lin Huixing. She hadn't pestered him for payment after her last cleaning, but this time she was so frantic. So that's what she was up to. The butler still couldn't piece together the situation, but turned to Zhou Yizhan and pleaded earnestly. Young master, the master is already in the hospital. You must stop this reckless behavior before the media blows this up hand over Miss Jing Yuexin. Zhou Yizhan's eyes flickered, avoiding a direct answer. Let's go to the hospital first and see my father. He wanted to assess the situation. The butler had no choice but to accompany him to the hospital. That evening, the Zhou family had no time to bother Lin Huixing, as the news of Jing Yuexin's disappearance had already been leaked to the media. The Zhou family had influence, but not as much as the Fu family. They couldn't silence all the media outlets, especially with Fu Chenye's tacit approval. He wanted Zhou Huasan to realize that Fu Chenye had provided the key clue. Jing Yuexin's whereabouts could certainly be traced. It was now a matter of how the father and son would quarrel over it. Fu Chainai felt deeply offended by Zhou Huasan's suspicion of him in the surveillance room. Clearly, his vengeful nature was quite strong. Moreover, the Fu family needed a distraction, and the Zhou family's scandal provided the perfect diversion. Zhou father and son rivalry over a woman. What makes superstar Jing Yuexin so charming? Jing Yuexin's unreasonable resources since her debut revealed to be backed by influential figures. These explosive headlines were far more sensational and attention-grabbing than Fu Bingsheng's simple infidelity. And since it involved a popular female star, Lin Huixing couldn't help but find it absurd. The real crux of the matter lay with the father and son. One shamelessly insisted on marrying a much younger wife, while the other recklessly kidnapped Jing Yuexin without regard for consequences. Yet Jing Yuexin remained the center of the storm. Although the father and son appeared in the headlines, netizens were clearly not focusing on them. However, Lin Huixing remembered the conversation she had overheard in the stairwell. It was genuine. Jing Yuexin must have had some ulterior motive for getting close to Zhou Yizhan. Without knowing the full story, Lin Huixing refrained from judgment. With both the Zhou and Fu families in turmoil, she doubted the Zhou family would ever hire her again. Would they even be that foolish? Since the Zhou family wasn't a major character in the narrative, Lin Huixing didn't care. She asked the system, how did the Fu family handle the illegitimate child situation? I only heard Su Huanxi mention it once. I'd love to meet that cross-dressing big shot. The system replied, I don't know. Why don't you go to the Fu family and ask? I doubt anyone would stop you from entering or leaving the Fu residence now, even if they don't specifically call for you. The system felt something was off. Fu Chenye, usually domineering, and Su Huanxi, often indecisive, had both been surprisingly tolerant of Lin Huixing's recent outrageous behavior. Could it be that previous hosts had gone astray during their missions? Lin Huixing felt a bit shy. That's someone else's family matter. How could I be so forward as to ask? Just then Su Huanxi actually called her. She whispered urgently, Little star, I have a bit of trouble. Can you come to the hotel? Pei Xintong and I are here. Lin Huixing was shocked. You're with Pei Xintong. What did she do to you? Su Huanxi hesitated. Well, nothing yet. She didn't have time. Lin Huixing was puzzled. Pei Xintong, the second female lead who was relentlessly following the plot, had been trying to corner Su Huanxi. She had specially begged Nangong Yin to get a transfer to the same department as Su Huanxi in Fu Qinye's company. Today, everyone gathered for a party to celebrate her arrival. To appear generous, Pei Xintong treated everyone to drinks at the most expensive venue in Sea City. Of course, her target was Su Huanxi. She found an opportunity to talk privately with Su Huanxi and slipped a drug into her water. But she didn't know that Fu Qianyi had secretly assigned bodyguards to follow Su Huanxi ever since the previous incident. The bodyguard witnessed Pei Xintong's actions, but wary of Nangong Yin didn't confront her directly. Instead, he texted Su Huanxi to warn her not to drink the water. Su Huanxi was utterly bewildered. Pei Xintong, perhaps overly confident that her plan would succeed, and feeling emboldened by alcohol, began belittling Su Huanxi, trying to make her realize how unworthy she was of Fu Qianyi. As she talked, her mouth grew dry. And then she drank the spiked water herself. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed unconscious in front of Su Huanxi. After listening to Su Huanxi's account, Lin Huixing was left speechless. When Lin Huixing arrived at the hotel, Su Huanxi had already brought Pei Xintong there. Su Huanxi sat beside her, while Pei Xintong sprawled on the bed, looking quite comfortable, nothing like a woman drugged by herself. When Su Huanxi saw Lin Huixing, she looked troubled. "Little star, what should we do? Should we call her family?" The main reason was that she didn't know Pei Xintong's family. If she called home, Fu Qianyi or Nangong Yin would find out about today's incident, and that wouldn't be good. Su Huanxi could only turn to the uninvolved Lin Huixing for advice. Lin Huixing glanced at Pei Xintong and asked, "Do you know her family's phone number?" "I don't know." She had thought Lin Huixing would know. But Lin Huixing really didn't know. As a passing female antagonist who stirs up trouble, Pei Xintong's portrayal throughout the story was flat. When she appeared, she was either targeting the heroine or on the path of malice. Even her schemes were utterly lacking, and having parents made no difference to her aside from a brief mention of her parents' background. They never appeared in the story later. Su Huanxi looked troubled. "So we just stay here and wait for her to wake up tonight?" "Wait for her to wake up?" Lin Huixing sneered. "She took the drug, who knows how long she'll be unconscious. Heiress, what you do, sleep next to her tonight and scare her to death when she wakes up in the morning." Su Huanxi. Lin Huixing shrugged. "She drugged you. How can you not blame her?" "What else can I do?" Su Huanxi gave a bitter smile. "I'm fine now, and she's the one who drank it. I wanted to call the police, but I'm afraid they'll think I was the one who drugged her." "That's true." Moreover, Lin Huixing didn't think calling the police was a good idea. It would easily offend Nangong Yin. Throughout the story, she was the one who most obviously backed Pei Xintong. This damn world really couldn't be handled by conventional means. Given that Fu Qianyi would casually send people to Africa, Lin Huixing figured Nangong Yin probably wasn't easy to mess with either. Pei Xintong hadn't fallen out of favor with Nangong Yin yet. If this matter wasn't handled properly in the end, it would be Su Huanxi who got hurt. They couldn't send her away, and they didn't know Pei Xintong's parents' phone number. Lin Huixing sincerely suggested, "Why not call the young master? Aside from Fu Qinye, no one else could handle this." Su Huanxi bit her fingertip. "Should we tell him?" She just felt this was awkward to handle, so she had first told the bodyguard not to inform Fu Qianyi. The moment the words fell, the door opened. Fu Qianyi appeared dressed in a shirt and suit trousers, clearly having just come from. He even brought his laptop to show off. Fu Qianyi felt speechless when he saw Lin Huixing and Su Huanxi. Su Huanxi was surprised. "How did you get here?" Fu Qianyi disdained to lie. "I've known where you were since you started the gathering with them." Su Huanxi's eyes widened, and she said angrily, "Didn't you say you wouldn't have me watched?" "Protecting you and watching you are obviously different," Fu Qianyi said. "When you're with them at a gathering, of course I won't interfere with what you do. But when Pei Xintong drugs you, you expect the bodyguard not to tell me. If my people hadn't warned me, and you had drunk that water, if I hadn't had someone follow you, have you thought about what would have happened to you tonight?" Su Huanxi knew that Fu Qianyi had indeed helped her this time, so she fell silent. Fu Qianyi seemed to feel he had gained the upper hand, and since he hadn't heard Lin Huixing cursing much, his confidence grew and his old habits began to resurface. Fu Qianyi said, "If you had gone home after work, none of this would have happened. What's the point of attending these gatherings?" Hearing this, Lin Huixing couldn't stand it. "Bitch really needs a spanking every 3 days, or she'll climb onto the roof. Doesn't she need her own social circle? Being trapped at home by you at such a young age, becoming a neglected wife. Pei Xintong came because of which bitch. If it weren't for you, Su Huanxi wouldn't have encountered this mess. How can you be so good at shifting blame, you big idiot?" Fu Qinye. Su Huanxi was originally feeling wrong from being scolded, but upon hearing these thoughts, she immediately glared at Fu Qinye. "We're all colleagues. Today Pei Xintong even came to the company. Am I the only one not allowed to go to the colleague gathering? Don't I have the right to go out with my colleagues?" Lin Huixing. Exactly. Fu Qianyi wiped his face and decided not to bother with these two women. He turned to look at the culprit on the bed. Pei Xintong was neatly dressed but sprawled on the bed, seemingly dreaming and drooling. The drug's effect might not be very strong. Now Pei Xintong looked like she had simply drunk too much and slept it off. When everyone fell silent in the quiet space, Pei Xintong's slight snoring was suddenly heard. The 3. Fu Qinyes' forehead bulged with veins. He turned to the bodyguard and said, "Call her parents and tell them to come get her right now. From now on she's banned from the Fu family. Also have the company fire her. Who allowed her to come to the company?" The bodyguard who had been following Su Huanxi came in and whispered, "Young master, this was arranged by madam." Upon hearing it was Nangong Yin, Fu Qianai frowned. "Then make it clear to her. Let her properly educate this goddaughter. She dares to drug someone, now what about in the future? Lin Huixing in the future shall drive a car into Su Huanxi and her child." Fu Qinya. That was indeed bold. Fu Qianai himself could force Su Huanxi to have an abortion, but if anyone else tried to harm his child, that was unacceptable. Hearing that Pei Xintong dared to harm his unborn child, though it was still just an air baby, he immediately flew into a rage. "Just say it's my order. If my mother has any problem, tell her to come to me." The bodyguard quickly replied yes. Then Fu Qianai waved at Su Huanxi. "All right, let's go home." Seeing that Fu Qianai had said so, Su Huanxi naturally followed. She added, "I also called Little Star over. Let's send her back first." Fu Qianai glanced at Lin Huixing. "Stay at the Fu household tonight. Lima has something to tell you." Lin Huixing, "Huh? What does Lima want to tell me?" Fu Qinya, "Go ask her yourself." Lin Huixing felt a surge of anger. "Yes, young master." "Bitch." She followed Fu Qianai and Su Huanxi back to the Fu house. It was already late, but Lima hadn't slept yet as she was still packing her luggage. When Lin Huixing saw her, Lima was a bit surprised. "Oh, I just mentioned it to the young master, and he called you over tonight." Lin Huixing smiled. "Yes, the young master said you have something to tell me, Lima." "What is it?" Lima waved her hand. "Oh, it's nothing major. My daughter is about to give birth. As the grandmother Tobe, I have to be there by her side. I've taken 2 weeks off. I've arranged it with the young master. The housekeeper said that for these 2 weeks you can temporarily stay at the Fu household and help out in my place." Aunt Li said, "Don't worry, Shaolin. We'll count it as regular working hours. You can come at 9 in the morning and leave at 9 at..." Lin Huixing widened her eyes. 10,000 a day. Did the young master really agree to that, Aunt Li? My rates aren't cheap. 2 weeks would be 140,000. Even the wealthy wouldn't pay such an exorbitant price for this kind of work. Lin Huixing, a top-tier hourly worker, was usually only hired occasionally. It was precisely because of her high rates that she was always in demand. Aunt Li smiled. "It's fine," the young master agreed. Aunt Li wouldn't have dared to make such a decision if Fu Qianai hadn't agreed. She then asked with concern, "Do you have any other jobs lined up?" Lin Huixing shook her head. Not at the moment. Her current contacts were only with the Fu family, and she had just sent someone from the neighboring Zhou family to the hospital. Lan Yezhou and Su Mian were all in a city. If the plot drew her deeper in the future, like her frequent visits to the Fu residence, now Lin Huixing estimated, she wouldn't have much time to spare. That's good. Aunt Li handed Lin Huixing a list. Lin Huixing only handled cleaning tasks, nothing else. For example, she could clean the kitchen, but was absolutely forbidden from lighting the stove. She couldn't cook at all, or she was a disaster in the kitchen. Aunt Li had arranged for a dedicated cook to come in, but the responsibility for grocery shopping, normally Aunt Li's, would fall to Lin Huixing. Aunt Li had written down everything Lin Huixing might not know, including where to find the best vegetables, and also listed the foods that Fu Qianai and Su Huanxi were allergic to or avoided. It was clear that Aunt Li was truly meticulous. Apart from that, the rest of the daily chores were similar to what Lin Huixing used. The next morning, Aunt Li had already left. Lin Huixing woke up late, since her shift didn't start early. By the time she was up, Su Huanxi and Fu Qianai had already left for work. The vast Fu residence now held only her and the butler, who was too busy with the mansion's daily upkeep to pay her any attention. In the morning, Lin Huixing went to the backyard to water the flowers. As she was doing so, she saw a woman walking along the road outside the iron gate of the Fu estate. The woman had a beautiful face, but her complexion was pale. She wore a long dress that swayed in the wind, making her look extremely frail. She seemed to be recovering from a serious illness and appeared to be looking for someone. As she walked, she spotted Lin Huixing watering the flowers and approached, staring at her through the gate for a long while. Lin Huixing only noticed her when she felt the stare. Looking up, she was startled by the sight of her. Damn. She took a step back, clutching the watering can. She was genuinely frightened. How could she describe it? The woman was staring intently at her, her gaze sending a chill down Lin Huixing's spine. Seeing that she had Lin Huixing's attention, the woman seemed to force a faint smile. Hello, are you the maid of this house? Lin Huixing didn't deny it. Yes, miss. Is there something I can help you with? Since everyone in this villa district was either rich or influential, Lin Huixing was always polite to everyone. The woman's gaze swept over Lin Huixing from head to toe. Lin Huixing found it hard to describe that look, but felt strangely unsettling. Then she heard the woman ask, I'd like to ask, do you know a man named Yao Guangjin who lives around here? Lin Huixing's hand holding the watering can paused. Damn system, is this one of Yao Guangjin's many female leads showing up? She remembered the system mentioning that Yao Guangjin had several pursuers all vying for his attention, but none had succeeded. The system responded belatedly after she called it no, the ones chasing him couldn't possibly be in C City. It seemed to scan some data, then suddenly said she's Yumanlin. Lin Huixing thought, Yumanlin. She remembered now. Wasn't she the supporting female character she had discovered in the hospital that day? Unfortunately, she hadn't seen her then. Now seeing the woman looking like she was recovering from a major illness, Lin Huixing suddenly realized this was Yumanlin. But Lin Huixing felt something was off. Yumanlin's storyline was completely unrelated to Yao Guangjin. How could she possibly know him? But considering that characters in this world automatically got connected, and with Yumanlin still staring at her, Lin Huixing shook her head. I don't know. Lin Huixing didn't want any trouble. Yao Guangjin was marked as a psycho by the system. Even if someone was looking for him, she would say she didn't know, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble whenever possible, even though the man in question was right across the street. I see. Yumanlin didn't look disappointed. She murmured this and then walked away. But after taking a few steps, she turned back. Do you work here as a maid regularly? Lin Huixing felt it was strange, but thinking about her frequent work at the Fu residence, she nodded. Oh, Yumanlin left directly. She didn't seem to know that Yao Guangjin was actually at the Zhou residence opposite, but she knew he was somewhere nearby. How strange. Lin Huixing reviewed Yumanlin's storyline. She was a supporting character who only appeared much later in the main plot during her 30s. Yumanlin's life was quite miserable now. She had a difficult youth, but since she wasn't a key character, the story didn't detail it, only that her dysfunctional family made her life extremely oppressive. Was that the reason for her hospitalization? As Lin Huixing pondered this, she noticed Yao Guangjin and the black-clothed man she had also seen at the Zhou residence that day appearing across the street. Lin Huixing was speechless. While Yao Guangjin shows up right after she leaves. What a coincidence fate had arranged. When Yao Guangjin saw Lin Huixing, he offered her a faint smile. To be polite, Lin Huixing forced a grin back at him. System, you look ugly when you smile like that. Lin Huixing thought. One day I'm definitely going to report you for insulting your host. The man beside Yao Guangjin also noticed Lin Huixing smiling at him, but having just arrived and seen the maid saying, he didn't see that Yao Guangjin had smiled first. He frowned and whispered, Bro, is your charm really that terrifying? Isn't that the maid we saw at the Zhou residence the other day? She's scheming to get close to you by working across the street. Yao Guangjin was speechless. Even he had to cough and deny it. No, you're overthinking it. Sang Yi curled his lip. I know how it is. Every woman goes crazy over you. Look how brightly she's smiling at you. Both Sang Yi and Yao Guangjin looked over at Lin Huixing. She was watering the flowers, confused by the attention, but not daring to offend the big shots. She forced another smile. Sang Yi said, see. He let out a cold snort. Even a maid dares to have improper thoughts about you. Lin Huixing saw Sang Yi roll his eyes at her. Lin Huixing thought, this guy doesn't seem very smart. Yao Guangjin was speechless. Lin Huixing sensed that the two big shots across from her clearly had matters to discuss. After watering the flowers, she had to follow the shopping list left by Aunt Li to buy groceries. The Fu family had a dedicated nutritionist, and every day's meals were prepared according to a strict nutritional ratio. But honestly, it was all rather pointless. The main issue was that Fu Chang'ai and Su Huanxi were not the type to return home on time for meals. Although Lin Huixing was not skilled in kitchen work, she surprisingly discovered a useful function of the system when it came to buying groceries. The system was utterly useless in critical moments, but in these trivial areas, it could actually help Lin Huixing pick out the freshest vegetables and the most delicious fruits. Even though this was already the largest upscale supermarket in the area where none of the goods were ever stale, the system could still single out the absolute best. Lin Huixing circled the supermarket for a long time, quickly gathering all the items on her list, and clicked her tongue in amazement. Little system, you're actually quite useful in the most useless places. The system retorted that slander against the system. I'm clearly very useful. Would you even be alive without me? Lin Huixing replied, if you put it that way, I have nothing to say. But regarding the tasks it provided so far, it didn't seem to offer any real help. The money Lin Huixing worked so hard to earn was even being reclaimed by this heartless system. Although the gene serum was quite effective, Lin Huixing still couldn't figure out the most crucial part of the task strategy. Other systems at least had concrete requirements. But Lin Huixing's system would always just say follow fate, as if the task would automatically succeed once fate arrived. As a mere housekeeper, how was she supposed to gain the recognition of the protagonists? Was she destined to spend her whole life trailing behind these main characters as their meticulous nanny? Don't be so pessimistic. The system, sensing Lin Huixing's growing negativity, immediately comforted her. You must understand the path to success is always filled with twists and turns. The system added, look, you've only just officially met Fu Chang'ai and Su Huanxi, and you're already thinking about slacking off. That won't do at all. The system continued. How about this? I'll apply to the higher-ups to see if I can retrieve the mission storylines of my previous hosts. Even if I can't get the full details, gaining some experience would be beneficial for you. See how the predecessors tackled their missions. Lin Huixing immediately said, I'm quite interested in the one who bought a nuclear weapon and started a world war. Can you apply for her mission strategy? She wondered what kind of suffering that child had endured to be so desperate. The system replied, I can only apply. The higher-ups might not approve. Lin Huixing retorted, see, you're utterly useless when I actually need you. The system fumed, how dare you? Lin Huixing shot back, how bold of you. The system felt it should defend itself. I used to be quite capable with much. Lin Huixing asked, then how come you're useless at everything when you're with me? The system's voice suddenly turned eerie. If you had ruined your reputation 7 times in a row, do you think you'd still enjoy the benefits of being a top-tier hourly worker? Speechless. Put simply, it meant failing the missions 7 times and getting continuously demoted. Lin Huixing instantly understood the higher-ups' reasoning. It was a mercy they hadn't sent this system back for a complete overhaul. At the same time, she was curious. This world was a bit chaotic, but it didn't seem to have major consequences. What on earth had happened to cause 7 consecutive failures? However, the system had no answer to this question either. After Lin Huixing bought the groceries and returned, the hired cook had already arrived. Although the villa area had good soundproofing, sounds were still audible if the doors weren't closed. Lin Huixing could hear that the house next door was very noisy. Next door? Wasn't that the Zhou family? Wasn't Zhou Huasan still in the hospital? She wondered if he had been discharged. She didn't dare to ask. So driven by curiosity, Lin Huixing immediately went to the front gate and peered across from behind the Fu family's door. It turned out Zhou Huasan had been discharged from the hospital, and he was accompanied by a large group of people, including a nurse who had come back with him. No wonder it was so noisy. Zhou Huasan's back didn't seem to have fully recovered. The injury Lin Huixing had inflicted on him was severe. At the moment, he was being supported by the Zhou family's butler, his back appearing unable to straighten fully. He would likely need more time to recuperate. Yao Wangjin didn't come out, but Sang Yi, who was about to leave the Zhou residence, happened to encounter Zhou Huasan and his group. Seeing Zhou Huasan's condition, Sang Yi was startled and asked, Mr. Zhou, what happened to you? Zhou Huasan wasn't very familiar with Sang Yi, but knowing he was one of Yao Wangjin's men, he didn't dare to be negligent. He managed a polite smile and said, it's nothing serious. I'm just getting old and accidentally strained my back. The humiliating incident of being knocked unconscious by a bodyguard pushed by Lin Huixing was something Zhou Huasan dared not publicize. Oh, Sang Yi said, looking at Zhou Huasan. He suddenly added, by the way, Mr. Zhou, have you found your fiancée? If you're having trouble, perhaps I could be of assistance. Zhou Huasan's expression stiffened. Jing Yuexin indeed hadn't been found, but they were almost certain she was in the hands of his own son. However, that rebellious son Zhou Yizhan stubbornly refused to admit it and wouldn't hand her over. Zhou Huasan had tried beating and scolding him, but fearing the young man might attempt suicide again, he didn't dare to push too hard. So they were at a stalemate. This situation had become the talk of the town in Sea City, making Zhou Huasan a laughingstock. Zhou Huasan's mouth twitched as he said, it's nothing. Since the other party didn't accept his offer, saying, you wouldn't force the issue. Besides, he had only offered to help because Yao Wangjin was staying at the Zhou residence for the time being. Seeing this, Sang Yi nodded and said, in that case, Mr. Zhou, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Goodbye. As Zhou Huasan watched Sang Yi leave the Zhou family, Butler whispered a few words in his ear. Sir, how much longer is that person from the Yao Wang family planning to stay? Butler. Zhou Huasan frowned and rebuked in a low voice, mind your tongue. That person was not someone they could discuss. As for why the other party was staying at the Zhou residence, and for how long, Zhou Huasan had no intention of revealing such information to a butler. But the Zhou family butler had served the household for many years and was someone Zhou Huasan trusted. This time the situation was just too strange. After finishing his words, Zhou Huasan was about to enter the house, when as if sensing something, he suddenly turned around. He then saw Lin Huixing standing behind the imposing gate of the Fu residence watching them. Zhou Huasan's face changed and his anger surged. Realizing she had been spotted, Lin Huixing quickly shrank back and retreated into the house. Zhou Huasan trembled with rage and gritted his teeth, muttering curses. Fine. I knew Fu Chainai was up to no good. He's kept that damn cleaner in his house even now, and he still claims he had nothing to do with Jing Yuexin's kidnapping. If Fu Chainai were there, he would have called Zhou Huasan a paranoid madman. The Zhou family butler also saw Lin Huixing fleeing in panic. A hint of anger flickered in his aged eyes as he looked at Zhou Huasan. Sir, this is my fault. If I hadn't brought him here, you wouldn't have. It's fine. Zhou Huasan did not blame the butler. After all, the butler only needed a part-time worker. Who would have known it would be such a coincidence? After entering the living room, Zhou Huasan learned that Lin Huixing was recommended by the Fu family. He couldn't help but frown deeply, then drew a sharp breath. Could it be that Fu Chainai had been scheming for this matter for some time? This man, he's ambitious. The Zhou family butler saw Zhou Huasan shifting the blame to the neighboring Fu family. He paused for a moment before asking, but wasn't this done by the young master? How could the young master have any connection with Fu Chang'ai? Fu Chang'ai has already inherited the Fu family and holds its power while the young master is still a naive child living under Zhou Huixing's shadow. These two are clearly not on the same level. They have no connection for now. Why would Fu Chang'ai help Zhou Yizhan kidnap? Could the Fu family benefit from this? Zhou Huasan snorted coldly. Butler, you don't understand Fu Chang'ai. You don't know how terrifying his mind is. A while ago, his father Fu Bingxing made headlines for cheating, and the entire entertainment section of Sea City was filled with him that day. How big was this commotion? Then Lady Nangong even openly expressed her intention to divorce him. Recently, the Fu group has been at a critical moment of turmoil, and everyone is watching. Fu Chang'ai had to think of a way to divert the attention of the shareholders and those people in Sea City. And at this time, innocent me getting engaged became his target. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Huixing's eyes. Fu Chang'ai is so vicious. At the engagement ceremony, he deliberately had a cleaner catch one of their people and hand them over to me. This way he not only did me a favor, but also made me a laughingstock of Sea City, diverting attention from Fu Bingxing. Fine. Fu Qingyan, no wonder you can control such a huge conglomerate at such a young age. Such scheming is truly terrifying. But that rebellious son of mine actually fell for Fu Qingyan's trap and even cooperated with him. He is simply foolish. A man like Fu Chang'ai, is he someone worth cooperating with? Sometimes overthinking is. Although Fu Chang'ai was indeed using the Zhou family incident to divert public attention from the Fu family, if Fu Chang'ai had heard Zhou Huixing's accusations, he would have sued him for defamation. Upon hearing that there was such a story behind it, the Zhou family butler instantly understood the whole situation. You have to say it. What Zhou Huasan said did make sense, at least it seemed logically flawless. The Zhou family butler, tears streaming down his aged face, almost regretfully said, "Sir, this is all my fault. If I hadn't invited a wolf into the house, if I hadn't hired that cleaner." Wait, that's not right. The butler paused for a moment. When I hired her, Fu Bingxing hadn't had his incident yet. Could Fu Chang'ai have foreseen it? Had he started planting his agents so quickly? Exactly, Zhou Huasan said. He must have wanted to plant someone in our family for a long time, but he didn't expect this incident to give him the opportunity. Of course, he wasn't speaking recklessly. You also know Yao Guangjin's identity. If Fu Chang'ai had this intention long ago, then he must be targeting Yao Guangjin. The Fu family may be a leading power in Sea City, but what are they to the Yao Guang family? Zhou Huixing's face darkened. If Fu Chang'ai was targeting Yao Guangjin, then everything made sense. To some extent, Zhou Huasan guessed correctly. This is what people often say: the process doesn't matter as long as the result is right. Targeting me for what? A gentle and clear voice suddenly sounded. Words that should have been comforting instead made people shiver involuntarily. Zhou Huasan and the butler turned around together and saw Yao Guangjin standing at the staircase of the Zhou family villa, smiling lightly at them. Zhou Huasan gave an awkward smile. "Nothing, Master Jin, just a small matter." Yao Guangjin slowly walked down the stairs. "A small matter? If it involves me, Mr. Zhou, why not tell me about it?" His voice was always calm and gentle with no hint of pressure. Yet his aura was almost unparalleled. Each step down the stairs felt like a heavy blow to the hearts of Zhou Huasan. Zhou Huasan dared not conceal any longer and could only speak out his earlier speculation. "I merely guessed, perhaps that young man from the Fu family is interested in your identity." Although Yao Guangjin's arrival at the Zhou family was kept secret, the Fu family was right next door. It wouldn't be strange. Yao Guangjin as the heir had never appeared publicly, but he wasn't the reclusive type either. A conglomerate as large as Fu Qingyan couldn't lack connections, deducing Yao Guangjin's identity wouldn't be difficult. "Oh, the Fu family." With a seemingly casual remark, Yao Guangjin surprisingly stopped asking further and instead brought up an "Mr. Zhou, I will be going elsewhere in the next few days. I would like to ask you a favor." Zhou Huasan put on a flattering smile. "Young Master Jin, please go ahead." Yao Guangjin smiled. "I know your business has some dealings with the forces in Donghua. I don't want my family to know, so I would like to ask you to look into the heir of the Du family in Donghua." Donghua, the runaway heir of the Du family. Zhou Huasan knew about this. That had been making quite a stir internationally. Moreover, the Zhou family indeed did business with people from Donghua and had a clear understanding of the local power divisions. But why was Yao Guangjin investigating that person? However, Zhou Huasan also knew that some things were not to be asked. How could he dare refuse a request from Yao Guangjin? Naturally, he agreed. It was fortunate that the neighbors didn't come to cause trouble. Lin Huixing cleaned the Fu family home all morning. After confirming that there was nothing else to do, she slacked off and watched TV all afternoon. In the evening, Fu Chang'ai and Su Huanxi came back together just in time for dinner. As soon as they arrived, Fu Chang'ai sneezed. Su Huanxi asked with concern, "You've been sneezing since the meeting today. Are you catching a cold?" Fu Chang'ai shook his head and casually said, "No, everything's normal. Maybe someone is talking behind my back." As soon as he finished speaking, the two saw Lin Huixing coming out of the kitchen. Lin Huixing beamed. Young master, miss, what are you looking at me for? Isn't scolding you a daily routine? Fu Chanai gave Lin Huixing a cold smirk and sat down. Su Huanxi winked at Lin Huixing, then sat down to eat and announced a major piece of news. My parents' divorce is finalized, but since it's a serious matter, my grandfather will be coming. He then looked at Su Huanxi. Take the day off tomorrow. Stay home and receive my grandfather in my place during the day. Su Huanxi was shocked. Huh, me? Then what are you going to do? Even getting along with Lady Nangong was stressful enough for her, let alone someone from such a big family. And it was his grandfather, why was he letting her do it? Fu Chanai said. When they were discussing the divorce terms, the bodyguards have already fought 3 rounds. My dad even took 2 slaps from my mom. Tomorrow I have to go to the scene to pick up the divorce certificate. I need to supervise. Lest they kill each other. Su Huanxi. Lin Huixing. Awesome. Lin Huixing wished she could witness the divorce proceedings unfold. She was equally curious about the commotion brewing at home. Unfortunately, she had no choice in the matter. Her place was by Su Huanxi's side, waiting for the arrival of Nangong Yan's father. Seizing a spare moment, Lin Huixing hastily reviewed the plot. After all, neglecting it for too long made it easy to forget crucial details, such as the exact nature of the Nangong family's standing. Regrettably, the narrative didn't revolve around them, and the exposition provided was even sparser than what the internet offered. Combined with Fu Chenye's brief explanations to Su Huanxi, Lin Huixing managed to piece together a picture of Nangong Yan's family background. The Nangong family was comparable to the Yaoguang family, but given Fu Chenye's complete inability to interfere in their affairs, it was clear they operated on a different level entirely. Nangong Yan's branch wasn't the one holding power within the Nangong clan, they merely shared the surname. Fu Chenye's own description of Nangong Yan's father, his maternal grandfather, was an old stickler obsessed with status, living in the past. If he spouts nonsense, just ignore him. Su Huanxi was speechless. At that moment, her expression suggested she was this close to slapping Fu Chanai. Lin Huixing finally understood why Fu Chanai dreaded staying home to meet his grandfather. An old traditionalist from a prestigious family would inevitably impose a host of arcane rules. If even Fu Chanai avoided him, it spoke volumes. Lin Huixing considered probing the butler for information, but the Fu household maintained impeccable discretion, never indulging in gossip with her. So she called Li Ma, who had already gone home to care for her daughter. Li Ma, what's the young master's grandfather like? Grandfather? Li Ma wasn't particularly busy. She paused at the question, seeming to ponder for a long while. I don't know much about the madam's family. I've only met that old gentleman once when the madam gave birth to the young master. He just came to take a look back then. Other times it was the young master and his family who went to the Nangong residence to visit him. I heard though. Li Ma lowered her voice conspiratorially, perhaps feeling a kinship with Lin Huixing and yielding to a rare urge to share a harmless bit of gossip. I've heard that in their household, even the servants are required to kneel when attending to their masters. Lin Huixing was utterly astounded. So Fu Chanai wasn't exaggerating when he said living in the past. It was a literal truth. Li Ma added, anyway, that side of the family is quite peculiar. I just know the young master dislikes going there. He's always in a bad mood when he returns. Lin Huixing couldn't fathom it. Fu Chanai was already a piece of work. How much more extreme could the Nangong family be to sour his mood so thoroughly? Thinking of their neighbor Yaoguang Jin, she suddenly understood. These great families, why did so few of them seem to be? Of course, this was all just private speculation between the two of them. Lin Huixing didn't know the real truth, but she got a first-hand lesson the very next morning. Su Huanxi rose at 8. Fu Chen's grandfather Nangong Zheng arrived at 9. Su Huanxi was on the living room sofa with Lin Huixing showing her popular hair dye colors, as Su Huanxi was thinking of getting a perm. Just then the Fu family butler entered, giving Su Huanxi a warning look and murmuring, the old master is here. The moment Su Huanxi stood up, Nangong Zheng walked in. He was a tall, elderly man. Despite his age, he leaned on a cane that seemed purely for show, wore an impeccably tailored suit, and sported custom-made glasses. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, locked onto Su Huanxi the instant he entered. He fit Lin Huixing's stereotype perfectly, a powerful, overbearing, and profoundly ostentatious old man. Su Huanxi felt suffocated by his presence. She stood up a bit stiffly and stammered, hello. Grandfather of I am Su Huanxi, Fu Chenye's girlfriend. Having never encountered such a situation before, Su Huanxi was managing to stay relatively composed. Nangong Zheng scrutinized her for a moment before speaking. I should have found you waiting at the front gate. When you know an elder is coming, you should have the decency to be there to receive them. Su Huanxi was bewildered. Lin Huixing thought, I can't believe Fu Chanai actually meant it literally. This old man is even more unhinged than Fu Bingxing. A true master of absurdity. Nangong Zheng seemed to frown slightly at her reaction. He walked into the living room and sat in the main seat on the sofa. The butler immediately served him tea. At a loss, Su Huanxi felt her limbs grow awkward. Seeing Nan Gongzheng seated, she instinctively moved to sit on the sofa opposite him. Just as she was about to sit, Nan Gongzheng lifted his gaze, a sharp glint flashing in his aged eyes. Did I say you could sit? I haven't given you permission. Su Huanxi was even more confused. Huh? I can't even sit. Lin Huixing thought this is insane. She couldn't help but glance at the butler who stood nearby, shaking his head at them with a helpless expression. Feeling helpless and wronged, Su Huanxi stood there awkwardly, instinctively looking to Lin Huixing for guidance, unsure of what to do next. Lin Huixing thought, damn it. Fuqingye, you bastard, leaving your girlfriend to deal with this insufferable old man. Absolutely unbelievable. Seeing her expression, Nan Gongzheng frowned deeper. You're like this. How did Fu Chainai ever come to fancy you? Su Huanxi picked at her fingernails. I'd like to know that too. Maybe you could talk some sense into him. Nan Gongzheng was momentarily speechless. Hearing her reluctant tone, his face darkened further. I've reviewed your file. You come from an insignificant family. Being Fu Qingye's girlfriend is a blessing you've accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Not being relegated to the status of a hidden mistress is a mercy. You should be grateful. Su Huanxi was speechless. Confirmed this was indeed the old master of absurdity Little Star had mentioned. In the past, being spoken to like this would have reduced her to tears. But now, ever since Su Yaozu was exiled to Africa and she moved into the Fu residence, she had been bickering with Fu Chainai regularly. It seemed her temper had been tempered. However, being rude to an elder was out of the question. Su Huanxi pondered for a moment, then suddenly pulled out her phone. Hello. What? The company documents I prepared were stolen. Oh my god. Call the police now. I'm on my way, you'll be right there. Muttering, Su Huanxi hurried out of the Fu mansion, her voice gradually fading into the distance. She sounded so urgent that Lin Huixing almost believed she wasn't faking it. It would have been more convincing if her phone had vibrated just. Meanwhile, Nan Gongzheng, watching Su Huanxi's flimsy excuse for an exit, finally displayed a trait he shared with Fu Chainai. He rose in fury, glaring at the butler. How could Fu Chainai fancy a woman like that? Tell them to break up. Lin Huixing. My god, for Su Huanxi this was a blessing she couldn't have even dreamed of. With Fu Chainai away, and Su Huanxi having fled, the vast Fu estate was left with only the old butler and Lin Huixing. As a peripheral figure, Lin Huixing was easily overlooked, and Nan Gongzheng paid her no mind. Now that everyone had left, the thankless task fell upon the butler's shoulders. Having been away from the Fu residence for some time, Nan Gongzheng had witnessed Su Huanxi's state and asked the butler with a grim expression, I've wondered for years why Ian insists on divorce. Now it's clear. It's because his son is taken up with a disreputable girlfriend, tarnishing the family's reputation. Lin Huixing. Don't you hear how absurd you sound? What does Nan Gongyan and Fu Bingsheng's marital trouble have to do with Su Huanxi? Fu Bingsheng scandals have been plastered all over city CS headlines for days. Haven't you seen any of them? The butler, being more sensible and knowing Nan Gongzheng rarely stayed at the Fu residence, while Su Huanxi might be the future matriarch, kept his thoughts measured. Pursing his lips, the butler explained, the master was on the newspaper headlines recently, and perhaps that planted a seed of discord in the madam. Nan Gongzheng stomped his cane on the floor. Nonsense. How many years has it been? Doesn't Ian know what Fu Bingsheng is really like? Besides, Ian herself has a string of lovers outside. These are all trivial matters not worth making a fuss over. By the way, I haven't asked. How did Fu Bingsheng's affair end up as trending news? Can't the Fu family control a few media outlets in City C? The butler dared not suggest that Nan Gongyan might have deliberately leaked the story to ensure Fu Bingsheng's ruin and secure the divorce, so he remained silent. Nan Gongzheng didn't expect an answer from the butler anyway. He stomped his cane even harder. A trivial matter, and they want a divorce. Have they considered my grandson? Have they considered the Fu Corporation? The butler finally found a chance to speak. The young master supports their divorce. Nan Gongzheng choked. Is Fu Chainai out of his mind too? The butler remained silent. Lin Huixing rolled her eyes so hard they nearly flew out of her head. Even though she had seen plenty of dramas and read countless novels, this was still a fictional world. Lin Huixing couldn't help but marvel. Nan Gongzheng embodied the stereotype of a wealthy feudal patriarch. The Fu family's dysfunctional parent-child relationships seemed twisted from top to bottom. At that moment, Nan Gongzheng stomped his cane again, but this time he leaned on it with both hands. Lin Huixing paid it no mind. Amidst the silence, Nan Gongzheng suddenly turned to Lin Huixing. What's wrong with you? Aren't you a servant of the Fu family? How can you be so lacking in tact? Huh? Lin Huixing was just as bewildered as Su Huanxi had been moments ago. Genuinely confused, she asked, Old master, did you call for me? Are you crazy? You stomp your cane without saying a word. What would you do without it, I wonder? Seeing Lin Huixing's expression reminded Nan Gongzheng of Su Huanxi, and his anger flared. How is it that even the servants of the Fu family are as foolish as that disreputable woman? Lin Huixing. You're such a damn pain. The butler, however, signaled to Lin Huixing, "Go to the kitchen and fetch some pastries for the old master." Lin Huixing was stunned. "Really? That's what his cane stomping meant? Butler, how did you figure that out? Can you read minds?" Despite her shock, her feet moved on their own, carrying her toward the kitchen. Nangong Zheng pointed at her retreating back. "What's going on here? Can't Fu Qian'ai even hire competent people? Did that woman hire her?" The butler calmly replied, "No, she's a new hourly worker. She's filling in for Aunt Li while she's away." The Fu family's maids were all well-versed in their duties, baking fresh pastries daily. Not knowing what the grumpy old man preferred, Lin Huixing grabbed a bit of everything. The moment she brought them out, Nangong Zheng flew into a rage. "Don't you know I'm allergic to peanuts?" Lin Huixing stared blankly at the pastries topped with peanut crumbs in her hand. "How the hell was I supposed to know that?" Innocently, she moved the peanut cake aside. "I didn't know, sir. I'm new here." Nangong Zheng felt a stroke coming on. Why did everyone at the Fu residence seem intent on infuriating him today? The butler took the pastries and had Lin Huixing remove the peanut one, deftly changing the subject. "The young master should be back soon. After all this time, if they didn't return soon, it would be a breach of etiquette." At the mention of Fu Qian'ai, Nangong Zheng's anger shifted. He stomped his cane. "When they get back, he'll hold a proper family meeting and ask how they intend to resolve this mess." Lin Huixing finally escaped. Once in the courtyard, she couldn't hold back and cursed under her breath. What a lunatic. No wonder Fu Qian'ai doesn't want to stay home. What a disaster. Just as she finished, she spotted Zhou Huasan sitting in the neighboring garden on a phone call. His back injury still hadn't healed, forcing him into an awkwardly twisted sitting position, one hand bracing his waist. Had been all smiles, but the moment he saw Lin Huixing emerge, his face darkened, as if had just lost his parents. "Lin Huixing." She casually flashed him a smile. "After all, it's hard to hit someone who's smiling at you." Zhou Huasan was so furious he was shaking. He stood up, ready to curse at the damned cleaner. Fu Qian'ai had a truly vicious heart. Knowing full well a cleaner had reduced him to this state, he refused to blacklist her, instead letting her work at the Fu residence, where he'd have to see her every day. He was intentionally trying to make his life miserable. Just then the Zhou family butler rushed over, beaming, "Sir, we've found—" "What?" Overjoyed at the news of Jing Yuexin, Zhou Huasan whipped his head around. But his joy was short-lived, as a sharp crack echoed from his neck. The sound was so crisp and loud that even Lin Huixing next door heard it. An awkward silence fell over the scene. Seeing Zhou Huasan frozen in a rigid pose, the Zhou butler felt a sense of dread. "Sir, your neck." Zhou Huasan's face contorted in pain as he gritted out, "Call 120. The Zhou butler. And so Zhou Huasan ended up in the hospital again. This time head thrown out his neck. With both his waist and neck injured, he could only move in a painfully twisted manner. Just as he was being loaded onto the stretcher, Zhou Huasan looked at the butler with anguish. "Go find out that cleaner's birth date." The butler was startled. Was his master planning to resort to black magic on a cleaner? Zhou Huasan added, "Check if she's a jinx to me." The Zhou butler. Lin Huixing was dumbfounded. She had only come to the courtyard to watch a show, yet she witnessed Zhou Huasan being injured for the second time. This time it was likely a neck sprain. Lin Huixing remained silent for a long while before concluding, "This is the retribution for trying to frame me." Zhou Huasan's farce did not affect the Fu family. Before long, Fu Qian'ai returned. Fu Bingsheng's face bore suspicious marks resembling palm prints, and faint traces of blood from nail scratches could be seen. From time to time he winced and hissed, shooting. The Fu family members were all assembled. Lin Huixing naturally did not want to miss the excitement. After pouring a glass of water for each returnee, she took the opportunity to stand beside Su Huanxi, waiting to watch the drama unfold. Fu Bingsheng's face bore suspicious marks resembling palm prints, and faint traces of blood from nail scratches could be seen. From time to time he winced and hissed, shooting a venomous glare at Nangong Yen. Nangong Yen, on the other hand, maintained an elegant demeanor, as if nothing had happened at all. Nangong Zheng's gloomy eyes darted between Nangong Yen and Fu Bingsheng. Finally he spoke. "Have you both taken care of the Fu group matters? After all, the two of you have already obtained the divorce certificate. The divorce is a done deal." The moment Nangong Yen arrived home, she slammed the divorce certificate in front of Nangong Zheng, leaving him utterly speechless. "It's taken care of," Nangong Yen said, taking a sip of water. "Fu Bingsheng and I have handed over all our shares to Yi." This was the final arrangement of their divorce. How could Nangong Yen allow Fu Bingsheng to keep his shares in the Fu group while divorcing her? That would be digging a pit. Nangong Yen had never been particularly close to her son since he was young, but at least he was her only child. Now that she knew Fu Bingsheng had an illegitimate son outside, how could she let such a hidden danger persist? Of course Fu Bingsheng would not easily give up such shares. Nangong Yen had used underhanded means to threaten him into submission, but such matters were ultimately unsavory and unnecessary to elaborate. Nangong Zheng was still somewhat surprised by this, and could not help but look at Fu Bingsheng. "You agreed to that." He was well aware of his son-in-law's character. Having divorced, Fu Bingxing showed no good grace toward his father-in-law. Do I look like I agreed? Nan Gongzheng surprisingly did not take offense. After all, Fu Bingxing had now divorced his daughter and lost all his shares. It was only natural that he was angry. However, Nan Gongzheng was not angry at Fu Bingxing's disrespect for another reason. Turning to his daughter, he praised her. My Yin truly has skills. Fu Bingxing. Damn woman. Damn father-in-law. Nan Gongzheng had just finished praising Nan Gongyan when he turned to Fu Qinya, his face immediately pulling long like a donkey's. As for you, Fu Qinya, what's the matter with you? I'm asking you now. With such a large Fu group in your hands, are you really going to marry such a disreputable woman? Given Nan Gongzheng's standards, he certainly would not agree to a woman like Su Huanzi entering the family. Being publicly humiliated like this, Su Huanzi's expression flickered with uncertainty. Fortunately, Fu Qianai barely acted like a decent person this time. He did not directly mention marriage, but also did not give Nan Gongzheng face. Grandfather, don't meddle in my affairs. Nan Gongzheng. Rebellion. Has everyone in this family gone mad? He glared furiously at Fu Qianai. What do you mean by don't meddle? What about the matter with Miss Yi? I can accept you keeping this woman as a mistress outside, but your future wife can only be Miss Yi of the Yi family. Miss Yi. Wasn't that the protagonist of the real and fake heiress storyline she hadn't yet met? Lin Huixing felt like she would get cataracts from rolling her eyes so much. Whoosh! Su Huanzi stood up abruptly. As a junior, she could not bring herself to utter a venomous word to an elder like Nan Gongzheng. The greatest rebellion she could muster now was to show displeasure and walk away from such an unpleasant occasion. Anyway, she had already fallen out with Fu Qinya, and her relationship with him was no longer what it used to be. Seeing Su Huanzi leave directly, even Nan Gongyan looked on with some surprise. Fu Bingxing added fuel to the fire. See, I told you she came from a humble family. This time Nan Gongzheng was truly enraged. At his age, he had never been treated with such disrespect. He stomped his cane with full force and glared at Fu Qianai with blazing fury. Fu Qinya, I want a definite answer from you today. If you don't break up with this woman, then from now on the Nan Gong family will consider you no longer our kin. At this tense moment, even Nan Gongyan could not stay out of it. She said in a conciliatory yet elegant tone, today is the day of my divorce from Fu Bingxing. It should be properly celebrated. Let's discuss other trivial matters later. Fu Bingxing. Nan Gongzheng paid no heed and continued to stare at Fu Qianai. Fu Qianai. Fu Qianya's face was dark with clouds. Since childhood, the thing he hated most was being threatened. Even if it was his own grandfather, it was unacceptable. This was no longer just about Su Huanzi and him. Now in front of so many people, especially with that damn cleaner watching the show, Fu Qianai absolutely could not lose face today. This was his male dignity. Fu Qianai took a deep breath. The only thing keeping him calm was reminding himself that the person before him was his grandfather. So he said, fine then, let's sever ties. After all, he had never enjoyed much benefit from the Nan Gong family since childhood. Though it was called the Nan Gong family, Fu Qinya, as a businessman, saw more clearly than anyone that even Nan Gongzheng had no real say in the Nan Gong clan. The status of the Nan Gong family had brought him little advantage and only imposed restrictions. Otherwise, why couldn't he even get close to Yao Guanjin, who lived right next door? Nan Gongzheng. Lin Huixing looked at his expression and was not surprised by Fu Qinya's stubbornness. After all, even in the original story, the Nan Gong family had brought no real benefit to Fu Qianai and had little presence. But seeing Nan Gongzheng's demeanor, Lin Huixing felt this scene was rather dangerous. What if he got so angry that he had a stroke or high blood pressure, ended up in the hospital, and used moral blackmail on Fu Qianai? After all, Nan Gongzheng was old, and being so provoked by Fu Qinya, such a situation was indeed possible. Fu Qianai could hardly believe that this damn cleaner was actually thinking about him for once. Was it a sudden pang of conscience? Was the sun rising from the west? But soon he heard, oh he heavens, what am I thinking? Of course that won't happen. Because Fu Qianai has no morals. Fu Qinya. Fu Qianai was fuming with rage. Nan Gongzheng was also fuming with rage. He had lived his entire life being revered and respected by others. Even his formidable daughter had to treat him with deference. Although he didn't live with this grandson often, he still held him in his heart. During the few encounters in childhood, Fu Qianai had performed admirably. How could he have become so rebellious now that he's grown up? Nan Gongzheng felt utterly humiliated, and the harsh words he had just spoken couldn't be taken back. He glanced around, seeing Nan Gongyan's calm expression, knowing she wouldn't offer a second word of persuasion. Understanding his daughter well, he turned his gaze to Fu Bingxing, who wore a look of schadenfreude. Pointing his cane at Fu Bingxing, he cursed, "You beast! Look at the fine son you've raised." Fu Bingxing was bewildered. What did this have to do with him? So he wouldn't scold his own daughter, but would scold his former son-in-law instead. Since he was already divorced, Fu Bingxing had given up caring about this former father-in-law's opinion. How could I possibly have the skill to raise Fu Qianai properly? Wasn't he raised by your precious daughter? His sarcastic tone made Nangong Zheng's face turn red with anger. Fu Bingxing you. Nangong Yin finally lifted her gaze to look at Fu Bingxing. Fu Bingxing, isn't he your own flesh and blood? Fu Qinyes' expression darkened instantly. No one could tolerate their own parents openly debating parenting issues and shifting blame onto each other right in front of them. Did they have any self-awareness about how he turned out? From an objective standpoint, even Lin Huixing, who was present, found it. Fu Bingxing and Nangong Yan's failure as parents was undeniable, and Fu Qinyes' twisted nature was inextricably linked to them. But being evil was a subjective choice. Lacking parental love wasn't an excuse to torment others. Su Wance's parents were also terrible, and she had a brother named Yaozu holding her back, yet she never thought about seeking revenge on society. With her face, if she wanted to do evil, there would be countless people lining up to help her. Lin Huixing concluded, you're just not a good person yourself? Fu Qianai was speechless. Absurd. Seeing his blame-shifting parents and his deranged grandfather, he couldn't bear to stay any longer. He even felt a grudging admiration for Su Wance's ability to simply turn and walk away. She had never been like this before. This was all the result of him spoiling her. Fu Qianai coldly watched his dysfunctional family, unwilling to argue further, and declared, grandfather, if you're not happy here, I can arrange a private jet to take you back right now. Nangong Zheng stared at him wide-eyed. You're kicking me out. You'd kick out your own grandfather. All for a woman, just for a... This has nothing to do with any woman. Fu Qianai finally lost his temper, barely managing to voice his grievances. I can make my own decisions about my life. You never bothered with me when I was growing up, but now you want to dictate how I live. If you're so capable, why don't you discipline your own daughter and son-in-law? They're surrounded by illegitimate children and lovers. Do you have any idea the pressure I'm under? I find a girlfriend, and all you lot do is spout nonsense. Before you criticize me, have you cleaned up your own mess? You stole another man's wife when you were young, so why can't I? What have you ever given me? I was never treated as one of your own by the Nangong family. My surname is Fu, not Nangong. These words shocked Nangong Zheng speechless, and also stunned Fu Bingxing and Nangong Yan. Fu Bingxing never expected his son to be so bold as to confront his grandfather directly, something he himself wouldn't dare to do. Nangong Yan paused, then murmured softly, I don't have any other illegitimate children. I know my limits better than your father. Fu Bingxing rolled his eyes. Lin Huixing was even more shocked. Damn, so stealing someone's wife or girlfriend is a family tradition for you guys. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Tell me more, tell me more. This kind of gossip wasn't in the original story. After all, the focus was on Fu Qianai and Su Huanci, and the previous generation's conflicts were rarely mentioned, let alone these minor characters. But in the real world, everyone has their own story. It seems Nangong Zheng wasn't much better in his youth, like father like. Unfortunately, Lin Huixing's wish to watch the drama unfold wasn't fulfilled. Nangong Zheng, being old and having been in a constant state of rage, collapsed straight backward after Fu Qinyes' outburst. Fu Qianai and Nangong Yin were both stunned. Nangong Yin stood up and cried out, Dad. The butler, quick-witted, immediately caught Nangong Zheng and dialed 120. With Nangong Zheng down, the Fu household descended into chaos. Fu Qianai stood rooted to the spot, his expression dark, perhaps regretting his harsh words to his grandfather, or perhaps something else. Nangong Yin didn't blame him. As they waited for the ambulance, she said to Fu Qinya, if you don't like seeing us, you'll stay at the Nangong residence from now on, and try not to come here. If you and Xiao Su. If things really work out, let me know then. Fu Qianai looked at her, his gaze equally complex. He didn't care about Fu Bingxing in this family, but with Nangong Yin he could never understand what his mother was thinking. Was it that she didn't love him, that she resented the marriage, or was this simply her nature? For Fu Qinya, who had known little parental love, this was a question he might never understand. He had never received much warmth or care. When he first saw Su Huanci, all he saw was her smiling at Cheng Xiang with such gentle sweetness. He had never seen a smile like that before, and perhaps it was also because Su Huanci was exceptionally beautiful and possessed something he had never had. So he took her without hesitation. Fu Qinyes' motives were unknown to all. Seeing his former father-in-law faint from anger, even Fu Bingxing quieted down. The group rushed to the hospital, and Lin Huixing had to go too. She also informed Su Huanci. Despite her reluctance, Su Huanci was genuinely worried upon hearing an old man had been hospitalized from anger. Will he be okay? Fortunately, Nangong Zheng had a strong constitution, having never experienced much trouble in his life. The doctor said it was just a fainting spell from high blood pressure, and he should avoid such stress in the future, but otherwise it wasn't serious. Before he woke up, Nangong Yin decisively arranged to take Nangong Zheng away to prevent another conflict with Fu Qianai upon his awakening. For once, Lin Huixing's inner monologue was calm. Fu Qianai walked out of the ward to have a smoke, and Su Huanci went to find him. He glanced at her. Do you think I'm unfilial for making my own grandfather faint from anger? Su Huanci shot a surprised glance at Fu Qianai. After a moment of silence, she said, "I've never seen you act filial." Fu Qian'ai was speechless. He almost choked on his cigarette smoke. Having spent so much time with Lin Huixing lately, Su Wance's way of speaking had changed. He gazed deeply at her, his eyes harboring an intent she couldn't decipher. "Have you truly never considered a future with me?" His words seemed to be probing something. Su Wance didn't understand why he brought this up. She could only wonder if it had something to do with Nangong Zheng being hospitalized. Could it be that Fu Qian'ai had finally yielded to Nangong Zheng and in a fit of conscience intended to break up with her? Barely suppressing a hint of joy in her voice, she asked, "If I say I haven't, are you going to break up with me?" For a long while Fu Qian'ai remained silent. Su Huanxi saw his expression shift, a slow smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The playful malicious glint in his eyes signaled that Fu Qian'ai was still Fu Qian'ai, who he had no intention of letting. The moment she saw that expression, Su Huanxi knew he was full of nonsense. Huffing with irritation, she said, "Fine, I'm not discussing this with you." Fu Qian'ai took a drag of his cigarette. "What are you being so fussy about? Didn't I handle your parents' problems? If you were with Cheng Xiang, could he have sorted those out for you? You know, with Cheng Xiang's mother in the picture, there's no future for you two. What does Cheng Xiang even have that's better than me?" In the past, such words would have provoked a huge fight from Su Huanxi. But after all this time and everything that had happened, she had changed considerably. She sighed. "What's the point of telling me all this? Before you came along, my life was already mired in the mud. My feelings for Cheng Xiang were my own choice, but you were not. You helped my parents, but did it benefit me? You cleared my dad's gambling debts, yet he's still gambling. You secured a job for my mom, and now that she knows I have a wealthier boyfriend, she's scheming to get me to squeeze more money from you. None of them ever think about me. Even without you, my life wouldn't be any different. Either way, I have no freedom." After listening to her lengthy speech, Fu Qian'ai let out a cold laugh and cut to the chase. "So you feel you lack freedom? I haven't restricted your feelings, isn't that enough?" Su Huanxi retorted, "You never gave me the freedom to choose in the first place." Fu Qian'ai countered, "Fine, if I had initially tried to pursue you the normal way, would you have agreed?" Su Huanxi answered without hesitation, "No." Fu Qian'ai was speechless. He sneered, "So I just chose the most convenient method to achieve my ultimate goal. Why would I take a roundabout path?" Su Huanxi knew that Fu Qian'ai was rotten to the core, just like his parents and grandfather. She knew she couldn't convince him with a few words, nor did she expect to make him see reason. So she asked a cliched question, "What's so good about me that you insist on liking me? You have so many beautiful women around you who could easily love you." Fu Qian'ai remained unmoved. "I just like you the way you are." Su Huanxi couldn't hold it in anymore. It seemed Fu Qian'ai looked at her, a question mark practically hanging over his head. Su Huanxi uttered the most venomous words she had ever spoken. "You're just desperate." Fu Qian'ai was stunned, then enraged. "Look at what you've learned from hanging out with her all the time." Su Huanxi rolled her eyes. Just then the Zhou family's butler appeared, pushing Zhou Huasan in a wheelchair. Fu Qian'ai was a bit puzzled, but instinctively put on a hypocritical smile upon seeing him. "Mr. Zhou, what brings you here?" Zhou Huasan sat in the wheelchair, a fixed brace around his neck, his back twisted awkwardly. Seeing Fu Qian'ai, Zhou Huasan had to offer an awkward explanation. "I accidentally twisted my neck as well." Fu Qian'ai raised an eyebrow. "It seems you're going through a rough patch lately, Mr. Zhou. Perhaps you should consult a fortune teller." Zhou Huasan didn't like hearing that. Did this bastard know something? Was his damn cleaner's horoscope really that incompatible with his? Why else would Fu Qian'ai say such a thing? His face darkened. He shot Fu Qian'ai a venomous glare and had the butler push him away. Fu Qian'ai, unaware that his words had hit a nerve, simply found the whole encounter baffling. After pondering for a moment, he called Lin Huixing out of the hospital room and asked, "Zhou Huasan twisted his neck. What's that about?" Lin Huixing blinked her innocent eyes. "Dunno. Saw him take a call this morning, and he was over the moon. Maybe he got too excited and twisted it." Fu Qian'ai stared at Lin Huixing intently. Lin Huixing thought, "Why are you looking at me?" It wasn't me. He concluded that it probably wasn't her doing after all. Fu Qian'ai could only attribute it to Zhou Huasan's bad luck. But recalling the over-the-moon part, he speculated, "Has Jing Yuexin been found?" He summoned David. "Go check if the Zhou family has found Jing Yuexin." David nodded and left. Over at the Fu residence, Nangong, Yan had already arranged for someone to take Nangong Zheng away. With Fu Bingsheng and Nangong, Yan divorced, the Fu group was now firmly under Fu Qianyu's control. This had veered far off the original plot, where they never divorced. Now Fu Qian'ai was the master of the Fu household. From now on, City C would be his to rule. The system, which had been dormant for a while, came back online and sighed at the current state of affairs. How did it come to this? Honestly, even after all her hard work, Lin Huixing was still baffled. "I can clean even the grout between floor tiles to a pristine state. I've done such a good job, why still can't I gain Su Wance's and Fu Qianyu's approval?" Surely they didn't need to approve of her as a person rather than her work performance. What was the point of the housekeeping system? The system was equally perplexed. After a long silence it said with some confusion, something's definitely off. By all rights your work is flawless. Su Huanxi seems to get along with you well, and Fu Chenai usually leaves you alone. You've basically become part of the household, yet you still haven't gained recognition. Why? As Lin Huixing and the system speculated, Su Huanxi suddenly rushed over her face, pale eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly distraught. My mom might be in trouble. Lin Huixing's spirits jolted. The Fu parents were divorced, and the troublemakers had been sent away. With Fu Chenai's issues resolved, was Su Huanxi's storyline finally starting. Lin Huixing had never met Su Huanxi's parents before. In the original storyline, both of them were the worst of the worst, utterly useless except for Dragon. Just the sight of Su Huanxi's mother clinging to her and refusing to let go was suffocating. Lin Huixing quickly comforted Su Huanxi. What happened? He'll go with you to check on things. Don't panic. Su Huanxi's lips trembled slightly. They said she was admitted to the hospital, but they didn't give details. The call had come from a small clinic, and the person on the other end hadn't elaborated, only saying that Su Huanxi's mother's condition was somewhat severe. How could Su Huanxi not be frantic? After all, it was her own mother. Despite the pain she felt inside, Su Huanxi was fundamentally a kind person, and it was impossible for her not to feel a sense of panic. Fu Chenai had also received the news, but after weighing the situation, he decided not to visit Su Huanxi's mother immediately. His priority was to see off Nangong Yin, who was leaving. He told Su Huanxi that he would head over to her mother's place as soon as he finished sending Nangong Yin off. When Su Huanxi and Lin Huixing arrived at the hospital, they finally learned the cause. Su Huanxi's mother had been beaten. The one who hit her was, of course, Su Huanxi's father. This was Lin Huixing's first time seeing Su Huanxi's mother. She lay in bed, frail and thin. The bruise under her right eye was starkly visible, and there was a bloody welt on her left cheek, now bandaged. It was clear at a glance that this was a broken woman. Regardless of the original plot, seeing a woman beaten to such a state filled Lin Huixing with anger. A beast like Zu's father deserved to be dealt with by someone like Fu Chenai. Mom. Su Huanxi rushed forward trembling. Her mother was already awake, and her gaze wavered slightly as she looked at her daughter. Shaoxi. Su Huanxi's expression turned furious. Was it Dad who did this? In the original story, Zu's father wasn't a habitual abuser. He only resorted to violence during their arguments. Su Huanxi had long urged her parents to divorce, but her mother refused to agree no matter what. This was the first time the beating had been severe enough to require hospitalization. Without hesitation, Su Huanxi said, "Can you two just get a divorce?" In the past she had been too timid, but after everything that had happened, Su Huanxi had come to see things more clearly. Now all she wanted was for her mother to escape her father's clutches. Because so many of the tragedies in this family stemmed from Zu's father. He was a gambler, a misogynist. Her weak-willed mother, lacking any backbone, could only depend on him, which indirectly led to Su Huanxi's own misery. Divorce? Her mother's eyes widened, and she immediately began to berate Su Huanxi. You actually wish your own parents would divorce? What kind of heart do you have, Lin Huixing? Even a gold miner couldn't dig out someone as absurdly foolish as you. Su Huanxi said, her voice bitter with grief. I'm your daughter. What could I possibly mean by it? I want you to live well. What good does it do you to waste your life with him? He doesn't work and relies on you to support him. If you divorce him, your life would be 100 times better than it is now. He's racked up so many gambling debts outside. Are you going to pay them all off? Despite her weakened state, Zu's mother puffed up with self-righteousness. Then what good is raising you? You found yourself a rich boyfriend, now haven't you? He paid off your father's debts once before. This time just have him pay them off again. Su Huanxi replied without a moment's hesitation. Don't even think about it. I've already told him he's not to get involved with your affairs anymore. What kind of daughter are you? Her mother trembled with rage. Other people's daughters know how to share their family's burdens. You refuse to help, and on top of that you say things like this. Do you know the loan sharks have come knocking? Your father owes 500,000 this time. You need to find a way to pay it off, or they'll cut off one of his legs. Can you really bear to see your father crippled? Lin Huixing had no intention of speaking up in this situation. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, she'd unleash a torrent of curses upon the entire Su family tree. Fortunately, Su Huanxi didn't let her blood pressure spike to that extent. Instead, she let out a cold laugh and said, perfect. If they cut off his leg, how's he going to gamble anymore? In the original plot, Su Huanxi had never felt any connection to her father. As a woman, she naturally sided with her, so she couldn't bear to cut ties with her mother, but she had no feelings for her father whatsoever. What was the point of a man who had spent his whole life gambling and beating her from childhood to now? Her mother trembled with fury. He's your father. What kind of beast are you? She even raised her hand to strike Su Huanxi. Lin Huixing swiftly pulled Su Huanxi away, but she still refrained from saying anything. This was Su Huanxi's family matter. If Su Huanxi couldn't stand up for herself, there was nothing an outsider like Lin Huixing could do to help. But Lin Huixing's mind was far from the calm facade she presented. Su Huanxi looked up and saw Lin Huixing's placid face, yet she could hear the silent, colorful stream of insults Lin Huixing was mentally hurling at her father. After a moment of silence, she turned to her mother and said, "I'll ask you one more time. Are you getting a divorce or not?" Her mother retorted angrily, "And what if I don't?" Su Huanxi said, "If you don't, then I'm never coming back. You can just live your life with him." "You wouldn't dare? You're my daughter. You have no right to abandon me." Su Huanxi looked at her mother with profound sorrow. "Must I sacrifice my entire life just to take care of you? If you refuse to divorce him, what am I supposed to do?" Her mother began to curse loudly. "Su Huanxi, you shameless girl. Just because you're living with another man you think you've gone wild. I raised you for nothing. You've got wings now, have you? You even got your own brother sent off to Africa. You're a jinx." Su Huanxi looked directly at her mother. She murmured, "It's strange. Dad has spent years yelling at you and hitting you, and you don't even dare to raise your voice in front of him. But I'm your daughter, and you treat me like an enemy." Her mother's expression stiffened. Su Huanxi glanced back at Lin Huixing once more. Lin Huixing simply offered but Su Huanxi had a vague feeling that if she didn't resolve this properly today, Lin Huixing would likely never associate with, and that was indeed the truth. Lin Huixing had no intention of tolerating a source of constant high blood pressure in her life, risking a stress-induced illness. If Su Huanxi couldn't make any progress on this front, Lin Huixing would simply head straight to City A. Su Huanxi had indeed thought about her mother's situation before, but seeing her mother's resolute refusal to divorce, she paused. She suddenly turned to Lin Huixing and said, "I want to go abroad to study." Lin Huixing, huh? Girl, where did this sudden change of heart come from? And wasn't studying abroad a plot point 10 years down the line? How did she just skip a decade of detours? Upon hearing this, her mother immediately started yelling, "You want to go abroad? Su Huanxi, you wouldn't dare." Su Huanxi of course dared. Ignoring her mother's shouts, she walked straight out of the ward with Lin Huixing. She looked somewhat lost. "I don't know how to persuade her. If she won't agree, are we just supposed to be stuck like this forever? I really am useless. So I might as well run away. I'll go abroad, leave them to their own devices, and let her and my father fend for themselves." Her thinking had shifted from before. She simply wanted her mother to find the courage to leave her father. But if her mother didn't want, Su Huanxi herself was now so weary of her own future that she had no energy left to worry about others. Lin Huixing, however, supported Su Huanxi's idea of studying abroad. But what if the young master won't agree, eh? If Fu Chainai refused to let go, it was a moot point. Su Huanxi said, "I'll figure something out." Compared to her parents, Fu Chainai was the real obstacle. If her mother were willing, she could leave her father and go far away. With Fu Chainai keeping an eye on her, her father couldn't do anything to Su Huanxi anyway. But Fu Qingye's influence was too vast, there was nowhere she could escape to. So it was better to negotiate for something within his limits. She genuinely wanted to study. She had wanted to back then, but how could her family afford to send her abroad? Even if they could, they wouldn't have allowed it. She had even put herself through university by working part-time. The only reason her parents had permitted it was because someone unable to bear it had suggested that if she were an educated person, she could command a higher bride price when she married. Only then had her father and mother agreed to let her attend university. Lin Huixing hadn't expected Su Huanxi to still have this much courage. She had thought the Su family situation was too tricky. Su Huanxi wouldn't be able to do anything too drastic. But if she went abroad and left the Su family behind, that could be a viable solution. The only question was whether Fu Chainai would agree. Lin Huixing didn't think he would, because according to the original plot, this was something Fu Chainai wouldn't realize until 10 years later. They were nowhere near that point yet. But this time Lin Huixing was wrong. Somehow when Su Huanxi returned to the Fu residence, she managed to convince Fu Chainai. He actually agreed. This shocked Lin Huixing to her core. She looked at the delighted Su Huanxi and said, "Could it be a trick? Would someone like Fu Chainai really let Su Huanxi go abroad to study?" Su Huanxi didn't hide anything from her. It seems it's because of his father's illegitimate child. Fu Chainai suspects his father has left some resources for that child abroad. Also, several of the Fu group's overseas businesses were previously under his father's control, so he needs to go overseas to handle those matters. It'll take a year or two. In the end, he himself would be spending time abroad. Rather than staying home and sulking with Su Huanxi, it was better to let her study where he could also keep an eye on her. Even so, Lin Huixing found it incredible. Although it seemed like she and Fu Chainai were still entangled in the original novel, Su Huanxi going to study was already the final outcome. Could it be that her mission was complete? Unfortunately, Lin Huixing received no notification. The system was also puzzled, but after reviewing the plot, it offered a guess. Could it be because the plot has deviated too much? In the original story, she and Fu Chainai fought and argued almost every day. But lately they seem quite peaceful. Su Huanxi hasn't run away, so Fu Chainai has no reason to be too harsh on her, right? Lin Huixing thought that made perfect sense. In the original plot, when Su Huanxi first arrived, she and Fu Chainai fought almost every day. She couldn't defy Fu Qingye, so she would just sulk alone, constantly tormenting herself and always thinking about running away. Unfortunately, she was caught twice. Each time it made Fu Chang'ai fly into a rage, and their relationship was perpetually on edge. Fu Chang'ai behaved like a highly manic psychiatric patient. When Lin Huixing read the plot, she was afraid Fu Chang'ai might just snap and strangle Su Huanxi. But since Lin Huixing had started working at the Fu residence apart from the first day or two when they were both acting crazy, the two of them didn't seem to have any major conflicts. Except for the time Su Huanxi threatened to jump off the building. Could Fu Chang'ai have actually been scared? Lin Huixing was puzzled, racking her brain, but eventually decided to stop thinking about it. If Su Huanxi could go abroad to clear her head, that was a good thing. Since there was no progress on the Fu family front, she would head to a city and start looking around. After all, there were several chaotic couples over there. Lin Huixing offered Su Huanxi her sincere congratulations. Have a great time abroad. If I have free time later. Her eyes darted around, thinking about how the system mentioned there were also tasks overseas. Maybe she would eventually go abroad on business and could visit Su Huanxi. He'll come see you. Su Huanxi was overjoyed. Great. Not far away, Fu Chang'ai watched from a second-floor room as Lin Huixing and Su Huanxi chatted amiably. David stood beside him. Fu Chang'ai suddenly spoke. David, you don't need to come abroad with me. Stay here and keep an eye on Lin Huixing. Don't interfere with her normally, just report to me if anything unusual happens. He had long noticed that the families Lin Huixing frequented all had strange situations similar to his own. Even if she were a top-tier hourly worker, those families in a city had no reason to hire her. The fact that she always managed to be chosen by the rich and powerful was quite peculiar. Fu Chang'ai was worried that the ability he and Su Huanxi had to hear each other's thoughts wasn't an isolated case. He didn't know what Lin Huixing really was, but he had to keep her under surveillance. David was silent. He was Fu Chang'ai's most trusted bodyguard. Although he occasionally got involved in the matters between Su Huanxi and Lin Huixing, this time Fu Chang'ai was asking him to stay in the country for a long time just to watch Lin Huixing. Lin Huixing was a bit mysterious, but David didn't understand why Fu Chang'ai placed so much importance on her. Regardless, he had to follow orders. Yes, young master. And so it was decided. When Nanny Li returned, she was shocked to learn that the young master and Miss Su were going abroad together. Nanny Li hadn't even returned by the day they left. Lin Huixing went to see them off. But only after they were gone did she realize that brother Enian hadn't gone with them. She was a bit surprised. Having been in and out of the Fu residence for so long, she had figured out that brother Enian was highly valued by Fu Chang'ai, essentially his head of security, and Fu Chang'ai always brought him along. Why wasn't he going this time? Lin Huixing asked in surprise. Brother Enian, why aren't you going abroad with the young master? David. He gritted his teeth and spat out, my name is David. Lin Huixing ignored him, suddenly realizing. Oh, I get it. The young master found a new bodyguard. You've fallen out of favor. David. Even a gold miner couldn't dig up someone as absurdly foolish as Lin Huixing. Returning to the Fu family, Lin Huixing felt somewhat unaccustomed to the quietness of the home. She sighed to the system. Looks like I need to change my base of operations. Lin Huixing said, find me a decent apartment for rent in city. It can be small, but the environment and location must be good. I'm not short on money. With her salary, she could even afford a villa. The system replied, isn't the community where Su Huanxi lives available for rent? Let me see if there are any units available. Lin Huixing replied, that works too. It's more convenient to be close to Su Huanxi for tasks. I wonder how her situation is progressing over there after such a long time. Her unresolved issues with Wenju should be nearly settled. She was quite eager to see Wenju on his knees begging for her back. She loved the spectacle. Unfortunately, the system was too far away to monitor the situation. On the day Li Ma returned, Lin Huixing informed her that she was going to work long-term in City A and would not be able to come to the Fu family anymore. Li Ma was reluctant, saying, Xiao Lin, if you leave, where will I find someone as professional as you to clean the floors? Lin Huixing replied with a wry smile, it's all right, Li Ma. I've already cleaned the Fu family inside and out. I'll still come to City C when I have time. Since Lin Huixing had said, so Li Ma had no choice. This time the system was quite efficient. It found Lin Huixing an apartment in the same community as Su Huanxi, even in the same building. The difference was that Su Huanxi lived on the 5th floor, while Lin Huixing was on the 7th. If they met in the future, she could pretend to be a neighbor and greet her casually. Lin Huixing purchased a ticket to City A and arrived that night. City A was indeed much more prosperous than City C, and coupled with the nice location she was staying in, it was quite lively, with the elderly women dancing in the plaza below in the late evening. However, she did not expect to encounter an unexpected acquaintance. Big shot. Is that you? As Lin Huixing entered the elevator with her simple luggage, she unexpectedly saw Lin Ji. Lin Ji was also surprised to see Lin Huixing, her eyes widening. Oh my god, Big Shot, how did you end up here? Lin Ji's tone was filled with excitement. She was curious about Lin Huixing's mysterious identity. She knew about Wusheng's incident, but their conversations were mostly gossip-related, and they hadn't interacted much in reality. Lin Ji truly did not expect to run into Lin Huixing here. Lin Huixing said, "I'm moving you. I'll be temporarily living in City A." She looked at Lin Ji curiously and asked, "Is your family also here?" Lin Ji answered readily, "My aunt lives here. I recently took an ad project to shoot in City A, and just happened to stay at my aunt's house. You've come to City A too. That's fantastic." Lin Ji was extremely happy to see Lin Huixing. "Are you free tomorrow? Let me treat you to a meal." The system hadn't sent Lin Huixing an order, and since she was indeed free, she didn't refuse, and said sure. Lin Ji eagerly helped Lin Huixing with her luggage, and upon learning that Lin Huixing lived on the 7th floor, she became even more excited, because her aunt's house was also on the 7th floor. Lin Huixing thought this was incredibly coincidental. When they arrived, Lin Huixing opened the door, and Lin Ji went to greet her aunt. After saying something, she came out with a man beside her. Upon seeing this man, both Lin Huixing and the man were shocked. The man was young and familiar-looking. Wasn't he the one seen with Yao Guangjin at the Zhou families a while back? Sang Yi was also quite surprised. "Isn't this the maid from the Fu family in City C?" Although both were shocked, neither revealed anything to the other. After all, having seen each other was one thing, but they truly did not know one another. Lin Ji enthusiastically introduced, "Big Shot, this is my brother, my aunt's son. Brother, this is a friend I know. I call her Big Shot. You can call her." Lin Ji paused, and Lin Huixing quickly said, "You can just call me Lin Huixing. Big Shot is just a playful nickname from Lin Ji." Sang Yi looked at Lin Huixing with a serious expression, and then said, "A maid from the Fu family in City C appearing in City A seems trivial, but how does he know my sister?" Lin Ji didn't notice anything odd, and said, "Brother, the Big Shot just moved to City A, and her place is a mess. Let's help her out." Sang Yi was not the type to do good deeds. He had only heard Lin Ji mention this inexplicable person a few times, and decided to meet her this time. He didn't expect her to be the maid from City C. Thinking of this, he said, "You two can manage on your own." With that, he turned and went back inside. Lin Ji felt a bit awkward. "Big Shot, don't mind him. My brother is just like that." Lin Huixing nodded understandingly. "It's fine, I understand. Who can be a good person next to Yao Guangjin? But how could someone from Yao Guangjin's side appear here? Moreover, Yao Guangjin is not an ordinary person. Could it be that Lin Ji has this connection with him?" Lin Huixing also felt something was off, but couldn't think of anything more. Meanwhile, Lin Huixing took Lin Ji into her new home while Sang Yi weighed the situation and decided to call Yao Guangjin, lowering his voice. "Brother, do you remember the maid from the Fu family we met in City C?" "What's wrong?" The person on the other end of the phone closed his eyes. Sang Yi said, "She has come to City A and is living across from me." Yao Guangjin fell silent for a moment, and then said, "It might just be a coincidence." Sang Yi still found it strange. She has a close relationship with the Fu family. Fu Chenai is from the Nangong family. Could she have been sent by him? Has the Nangong family noticed something? On the other side of the globe, Fu Chenya. You can keep an eye on her, Yao Guangjin said softly and calmly. Monitor your... Sang Yi felt a chill in his heart. Okay. Meanwhile, Lin Huixing and Lin Ji had simply tidied up her home, and as the host she invited Lin Ji to have takeout. However, just as they were about to eat, the system suddenly said, "An order has come in, but it needs to be picked up soon." Lin Huixing was furious. "Are you crazy? I just arrived in City A. Even the workhorses need a break. You're starting an order now, are you a beast?" The system replied indignantly, "First, I'm not a beast, I'm a system. Second, the main character's orders must be taken. How long have you been slacking off at the Fu family?" Lin Huixing reluctantly accepted the order and could only tell Lin Ji that they would have a meal together tomorrow. The order was for the villa of Lan Yezhou. As for why the system could distinguish this, it was because orders from important figures often provided the system with some feedback. When Lin Huixing arrived, she saw a scene after a party frenzy with a group of men and women sprawled on the sofa deeply asleep with garbage and wine bottles scattered everywhere. Not a single one was awake. However, neither Lan Yezhou nor Su Mian was present. The stench of alcohol was overwhelming as Lin Huixing cursed while cleaning up. Yet she didn't expect that even in her cleaning outfit some people could see her beauty through the emerald green uniform. A drunken rich second generation opened his eyes in a daze and grabbed Lin Huixing's wrist, saying, "Beauty, give me a kiss." The system remarked, "See, this is real hunger." Lin Huixing exclaimed. A vein appeared on her forehead as she maintained her professionalism as a part-time worker, smiling politely, but insincerely. "Young master, you're drunk." The rich second generation insisted, "I'm not, come here and give me a kiss." Saying this, he puckered his lips and leaned. When Lan Yezhou and Su Mian came down from upstairs, they saw Lin Huixing struggling with a rich second generation. She gave him a gentle push, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Huixing's voice was anxious and uneasy. "Young master, I told you you're drunk. The rich second generation shook his head, not understanding the severity of the situation, and stood up, still grinning. You're really feisty, you. I like it. Come, let me kiss you. Lin Huixing responded with a punch. Bang! The rich second generation fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Idiot, I have to work at night, and I was already annoyed. You're acting crazy. Lan Yezhou and Su Mian exchanged silent glances and decided to wait a bit before going out, pretending not to see. When people are at work, their resentment is the heaviest, especially when serving such a trashy place. From time to time, a rich second generation would suddenly sit up from the sofa with a loud retch, and Lin Huixing would swiftly move the trash can over like the wind, letting him vomit where he should. She closed her eyes, cursing Lan Yezhis' entire family in her heart. Why did you have to come at this very moment, right when I just got the order? It's like you have a surveillance camera on your grandma. I can tolerate cleaning the house, but you throw a party at your own place and can't even hire a maid or servant. You have to spend the money to summon your ancestor here to torture me. Lin Huixing's thoughts were heard loud and clear by Lan Yezhou and Su Mian, who were standing nearby. Su Mian cautiously looked at Lan Yezhou. Did you order her? Lan Yezhis' forehead twitched with a vein. How could it be me? I just asked the butler to find someone to handle it. He had no idea that Lin Huixing had come to City A and happened to be assigned by his butler. Lan Yezhou added, I don't come to this villa often. Besides the hourly cleaner, there's no one else. So he always just hired a cleaner by the hour. It was just that this time it happened to be Lin Huixing. Su Mian asked curiously, so it seems she's in City A. It had been a while since they last saw Lin Huixing. In the meantime, quite a few things had happened. For instance, Lan Yezhou and Su Mian were about to officially get engaged with a grand banquet, and the invitations had already been sent out. Another example was Luo Xiaonan and Su Panqi finally getting in touch. Though it was said they only had a meal together, no one knew what they talked about. But news leaked, and now when Zhu was going crazy every day, often making trouble for Lan Yezhou and his friends. This had made Lan Yezhis own matters with Su Mian less of a headache. He was troubled. When Zhu now asked every day how Luo Xiaonan and Su Panqi had met, what could Lan Yezhou say? He couldn't very well say that someone had claimed Luo Xiaonan was Su Panqi's destined true love. It seemed that Luo Xiaonan and Su Panqi could also hear Lin Huixing's thoughts. Otherwise, it would be too strange for two people with no prior connection to become so familiar so quickly. Lan Yezhou didn't know if Luo Xiaonan had privately investigated Lin Huixing. He himself had sent someone to look into her last time, but found nothing unusual. She was just a cleaner. Lan Yezhou and Su Mian walked downstairs, and Lin Huixing, who had been muttering curses in her mind, turned around and saw them. The cleaner, who had been scowling just a moment ago, immediately bowed and scraped. Master Lan, Miss Su. With her timid demeanor, who would have thought that in her heart she had already cursed Lan Yezhou to pieces? Su Mian also pretended to be surprised. Miss Lin, it's you this time. Have you moved to City A? Lin Huixing replied. Yes, I've moved to City A. From now on, I'll only take orders here. Both Su Mian and Lan Yezhou were somewhat surprised. Then Su Mian smiled. That's great. She then explained today's party. This is a celebration party before Lan Yezhou and I get engaged. Everyone's having a good time, so they've drunk a bit too much. Lin Huixing put on a delighted expression. Is that so, Miss Su? Oh, my congratulations to you. You and Master Lan are truly a match made in heaven. A perfect pair, a beautiful couple, a celestial match. Su Mian. Lan Yezhou. They both admired Lin Huixing's ability to come up with such exaggerated compliments, even though she didn't think that way at all. Su Mian gave an awkward smile. Thank you. Lan Yezhis' lips twitched. But then Lin Huixing remembered something. Rich second generations like Lan Yezhou were always fond of partying, so they often held gatherings. They had used similar excuses several times. Pre-engagement celebration parties, pre-wedding bachelor parties, and so on. Lan Yezhou wasn't a traditional good man either. At his bachelor party, there were definitely pretty women flirting with him, and though he didn't go all the way, he never refused their advances. And the most outrageous thing was that the day before the wedding, he flew abroad to see his goddess, the one named Liya, who, although Liya was Lan Yezhis' unattainable love, she wasn't the type to cause trouble. The main reason she didn't accept him was because of Su Mian's presence. She felt Su Mian had no boundaries, and a man like Lan Yezhou lacked self-awareness. Clearly not a good choice. In a story like this, having such a reasonable female supporting character was utterly against the norm. Lin Huixing thought of many things, but her inner voice was like this: a bachelor party on the night before the wedding, he flew abroad to see his goddess, but she advised him to treat his wife well after marriage. He refused to listen, angrily thinking that if he got married, she would definitely be jealous. He even posted on social media telling the goddess not to regret it. Even a gold miner couldn't dig out such a piece of fool's gold like Lan Yezhou. The goddess simply looked down on him. He even posted on social media telling the goddess not to regret it. Even a gold miner couldn't dig out such a piece of fool's gold like Lan Yezhou. The goddess simply looked down on him. Lan Yezhou. His pupils constricted instantly. Men are all cheap. The more unattainable the better. Lan Yezhou definitely couldn't forget Li Ya in his heart right now, but he and Su Mian had only just gotten engaged, and the wedding date hadn't been decided yet. He had no intention of going to see Li Ya. Lin Huixing's early spoiler. Sure enough, Su Mian immediately turned to look at Lan Yezhou. She knew this hadn't happened yet, but given Lan Yezhou's nature, it was exactly the kind of thing he would do. After Su Mian got together with Lan Yezhou, hearing Lin Huixing's thoughts had made her seriously reflect on many of her own issues. But now that both families had officially recognized their relationship, if Lan Yezhou really did those things, she would still be hurt. Thinking this, Su Mian couldn't help but think of Li Ya, who was abroad. Could Lan Yezhou still not forget her? Were they privately contacting each other? This was what Su Mian had been worrying about. But neither of them could say anything. Lin Huixing felt the atmosphere was a bit strange, and said with a smile, "If there's nothing else, I'll continue cleaning." Su Mian nodded. When Lin Huixing was far enough away that she couldn't hear, Lan Yezhou blurted out, "I'm not going to see Li Ya." Su Mian glanced at Lan Yezhou and looked down without speaking. Lan Yezhou's expression darkened. "You don't believe me. Su Mian, we're about to get engaged, and you still don't trust me. If I had any other intentions, would it have been you?" He sneered. "We've come this far, Su Mian. Are you still going to be difficult?" Su Mian felt wronged. "But you were the one who proposed the engagement. It's not like I forced you to take responsibility for it." Just then Lin Huixing's inner voice came again from the other side. "Huh, did I read the story so carelessly? When did Su Mian ever cheat?" Su Mian's delicate body trembled. "Lan Yezhou." Before Lin Huixing could finish, he suddenly felt a greenish tint creeping over his head. Lin Huixing found it equally baffling. How could Su Mian possibly cheat? According to the author's mindset back then, they simply didn't have that level of sophistication. Flipping further, Lin Huixing suddenly understood. Oh, so that's why Su Mian cheated. She was deceiving Lan Yezhou all along. Psycho, isn't it perfectly normal to leave and live with another man for a while pregnant? Was she supposed to remain chaste for Lan Yezhou, stringing him along for years without ever agreeing? Su Mian, upon hearing this, was even more bewildered. Who had she strung along for years without agreeing? What Lan Yezhou heard, however, was that some man would pursue Su Mian for years in the future, and she would be pregnant at the time. Lan Yezhou's pupils contracted as he instinctively glanced at Su Mian's belly. Pregnant? Impossible, he hadn't noticed anything. Watching the plot unfold, Lin Huixing clicked her tongue and shook her head. Truly beyond judgment. Lin Huixing didn't particularly care for this story because in the original plot, neither Su Mian nor Lan Yezhou was a decent person in any real sense. It was true that Su Mian loved Lan Yezhou, but every story has its tragic second male lead. In Su Wan's story, Chengxiang had his own issues, so let's set that aside. But in Su Mian's story, the second male lead was nothing short of a pure, undeserving fool. During the years Su Mian was away raising her child alone, it was the second male lead who helped her through everything. He genuinely liked Su Mian, sure. You could say he had his own motives. But after years of pursuit, he never once overstepped. He devoted himself to caring for both the child and Su Mian, pouring in money and effort only to finally receive her tearful reply, "I'm sorry, but I can no longer love anyone else." Lin Huixing. An ultimate lunatic. Lin Huixing thought that if it were her writing, she'd definitely craft a tale of the second male lead's revenge. No matter how you looked at it, Su Mian in this story couldn't escape the label of a green tea bitch. As for now, Lin Huixing instinctively glanced at Su Mian. Was the current Su Mian not yet that severe? After the last time Su Mian asked her for birth control pills, Lin Huixing had slightly revised her opinion of the girl. At least she had the awareness to use contraception and not ruin lives by getting pregnant. She just wondered what had changed her mind. Lin Huixing's inner thoughts raced by chaotic and rapid, so Su Mian and Lan Yezhou could only catch fragments of the key points. The gist was that after Su Mian left while pregnant, a man had pursued her for years. "I'm not pregnant, stop staring at me like that." Su Mian snapped, annoyed at Lan Yezhou's constant glances at her belly. "I won't have your child, rest assured." She was a person too, and with her future with Lan Yezhou still so uncertain, how could she dare to get pregnant? Wouldn't that just make him despise her even more? With that thought, Su Mian added, "I take my pills every time." Lan Yezhou's face darkened dramatically. "Why are you taking pills?" Su Mian looked at him strangely, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. "You want? Use protection. What else am I supposed to do?" Lan Yezhou only extracted what he wanted to hear. "You don't want to have my child." Even Su Mian couldn't fathom his reasoning now. Is that supposed to be a good thing? Lan Yezhou raised his voice. "Right, having my child is not a good thing." Perhaps triggered by the thought of some man pursuing Su Mian for years, Lan Yezhou glared at her with a twisted expression. "If you're so unwilling, then why did you agree to marry me in the first place?" Su Mian froze. She couldn't comprehend what was going through this madman's head. In their current state, if she got pregnant, it would be a disaster. Su Mian's eyes reddened. "But the engagement, it was you who brought it up all along." I see now, you've already set your sights on someone else." The power of the plot asserted itself. For a lunatic protagonist like this, once the seed of suspicion was planted, he took it as fact. But Lin Huixing's thoughts clearly referred to years later. In Lan Ye's mind, however, it meant Su Mian had already fallen for someone else right now. Lan Yejo glared at Su Mian viciously. Fine, since you're so unwilling, let's call off the engagement. With that, he turned and stormed off. Su Mian stood rooted to the spot, stunned. Lin Huixing watched Lan Yejo stride away, then noticed Su Mian's utterly dejected figure. Did those two lunatics have a fight? Driven by a sense of humanitarian concern, Lin Huixing shuffled over hesitantly. But the moment Su Mian saw her, she burst into uncontrollable sobs. Despite Lin Huixing's inner thoughts providing some comic relief, Su Mian had been living in an awkward, tense atmosphere with Lan Yejo over the engagement lately. At this moment, she could no longer hold it in and immediately broke down crying. Lin Huixing was stunned for a moment. She stepped forward quickly. "Miss Su, what's wrong?" Instinctively, she almost wiped Su Mian's face with the rag in her hand. Catching herself, she pretended nothing happened and quickly grabbed some tissues instead. Had a fight with young Master Lan. As a part-time housekeeper, Lin Huixing did her best to mediate. "Don't take it to heart, Miss Su. He's been crazy for ages. This is nothing. There's plenty more to cry about later." Su Mian. She was crying hard and could barely speak, so she just blurted out the key point. "He said he won't marry me anymore. But the engagement was his idea from start to finish. I never forced him into it. So they were really calling off the engagement. The invitations were already sent, the bachelor party was already thrown, and now you're calling off the wedding. Have you ever considered the feelings of the people who already bought gifts?" Lin Huixing continued, dabbing her tears with tissues. "Why is the engagement being called off?" Su Mian said, "He found out I've been taking birth control pills. He thinks I don't want to have his child." Lin Huixing was even more confused. "Huh, is that so? Isn't taking pills perfectly normal? It's you who'd end up pregnant, not him." These despicable men, they just flapped their lips, as if the baby would magically pop out on its own, completely ignoring the suffering a woman endures carrying a child for 10 months. "Psycho, let him cancel it if he wants. Would you really die without him?" Despite cursing inwardly, she maintained a hypocritical, consoling tone on the surface. "Miss Su, couples fight all the time. It's normal. Maybe young Master Lan was just speaking in anger. I don't think he really means it. Can't you tell he's doing it on purpose? If he truly wanted to marry you, would he casually threaten to break off the engagement? He doesn't take you seriously at all. Hyan, dear, wake up and smell the coffee." Su Mian's sobbing ceased. She murmured softly, "You're right. I said. Huh." Lin Huixing's eyes widened in shock. "I'm right." She had only said that. Lan Yejo didn't mean it. Surely Su Mian didn't actually believe that. Lin Huixing felt like throwing away her rag in frustration. "Serves you right for being a hopeless romantic." Su Mian had lived for over 20 years, her entire existence revolving around Lan Yejo. It seemed she had no life of her own, no personal interests. Everything she did was in hopes of gaining his attention. Lan Yejo had been good to her once, before he started dating. Their bond had been strong, and Su Mian couldn't understand why he had changed so drastically. But even in her foolishness, she knew the truth. If Lan Yejo truly loved her, he wouldn't constantly threaten to call off their engagement. The engagement had been something he accepted reluctantly from the start. It was just that no one had ever told her this before, and she had always chosen to deceive herself. With unshed tears clinging to her lashes, she looked at Lin Huixing through blurred vision and asked, "I've loved him for so many years. Why can't he love me back?" It felt as though from the moment she was born, a persistent thought had been ingrained in her mind. Her life belonged to Lan Yejo, and she was meant to revolve around him forever. So everything about her was tied to him. All she needed was his attention and his love. Nothing else in the world mattered. Huh. Lin Huixing blinked, clutching her rag in bewilderment. "What's this about? I'm just an hourly worker here. Am I supposed to be their relationship therapist too? If I could figure out the twisted minds of these crazy lovers, I wouldn't be struggling to find a clue for my mission guide." But she couldn't say that out loud, afraid Su Mian would be displeased and dock her pay. Flustered and scratching her head, she said awkwardly, "Miss Su, I don't know anything about you and Mr. Lan's affairs. How am I supposed to advise you? But if I liked someone, I'd also understand that if they don't like me back, they just don't. You can't force these things." She wasn't defending that lunatic Lan Yejo, though. It was simply the nature of love. If someone doesn't feel the same, can you really expect your devotion alone to move their heart? Su Mian's lips trembled. Yes, she knew it too. If he doesn't like you, he just doesn't. No matter how she spun it, the Lan Yejo of right now didn't love her. Even if, according to Lin Huixing's inner thoughts, she and Lan Yejo might eventually end up together, that was a matter for the future. Because he didn't love her, the current Lan Yejo trampled on Su Mian's feelings without any guilt. And Su Mian herself was all too willing to be trampled upon. Su Mian hung her head, and Lin Huixing didn't plan to say more to console her. What would be the point? With Su Huanxi, at least one could say she was trapped by circumstances, and she had a kind heart. Lin Huixing occasionally didn't mind chatting with her. But with Su Mian the problem was purely her own making. Lin Huixing couldn't be bothered with her. Miss Su, if there's nothing else, will get back to cleaning. Lin Huixing still had work to do. These rich kids got absolutely wild when they were drunk. At least she was grateful they didn't go completely out of control. After all, whether in novels or TV dramas, Lin Huixing had always seen descriptions of how chaotic and debauched rich kids' parties could be. If that were the case, her eyes would never forgive her. Su Mian didn't know what to say, as she could tell that Lin Huixing wasn't genuinely trying to comfort her. She also understood Lin Huixing's thoughts. It was her own fault for not having more self-respect, clinging to Lan Yezhou and refusing to let go, deserving of the contempt she received. Go on then. After she said this, Lin Huixing turned around and went back to cleaning without a second thought. She was even humming a tune which sounded suspiciously like a sarcastic rendition of What Kind of Man Are You? But at least it was clear that Lan Yezhou and Su Mian's drama didn't affect Lin Huixing's mood in the slightest. Su Mian didn't leave. She stood there in a daze, pondering her situation with Lan Yezhou. The engagement had been Lan Yezhou's decision. She seemed reluctant, but she also knew that if she hadn't been willing, deep down would she have agreed to it at all. In truth, she had been willing. But now Lan Yezhou's behavior was finally making her see clearly. Was it all really worth it? In the long, uncertain years ahead, what would she have to do to make Lan Yezhou love her? According to Lin Huixing, she would even leave for a few years. A few years. She didn't know how long she stood there until Lin Huixing's voice broke through her thoughts. Miss Su, I'm done cleaning. Only then did she snap back to reality. She checked the time. An hour had already passed. Seeing her still standing there, Lin Huixing couldn't help but say, it's pretty cold tonight, Miss Su. You should get some rest. The fact that Su Mian had stood there the entire time she was cleaning showed how deeply the news of the cancelled engagement had affected her. Su Mian nodded and went upstairs in a daze. As Lin Huixing packed up her things to leave, the system commented, you don't seem to like Su Mian very much. It was obvious from the difference in her attitude compared to how she treated Su Huanxi. Lin Huixing retorted, does it matter whether I like her or not? Su Huanxi was heavily influenced by her unfortunate family background. But Su Mian is rich, has loving parents who dote on her. The biggest obstacle in her life is Lan Yezhou. Why would she need my affection? Lin Huixing touched her nose, suddenly reminded of her past. I used to be an orphan. I never knew my parents, and I know what it's like to have no money. To be honest, their love story isn't grand or moving. I find it hard to sympathize with this kind of whining born from a life of comfort and excess. After saying this, Lin Huixing added with a sigh, but it's fine. As long as I get paid enough, I can tolerate all her melodrama. The system replied. You must be so exhausted. Lin Huixing smiled and waved her hand. No, it's no trouble at all. It's all in a day's work. The system said, did you really think I was complimenting you? Lin Huixing said, if it's not a compliment, then don't bother saying anything else, that's useless. She and the system continued their bickering as she gathered her things and left the place. After leaving the villa area, she hailed a taxi. It was still a long way back to her own neighborhood. But perhaps because she had come out of the villa district, the plain-looking driver kept glancing at Lin Huixing in the rearview mirror. Her housekeeping uniform was a dead giveaway that she was just a cleaner. So, when the driver pulled into a secluded corner and snarled at her, hand over all your money, Lin Huixing was completely stunned. This was a city, a major international metropolis right under the emperor's nose. Don't you know there's no future in this line? Lin Huixing wiped her face and tried to reason with the driver patiently. I know you might have just strayed down the wrong path, but I just got off work and my current resentment could revive 3 evil sort of mortals. I suggest you think carefully. If you take me back home, right now nothing bad will happen to you. The driver wasn't listening. Give me the money. Lin Huixing let out a deep, weary sigh. The system also sighed profoundly. Well, this is good. Since you're so stressed, consider this a chance to let off some steam. At 3 in the morning, Lin Huixing was so sleepy that she could barely keep her eyes open. Name: Lin Huixing. Gender: random. The police officer looked up at Lin Huixing. Don't be cheeky. You mean this driver tried to rob you? Yes, he did. Lin Huixing was full of resentment. I had just finished working at my employer's place until 1:30 in the morning. That's already miserable enough. I barely sat down in the car when he said he wanted to rob me. Officer, tell me, is he even human? Another officer stepped forward and pointed at the driver. He's not human, so you beat him until he's not human. The driver in the car was battered and bruised beyond recognition, drooling with his mouth agape, as if beaten into a state of stupor. Lin Huixing looked away. I beat him, but I called 120 for him. The officers. Checking the dashcam footage, they found that the driver was still registered with a taxi company, yet dared to commit robbery. Regardless, he indeed had the intention. He just had the misfortune of encountering the current Lin Huixing. The police officer said with admiration, young lady, you've got some skills. Lin Huixing smiled innocently. It's nothing. For someone like me working as a cleaner, it's all physical labor. Since it was a robbery attempt, Lin Huixing's actions were, there was no need to take her in for interrogation. The case could be filed directly. It was a gift of merit delivered to their doorstep. The police recorded the routine details and let Lin Huixing go home. They told her they would notify her if anything came up. After a long night, Lin Huixing returned home at 4 in the morning. She managed to take a shower, then collapsed into bed and slept until noon the next day. Thanks to the system's enhancement, she didn't feel intense fatigue, but she still needed to sleep. She just wouldn't die from it. It was a tale that would break the heart of anyone who heard it. Lin Huixing almost forgot about the robbery incident after waking up. But unexpectedly she received a call from the police. "Miss Lin, please be careful when you go out these days." Huh? The police officer briefly explained the previous night's incident. "Last night the car you were in was actually stolen from its original driver. The man was a professional robber we've been tracking for years. However, he might have accomplices still at large, so please be cautious when you go out." Lin Huixing was dumbfounded. Are they going to retaliate? The police officer said, "We can't rule out that possibility. We'll have officers nearby to protect you. Remember, if any police come to you, we will notify you in advance." They couldn't disclose more information as the investigation was ongoing. The police had just discovered that the man they arrested last night was an old robber who had been on the run for years. He had committed major crimes in the past and was still at large, and he was part of a professional gang. Their crimes involved not only robbery, but also human trafficking. They had evaded capture for so long, and the police had been tracking them tirelessly. No one expected a breakthrough from a robbery case last night. DNA verification confirmed that the man from last night matched the genetic profile of one of the robbers from years ago. This group was notorious for their vindictiveness. The police feared Lin Huixing might face retaliation, but they dared not reveal more details. But to avoid frightening Lin Huixing, the police didn't mention the more severe possibilities. After hanging up, Lin Huixing found it unbelievable. "This is a city, how can the public security be so chaotic? And I just happened to run into a professional robber." The system suddenly spoke up. "Have you watched the story of the real and fake heiresses?" Lin Huixing was honest. "I watched it, but I forgot everything." It was impossible to remember every single storyline crammed into her mind at once. The system said, "Take another look. I feel something is off." In the real and fake heiresses story, there's a police officer tracking a long-standing gang of kidnappers. Could it be that you've run into a plot character? Plot characters aren't necessarily the protagonists, they're just connected to the main characters. Lin Huixing was even more surprised. "Really?" "We'll take another look." After reviewing it, Lin Huixing did find some similarities. In the story of the real and fake heiresses in a city, the real heiress wasn't simply swapped at birth. The family nanny switched her and planned to send her to the countryside, but something went wrong halfway. The nanny was targeted by kidnappers. The real heiress was actually sold. Thus, she ended up in the countryside for 20 years. The story specifically mentioned that this kidnapper gang not only did kidnapping, but also worked with human traffickers. In the end, when the conflict between the real and fake heiresses reached its peak, the real heiress went to great lengths to capture the kidnapper, and the gang, in their desperate struggle, caused the death of the real heiress' grandfather. He was the only one in the entire story who truly loved his granddaughter, the powerful old Master Yi. After Old Master Yi passed away, the real heiress position in the Yi family became even more precarious. The Yi family even blamed her for the old man's death, leading to a series of events where the real heiress fought back. But Lin Huixing had actually been reluctant to meet the real heiress so soon, not only because of her connection to Fu Qian'ai. The system hadn't lied before. Su Huanxi and Fu Qian'ai's beginning was already relatively mild. The tangled relationships between Lan Yezhou, Su Mian, and the other protagonists in a city made it unsuitable for Lin Huixing to start directly. Especially with this real heiress. How should I put it? In this world, most protagonists aren't necessarily pure and virtuous. The real heiress, she really dared to kill. Not every story of a swapped life has a happy ending. The real heiress had been beaten and abused since childhood, her temperament growing dark and bitter. When she returned to the Yi family, their rejection completely extinguished her humanity. Later, realizing that she could never coexist with the fake heiress and the Yi family, she schemed to take away the shares and property the fake heiress had accumulated over the years. She sent the Yi parents to a mental institution, had her brother's legs broken, and exiled abroad, and the fake heiress, barely alive, was thrown out of the country and died overseas. From a reader's perspective, Lin Huixing would have found it satisfying. But now that she was a character in the story, Lin Huixing could only think, "Sister, can we talk this out?" Of course, from the real heiress standpoint, Lin Huixing could understand. The real heiress hadn't yet reached her later stage, but her life in the Yi family was indeed miserable. She was a ticking time bomb. Lin Huixing hadn't even gained acceptance from Fu Qian'ai and Su Huanxi yet, so she dared not think about the real and fake heiress's situation. And this kidnapper? Lin Huixing exclaimed, "Holy shit. Could it be the same gang that kidnapped the real heiress back?" The system calculated the time. It's quite possible. Last time you were almost kidnapped, it was that little bastard Zhou Yizhan who sent people. Since they're all plot characters, the robbery you encountered is probably not a coincidence. The system was optimistic. If you help the real heiress take down this kidnapper gang, we might gain her approval. Lin Huixing sneered. You're really thinking too much. Remember what my job is. I'm a housekeeper. The system, you can treat this as a side gig. Didn't you mention before that you wanted to find a part-time job? Lin Huixing couldn't hold back. Are you telling me that fighting with kidnappers counts as a side gig? The system was taken aback. How could this be called a firefight? A domestic worker like us shouldn't be doing such dangerous things. The system, you should round up the robbers and hand them to the police. Let them handle it. Lin Huixing. After thinking for 10 seconds, she asked earnestly, what's the difference between that and a firefight? The system, rounding them up sounds more heroic. A firefight is cruder and more dangerous, and it could get us banned. Lin Huixing. You're sometimes more unhinged than the protagonist. The system fumed. You insult me. That aside, Lin Huixing had likely already caught the attention of these robbers now. Of course, she still had to figure out what that man was up to last night. Had he already tipped off his accomplices about his capture, or was he out alone last night trying to earn some extra cash? If it were an ordinary case, it wouldn't matter much, but if this robber was connected to that major case from years ago, Lin Huixing mused that she'd find a way to get the intel and take him out herself. After all, if their own comrades had loose lips, they'd all get caught. Selling people was one thing, but if they encountered someone disobedient, they'd just kill them outright. Every single one of them had blood on their hands. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to cross such a criminal gang. According to the original novel, these robbers were desperados who were indeed fond of revenge. Back then, the true heiress had gone through great lengths to track them down and set a trap to capture one of them, only to suffer their frenzied retaliation. Even someone like old Master Yi, who was always surrounded by a swarm of bodyguards, could still fall victim to these kidnappers, proving just how cunning and ruthless they truly were. Lin Huixing's advantage was that she was alone, and she had the system by her side. Not to brag, but as long as the other side didn't have guns, she wouldn't be afraid to go head-to-head with them. With her broom in hand, she could cut down anyone in her path, be it man or god. Who would ever guess that her unassuming cleaning kit was a She'd even tested it with her rag. No matter the stain, even blood, one wipe, and not a trace remained, not even under. It was practically a tool for destroying evidence. No way to perfect helper for cleaning the whole house. For a moment, Lin Huixing wondered if the housekeeping system was even really meant for housekeeping. But seeing how the system kept emphasizing her cleaning duties, she decided to overlook that little detail. What's there to fear? They'll just take it one step at a time. If this were the old Lin Huixing, she'd have been a total coward. But it was that very cowardice that drained her money into the system, drinking gene potions every day. If she couldn't handle a few robbers with all that, then the system should just refund her. Boss, are you awake? A voice called from outside, and by the sound of it, it was Lin Ji. Lin Huixing opened the door, and sure enough, it was Lin Ji. Lin Ji beamed at the sight of Lin Huixing. Boss, are you working today? If not, let's go have some fun together. Seeing no jobs on her schedule, Lin Huixing answered without hesitation, sure. Even as a cleaner, she still needed a social life. After dealing with all sorts of lunatics every day, she occasionally needed to live like a normal person to nurture her spirit. Then let's head out. I'll take you to the nearby mall. There's a place there with amazing hairy crabs. Lin Ji, however, had some questions on her mind. She couldn't understand why someone as impressive as Lin Huixing would settle for being an ordinary hourly cleaner. How did she know such shocking gossip from high society? Did she eavesdrop on it while cleaning? Why would someone so young choose to be an hourly cleaner? Was there some kind of deeper pursuit behind it? It wasn't that Lin Ji meant any harm. She just couldn't fathom why someone as young and clearly in the prime of life as Lin Huixing would choose such a job. Just as Lin Huixing was about to head inside to change and go out with Lin Ji, she suddenly remembered what had happened earlier. If she was being targeted by the robbers, wouldn't Lin Ji become a sitting duck by her side? She could handle the danger herself, but Lin Ji was just an ordinary person with no way to defend herself. With that in mind, Lin Huixing turned to Lin Ji with an awkward smile. I just remembered I have some things to take care of lately. I might not be able to go out with you after all. Lin Ji was stunned. Huh? Why? You just agreed a second ago. Lin Huixing decided to be blunt. You know how it is. Out in the world, you can't always do as you please. I've got some people eyeing me, and if they find out I have a friend like you, you'd be in danger. At least for now. Let's hang out another time. Lin Ji's eyes went wide in an instant. At that moment, a flood of mysterious thoughts rushed through her mind. A secret agent, a spy, dangerous missions. The shadowy figures watching Lin Huixing. Lin Ji had always held Lin Huixing in high regard. Even as an hourly cleaner, she was clearly no ordinary person, given how much intel she had. With that explanation, Lin Ji understood. She raised a finger to her lips and mimed zipping them shut. Boss, I get it. Don't worry, I won't bother you. Lin Huixing was pleased with Lin Ji's cooperation and reminded her. And from now on, even if we run into each other, pretend we don't know each other. Got it. With that, Lin Ji quickly took her leave from Lin Huixing's place. The system chimed in at that moment. No need to be paranoid. What if the robbers don't even come after you? Lin Huixing, did you calculate that based on data? The system, I was just making it up. Lin Huixing. Although she couldn't meet Lin Ji in person, they could still chat on WeChat. On WeChat, Lin Ji recommended that delicious hairy crab place to her, so Lin Huixing decided to go try it alone. The hairy crab place really was tasty, but the prices were a bit steep, and it was packed with customers. So the last thing Lin Huixing expected was to run into someone she vaguely recognized. That person was Wei Qi, the bold man from the Wei family, who would eventually go on to star in adult films. He was sitting at the table right next to hers, and she only noticed he was there after she sat down. Across from him sat a gentle woman with long flowing hair. At first Lin Huixing assumed they were on a date, but then she suddenly remembered. Wasn't Wei Qi gay? Then the gentle woman dropped a bombshell. You two will never work out. Not only would the Wei family never agree, but he's the only heir of the He family. Do you think they'd let you ruin him? Wei Qi looked up, his expression unreadable. Technology is advanced these days. The gentle woman pressed on. What do you even like about him? If he had any courage at all, he wouldn't have sent me to face you today. With your standards, Wei Qi, I can't believe you'd fall for a coward. Wei Qi slammed the table, suddenly raising his voice. Don't you dare talk about him like that. Lin Huixing flinched. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. The gentle woman, however, was unfazed. She stared at Wei Qi and suddenly sneered. Do you know why I don't approve of you being with him? To be honest, he's not good enough for you. Wei Qi sneered back. Is it up to you to decide who's good enough? The woman then dropped a bombshell. What if I told you he used to work as a host in Country R? Wei Qi, huh? Lin Huixing in unison, huh?